Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2333 to Chapter 2386. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Star Martial Emperor had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Lin Sun for a while and said, "The ancient Desolation region is fortunate to have you, Lin Daoyuan." After saying that, she turned around and left. Her scarlet armor was extremely eye-catching. Lin Sun continued to move forward. From the beginning to the end, Big Yellow followed Lin Sun like a spectator. The old monsters were silent in the dark, but they couldn't calm down. The power that belonged to Zhuyun the Great had completely overturned their understanding of the power of emperors. Especially after Star Martial Emperor admitted defeat, they all realized that stopping such a young man in the abandoned planet region it would be very difficult. Some old monsters admitted that they were inferior to Star Martial Emperor, so they gave up on the idea of fighting. It was no different from asking to be humiliated. Some old monsters suggested attacking together, but they were strongly opposed. Although Lin Sun had never joined the Ancient Desolation Battle Alliance, he was from the Ancient Desolation region after all. Besides, they all knew that the feud between Golden Crow the Great and Lin Sun could only be considered a personal grudge. If they weren't from the same camp, they wouldn't even bother to get involved. 15 minutes later, Lin Sun arrived at the deepest part of the abandoned planet region. It was a barren and chaotic starry sky. Countless meteorites turned into turbulent flows and tumbled like raging waves. Space-time bands splashed out of the terrifying void faults, flashing with a terrifying luster that could make even the Emperor ancestors shudder. And in the depths of this group of asteroids, there were 3 broken and withered world plains. One was burning with towering golden flames, like a kingdom of lava. The other was quiet and cold. Everything had withered, and it gave off an oppressive aura. It was like a world that had turned into ruins. The last one was a world that was bound by countless black chains. The layers of chains flickered with destructive fluctuations of laws. The Golden Crow old monster is suppressed in that world of lava. If you want to see him, you have to go through me first. The ethereal and calm voice rang out. In that silent and desolate world, a figure rose from the dust on the ground. His hair and beard were messy, but he looked like a normal young man. There was no fluctuation of aura around him. But when he saw this person, Big Yellow's pupils suddenly shrank. He showed a solemn expression and reminded Lin Sun, "I'm afraid this guy is the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong. His aura has reached the peak of the Ancestor realm." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and remained calm. After getting up, the figure patted the dust off his body and gently stepped on the void. Suddenly, he came to the starry sky. It gave others the feeling that he wasn't teleporting, but that world was carrying him forward. It was extremely inconceivable. This young man was naturally Emperor Li Tsong, and also the current leader of the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. His eyes were indifferent, and there was no fluctuation of aura around him. He was like a mortal in the secular world. But in the eyes of Lin Sun and Goldie, Emperor Li Tsong was like the ruler of this starry sky. His aura and his strength had long since fused into every inch of this starry sky. Back then, before Golden Cicada left, he suppressed old monster Golden Crow here with a palm strike, making it impossible for him to escape for 100 years. Now, the 100 years are not over. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong said, "In my opinion, you might as well settle this personal grudge with the Golden Crow old monster when he gets out." Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Time doesn't wait for me." He was really busy. If he did not encounter the abandoned planet region on his way to the Kunlun ruins, he would not have taken the initiative to look for the Golden Crow old monster. "How long have you been cultivating? How dare you say time doesn't wait for me?" The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong laughed and said, "Moreover, as far as I know, if you didn't cut down the Fusang divine tree of the Golden Crow clan, how could the Golden Crow old monster see you as a thorn in his side?" "Young man, don't be too aggressive." Lin Sun frowned, "The grudge between me and that old guy is not because of the Fusang divine tree. You don't understand this situation, so don't jump to conclusions." The old monsters who were secretly watching this scene all gasped. They did not expect that even in the face of the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong, Lin Daoyuan dared to be so domineering. However, the smile on the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong's lips disappeared. He glanced at Lin Sun, then looked at Big Yellow and said, "Battle Emperor Shao, are you here to support this guy?" Big Yellow grinned. I'm not supporting him, but I think it's better for outsiders like you and me not to get involved in other people's personal grudges, lest we get into trouble. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong nodded and looked at Lin Sun again. No matter who it is, the rules of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance cannot be changed. Young man, you have a boundless future. If you are obsessed with hatred, it will be detrimental to your cultivation. I don't want to make things difficult for you, and I hope you won't make things difficult for me. His words weren't overbearing, but the tone of superiority and the posture of teaching a junior was unmistakable. This also made Lin Sun a little impatient in his heart. He said indifferently, if I really intend to be the enemy of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, why do I need to be modest and reserved all the way? Fellow practitioner, I also hope that you'd better not pressure me with any great reason. The word fellow practitioner was emphasized by Lin Sun. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong couldn't help laughing. You call me fellow practitioner? On the other hand, how could a young man like you be worthy of being my peer? However, Lin Sun was not annoyed at all. Instead, he thought about it seriously and said, this title is indeed a little inappropriate. Strictly speaking, you have never set foot in the Xianxia Emperor realm, so you are naturally not the same person as me. You can take back your previous remarks. After all, how can anyone casually comment on my great way? Big Yellow couldn't help laughing at these words. Xianxia Emperor realm. This was completely reasonable and well-founded. It was an invisible slap in the face. Who didn't know that Lin Sun was the first person to become an emperor in 100,000 years, who in this world was qualified to comment on his great way? The face of the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong was slightly gloomy. It was obvious that these words also stimulated his heart, but he couldn't refute it at all. Xianxia, it was just 2 words, but how could anyone understand the weight of the meaning behind it? He stared at Lin Sun for a moment and said, it's futile to argue. Then let's fight. Lin Sun said without thinking. In the true dragon world, he had killed the Emperor Ancestor. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong let out a long sigh and seemed to be a little sad. Well, I'll take action today to wake you up, Emperor Dao Yuan, so that you won't think that you can ignore the people in the world when you become a great emperor. Boom, he stretched out his hand and grasped. The stars in the sky trembled, and the brilliant light of Tao surged up like a landslide and a tsunami, turning into a 5-finger cage, covering Lin Sun. It gave people a feeling that the starry sky was under his control. No matter who was in the starry sky, he would be suppressed and imprisoned, but Lin Sun smiled. It should have been like this long ago. Don't talk nonsense, Big Yellow. Kill him. Big Yellow, who had been ready for a long time, roared and rushed over. Even with you, Battle Emperor Shao, it's futile. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong smiled indifferently. With a turn of his mind, the 5-finger cage spread out hundreds of millions of rays of light, seeming to want to suppress Lin Sun and Big Yellow together. Boom, Big Yellow stretched out his paw and waved it fiercely, breaking the 5-finger cage, and continued to rush forward, looking extremely fierce. If your master is here, maybe I'll be a little afraid, but with just you and this boy, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong smiled lightly, his sleeves fluttered, and his 5 fingers suddenly stretched out. But at this moment, a vast expanse of white divine light was released from Lin Sun, so dazzling that the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong couldn't open his eyes. And at this moment, Big Yellow's paw slapped down fiercely. Bang, a muffled sound. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong staggered and fell to the ground. His head was in a daze, and he saw stars. What's going on? In an instant, it was like the sky was turned upside down, and even a powerful existence like him, who was at the Perfection Emperor Ancestor realm, was caught off guard. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong was just about to get up, but his back was pressed by Big Yellow's paw, and his neck was clamped by Big Yellow's paw, as if it was catching an old rabbit. Big Yellow shouted arrogantly, "Old thing, keep pretending, keep pretending." The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong was so ashamed and angry that he almost coughed up blood. In an instant, he was actually suppressed by a dog. This was definitely the biggest shame he had encountered since he started cultivating, and in the dark, all the old monsters who were watching this scene were all dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong was suppressed just as the battle broke out. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have suspected that it was a dream. I didn't expect that you, the dignified Battle Emperor Shao, would also do a sneak attack. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with terrifying light. Bang! Big Yellow raised his paw and slapped the back of the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong's head. As the Emperor Ancestor, you bullied a young man at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Pfft! Shameless old thing. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong's eyes turned red and he was about to go crazy. He shouted, Battle Emperor Shao, do you really want to become enemies with the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance? Before, he was calm and composed, high and mighty, like a dominator. Whether it was facing Big Yellow or Lin Sun, he had the attitude of a senior who was giving instructions to the world. But now, his hair was disheveled, and he was suppressed in the void. His body was being stepped on by Big Yellow, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Stop bullshitting. You old man, you are very bad. You can't defeat me, so you start to threaten me with the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. Don't you feel ashamed? Big Yellow scolded. You. The Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Big Yellow, let him go. At this moment, Lin Sun spoke. Let him go? Big Yellow hesitated. What if this old thing, he has already lost? Plus, we are indeed not here to become enemies with the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to talk so much nonsense. We could just kill him. Lin Sun said casually. Big Yellow nodded, turned around, and left. The old monsters who were watching all this secretly also let out a long sigh of relief. If Lin Sun really fell out with the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong, as a member of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, they were destined to not stand by and watch. However, would the Emperor Ancestor Li Tsong be willing to suffer such a great humiliation? All eyes looked over at the same time. P.S. Update sent. Climbing up. Emperor Li Tsong stared at Lin Sun and Big Yellow with a livid face. His chest heaved up and down, and his breath was like a volcano that was ready to erupt. After a long time, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The momentum that was about to erupt dissipated, and he regained his tranquil charm. This made those old monsters in the dark completely relaxed. Emperor Li Tsong didn't lose control of himself because of the great humiliation. That is the very best. If I wanted to keep you two here, I would have already used its power. Emperor Li Tsong pointed to the world that was bound by countless black chains in the distance, but, in the final analysis, you are not the enemy of ancient Wasteland War Alliance. This time, I admit defeat. Lin Sun and Big Yellow looked at each other and cupped their hands. Thank you for your help. Emperor Li Tsong snorted. Lin Daoyuan, I really want to know, if you fight alone, how sure are you to win? Many people in the dark also looked at Lin Sun. The scene of Emperor Li Tsong's defeat was extremely strange. But after careful analysis, everyone was sure that without the help of Battle Emperor Wu Shao, Lin Sun couldn't have done it alone. Lin Sun thought for a while and said seriously, maybe I can't beat him, but I can still protect myself. Emperor Li Tsong was in existence at the peak of Ancestor Realm. He was far more powerful than ordinary Ancestor Realm cultivators. If it was a pure battle, Lin Sun was destined to be no match for him. His only advantage was that he could control forbidden passing, which could give him a moment of preemptive opportunity. But even if he used forbidden passing, with his strength, he might be able to hurt his opponent, but it was absolutely impossible to kill him. As for the Order Phoenix Flame in the Sword Cauldron, it could only be used to fight against the power of Order, showing a passive defensive power. It was extremely difficult for Lin Sun to actively control and manipulate it. Of course, if it was the power of Order of Nirvana, it would be completely different. At least Nirvana could be completely controlled and used by him. And the Order Phoenix Flame was the power integrated into the Sword Cauldron. When its power was completely absorbed and refined by the Sword Cauldron, it could be controlled by Lin Sun. There was an essential difference between the two. Based on the judgment of his own cultivation, Lin Sun used the forbidden passing technique at the first time in the battle just now and let Big Yellow take action, so that he could suppress the Emperor Li Tsong at the first time. I might not be able to defeat him, but I can protect myself. Hearing Lin Sun's answer, the old monsters in the dark felt dizzy. Such an answer could be regarded as shocking. After all, Lin Daoyuan's cultivation was only at the 4th level Emperor realm. The word absolute really isn't something that we can estimate. When Emperor Lixang heard such an answer, a trace of a complicated expression couldn't help but suffuse his eyes. A young man that had cultivated for less than 100 years already possessed shocking potential that surpassed all the giants of the past and present, causing those old fellows that had lived for countless years to feel ashamed of their inferiority. What is sealed in that world? Big Yellow suddenly asked. The world that was shackled by countless black chains seemed extremely mysterious and terrifying. That is the foundation of the ancient Wasteland War Alliance. From the beginning of the first generation of the ancient Wasteland War Alliance, before they went to the other side of the starry sky, they would leave a part of their willpower behind and seal it in the world of Tao Fire. There was a touch of pride in the eyes of Emperor Lixang. The Great Way is everlasting, and the flame will be passed on forever. It is by virtue of the many willpower sealed here that our ancient Wasteland War Alliance can live here for a long time without fear of the invasion of the Forbidden Order force. Only then did Lin Sun and Big Yellow understand why the ancestor of Lixang said at the beginning that even the nameless Supreme Emperor couldn't break through this place since ancient times. It turned out that it was because of the world of Tao Fire. Similarly, if Emperor Lixang used the many willpower sealed in the world of Tao Fire from the beginning, he and Big Yellow might not have the chance to break through this place at all. After understanding this, their perception of Emperor Lixang also changed a lot. In the past few years, Jin Chan, Fei Lan, Chen Lin Kong, Bai Di, and Zhao Yuanji have all mentioned your name, Lin Daoyuan. Not to mention that you've already passed through my test, so I naturally won't make things difficult for all of you. As Ancestor Lixang spoke, he turned around and left. The golden crow-old monster is being suppressed within that world of lava. As for the rest, I'll leave it up to you guys to settle it yourselves. When his voice fell, his figure had disappeared. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't delay. Together with Big Yellow, he crossed the void where the meteorites were flying, and floated into the world where the molten lava was erupting and the sea of fire was steaming. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes were fixed on a mountain of raging flames. There was a breath of a seal there. Swish, he moved across the void and arrived in an instant. Carefully looking at the seal, he couldn't help but be surprised. The power of the seal was transformed by the law of order. Did this mean that Golden Cicada, who was praised by the master of the square-inch master as higher than the sky, could control and use the power of order a long time ago? After years of cultivation, Lin Sun's understanding of the power of order had deepened. For example, the power of order in Nirvana Freedom Heaven, the power of order in the realm of True Dragon and Immortal Phoenix, the power of order formed by the tribulation of oblivion controlled by Shi, and even the forbidden power of order that covered the starry sky could all be called the original order of the world. However, their attributes were different, and their power was not the same. And this kind of power of order could only be controlled by those who were as powerful as the Emperor Ancestor realm. This made Lin Sun couldn't help but have a bold idea. Could the key to breaking through the Emperor Ancestor realm be related to controlling some kind of power of order? Then, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He was only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. He was far from touching the threshold of the Ancestor realm, let alone understanding the mysteries above the Ancestor realm. What are you going to do? Big Yellow asked. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Of course, I'll break this seal first and release the suppressed golden crow. As he spoke, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled and splashed out billions of rays of light. The abyssal Dao sword was wrapped in a layer of purple orderly phoenix flame, and it slashed down. To deal with the seal, he naturally had to use the power of order. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded. On the volcano that was erupting with lava, the seal power left by Golden Cicada suddenly fluctuated violently. Immediately after, there was a series of explosions, and at this moment, the seal power began to crack like a spider web. Ha ha ha, the seal has been broken. Golden Cicada, didn't you say that you would suppress me for 100 years? But how many years has it been now, and your seal has been broken? A cold and ruthless laughter resounded. Boom, a figure rushed out from under the volcano. At this moment, it was like a great sun had risen into the sky. It was dazzling and showed an incomparably violent and unrestrained power. He was dressed in a golden robe, and as he breathed, golden flames spewed out like rain, as if they were going to incinerate the heavens. His eyes were like a pair of scorching suns, blazing and resplendent, as if he was going to devour someone. Golden Crow Emperor, a veteran of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, a cold-blooded and ruthless peerless hero who killed countless people. The peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Big Yellow quickly transmitted his voice, and his expression was obviously relaxed. Obviously, for the past countless years, this old golden crow had been stuck at the threshold of the ancestor realm, unable to enter. Lin Sun nodded calmly. Did the two of you work together to break the seal of Golden Cicada? The wild laughter gradually stopped, and the Golden Crow Emperor's eyes swept over Lin Sun and Big Yellow. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could such a person and a dog actually break the seal of Golden Cicada? Lin Sun said, if I hadn't broken the seal, how would I have been able to see your glory? The Golden Crow the Arch had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, but he still nodded. No matter why you are here or why you are doing this, I will remember your kindness. I will repay you in the future. Lin Sun said, why wait until the future? You can repay me now. The Golden Crow Emperor frowned and felt that something was wrong. He said, young man, why don't you tell me what you want to repay me? Your head. Lin Sun laughed. The Golden Crow Emperor's pupils constricted, and his face became cold and frightening. I knew there was something wrong. Then, he let out a long howl that shook the starry sky. Which of you can tell me what's going on with this man and dog? No one answered. From the moment Emperor Li Tsung admitted defeat, everyone in the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance had already realized that this was a personal grudge and couldn't be involved. The Golden Crow Emperor's heart skipped a beat when he didn't get a response. He increasingly realized that something was wrong. He stared at Lin Sun coldly and asked, who are you? Big Yellow sneered. You don't even know him, and you still clamor to find him for revenge? Are you kidding me? His expression was full of mockery. However, the Golden Crow Emperor wasn't angry. He seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened. You're the Lin Sun who destroyed my Sunset Tang Valley and stole my Fusang Divine Tree? Lin Sun said indifferently, Sunset Tang Valley was indeed destroyed by me, but the Fusang Divine Tree wasn't stolen. It was my spoils of war. It's really you, you little bastard. The Golden Crow Emperor was furious. He never expected that Lin Sun would take the initiative to come to him before he could seek revenge. It seemed incredible, but it happened just like that. No. The Golden Crow Emperor, who was originally furious, suddenly frowned, and his eyes flickered. As far as I know, Lin Sun, that little bastard, hadn't become an emperor decades ago, and you were already at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. How could it be him? Lin Sun and Big Yellow couldn't help laughing. It was obvious that the Golden Crow Emperor knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world during these years of being suppressed. Cut the crap. As long as you tell me how Tian Ke died, I can let you die with dignity. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Wu Kei, the spirit of the insignificant spiritual Bao, had been suppressed in the Sunset Tang Valley for countless years and suffered countless tortures, humiliation, and torture. And it was the Golden Crow Emperor who suppressed Wu Kei. This revenge should be taken by Lin Sun. Although he felt that something was wrong, he couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard Lin Sun's threat. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. This was the first time he had been threatened by a young man who was only at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He's laughing like a maniac. Big Yellow's eyes were gloomy. I won't be able to laugh later. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent. As expected, the Golden Crow Emperor stopped laughing very soon. He suddenly realized that the man and the dog were looking at him with pity, as if they were looking at an idiot. This caused his expression to become incomparably cold. He said in an indifferent tone, since you have just broken the seal, I will give you a chance to admit your mistakes. Remember, no matter who you are, this is the ancient Wasteland Battle Union, a place where outsiders are not allowed to behave atrociously. Big Yellow grinned. All these years, the cultivators of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance didn't rescue you like we did. This was also what the Golden Crow Emperor felt, that something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath and would have attacked immediately. The Golden Crow Emperor's expression was uncertain. He was about to say something when he saw Lin Sun dashing towards him. He was obviously impatient. This made the Golden Crow Emperor furious. Why did young people nowadays have no patience at all? You're courting death. he shouted coldly. A torrent of law surged in front of him like the sun, eventually condensing into a giant seal that blasted towards Lin Sun. The great world-burning seal, it contained the divine flames of the golden crow and interweaved with the laws of the Emperor Tao. It was filled with extreme destructive power and could burn the heavens and the earth. The Golden Crow Emperor was confident that with his power at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm, he could kill anyone below the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm with just one seal, let alone a small character at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. The only thing that he was wary of was Big Yellow. He vaguely remembered that a long time ago, there was a big dog called Battle Emperor Xiao who ran amok in the starry sky with monstrous ferocity. However, he wasn't sure if the big yellow dog in front of him was Battle Emperor Xiao. Therefore, he focused more of his attention on Big Yellow when he blasted out the seal. He was on guard and on guard. However, something happened that caught the Golden Crow the Arch off guard. Lin Sun rushed forward and casually waved his palm, smashing the great world-burning seal like a hot knife through butter, bursting out thousands of dazzling light rain. Under his palm, the great world-incinerating seal was like paper. Not good. The Golden Crow the Arch finally realized that something was wrong. He let out a long howl, and a pair of golden wings that were thousands of feet long appeared behind him. They were like clouds that hung in the sky, and they suddenly flapped down. Golden Crow heaven-slashing wings, a pair of golden wings were like scissors that tore apart the sky, and they were suffused with blazing and dazzling divine flames of the laws as they slashed down furiously. This expanse of heaven and earth was being sliced apart, the void was being melted, and all things were being destroyed. The peerlessly fierce and destructive aura it emanated could be said to be world-shaking, and it was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Sun was unhurried, and his expression was composed. When the golden wings of the laws slashed down towards him, he suddenly stretched out his hands, and then he grabbed and tore space apart. Pfft! The golden wings that were thousands of feet long and exuded terrifying destructive power were actually torn apart by Lin Sun's hands, and golden divine flames rained down from the sky. What a great move to tear a chicken leg with your bare hands! Big Yellow praised from afar. The Golden Crow the Arch was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but at the same time, his heart was in turmoil, and his hair stood on end. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was a peerless the Arch. The combat strength that Lin Sun displayed was so heaven-defying that it had even completely subverted his understanding and imagination. Without hesitation, the Golden Crow the Arch used all his strength and spat out. With a clang, a winged sword that seemed to be made of divine gold swept out. It was completely fiery red, and its destructive aura shook the heavens. Fire Feather the Arch Sword, this was the arch weapon that the Golden Crow the Arch had nurtured for countless years. Under this sword, everything would turn into ashes. Slash! The Golden Crow the Arch roared, and his beard and hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was like that of an ancient fire god, extremely domineering. However, the sword cauldron appeared in front of Lin Sun. With a bang, it suppressed the Fire Feather the Arch sword, and a deafening wail sounded. The Golden Crow the Arch turned pale with fright. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun charged forward and punched out. Thousands of beams of light burst forth from his fist and easily broke through the Golden Crow Thearch's defense. All the defensive power around the Golden Crow the Arch also exploded like firecrackers under this punch. Boom! With a single punch, the Golden Crow the Arch, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Arch realm, had his chest caved in, and his body bent like a prawn as he was sent flying. Before he could stabilize himself, Lin Sun had already appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the Golden Crow Thearch's neck and smashed it against a majestic volcano. Boom! The entire mountain collapsed and exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air, causing the entire world to tremble. Big Yellow was dumbfounded. This kid was already so ferocious with just his own combat strength. Looking at the battlefield, the ground had caved in, and the Golden Crow Thearch's head was buried in it. His feet were above the ground, and he was nailed there. At the side, Lin Sun looked down and said coldly, "Are you going to speak or not? You're courting death." The Golden Crow the Arch crawled out with great difficulty. His face was twisted and hideous, and his eyes were about to pop out as he roared. However, just as he was about to attack, Lin Sun grabbed his body and smashed him into the ground again and again like a sledgehammer. Bang! Bang! Bang, the ground cracked and collapsed, and smoke and dust spread like a storm. Even Big Yellow felt his heart ache when he saw the domineering power. In just a short while, the golden crow Thearch's face was already swollen, and his body was damaged. His hair was disheveled, and he looked miserable. "Are you going to speak or not?" Lin Sun asked. "You want me to lower my head with this little bit of torture? Don't even think about it." The golden crow the arch roared. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the arch realm, but now he was being beaten up by a young man. This made him so ashamed that he wanted to go crazy. "If you don't want to speak, then fine. Let's see how long you can last." As Lin Sun spoke, he lifted the golden crow the arch and smashed him into the ground, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. Blood splattered everywhere, and he smashed him into a soul-stirring manner. In this fiery world, there was a series of muffled explosions. Big Yellow couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is too brutal. It's completely tyrannical." All the old monsters of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance who noticed this scene couldn't help but gasp. Their scalps were numb, and their hearts were filled with horror. They all felt pain in their hearts and trembled. It was really unimaginable that someone as powerful as the Golden Crow the Arch would be abused so miserably. Bang! In the end, the Golden Crow Thearch's body exploded, and only his primordial spirit was left. Before it could escape, it was firmly held in Lin Sun's hands. This time, before Lin Sun could speak, the Golden Crow the Arch screamed in horror, "Speak, I'll speak." Spineless, Big Yellow muttered disdainfully. However, the Golden Crow the Arch couldn't care less about this. He told Lin Sun about the grudges between him and Xianxia back then. It turned out that Xianxia was the same as the Golden Crow the Arch. He was one of the first powerhouses to enter the Starry Sky ancient path from the ancient Desolation realm. However, the two of them were born to be enemies. They were like fire and water, and they had many conflicts. Later on the way to the Kunlun ruins to search for opportunities, Xianxia was besieged by a group of powerful enemies from the 6 great Dao courts when he was fighting for opportunities at the Dao Suppression Cliff, which was regarded as one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun. At that time, Xianxia fought alone against enemies from all directions and staged an unparalleled battle. When he finally broke out of the encirclement, his body had already shattered, and only his primordial spirit was left. Originally, Xianxia had a chance to escape, but it was at that time that the Golden Crow the Arch, who was lying in ambush, attacked without hesitation and killed the remaining primordial spirit of Xianxia. At this point, the Golden Crow the Arch actually revealed a carefree expression and said, "That fellow, Xianxia, relies on his extraordinary foundation and is the best in the Dao of archery. He has never taken me seriously, but so what if he's strong? Didn't he still die in my hands?" "You're lying." Suddenly, a violent and angry shout resounded. The artifact spirit of the insignificant spirit Bao, Wu Kei, rushed out. His eyes were filled with deep hatred as he stared at the Golden Crow the Arch. He gritted his teeth and said, "Back then, it was because my master wanted to save you that he was besieged by those enemies. But what about you? After you escaped, not only did you not repay him, you even cruelly attacked your master who saved your life." The Golden Crow Thearch's expression changed slightly, and then he sneered, "You little B*****, you didn't participate in that battle at all. How could you know what happened back then? Don't slander me." Wu Kei took a deep breath and said word by word, "You're right. If I had participated in the battle back then, none of those who besieged my master would have been able to escape. You ungrateful old B****, you definitely wouldn't have killed my master." "Ungrateful? Who in the ancient Wasteland Fighting Alliance doesn't know that Xianxia and I are enemies?" the Golden Crow the Arch said coldly. Wu Kei was furious and his face was livid. "At this time, you're still quibbling. My master really despises despicable and shameless bastards like you. But he still put aside his prejudice and risked his life to save you. Why? Isn't it because my master couldn't stand by and watch you die because you were also a member of the ancient Wasteland Fighting Alliance? Who would have thought that the ally he saved would turn out to be the murderer who killed him?" After knowing all this, Lin Sun and Yellow looked at the Golden Crow the Arch with cold eyes. This old bastard was simply too despicable and despicable. At this time, even those old monsters who were watching all this in secret couldn't help but change their expressions. Because they didn't know that there was such an inside story behind the grievances between the Golden Crow the Arch and Wu Kei. If they had known this, how could the entire ancient wasteland fighting alliance tolerate such a cruel and despicable bastard? There's no proof. What do you have to prove it? The Golden Crow Thearch's voice became colder and colder. Wu Kei, don't forget that if it weren't for your master, I would have killed you as soon as I suppressed you. How could I let you live until now? Wu Kei was so angry that he laughed. Old B** starred, do you still have any shame? Back then, in order to kill me, you racked your brains and exhausted all means, but in the end, it was all in vain. You could only suppress me. Why do you say that you're grateful for my master's kindness? The Golden Crow the Arch sneered. Who would believe something without evidence? It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were cold and he said indifferently, anyway, you're going to die. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lin Sun's words made the Golden Crow Emperor's spirit tumble, as if the last support in his heart had been shattered. He shouted hoarsely, guys of the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, are you going to watch them kill me without doing anything? Have you forgotten the covenant and rules we made at the beginning? His voice shook the starry sky, with a sense of anger and panic. However, there was still no response. This silence caused the Golden Crow the Arch to completely break down. Lin Sun imprisoned his divine soul and threw it to Wu Kei, saying, I'll leave it to you. Thank you, young master. Wu Kei was excited. He took a deep breath and left with the Golden Crow Emperor's spirit in a flash. Not long after, the Golden Crow Emperor's painful roar sounded in the distance, making people shudder. Lin Sun's expression was as usual. He knew how cruel the torture and humiliation Wu Kei had suffered during the countless years he was suppressed in the Sunset Tang Valley. Now, it was time for Wu Kei to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart for many years. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Kei returned with a frustrated expression, and he revealed an indescribable feeling of loneliness. What's wrong? Lin Sun asked. Although the enemy is dead, Master can't come back to life after all. Wu Kei sighed and then squeezed out a bright smile, saying, however, after killing that old bastard, it's like breaking a shackle in my heart. I feel unprecedentedly relaxed. Thank you, Master. This time, he called Lin Sun Master instead of young master as before. Lin Sun smiled, it's good that you're fine. Lin Sun was also gratified to be able to help Wu Kei solve an old grudge this time. On the same day, Lin Sun and Big Yellow left the abandoned planet region together. Watching them leave, Emperor Li Tsong and the other powerhouses of the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance all sighed with emotion. Lin Daoyuan, this name was destined to be like the sun, shining alone in the starry sky. The vast universe arc shuttled through the starry sky, and 7 days passed in a hurry. On this day, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation at the bow of the ark, suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his right index finger, and drew a line in the void. A strand of sword chi condensed, and it was calm like water, translucent, ethereal as if it didn't exist. Big Yellow, who was sleeping and snoring in the distance, seemed to have been shocked instead. Its fur stood on end as it suddenly opened its eyes, and the vital energy in its entire body rumbled as it almost made a move. However, when he saw it clearly, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze was also attracted by the plain and clean sword chi. Gradually, it couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What kind of sword was this? All Daos had been purified and returned to one, and it revealed an extremely simple and natural aura. It seemed to be too ordinary, yet the profundities of the Grand Tao contained within it caused it to feel a form of shock that assaulted its face, and even its heart and mind felt shocked. Is this the sword intent that you've just comprehended? Big Yellow could not help but ask. Lin Sun waved his hand, and the sword chi disappeared. He said casually, this is my 10,000 swords in one. What do you think? 10,000 swords returning to one? It's a very cliché name, but it's really amazing. Big Yellow clicked his tongue in wonder. With his cultivation, he had seen the power of many unparalleled sword emperors all over the world, but he couldn't see through the profundities of Lin Sun's sword at a glance. It was amazing and ethereal, which was absolutely rare. Look at this sword again. As Lin Sun said, a wisp of sword chi suddenly condensed in his mind. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, more and more, deducing the infinite number of eternal sands. In a trance, it gave people the feeling that at the beginning of chaos, there were 1 and 2, and the clear and turbid chi transformed into the world. Then all things sprouted and emerged. The sun and the moon, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, all appeared one by one. Later, the sword chi derived scenes such as the change of the world, the rotation of the 4 seasons, and the changes of all phenomena. It was just a wisp of sword chi, but it deduced a kind of unprecedented phenomenon of the rotation of the world from nothing. Witnessing this scene, Big Yellow was stunned. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, "What's the name of this sword?" Whoosh, Lin Sun's sleeves turned up, and the sword disappeared quietly. 1 sword can give birth to thousands of Tao, and 1 sword can destroy thousands of Dharma. It can be called 1 sword of life and death. Big Yellow's heart was like rolling thunder, and he asked, "Anything else?" Lin Sun laughed. "The 3rd sword is just like the Tao, invisible, nameless and indescribable. It is omnipresent and omnipresent." With a swoosh, Big Yellow's figure moved and disappeared in place. In the place where he was lying, a straight crack appeared in the void, and the sword chi had long disappeared. Big Yellow was stunned for a while, and suddenly shouted, "What's the name of this sword?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "What do you think of it as beyond the rules?" Lin Sun said. "Beyond the rules?" Big Yellow's imagination ran wild. The road of Tao was free to do whatever one wanted without going beyond the rules. However, this strike was actually going beyond the rules. Such boldness was simply going to surpass the rules and order of the world. The great rock hates the heavens for being too low when it spreads its wings. In the future, when I perfect my Emperor Sutra, the power of this sword will not only surpass the world, but it will also surpass the great Tao and jump out of its cage. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, with a trace of longing. Today, he'd completely fused the Taishan sword scripture, the never-returning sword scripture, the instant Tao severance sword scripture, and the Sky Destroyer sword scripture into one, and he'd utilized this as a foundation to develop it to the extreme, transforming it, and creating a sword Tao that truly belonged to him. 10,000 swords in one, 1 sword of destruction, 1 sword of beyond the rules, the 3 kinds of Tao ultimacy completely became a part of the Great Way Furnace Sutra. However, the Great Way Furnace Sutra was not a complete Emperor Sutra. Like Lin Sun, there were still dozens of Tao ultimacy that had not been completely integrated. For example, Samsara Sutra, Li Xuanwei's Green Lotus Enlightenment, Big Brother's Fighting Saint Method, Xuankong's Everlasting and Flawless, Xueya's Great Way Sutra and so on. However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. There were 9 levels in the Emperor realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, the Great Way Furnace Sutra was destined to be constantly perfected until it reached the complete level. Alas, you are really a freak. Big Yellow suddenly sighed. You are only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, but you can already fight against the Emperor Ancestor. Throughout the ages, there is no one like you. He said this with emotion. The gap between the 4th level of the Emperor realm and the Emperor Ancestor was more than 1 level. Some geniuses and peerless heroes might be able to surpass 1 level and kill opponents who were stronger than themselves. Even the great Emperor Juyin in the primitive times could surpass 2 or 3 levels at most, which was already unparalleled. But compared with Lin Sun, it was completely insignificant. Now, even if you travel alone in the starry sky, unless you encounter some special taboos, there is no way you can be defeated. Otherwise, even the Emperor Ancestor wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Big Yellow let out another long sigh. He suddenly realized that compared to a character like Lin Sun, anyone would feel depressed. Everyone's brilliance would be dimmed in front of Lin Sun. This was too much of a blow to him. Do you think if I break through to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, the Secreti opening realm, can I kill the Emperor Ancestor in a head-on battle? Lin Sun asked. Big Yellow's answer was resolute and decisive. The Ancestor realm is the highest natural chasm in the Emperor realm, and it controls the grand Tao profundities that belong to the ancestral reversion realm. Even those heaven-defying and ruthless figures that possessed extraordinary ability during the primeval times were unable to break through this natural chasm. After a pause, Big Yellow revealed a playful smile. Not to mention the 5th level, even the 6th, 7th, or 8th level, can't do it. Lin Sun frowned, no precedent? No. Big Yellow knew what Lin Sun was thinking at a glance and said, perhaps your power will change again and again with the improvement of your cultivation, but as long as you can't touch the threshold of Ancestor Realm, no matter how strong your power is, it will be in vain. The word ancestor is far from as simple as you think. Lin Sun obviously didn't believe it and said indifferently, back in the deity Phoenix realm, I killed an emperor ancestor with my own hands. You mean the third supreme elder of the White Tiger bloodline? Big Yellow had obviously recalled it as well, and then it laughed with ridicule. This is related to some secrets of the martial ancestor realm. Even though that old geezer is an imperial ancestor, he hasn't truly established and grasped an ancestral root law of a grand Tao. At most, he can only be considered to be a figure at the bottom of the martial ancestor realm. Lin Sun pondered, only those who open and control the ancestral source law can be called the real emperor ancestor? Yes, they are also called the ancestor of a Tao. As he spoke, Big Yellow pointed at his nose and said proudly, for example, I spent an immeasurable amount of effort in order to establish a single grand Tao ancestral root law, so it's not a problem for me to take on 3 ordinary imperial ancestors by myself. Lin Sun vaguely understood. In fact, among the emperor ancestor realm in this world, there may not be 1 in 100 who can be called the ancestor of a Tao. Big Yellow sighed, and you should know that in this starry sky ancient path, the existence of emperor ancestor realm is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even the sects as powerful as the Xinjiao ancient sect and the hidden land realm only have a few emperor ancestor realm existences. And the real ancestor of a Tao is 1 in 100. What about she? Lin Sun suddenly asked, what realm is she in? Big Yellow glanced at Lin Sun, don't be too ambitious. Like she, a transcendent existence, has already taken the step to leave the threshold of the emperor ancestor realm like master. That realm? Only the ancestor of a Tao like me is qualified to seek. As for you, you'd better cultivate honestly. At this point, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. The emperor ancestor realm could already stand at the top of the starry sky. If it was beyond the scope of the ancestor realm, how incredible would it be? While the two were talking, suddenly a ripple of void teleportation came from the starry sky far away. Lin Sun and Big Yellow looked at each other and restrained their thoughts. Since ancient times, those who dared to move on the vast starry sky ancient path had to at least have the cultivation of the emperor realm. Otherwise, they would either encounter an unexpected disaster or be lost in this boundless starry sky. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. In just a short moment, the void tumbled, and 3 figures appeared. The leader was an old man in a black robe. He stood on auspicious clouds, and his figure was tall. His eyes transformed into a terrifying divine light of lightning. Beside him was a burly man with a curly beard in black armor and a beautiful and graceful woman in fiery red clothes with a feathered crown on her head. The 3 of them stood in the starry sky, and when they moved, they brought along ripples of Tao light. They naturally possessed the supreme might of an emperor stage cultivator. When he saw the vast universe arc, as well as Lin Sun and Big Yellow on it, the curly-bearded man could not help but chuckle. It's rare to fly through the starry sky with a yellow-furred dog. The scarlet-clothed woman's eyes were like blades as she swept a glance at Lin Sun and Big Yellow before retracting her gaze. Let's go. It's more important to hurry. I heard that the old fellows from the primordial, Xianxia, and black-yellow Tao courts had already taken action before us. At this moment, Lin Sun had already changed his appearance and restrained his aura with Big Yellow. Moreover, they were riding the vast universe Arkansas. If one did not use their divine consciousness to pry into the energy around their bodies, it would be very easy to miss them. In fact, it was extremely unlikely for them to meet anyone while traversing the boundless starry sky. The reason why the curly-bearded man was attracted was because they had been traveling for several days. This was the first time they had seen such a boat, a person, and a dog. They could not help but feel curious. That's right. It's more important to hurry. The flying immortal river that's heading to the Kunlun ruins has actually reappeared in the world. This opportunity is too precious. The curly-bearded man nodded. You're wrong. The black-robed old man in the lead corrected him. This is Emperor Shi Tiandi using the forbidden power of order to forcefully open the entrance to the Kunlun ruins. It's for us to enter and go together, At this point, he glanced at Lin Sun and Big Yellow and did not say anything else. He only waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The three of them did not delay and teleported away. From the beginning to the end, they did not take Lin Sun and Big Yellow seriously at all. "Weren't you angry just now? They called you a yellow-furred dog." Lin Sun looked at the three great emperors in the distance. Big Yellow snorted coldly and said, "If I make a move, how would you know that these three old things from the Devil's Court are heading to the Kunlun ruins?" According to them, the entrance to the Kunlun ruins was actually opened by Heavenly Emperor Shi. At the end of its words, a worried expression appeared on its face. Heavenly Emperor Shi was still alive, but what about its master? Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. "These are not the only ones heading to Kunlun ruins. Let's follow them and take a look." Indeed, he did not expect to hear such news on the way to the Kunlun ruins. He could not help but worry about second senior brother Xianxia's situation. Lin Sun immediately put away the vast universe arc and teleported through the void with Big Yellow as they chased after the black-robed old man's group. The starry sky was vast and boundless. Why do I feel that the young man I saw earlier is somewhat similar to someone? On the way, the crimson-clothed woman suddenly frowned and spoke. "Who?" the bearded man asked curiously. "Lin Sun, Lin Daoyuan." The crimson-clothed woman pondered. "Although I've never seen him in person, I've seen the illusion jade slip related to him several times. That young man just now really looks like Lin Daoyuan." The black-robed old man and the bearded man looked at each other, and their pupils constricted at the same time. Earlier, they were only focused on traveling and did not think about this. At this moment, when they thought about it carefully, they suddenly recalled that there was something wrong with the man and dog they saw earlier. They were too calm. If it was an ordinary cultivator, which one of them would not be filled with fear and reverence when they saw Emperor stage existences like them? Now that you mention it, I remember that young man just now is indeed very similar to that little remnant from Mount Fengsuan. The bearded man's eyes flickered with a terrifying luster. This kid isn't some little remnant. Ever since the end of Nirvana Heaven a few years ago, he's already the great Emperor Juyin who has shaken the starry sky. He's the first in 100,000 years. The black-robed old man's eyes were gloomy. "If what I saw before is really him, then it's interesting. He disappeared for 3 years, but now he's crossing the starry sky by boat. If we can take this opportunity to capture him." Before he finished his words, the crimson-clothed woman and the bearded man understood, and their eyes became blazing. Who wouldn't be tempted by Emperor Daoyuan who had the fortune of Nirvana Heaven? Let's go and have a look. With that, the three turned back, but when they came to the area where they saw Lin Sun and the others before, there was no sign of Lin Sun and the others in the vast starry sky. Alas! The burly man was annoyed. Our appearance before must have alarmed this kid, so he took the opportunity to escape. The black-robed old man spread his divine awareness like a tide in all directions to investigate, but after a while, his face also became gloomy. In this area, there was no valuable clue left. After all, he's a peerless great emperor. According to the ancient records, this kid's current combat strength isn't comparable to an ordinary great emperor. It's reasonable that he could escape without a trace. Although she said so, the crimson-cloaked woman couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. It was such a pity to miss such an opportunity. "Forget it, let's go." The black-robed old man flicked his sleeves and left, and the other two followed closely behind. In the dark, Lin Sun and Goldie, who witnessed all this, looked at each other strangely. These three old fellows, the strongest one is only in the 7th level of Emperor Realm, and the other two are in the 5th and 6th level of Emperor Realm. With such a lineup, they actually want to take advantage of you. They're really bold. Goldie chuckled. Thinking about it, who could imagine that in just a few years after Zhu Ying became a great emperor, Lin Sun had broken through by leaps and bounds, and reached the 4th level of Emperor Realm, Metaphysic. Who would dare to believe that the current Lin Sun could arm wrestle with an emperor ancestor? Lin Sun said casually, "It's not that they're bold, but what happened in the dark world obviously hasn't spread to this ancient path. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't dare to be so fearless." As he spoke, the two of them continued to follow. With Goldie's ability, it couldn't be any easier for him to not be discovered by the black-robed group. Along the way, the black-robed old man and the others probably didn't expect that the opportunity they thought they had missed would actually be secretly following behind them. Along the way, Lin Sun and Goldie found out about the black-robed old man and the other two's identities through their conversation. The black-robed old man was called Absolute Martial Emperor, and he was at the 7th level of Emperor realm. He was an elder who held great authority in the demon court. The burly man and the crimson-clothed woman were Battle Emperor Hun Tong and Red Rainbow Sword Emperor respectively. They were at the 5th and 6th level of Emperor realm respectively. The three of them had received orders to head to the Kunlun ruins to listen to Emperor Shurtiandi's orders. It was said that they were going to trap and kill the Tower Master of Bronze Sparrow Tower. It wasn't just the demon court that had received the order. Primordial, Panwu, Qianquan, Black Yellow, and other Dao courts had also sent emperor stage figures to the Kunlun ruins. Other than that, it was said that some primordial imperial clans and the 10 great combat clans had also participated in this operation. Lin Sun and Goldie were pleasantly surprised and worried when they heard this news. They were pleasantly surprised because all of this proved that the Tower Master of Bronze Sparrow Tower was still alive. They were worried that Emperor Shurtiandi's order to gather so many great emperors from the ancient orthodoxies to participate might very well put the Tower Master of Bronze Sparrow Tower in an extremely dangerous situation. Should we kill these three old things first? Goldie's killing intent surged as he was ready to make a move. Lin Sun shook his head, "Don't act rashly. It won't be too late to take action after we investigate the specific situation. We don't want to alert the enemy. If that's the case, second senior brother's situation will become even more disadvantageous." Goldie took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. That's the only way. A day later. A mysterious galaxy passageway appeared in the boundless starry sky. It was like a narrow and winding rainbow bridge that extended into the depths of the dark starry sky. Ancient Star Han Path, a starry sky path that led to the Kunlun Dao ruins, had existed since the beginning of the primordial times. Every time the entrance to the Kunlun ruins opened and the flying immortal river appeared, the powerhouses that gathered from all over the starry sky had to pass through the ancient Star Han Path to see the surging trajectory of the flying immortal river and enter the Kunlun ruins. Stepping on the ancient Star Han Path, he strolled up Kunlun. In the Dao hymn left behind by the Master of the Heart Core, there was a description of the ancient Star Han Path. He viewed the ancient Star Han Path as his shoes, and he strolled up the Kunlun ruins with a transcendent aura. The ancient Star Han Path was formed from countless stars. It was like a sparkling jade belt that was winding and deep, and it stretched across the void. After the group of three arrived, the black-robed old man, the martial emperor of extinction, flew straight along the ancient Star Han Path and flew towards the depths. Ever since they arrived, they could only fly and did not dare teleport. The reason was that the ancient Star Han Path was filled with the mysterious and obscure power of the Great Tao. Once they teleported, it was very likely that they would instantly lose their way. It was the same for Lin Sun and Big Yellow when they arrived. Back then, when Lin Sun first entered the Kunlun ruins, it was Ahu who led the way. They set off from the ancient Desolation domain and shuttled through the vast void. After nearly half a month of travel, they finally arrived at the secret realm where the flying immortal river was. Lin Sun had long forgotten the path back then. He only remembered that when Ahu led the way, he had to rely on the aura of the flying immortal token to guide him. But this time it was different. He would enter Kunlun through the ancient Star Han Path. The Kunlun ruins is divided into 3 forbidden and 9 secret places. It's regarded as the ancestral court of the Great Tao, and it's accompanied by danger and fortune. Every time it opens, it will attract many extraordinary people from all over the starry sky, but only 1 in 1,000 can survive. It's a veritable place of great danger, and no one has been able to see through its secrets. Big Yellow led the way as he spoke. A long time ago, he had also come to the Kunlun ruins and walked through the ancient Star Han Path. "Fellow Taoist in front, please wait." Not long after Lin Sun and Big Yellow moved forward, a mellow voice suddenly sounded from afar. A group of divine rainbows flew over, emitting dazzling and gorgeous radiance. At this moment, Lin Sun and Big Yellow's pupils constricted. Just as Big Yellow was about to react, Lin Sun gave him a look to stop him. When the two of them followed, they used a stealth technique. With Big Yellow's strength, ordinary Emperor stage cultivators wouldn't be able to detect their existence at all. Sure enough, after the group of figures arrived on the ancient starry sky path, they hurriedly flashed into the distance. At the same time, the Absolute Movement Martial Emperor, Battle Emperor Hun Tong, and Red Rainbow Sword Emperor stopped and turned their heads. So it's fellow cultivators from the Panwu Dao court. The Absolute Movement Martial Emperor recognized the origins of that group at a glance, and his expression instantly relaxed. A smile appeared on his face as he chatted with them. Not long after, the Emperor stage cultivators from the two ancient Dao courts met up and moved forward together. Lin Sun and Big Yellow looked at each other after witnessing this scene in the dark, and they relaxed before following them again. The ancient starry Han path was long and winding, and it was impossible to teleport. After an entire 6 hours, an incomparably enormous nebula vortex appeared in the void, and it was like a bloody mouth that had opened in the universe. The Absolute Movement Martial Emperor and the Panwu Dao Court's Emperor stage cultivators rushed in one after another. Let's go. Big Yellow led the way and charged over with Lin Sun. At the end of the nebula vortex was the secret realm where the Flying Immortal River was. At that time, as long as they followed the Flying Immortal River, they would be able to enter the Kunlun ruins. Buzz, after entering the nebula vortex, Lin Sun and Big Yellow instantly arrived in a world that was filled with chaotic chi and radiance. The heavens and the earth were boundless. A thunderous roar of water could be heard from afar, and a heavenly river could be seen hanging upside down on the horizon in the far distance. The mighty river seemed to have come from the sky, and it was a spectacular sight. However, when Big Yellow and Lin Sun appeared, they were stunned. They saw that their surroundings had already been surrounded by figures, and they seemed to be waiting for a rabbit to come to them. They had sealed off this area. These figures were the Absolute Movement Martial Emperors group and the Panwu Dao Courts group. They'd been discovered. Lin Sun and Big Yellow immediately realized their situation, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Soon after, they calmed down, removed the secret technique to conceal their auras, and revealed themselves. When the three martial emperors saw their appearances, they revealed looks of disbelief. So, the ones who were tracking us are you? Instantly, their eyes became bright and burning. Originally, they felt it was a pity that they'd missed such a great fortuitous encounter, but who would have imagined that it would actually come knocking on their door? Do you recognize this man and dog? On the side of the Panwu Dao court, there were 5 martial emperors. The one in the lead was a black-haired old man in a black robe. He had a dignified bearing and his body was surrounded by strands of terrifying silver lightning. In his hand was a copper mirror that was inscribed with profound markings of the Tao. Battle Emperor Xianxia. He was one of the elders of the Panwu Imperial Court, an 8th-level Emperor realm expert. Previously, it was with the copper mirror in his hand that he saw through Lin Sun and Goldie, who had been secretly tracking Martial Emperor's group. However, Battle Emperor Xianxia was worried about alerting the enemy at that time, so he pretended not to know anything. Only when he met up with the Absolute Movement Martial Emperor and the others did he transmit the news. Thus, the group of martial emperors decided to set up an ambush at the entrance of the secret realm and capture the pursuers in one fell swoop. Of course I recognize him. If I'm not wrong, this child is the famous Dao Yuan Emperor, or should I say, the remnant of Mount Fengsuan. The Absolute Movement Martial Emperor didn't hide anything and locked his eyes on Lin Sun. Dao Yuan Emperor, Battle Emperor Xianxia and the others were agitated. They all showed strange expressions and looked at Lin Sun in a different light. It seemed that they had never expected that they would catch such a big fish while waiting for the hare to come. Suddenly, Goldie snorted with dissatisfaction. He, the great Battle Emperor Xiao, was right in front of them, but everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Sun and ignored him. Hearing this snort, a martial emperor from the Panwu Imperial Court seemed to remember something and said in surprise, "That dog seems to be Battle Emperor Xiao, who has followed the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion Master for many years." Everyone turned to look, and some people couldn't help but change their expressions. Battle Emperor Xiao, who didn't know the #1 general under the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion Master, it was just that no one had thought that a yellow-furred dog like this would be connected to the name Battle Emperor Xiao. This was too surprising. It seems that if I want to capture this Dao Yuan Emperor, I must kill this old dog first. Battle Emperor Xianxia's eyes were cold. In his memory, Battle Emperor Xiao wasn't that terrifying. At most, he was a loyal dog under the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion Master. Although he had left behind a fearsome reputation in the starry sky a long time ago, it was mostly because his master was the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion Master. Ha, ha ha ha. Goldie was so angry that he laughed. These old bastards were really blind. If you show your true cultivation, would they dare to underestimate you? Linson couldn't help but laugh. These old fellows probably didn't know how powerful Goldie was now. What right do these idiots have to make me show my power? Goldie was very disdainful and arrogant, his dog face full of arrogance. The conversation between the two was calm and composed, as if they didn't have the slightest awareness of being prey. Absolute Martial Emperor, Battle Emperor Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They were already in such a desperate situation, yet this man and dog still dared to be so arrogant? I can see that they have something to rely on. Everyone, don't be careless. When we fight later, we must use all our strength. Absolute Martial Emperor reminded. Everyone nodded. As martial emperors, they naturally wouldn't be careless. Goldie smiled and said, "There's no need to fight later. I will give you a dignified death. Kill yourselves now, and I guarantee that I will bury you one by one and erect tombstones so that the future generations will remember how you died. Old dog, your master is already on the verge of death, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" Battle Emperor Han Tong, who was like a burly man, shouted. "It's better if we kill him. We can make stew." Another martial emperor said with a smile. It seemed like a provocation, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and murderous. Their conversation was a formless test and confrontation. "Is that so?" Goldie's eyes were gloomy. "Then I would like to see if you have the ability to do so." Swoosh, his figure disappeared into thin air and appeared in front of Battle Emperor Han Tong in the next instant. "Piss off." Battle Emperor Han Tong roared as his black armor glowed and emitted an earth-shattering power. He formed a seal with his right hand and smashed it forward. Boom, a rain of light rained down furiously and the space collapsed. The power of this punch was peerlessly ferocious. Goldie harumphed coldly and waved his paw. With a forceful press, the sky and earth seemed to collapse and a boundless torrent of destruction was produced. Battle Emperor Han Tong's burly figure was smashed into pieces by the paw. His body exploded and his soul was pulverized. He died on the spot. The bloody scene shocked everyone present. A fly dares to be so arrogant? You must be tired of living. Goldie spat disdainfully. Quick! The Juxing Martial Emperor, Battle Emperor Xianxia, and the others wore solemn expressions. They didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately attacked. Kill! Treasure light held and Dao sound surged. The 7 martial emperors from the Demon Court and Panwu Court each took out their treasures and Dao arts and charged at Goldie. Everyone could see that Goldie was the greatest threat. In an instant, the sky and earth fell into chaos and collapse. Battles between martial emperors were never small fights. They could easily pluck the stars and the moon, destroy the heavens and earth, and possess world-shocking might. Amidst such attacks, Goldie's fur glowed and finally revealed the terrifying might of a martial ancestor. He was clearly a dog, but he seemed to be the ruler of a great Dao. Just the might he released was enough to suppress the entire battlefield, causing his opponents to hold their breaths and turn pale. Damn it! This old dog has reached the martial ancestor realm. We've been tricked. Run! Cries of shock and fear rang out continuously. Even an ant with the power of a martial ancestor was enough to make any martial emperor feel despair, let alone a dog. You want to leave? Have you gotten my permission? Goldie grunted coldly as he raised his claw and struck out horizontally. The glow of the Dao covered the heavens and the earth, and it was interweaved with the supreme might of the martial ancestor realm. Rumble, martial emperors were slapped to death one after another like pieces of paper. Their bodies split into pieces, and they evaporated amidst the boundless glow of the Dao. In just a short moment, the ultimate martial emperor, Battle Emperor Clear Cliff, and the others were crushed successively amidst their terror. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun had no room to interfere at all. When he wanted to make Goldie leave one alive, it was already a step too late. The dust and dirt dispersed. Goldie seemed to be dissatisfied, and he spat fiercely. All of you idiots are trying to take advantage of me. Dignified great emperors were extremely dazzling in the past. They were like supreme existences that were revered by countless living beings and possessed boundless divine might. But in the eyes of imperial ancestors like Goldie, they seemed so weak. Was it because they weren't strong enough? No, it wasn't. It was because Goldie was stronger than them. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't sigh with emotion. He turned around and flashed towards the flying immortal river. Goldie waved his claws and put away the spoils of war that were left on the battlefield before flying over as well. Only a mess and blood were left on the battlefield. The flying immortal river was vast and mighty as it descended from the sky. It was like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens. The river water was snow-white and dazzling, flickering with a divine luster. Rumor had it that the source of the flying immortal river came from a divine spring in the Kunlun ruins. The river water was clear and turbid, so it could flow in the void. If one wanted to enter the Kunlun ruins, one had to leap over the river, follow its flow, and trace its source. When he saw the familiar flying immortal river, Lin Sun couldn't help but recall the scene when he first came. At that time, he was only at the peak of the saint stage, and he was accompanied by Ah Hu, Old Toad, Ah Lu, and Little Silver. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. When he came for the second time, he was already a peak great emperor, but Ah Hu and the others were missing. I wonder where they are now. A trace of uncertainty flashed through Lin Sun's eyes, and then he shook his head. A fleeting look could be seen in Lin Sun's eyes, but he soon shook his head. Together with Goldie, he soared into the sky and charged toward the void where the fairy river was. Kunlun ruins. The world was vast, and the void was filled with thick chaotic qi. Between the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, abundant and powerful vitality flowed. This place seemed to have been silent for thousands of years. It was uninhabited, and it exuded a primitive and desolate aura. Standing here was like returning to the beginning of chaos. The sky here was misty and high, suffused with a dark green color. There were stars moving in it, and streams of chaotic qi fell. On the ground, mountains rose and fell. It was vast and boundless. Standing here, one felt especially small. Whoosh! The vast wind surged between heaven and earth like a horn from ancient times. This place was like the residence of ancient gods. The power of the order of heaven and earth was abnormally strong and firm, and there was a kind of pressure from the great Tao. As soon as Lin Sun and Old Toad appeared, they felt a great pressure. They had no choice but to circulate their cultivation to resolve the pressure. Only an emperor stage can resolve such pressure. It seems that the opening of Kunlun ruins this time should be Emperor Shurtiandi's doing. Big Yellow's eyes flickered. In the past, every time Kunlun ruins opened, it would produce pressure from the great Tao. However, there had never been such a terrifying pressure like now. Lin Sun spread out his divine consciousness and calmly sensed. Soon, he captured some residual auras that belonged to Emperor stage figures. Obviously, there were many Emperor realm cultivators who had arrived before them. Let's go. Lin Sun and Big Yellow did not delay and immediately followed the residual auras. Along the way, it was as if they were revisiting old places. The treasure refining ground, Inverted Mountain, Yulong Mountain. They were all areas that Lin Sun had conquered back then. Back then, he had defeated a group of opponents from the Starry Ancient Path here and made a name for himself on the Starry Ancient Path. Now that he had entered again, his state of mind was completely different. When they passed by the forbidden area of the pilgrimage platform, Lin Sun could not help but want to revisit it because it was on the pilgrimage platform that he had met his 9th senior brother, Guyupu, and the suppressed solitary Sky Demon Emperor. It was also on the pilgrimage platform that he had obtained the inheritance left behind by the Master of the Heart Core. This is the direction to the Tao Suppression Cliff. Big Yellow suddenly said. The Tao Suppression Cliff, along with the pilgrimage platform and the nameless forbidden area, was known as one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun. Rumor had it that the Tao Suppression Cliff gathered the origin aura of the myriad Taos in the heavens, and it was extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, many people who wanted to reach the monarch ancestor realm would risk their lives to come here. The reason was that the aura of the Grand Tao ancestral root could only be found on the Tao Suppression Precipice. Could it be that Master wanted to use the power of the Tao Suppression Cliff to suppress Shurtiandi? Big Yellow's expression kept changing. At the same time, Lin Sun thought of many things in the past. On the Yulong Mountain, one of the 9 secrets, Lin Sun had seen a wisp of willpower left by the Great Way Lawless Bell. It was through the Lawless Bell that Lin Sun learned many secrets. For example, the rectangular bell and the Tao refinement source furnace were born in the Kunlun ruins. The Tao refinement source furnace was born on the Ascension platform, and the rectangular bell was born on the Tao suppression cliff. The rectangular bell had once relied on the power of the dark parasol divine tree with senior brotherly Xianxia to enter the ancient desolation realm to train. Thus, the rectangular bell's aura still lingered on the ancient desolation realm's dark parasol mountain. According to the rectangular bell, at the beginning of the primeval times, a group of sages had once entered the Kunlun ruins. On the Tao suppression cliff, they'd gathered their lifetime's worth of effort in order to refine the number 1 divine weapon in the primeval times. But in the end, these sages had encountered danger and died. However, after being nurtured by the quintessence energy of the great Tao for countless years, the divine weapon that they had yet to refine had miraculously given birth to a divine weapon. This divine weapon was the Great Way Lawless Bell. Besides that, the owner of the Insignificance Bao, Tian Ke, had once fought enemies from all directions on the Tao suppression cliff. It was also when he left the Tao suppression cliff that he suffered a sneak attack from the Golden Crow Emperor. From all of these, it could be seen how dangerous and mysterious the Tao suppression cliff, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun, was. Since ancient times, countless major events that few people knew about had erupted there. Now, it was very likely that the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion's master and Shirtiandi were fighting on the Tao suppression cliff. When he thought up to here, Lin Sun's heart tightened. He didn't dare dally and hurried with Big Yellow at full speed. The Tao suppression cliff was a restricted area. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was filled with a strange and terrifying shattered energy of order. It was like a sandstorm that swept through the heavens and the earth. Not to mention entering, ordinary experts would be instantly annihilated if they took a step closer. Even existences as formidable as Emperor Stage existences had to be careful and vigilant when heading to the Tao suppression cliff. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a great calamity. Just think about it, countless fragments of the law of order that had shattered like sand had transformed into a storm that raged. How terrifying was that level of power? Quickly take out the sword cauldron. When they arrived at this area, Big Yellow's expression became solemn. According to legend, the Tao suppression cliff suppressed the quintessence energy of all Taos in the world. Just by looking at this terrifying scene, one could tell that the legend was not exaggerated at all. The sword cauldron whizzed out, blooming with hundreds of millions of rays of light. The purple orderly phoenix flame flowed with crystal clear rays of light, dense and steaming. Rumble almost at the same time, a storm of fragments of order swept over and was about to drown Lin Sun and Big Yellow. The sword cauldron glowed and opened a light curtain, isolating the storm of order. Although it still produced a great impact, it was still easily resolved by Lin Sun. This power of order is really a good treasure. Big Yellow sighed with emotion. He had coveted the orderly phoenix flame in the sword cauldron more than once. Unfortunately, such a divine object was too rare. Big Yellow, lead the way. Lin Sun controlled the sword cauldron and moved forward. After arriving at the Tao suppression cliff, the aura belonging to the Emperor Stage that he had been tracking along the way had completely disappeared, and his divine sense was also greatly hindered. That feeling was like a mortal encountering a sandstorm in the desert, and he couldn't even recognize the direction. This made Lin Sun's expression also grave. Fortunately, they had the sword cauldron. For an ordinary Emperor Stage character, walking in such a terrible and evil place was bound to be difficult. Their speed would be greatly hindered, and if they were not careful, they would be in trouble. Big Yellow led the way, and it walked cautiously. Along the way, all kinds of broken power of order were tumbling, like a raging and violent torrent, sweeping the world. That kind of power was enough to make any Emperor Stage tremble. Taoism Pure, help! Suddenly, from the area not far away, there was a hurried cry. Several divine rainbows rushed out of the torrent of order with difficulty, approaching Lin Sun and the others. And behind them, rolling fragments of order were tumbling like a raging sea, about to drown their figures. Which orthodoxy are you from? Big Yellow shouted. We are from the primitive Taoism court. Someone shouted from afar, this time we came under orders to help Emperor Shirtiandi kill the enemy, I hope you can help us. Obviously, due to the serious obstruction of their divine sense, these emperor stage characters from the primitive Taoism court did not realize that there was something wrong with the identity of Lin Sun and Big Yellow. Then do you know where Emperor Shurtandi is now? Big Yellow asked again. From here, within 1,000 miles, you can see the Dao suppressing cliff, where Emperor Shurtandi is waiting. Speaking of this, the man seemed to realize something and said in surprise, Taoism pure, didn't you get any guidance before coming here? While talking, these emperor stage characters of the primitive Taoism court had already approached, and finally saw the appearance of Lin Sun and Big Yellow. They were all stunned, and then immediately changed their expressions. You are, Big Yellow grinned, it's you. As he spoke, he raised his claws and swung them fiercely. Boom, the terrifying light of the way swept out, and these emperor stage characters of the primitive Taoism court immediately tried to resist, but how could they withstand the power of the emperor ancestor? In an instant, their figures were blasted out, and before they could stand firm, their bodies were engulfed by the torrent of order nearby. No. Damn it, I won't let you go even if I die. As soon as the shrill screams sounded, they stopped abruptly. Their bodies were crushed by the fine power of order, and in an instant they turned into ashes and smoke. This torrent of order is too terrifying. Big Yellow gasped. The power of order that filled this world was as fine as gravel, not complete, and was obviously formed by the convergence of different power of order. They were raging and violent, like the collapse of the power of the heavenly way sweeping through the world. Lin Sun took a deep breath, did not say much, and continued to move forward. Usually, a distance of 1,000 miles could be crossed in an instant with a single teleportation, but now it took a full 4 hours to walk in this fierce world. This was also with the orderly phoenix flame of the sword cauldron resisting and protecting, otherwise, the time spent was bound to be very long. In the distance, a steep and majestic divine mountain as straight as a sword appeared between heaven and earth. This mountain was so high that it pierced deep into the clouds, and it was impossible to estimate. Torrents of order storms, like evil dragons, roared and galloped around the divine mountain, and it was a shocking sight. Lin Sun immediately sensed something and looked up. At the highest point of the divine mountain, he saw the dazzling power of order in the shape of a lotus. It was the law of order of Nirvana heaven. Over there. Lin Sun immediately guessed that second senior brother Xianxia must be at the peak of the divine mountain. Be careful. At the same time, Big Yellow reminded them. When they followed its gaze, they saw several dazzling lights shining near the sacred mountain. There were several tens of them. Upon closer inspection, the dazzling Taoist lights were actually martial emperors. It went without saying that these martial emperors must have received orders from heavenly monarchshire to come as reinforcements. There were people from the 6 Tao courts, the 10 war clans, and the primordial imperial clans. These people were distributed in different areas, as if they were waiting for something. Not long after, from the highest point of the divine mountain, an indifferent voice filled with supreme majesty suddenly sounded. Continue. The dozens of martial emperors attacked together without hesitation. Some took out their martial emperors' weapons, and some used their dharma to attack the divine mountain that pierced through the clouds. It seemed like they were going to destroy the mountain. P.S. I actually dropped to the 21st place. Please give me a monthly ticket. An ordinary mountain would be reduced to ashes with a flick of an emperor's finger, even if it was covered in restrictive power. However, the majestic mountain before them, towering into the clouds, merely trembled violently after being bombarded by the emperors with all their might. Not even a single rock crumbled. Moreover, judging from the emperor's posture, it was obvious that they'd attacked it more than once. What are they doing? Lin Sun's eyes flashed. Whatever it is, it's definitely disadvantageous to Master's situation. Big Yellow's eyes glinted with murderous intent. A bunch of fools. You can't even destroy a mountain. Continue. The indifferent voice filled with supreme majesty resounded once more from the highest point of the mountain. These Emperor Realm experts were all from the starry heavens, and in their respective worlds, they could be said to be supreme existences. But now that they were being reprimanded and cursed like this, not a single one of them dared to retort, and they didn't even dare to get angry because of it. There was no doubt that there was only one person in this world who could do this. Emperor Shurtandi, rumble. The divine mountain shook and the world shook. The dozens of emperors, regardless of their level of cultivation, unleashed all their might to attack the divine mountain. For a time, the light of the Tao was like a tide and the monarch weapons were like rain. Lin Sun noticed that although the storm formed from the torrent of order was extremely terrifying, it couldn't approach the divine mountain. Because of this, the dozens of Emperor Realm experts could focus on attacking without worrying about their own safety. We can't wait any longer. Attack! Big Yellow charged forward and let out a deafening roar. Master, Big Yellow is here. His voice shook the heavens. Boom! Big Yellow charged forward and killed the emperor closest to him with a single swipe of his claw. His flesh and blood burst open and his soul scattered. His appearance caused the atmosphere to change abruptly. The pupils of the emperor shrank as if they couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who dared to disrupt Emperor Xianxia's plans. It's Battle Emperor Xiao! Exclamations sounded as they recognized Big Yellow's identity. Heh, a dog dares to come and ruin this seat's business? You're courting death. Suddenly, the sneer of Heavenly Emperor Xianxia resounded from the highest point of the divine mountain. Fine, all of you go and kill this dog first so as to avoid being an eyesore. *CKU, I'm going to kill you later. Big Yellow's eyes reddened with killing intent, and it completely released the might of an emperor ancestor. While there were many martial emperors near the divine mountain, there were only 3 true progenitors. Upon seeing this, the 3 emperors pounced on Big Yellow right away. Even though Big Yellow was burning with anxiety, he was besieged by the 3 emperor ancestors for a while, and couldn't break through the siege and rush up the divine mountain. This dog thing is actually already an emperor ancestor. This is truly unexpected. The other great emperors relaxed. Someone even teased, I wonder how delicious it would be if we stew this Big Yellow dog into a pot of meat soup. His words caused many people to drool. If it was any other time, they wouldn't dare to slander and humiliate an emperor ancestor. Even if the emperor ancestor was a dog, they would still have to lower their heads and show respect. But now, they didn't care at all. That was because they could all tell that the large dog was already trapped, and would suffer a calamity sooner or later. Puff, suddenly, the emperor ancestor who teased about stewing meat soup was beheaded silently. Before he died, there was still a mocking smile on his face. Obviously, he was killed before he could react, blood splashed, and the scarlet color was dazzling. This sudden scene made everyone stiffen, and their pupils constricted. What was going on? Puff, another emperor ancestor's body was suddenly split in half, as if it was cut in half by a sharp blade. This strange scene made the emperor ancestor's scalp numb. 2 of their companions died one after another, but there was no trace of the enemy, and they couldn't even see how they were killed. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure rushed out from the void, and the sword cauldron roared, sweeping up hundreds of millions of rays of light, rumbling through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Big Yellow! Lin Sun roared. Big Yellow, who was besieged, didn't hesitate to gather all the strength in his body, and waved a long bone stick to break through. It was also at this moment that the world seemed to be still. Forbidden death magic, bang! The emperor ancestor who was about to resist was smashed into pieces by the stick. His flesh and blood burst open, and even his spirit was crushed into powder. Such a bloody scene caused screams to ring out from the surroundings. Lin Sun and Big Yellow had a tacit understanding. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and the 5 doppelgangers whizzed out, attacking the emperor ancestor near the sacred mountain. Big Yellow took advantage of the situation to attack the other 2 emperor ancestors, fierce and domineering. Rumble, the world shook, and the war broke out. At this moment, Xianxia's surprised voice sounded from the highest point of the sacred mountain, the 2nd stage of the devouring abyss. It's you, Luo Qingxuan's little bastard. Obviously, Xianxia had seen through Lin Sun's identity. Whether it was Lin Sun or Big Yellow, they turned a deaf ear to him, and rushed forward with all their strength, without holding back. Life and death with one sword. As Lin Sun's Dao sword slashed out, there seemed to be endless sword chi emerging, turning into the image of a Zhou world, and released. Puff, the 2 emperor ancestors who were targeted by him were instantly killed on the spot by the unparalleled sword chi. His body glowed, and his power was like that of a peerless demon. The sword cauldron rumbled, indestructible in defense, and indestructible in attack. Anyone who was targeted by him was killed in the blink of an eye. The domineering momentum shocked the crowd. No one could have imagined that a fourth-level emperor ancestor could be so heaven-defying. At the same time, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers were also using their martial arts, and their power was not inferior to Big Yellow's. Those below the 6th-level emperor ancestor were like decorations, and were easily killed. Those in the 7th-level emperor ancestor could barely resist, but not for long. As for those in the 8th-level emperor ancestor, they tried their best to stay alive, but as the battle went on, they were gradually injured, and could not hold on any longer. For a time, dozens of emperors on the battlefield were defeated by Lin Sun alone. There were cries of anger and horror everywhere. In just a moment, more than half of the emperor ancestors had been killed. On Big Yellow's side, he had already suppressed the 2 emperor ancestors to the point where they could not lift their heads. They were riddled with injuries, but he still had the upper hand. Damn it. Sure. Tiandi could clearly sense that the situation was not optimistic, and he cursed in exasperation. In fact, he had already paid a great price to open the Kunlun ruins and gather the emperor ancestors of the various orthodoxies. However, he did not expect such a shocking change to happen before he could destroy the Divine Mountain. Right now, the situation could not be changed according to his will. Boom, near the Divine Mountain, the massacre was like a frenzy. Lin Sun had completely shown an unstoppable momentum, causing a storm of blood. In the end, the remaining emperor ancestors broke down and chose to flee. They did not dare to go against Lin Sun at all, and they were panicking like dogs. Lin Sun did not stop them, nor did he chase after them. The most important thing now was to kill his way up the Divine Mountain and support second senior brother Xianxia. Of course, the first thing he had to do was deal with the 2 emperor ancestors. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, before he could get close, the 2 emperor ancestors who were already in a passive position and riddled with injuries actually fled as well. In fact, they realized that the situation was irreversible, and if they continued fighting, they would most likely suffer a calamity. That was why they chose to flee without hesitation. At the end of the day, they were only following orders. When their lives were threatened, the first thing they thought about was self-preservation, and it was impossible for them to truly risk their lives for sure. Tiandi. Spineless. Big Yellow spat on the ground and rushed towards the sacred mountain with Lin Sun. Boom, as soon as they charged up, a terrifying and boundless power of order pressed down. The power caused Big Yellow to let out a muffled groan and was almost blasted away. Lin Sun made a prompt decision and withdrew the sword cauldron without hesitation. He relied on the power of the Order Phoenix flames to resist the terrifying pressure. However, the higher they went, the greater the pressure. Even if it was an emperor ancestor, they would not be able to withstand it without a treasure like the sword cauldron. You really dare to come in court death? Sure. Tiandi's voice suddenly sounded, filled with coldness and indifference. Xianxia can't hold on any longer. When I break free, it will be the time of your death. Bullsh***. Big Yellow cursed, his eyes red. You dog, if Xianxia is still alive, why hasn't he made a sound? Sure. Tiandi's voice was indifferent. Big Yellow's expression changed when he heard this. Yes, why hadn't his master made a sound until now? Ignore him, let's kill our way up first. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. If he's really competent, why would this old thing be here talking nonsense with us? I'm afraid his situation isn't any better. Big Yellow took a deep breath and nodded his head. If Sure Tiandi was fine, there would be no need to talk nonsense, and there would be no need to ask those Emperor Realm experts to come and help. The reason why Sure Tiandi had not shown up until now was that his situation was not optimistic. As time passed, although the pressure was getting heavier, Lin Sun and Big Yellow rushed forward with all their might and gradually approached the peak of the Divine Mountain. The peak of the Divine Mountain was lonely and treacherous. There was only a foothold less than 30 meters in circumference, and other than that, there were only steep cliffs on all sides. Near the cliffs, there was a frenzied torrent of order, like thousands of black dragons dancing wildly, breathtaking. There was no doubt that if they fell from the mountain, they would be instantly swept away by the torrent of order and torn into powder. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, a tall figure sat cross-legged. In front of him floated the lotus-like energy of the Order of Nirvanic Freedom. However, his eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale as if he had suffered a serious injury. The aura around his body was extremely chaotic, causing people to worry that he would go berserk and perish. Big Yellow was so agitated that it could not help but shout when it saw the tall figure, Master. This figure was the second successor of Fengsuan Mountain, Xianxia. P.S. I suddenly added an update. Isn't it exciting, seeking monthly votes? Xianxia's aura was disordered. He sat alone on the top of the mountain. He was obviously seriously injured, but he still exuded an oppressive aura. He was like the backbone of the heavens and earth, full of pride and arrogance. Lin Sun's heart tightened. What was going on? His eyes glanced around, but he did not see any trace of Xianxia. Master. Seeing that Xianxia's eyes were closed and there was no response, Big Yellow became anxious. He was about to rush over but was stopped by Lin Sun. Second senior brother is not in trouble yet. Don't mess around. Lin Sun said. Suddenly, he saw a bronze Dao bell standing on the other side of Xianxia. It was modeled with vicissitudes and was branded with obscure and mysterious Dao patterns. It was the Great Way Lawless Bell. Moreover, it was not the power of will, but the bell itself. Lin Sun remembered that this bell was born on the Dao suppression cliff. A long time ago, he and Li Xianwei had entered the ancient desolation realm together with the power of the divine dark parasol tree. The foundation of the lawless bell was even on par with the source furnace of treasure refining. The power of the source furnace of treasure refining. At this moment, the silent and motionless lawless bell seemed to have sensed something. It woke up from its silence and gave out an ethereal voice. At the same time, an ancient consciousness swept out and instantly captured the aura of Lin Sun and Big Yellow. So it's you, little friend. The lawless bell spoke with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to have integrated the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun into your natal emperor weapon. It's really amazing. When Lin Sun first entered the secret realm of Mount Yulong in the Kunlun ruins, he had received guidance from the lawless bell's willpower. It was not surprising that it recognized him. Lin Sun was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. He could not help but ask, Senior, what's going on? The lawless bell said in an ethereal voice, a few years ago, your second senior brother came and arranged a battle with Xianxia here. Although he suppressed Xianxia under this mountain in the end, your second senior brother was also seriously injured. Lin Sun and Big Yellow's expressions changed. Only now did they know that Xianxia was suppressed. No wonder so many Emperor Realm figures were summoned to attack this mountain. Obviously, this was the only way to let Xianxia, who was suppressed under this mountain, escape. How is my second senior brother now? Lin Sun asked. He had to go all out in order to suppress Heavenly Emperor Shi. Therefore, he abandoned all distractions from the outside world and fused his body, mind, and Tao into the energy of order of the Nirvanic Freedom Heaven. Even so, it's impossible to kill Xianxia in a short period of time. According to my deduction, if your second senior brother can guard this place for around 100 years, it should be more than enough time to eliminate this great enemy. 100 years, both Lin Sun and Big Yellow were worried. It was also at this time that Xianxia's indifferent voice sounded again. What a joke. With Xianxia's injuries, would he be able to last for 100 years? In my opinion, his injuries will be too severe in less than a year, causing his cultivation to collapse, and he'll perish completely. Big Yellow was enraged, and it was so furious that it roared, Old fart, you're already being King suppressed, so why do you have so much nonsense to say? It's futile no matter how angry I am. I come from the Nirvana realm and possess the power of immortality. Even if I'm suppressed now, there will be a day when I can escape. After that, Xianxia's voice fell into silence. No matter how Big Yellow cursed, his voice could not be heard again. Lin Sun asked, Senior, can't second senior brother's injuries be cured? No, Big Yellow answered. This is a Dao injury, so it can only be resolved by himself. Moreover, outsiders can't intervene in this suppression. Lin Sun frowned. He didn't expect that this duel, which had attracted the attention of all the heavens in the starry sky, would turn into such a dangerous situation. In my opinion, Xianxia has great perseverance and wisdom, so he won't be in trouble. Don't worry too much, my young friend, Big Yellow said. How can I not worry when he's already injured like this? Big Yellow was burning with anxiety. Lin Sun also felt it was very tricky. If they could kill Xianxia in 100 years, it would naturally be the best result. But in this 100 years, second senior brother's injuries would break out and he would suffer from chi deviation. What should they do then? Is there no other way? Lin Sun asked. Just as Big Yellow was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from Xianxia, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed. Junior brother, Xianxia's injuries are more serious than mine. I'll definitely kill him in 100 years. You and Big Yellow don't have to worry. Xianxia's voice was calm and indifferent, still as conceited and arrogant as before. Hearing this, Lin Sun and Big Yellow's eyes lit up. Senior brother, Lin Sun was about to say something, but Xianxia's voice sounded again, Junior brother, let Big Yellow stay. You leave with Big Yellow and go to the core ruins of the ultimate. Find your fourth senior brother, and then, kill him. These 4 words revealed a sense of determination. Lin Sun was shocked, and his mind was in turmoil. Among the 50 successors of Mount Heart and Heart, first senior brother Dozhan Di, third senior sister Ruosu, fifth senior brother Qi Jun, eighth senior brother Bo Swansea, 11th senior brother Pu Zhen, and so on, had already crossed the void and gone to the other side of the starry sky after killing the nameless emperor. As for 9th senior brother Gu Yupu, 14th senior brother Ji Xiu, and so on, they had all passed away. Lin Sun had been curious about who the 4th senior brother was among the top 5 senior brothers and sisters. But over the years, no matter which senior brother or sister he met, they never talked about anything related to this person. Even when Lin Sun asked about it, he didn't get any answer. But now, 2nd senior brother Xianxia told him to kill 4th senior brother. This was really shocking. Why was that? I'll let Big Yellow tell you about this after you leave. Xianxia's voice sounded again. Anyway, Master didn't kill him back then because he wanted him to repent and remember his mistakes so that he could rebuild his Taoist heart. But now it seems that he has become paranoid and must be eliminated. There was a sense of loss and determination in his voice. At this point, Xianxia's voice also fell silent. No matter how Lin Sun and Big Yellow tried to communicate with him, it was in vain. Lin Sun, you leave with Big Yellow. I'll keep watch here. Big Yellow made a decision. As he spoke, he rushed to the top of the mountain and stood in front of Xianxia. Little friend, let's go. Big Yellow floated in the air, sprinkling mottled light and shadow. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. He sighed softly and nodded, saying, I'll be back. Wait a moment. She suddenly said and walked out of the heaven accessing place. Back then, he saved me once. This time, I'll stay and protect him. Lin Sun was stunned and then nodded, okay. When she entered the dark world for the first time, he fought with Yan Xing, the purple-haired woman, and was seriously injured. It was 2nd senior brother who saved her. Now, she had chosen to stay. Obviously, he wanted to repay 2nd senior brother's kindness. Moreover, with him and Big Yellow together, Lin Sun felt more at ease. Little bastard, you'd better pray that you don't die too early. When I get out, I'll capture you immediately. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice sounded, full of bone-chilling coldness. Lin Sun ignored him and went down the mountain with Big Yellow. Walking down the divine mountain, with Big Yellow leading the way, the raging torrent of order could no longer affect Lin Sun. Halfway down the divine mountain, Lin Sun could not help but turn around and look at the peak of the divine mountain. He could vaguely see the figures of Xi, Big Yellow, and 2nd senior brother Xianxia. What's the name of this mountain? Lin Sun asked. Tao Suppression. Big Yellow's voice was ethereal. The place where Xianxia is sitting cross-legged is the Tao Suppression Cliff. Look at the torrent of order in this world. It's gathering the origin aura of countless great Tao. Once it's leaked, the entire Kunlun ruins will probably be destroyed. Lin Sun nodded and said, Senior, can you tell me about 4th senior brother now? Big Yellow fell silent for a moment and said, Your 4th senior brother's Taoist name is Ling Xuanzi. He's a genius with the most wisdom among the descendants of Mount Innerheart, Ling Xuanzi. He was born with wisdom and had 9 orifices in his heart. His spiritual sea was like a lotus. His talent was extraordinary and rare. When he was young, he became the disciple of the Master of the Heart. When he was 9 years old, he had already seen through the essence of the Saint Realm and made a great vow, all the laws in the world can't escape my eyes. All the Daos in the world should be controlled by me. All living beings in the world, seeing me is like seeing the heavens. 9 years old, he had crossed the shackles of the lower 5 realms and broken through the 9 tribulations of longevity to enter the Saint realm. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be shocking and unprecedented. What was even more shocking was the great vow Ling Xuanzi made: seeing me is like seeing the heavens. 10 years later, Ling Xuanzi found the Master of the Heart and said, "Master, from today onwards, I can enter the great Emperor realm." Can it be said that the pupil has surpassed the Master? In other words, the attainments of the great Tao that the Master mastered when he broke through the great Emperor realm back then were inferior to him. The Master of the Heart did not say a word and only let out a long sigh. As expected, on that day, Ling Xuanzi welcomed the great Emperor Tribulation and became a great emperor in one go. This matter caused a stir in Mount Fengsuan. The other descendants were all shocked and thought that Ling Xuanzi's talent could be said to be the best in the world. In the future, his achievements were destined to surpass them. However, not long after Ling Xuanzi became a great emperor, he encountered a calamity in his cultivation. In the deepest part of his Tao heart, there was a demon in his heart that erupted and he walked on the path of evil. At that time, Ling Xuanzi took advantage of the fact that the Master of the Heart was away to declare war on his fellow disciples. He wanted to determine the winner through a Tao discussion. If he lost, he would have to swear on his Tao heart to serve Ling Xuanzi as his master. If he won, he would destroy his own great Tao. This action was opposed by the descendants of Mount Fengsuan. They felt that Ling Xuanzi's action was too extreme and deviated from the Tao. Therefore, no one participated in the Tao discussion. However, Ling Xuanzi did not stop just like that. He took the initiative to fight and defeated over 10 senior and junior brothers in succession before imprisoning them. He said that he would make them willingly swear an oath to serve him as their master within 3 days. This action completely infuriated the other descendants of the heart and they decided to capture Ling Xuanzi together. However, before this internal battle could erupt, Ling Xuanzi was suppressed by the Master of the Heart who had returned to the sect with a single hand. He had been suppressed for countless years. Even though the heart gate had collapsed, Ling Xuanzi was still suppressed under the heart ruins. The Heart Master had once said, when Ling Xuanzi repents and dispels his inner demons and reconstructs his Tao heart, the seal will naturally be undone. The seal had yet to be broken, which obviously proved that Ling Xuanzi's inner demons had not been completely expelled. Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but sigh. He became a saint at the age of 9 and a peak great emperor 10 years later. One could imagine how heaven-defying and terrifying this fourth senior brother's aptitude was. Compared to him, the so-called geniuses in this world were simply not worth mentioning. Even Lin Sun himself, who was known as the first peak great emperor in 100,000 years, was far inferior to this fourth senior brother in terms of cultivation advancement. Lin Sun asked, "Senior, do you know what exactly my fourth senior brother's inner demons are?" "Seeing me is like seeing the heavens," said the restless bell. That was Ling Xuanzi's sage Tao grand wish. However, it had also become his inner demon. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered as he recalled the sage Tao grand wish he had made back then. He finally understood why those senior brothers and sisters were unwilling to mention fourth senior brother's name. The restless bell continued, "It's not a good thing to cultivate too quickly, especially for a heaven-defying genius like Ling Xuanzi. He advances at a tremendous speed on the path of Tao, but once he takes the wrong path, the consequences are simply unimaginable." Lin Sun said, "He's been suppressed for so long, so why did second senior brother give the order to kill fourth senior brother?" A few years ago, Xianxia went to the ultimate ruins to explore the heart ruins. In the end, although Xianxia escaped from the ultimate ruins, he suffered serious injuries. Lin Sun could not help but nod to himself when the restless bell said this. He also remembered this past. It was precisely because of this opportunity that Xianxia made a move and chose to fight Xianxia to the death in the Kunlun ruins. According to Xianxia's plan, the Tao suppression cliff suppresses the origin of all Taos in the world. It can imperceptibly counteract and resist the power of the Forbidden Order. In this way, killing the injured Xianxia should be as easy as flipping his hand. However, an accident happened during the battle. The lawless bell paused for a moment and sighed. During the battle, Xianxia had a thorough understanding of the great Tao energy and Tao techniques that Xianxia had mastered. It was as if he had seen through every single detail of Xianxia, causing Xianxia to suffer many dangerous situations. It was also at that time that Xianxia realized that Emperor Shi had probably mastered the imperial scripture of the Grand Tao, the true self and supremacy technique that he had personally created. In this world, only Ling Xuanzi, who was suppressed in the core ruins, possesses such an inheritance. Lin Sun's pupils contracted. Ling Xuanzi taught it to Shi. Lin Zhong Tian. Back then, Ling Xuanzi read through all the Taoist scriptures on Mount Fangsuan, and he possessed many inheritances. For example, the inheritances created by the Battle Emperor, Zhongqiu, Ruosu, and others were all given to Ling Xuanzi to comprehend and study. It's undeniable that Ling Xuanzi is a peerless genius from ancient times to the present. He can almost easily comprehend the Tao and Tao he wants to master. But it's also because he leaked Zhongqiu's inheritance to Shi Tian Emperor that Zhongqiu's plan was almost disrupted. Although Shi Tian Emperor was suppressed in the end, he also paid a heavy price for it. Hearing this, Lin Sun's eyes were full of cold light. If so, what's the difference between my fourth senior brother and a traitor? No wonder second senior brother wants to kill him. If such a disaster is not eliminated, the Tao of Tiandi sect will be affected. This can only prove that he has been resentful and paranoid in the countless years he has been suppressed. That's why he did such a thing. The restless bell sighed again and said, "It's really a pity. A cultivation genius that was difficult to come by throughout the ages should have possessed an unimaginably bright future, yet a devil had appeared in his heart and taken the wrong path. How could others not feel pity for him? No matter how great his talent and foundation are, if his heart is not in the right place, it will be a disaster. It's not a pity. If I were his master, I would have abolished him," Lin Sun said calmly. As they talked, they had already walked out of the forbidden area of the Tao-suppressing cliff. The restless bell suddenly turned into the size of a little finger and fell on Lin's hair like a pendant, saying, "Young friend, I have a deep relationship with your Mount Fangsuan's orthodoxy, which is why I helped your senior brother previously. I will also guide you on the way to the sinkhole, but if you encounter any killing, I'm sorry I can't help you." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Of course. I should solve the affairs between the descendants of Mountain Cun by myself. Thank you for your understanding." The restless bell seemed very peaceful. "In the past countless years, I have accompanied your senior brother Li Xianwei to the ancient Desolation territory and had the honor to meet the master of Tiandi sect and get his guidance. But I have never killed a living creature." "Not even one?" Lin Sun was surprised. "Not even one." The restless bell's voice was ethereal. "The sound of the bell is all living beings. I know that all living beings are suffering and can't bear to kill again. I can't control the killing intent of people in the world, but at least I can control myself not to kill. Your senior brother Li Xianwei once said that my great way is too stubborn and stupid. It's fake mercy. The real mercy should be to teach all living beings and then to free them from the suffering of the ups and downs of the world. But this is not my great way. My bell is to let all living beings have the time to be enlightened." "That's enough." After listening, Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Our paths are different. It's not stubbornness and stupidity. I think you can achieve what you have today because you are persistent." After a pause, he asked, "Senior, how should we go to the ultimate ruins?" "The ultimate ruins is the place where all the streams in the world converge. It is the source of the Flying Fairy River in Kunlun ruins. There is a space-time tunnel that can lead to the ultimate ruins," the restless bell said. Lin Sun thought for a while and started to act according to the guidance of the restless bell. Originally, he planned to go to the Peach Garden Secret Realm, Mount Yulong Secret Realm, and the Pilgrimage Platform Forbidden Area again. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Swish, Lin Sun's figure flickered and began to move forward. The Kunlun ruins was so big that even the restless bell couldn't tell how big it was. There were not only 3 forbidden and 9 secret places here, but also many other strange and unbelievable places. The Kunlun ruins was regarded as the ancestral court of the Great Way. Since ancient times, there had been rumors that the ancestral origin aura of all the Taos in the world could be found in the Kunlun ruins. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was not in the mood to explore them one by one. In fact, with his current cultivation realm, except for some of the rarest treasures in the world, ordinary small opportunities and small fortunes had long been ignored by him. 4 hours later. Under the guidance of the restless bell, Lin Sun arrived at a place where the sky and earth collapsed. The sky here had collapsed into one giant black hole after another. It was strangely still, but it was still enough to make one shudder. On the ground, there were deep ravines and abysses everywhere, densely packed and continuous. At the end of this strange world was a vast expanse of black nothingness. According to the Restless Bell, the Black Void was one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun, the nameless forbidden area. From ancient times until now, almost no one who entered it could return alive from the great perilous land of death. Lin Sun stood in the void and looked at the scene of the sky and earth collapsing. Then, he looked at the dark nameless forbidden area in the distance and could not help but feel awe. Even though he was a great emperor, when he arrived in this area, it made his hair stand on end and his heart palpitate uneasily. "Senior, do you know what's hidden in the nameless forbidden area?" Lin Sun asked. The Restless Bell said, "I heard that it's a broken path. It breaks the sky, the earth, the Great Way, and everything. There are also rumors that the nameless forbidden area is the origin of chaos born in the Kunlun ruins. As for what's hidden in it, I don't know either." After a pause, he said, "However, I heard that your master, the master of the square inch, seems to have explored the nameless forbidden area." Lin Sun was stunned and did not say anything more. Under the guidance of the Restless Bell, he soon found an incomparably huge ravine. In the deepest part of the ravine, light danced and the river surged, shining with dreamy divine brilliance. "The end of the fairy river is here," said the Restless Bell. "It's a spring that blends with the mysterious power of time and space. If you enter from the spring, you can teleport to the ultimate ruins." Lin Sun nodded. Without hesitation, he flashed into the bottom of the ravine. The river surged, creating rolling waves, and the misty, illusory luster flickered, appearing very mysterious. In just a moment, Lin Sun noticed the spring. It covered an area of 9 meters, like a crack in the deepest part of the earth, and the water of the fairy river flowed out from it. Looking closely, the spring emitted a misty aura of time, and the order of space interweaved, converging into the mysterious power of time and space. Without the guidance of the Restless Bell, Lin Sun dared not imagine that the source of the fairy river was such a wonderful scene. "Don't worry, my young friend. The power of time and space is extremely strong. When you enter it, you will not be hurt," said the Restless Bell. Lin Sun nodded and did not hesitate anymore. He got up and rushed into it. Splash, the river splashed. When the dreamlike power of time and space touched Lin Sun, a strange feeling like an electric shock surged all over his body. Almost at the same time, the origin spirit vein in his chest suddenly released an extremely scorching aura, like an ancient fierce beast that was awakened from its slumber. It was completely out of control. The spiritual vein seemed to have been starved for countless years. It released a terrible white light, turned into the shape of a big abyss, and swallowed the power of time and space. Boom! Near the spring, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the originally stable power of time and space was violently shaken. That scene shocked even Wu Zhuzhong. He immediately said, "Let's go." At this moment, Lin Sun only felt that his body was hot, and his body was in turmoil. The violent power of time and space rushed into the spiritual vein like a raging torrent, making him dizzy and dizzy. When he heard the voice of the Restless Bell, Lin Sun rushed to the spring almost instinctively. P.S. Asking for monthly votes. Besides, the Chinese New Year was coming at the end of the month, and the goldfish was worried about how to keep updating. Boom! The entrance of the spring seemed to turn into a storm whirlpool, splashing wild spacetime turbulence. Lin Sun's figure disappeared into the depths of the spring earlier, so he avoided the disaster. Otherwise, if he was swept by the spacetime turbulence, he would be torn into pieces in an instant. After a while, the spring returned to peace, but compared with the past, the spacetime power lingering nearby was obviously weaker. The stars moved, and the world was spinning. Lin Sun only felt that his whole body was boiling hot, and he was uncontrollably moved, with distorted and colorful light and shadow in front of him. Nobody knew how long it had been. Lin Sun's body gradually calmed down, and his drowsy consciousness also became clear little by little. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately noticed that the spiritual vein was crystallized, crystal clear, and there was an unparalleled power of time surging in it. That feeling was like a transparent bottle filled with flowing water. Even Lin Sun had a feeling that the starving spiritual vein finally had a full meal. However, there was no transformation, but it seemed that it would transform at any time. Lin Sun immediately realized that kind of wonderful feeling. Perhaps, when the spiritual vein completely refined the power of time it had swallowed, there would be a third transformation, that was the so-called third stage of the power of devouring abyss. However, it was still too dangerous at that time. A little mistake might. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he thought of the scene of spacetime disorder around the spring. "How do you feel now, my young friend?" The voice of Wu Ju-bel sounded with concern. "I'm fine now." Lin Sun took a deep breath, looked around, and found that he had come to a whirlpool portal. "Outside this portal is the entrance to the ultimate." Wu Ju-bel said, "However, you should be mentally prepared. Outside the ultimate is the soul oblivion sea. Under the oppression of the Great Way, your cultivation will be suppressed below the Emperor realm. However, as long as you enter the ultimate, your cultivation will be restored." Lin Sun nodded. The soul oblivion sea, it was connected to the deepest part of the East Sea of Xiao Empire, which was counted as the lower world. A long time ago, when the old priest and the old priest were dormant in the forbidden city of Xiao Empire, their power was also suppressed. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they could easily pierce through the heavens. As far as Lin knew, after the Taoist War broke out in primitive times, the ancient desolation, the origin of all Tao, was sunk, and its original power was lost and turned into the inferior world. In other words, the lower realms were formed from the core of the land of origin, for example, the ruins of End, the soul oblivion ocean, the Tao burial sea, the bloodthirsty battlefield. All these extremely mysterious places were located in the lower dimensions. How could Lin Sun not understand that the mortal world was by no means a barren and abandoned land, but had a great history, when he thought about how he was still in the Kunlun ruins earlier and how long had it been since he returned to the soul oblivion ocean? Lin Sun could not help but be in a daze. It had been decades since he entered the starry sky ancient path. Even Lin Sun did not expect that he would have the opportunity to return to the mortal world under such circumstances. Without delay, Lin Sun rushed into the vortex portal. A vast blue sea immediately appeared in his field of vision. As far as the eye could see, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The blue waves were vast and boundless. However, at the same time, Lin Sun also sensed the appearance of a law from the great Tao. It suppressed his aura until it fell below the Emperor realm, and only stabilized when it reached the perfection of the quasi-emperor realm. At the same time, the pressure of the great Tao law disappeared. The order law of this world is definitely not simple. Lin Sun stood on the blue sea with his hands behind his back and sighed with emotion. Back then, he was young and his cultivation was shallow, so he could not understand the wonders of this world. Now that he had returned, he was already the Tao Yuan Emperor who shocked the heavens of the starry sky. Only then did he understand how different the mortal world was. The restless bell said, "The starry sky ancient path is vast and includes all the worlds in the world. However, there is only one starry sky ancient path that leads to the Kunlun ruins. And this mortal world is equivalent to the ruins of End, so it is naturally extraordinary." Lin Sun looked around, and the memories of his youth surfaced in his mind bit by bit. He still remembered that he had been invited by Zhao Jingxian to set off from the Xiao Empire with a group of descendants of the numinous treasure Holy Land. They crossed the soul oblivion sea and arrived at the ruins of End safely. It was also in the Tao burial sea tomb that he met the three-legged golden toad's descendant, Old Toad Jin Dui. Later on, he and the Old Toad broke into the Demon Saint's secret realm and fought with the Dragon Whale clan, the Golden Phoenix clan, the Herculean Demon Ox clan, the Mysterious Turtle clan, the Cloud Monkey clan, the Feather Spirit clan, and so on. He encountered danger repeatedly and obtained fortuitous opportunities repeatedly. When he entered the core ruins, he used the Tower of Endless to obtain the teaching Daoham left behind by the master of the core ruins. It was also at that time that he was able to obtain the inheritance of First Senior Brother, the Battle Saint technique. Amidst the fierce competition between his opponents, thinking back to the past, Lin Sun could not help but feel a little adrift. Young, unknowingly, more than 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he was no longer young. When I'm done with Fourth Senior Brother, I must return to the Xiao Empire to take a look. Lin Sun secretly made a decision. Suddenly, a noisy voice sounded from afar. "Don't panic, everyone. The entrance to the ultimate has been appearing for more than a month. According to the Tao Master, all living beings in the world will have the opportunity to enter the core ruins within 3 months and listen to the Tao Master expound the mystery of the Great Tao. How can there be such a good thing in the world? This is called good fortune. Let's go. Above the blue sea in the distance, many figures appeared. Some were riding spiritual birds, some were sitting on the back of huge sea sharks, and some were flying on treasures. There were more than 100 of them, including men and women. It was quite a spectacular scene. The leader was a sage-like old man in a black robe. He stepped on an ancient sword and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked very natural and unrestrained. Lin Sun glanced over and immediately recognized the origin of these figures. In this sea area lived the survivors of the 10,000 primitive clans. They formed their own forces and survived to this day. When Lin Sun came here for the first time when he was young, he had witnessed the power of these survivors of the 10,000 primitive clans. Such as Niu Tunshan of the Herculean Ox clan, Kong Xiu of the Cloud-Striped clan, Meng Lianqing of the Golden Phoenix clan, and so on. The figures whizzing over in the distance were obviously from the forces of the 10,000 primitive clans. They belonged to different clans and looked strange. When they saw Lin Sun standing alone on the blue sea, the black-robed old man and others were stunned, but they didn't feel too strange. During this period, the sea area near the ultimate was unprecedentedly lively, attracting countless strong practitioners every day. No one was willing to waste time after just taking a glance at Lin Sun. The black-robed old man and others left directly. Eh? Suddenly, a slender figure stopped and looked at Lin Sun with a pair of eyes, revealing a startled expression. This was a woman that wore a light golden dress. Her figure was extremely tall, her appearance was peerlessly beautiful, her skin was jade white like snow, her jet black and beautiful hair hung down to her slender waist, and her entire body emanated a breathtaking, proud, and icy cold aura. As she stopped, some of the people around her stopped as well. They crowded around her and asked her questions with puzzlement in their eyes. Miss Lianqing knows this person? They were also looking at Lin Sun. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help but be a little startled as he recognized the beautiful woman's identity, Meng Lianqing. Back in the demon saint secret realm, Meng Lianqing was incomparably dazzling among the saints, like a goddess with peerless charm. However, Lin Sun and she were rivals, and in order to compete for the battle saint technique, they even had an extremely fierce conflict. At that time, Lin Sun fought against many and successively suppressed Niu Tunshan, Xianluozi, Graceful Kong, and other saints. After knowing that she was no match for him, Meng Lianqing chose to retreat. However, Lin Sun didn't expect to meet such an old friend as soon as he returned to the sea area near the ultimate. Lin Sun didn't know that after so many years, Meng Lianqing had already become an outstanding and dazzling figure among the 10,000 primitive clans. She was the first among the younger generation of the Golden Phoenix clan to reach the Quasi-Emperor realm. Her status was so high that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Over the years, among the 10,000 primitive clans, Meng Lianqing had become an existence that no major force could ignore. Coupled with her stunning appearance, she could be said to be a crane in a flock of chickens, and was regarded as a fairy by many young men. In fact, the young men with different expressions nearby were Meng Lianqing's admirers. They either had an extremely extraordinary background or had outstanding attainments in the Great Way. But at this moment, Meng Lianqing sometimes frowned, sometimes in a trance, and her clear eyes were also fluctuating, as if she was recalling the past. After a while, with a trace of doubt, she said, She came to the ultimate today, intending to listen to the Tao Master explain the mystery of the Great Way, but she didn't expect to see a familiar figure, which reminded her of the experience when she first entered the Demon Saint secret realm many years ago. That experience was like a nightmare. Although it had already passed for many years, every time she thought of it, she still felt a kind of unwillingness and bitterness. What's the matter? Lin Sun asked. He didn't intend to reveal his identity. The dispute in the past, in his eyes now, was completely like a small quarrel, not worth mentioning. But now, although his strength was suppressed, both his appearance and appearance had a qualitative transformation from when he was young. If he didn't want to be recognized, even great emperors who were familiar with him wouldn't be able to do so. In the face of Lin Sun's clear and calm eyes, Meng Lianqing was a little hesitant, and said, "I'm sorry, you look like an old friend of mine, I must have mistaken you for someone else. But, may I know your name?" "Dao Yuan," Lin Sun casually said his Taoist name. "Dao Yuan? Sure enough, it's not him." Meng Lianqing was startled, as if relieved of a heavy burden, but also a little disappointed, her clear eyes enshrouded with subtle complex emotions. Although the aura of this man called Dao Yuan was somewhat similar to that of the person in her memory, there was a clear difference. That person was arrogant and domineering. Although he was young, he was like the sun shining alone and had a heaven-defying killing power that could sweep through the crowd. Even when surrounded by a group of chosen, he was full of courage and acted as though no one was around. His entire person was like a peerless divine saber that could tear the sky apart and shine brightly. Back then in the demonic Saint Mystic realm, no one could compare to him and killed until everyone was terrified, but the Dao Yuan before her did not have that kind of style. He was too ordinary, like a cloud that could be seen at any time in the sky, without any edges or edges. Meng Lianqing also could not explain why she felt disappointed. Her emotions were subtle and complicated. According to common sense, she should have hated and rejected that youth from back then, but many years had passed and circumstances had changed. When she reached the quasi-emperor realm, she suddenly realized that the battles and killings back then were already a thing of the past. Only her heart still felt regret and unwillingness. "Sorry for disturbing you." Meng Lianqing calmed herself down and looked away, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Those young talents hurriedly chased after her. If not for Meng Lianqing, they would not even bother to look at a stranger like Lin Sun. Lin Sun was unperturbed by this. He thought about how he had killed so many great emperors in the starry sky over the years and how he had killed so many ancient orthodoxies that stood at the peak of the world. His power had long suppressed the starry sky and made people tremble in fear. Now that he was facing these people whose cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm, whether it was his state of mind or his knowledge, he looked down on them. Shaking his head, Lin Sun was about to head to the ultimate when a figure suddenly flew over from afar and greeted Lin Sun with a smile. "Brother Dao Yuan, are you also going to the ultimate to listen to Lord Dao Master expound on the mysteries of the great Dao?" As he spoke, he introduced himself. "I am Yan Wan of the Spirit Leaf clan." The Spirit Leaf clan was only a second-rate clan among the remnant forces of the 10,000 primordial races. Although Yan Wan was a chosen of the younger generation, his cultivation was only at the great saint level. "That's right." Lin Sun sized up Yan Wan and looked away. "Does Brother Dao Yuan know Fairy Meng Lianqing?" Yan Wan's eyes were filled with envy and even excitement. "She's one of the most dazzling beauties in the Soul Oblivion Ocean. It's hard for an ordinary clan leader to even meet Fairy Meng. She mistook me for someone else." Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. He finally understood that this guy took the initiative to talk to him because of Meng Lianqing. "Mistook me for someone else? Why didn't you mistake me?" Yan Wan had a look of disbelief on her face. "Furthermore, Fairy Meng is a quasi-emperor. Her eyes are as sharp as torches. Even if she mistook you for someone else, there must be another reason. In my opinion, brother, you might be in luck." "Lucky?" Lin Sun was stunned. Yan Wan said, "Brother, are you really muddle-headed or just pretending to be muddle-headed? That's Fairy Meng we're talking about. As long as you're in her good graces, with just a few pointers, your luck will change for the better and you'll be able to turn over a new leaf." His eyes and words were filled with envy. Lin Sun couldn't help but find it funny. He could see that Meng Lianqing was a goddess in this guy's heart, full of admiration and admiration. He didn't say anything more and flashed into the distance. "Brother, wait a moment." Yan Wan caught up with him. He seemed to be very familiar with Lin Sun. "Anyway, we're going to the ultimate. Let's go together. It'll be good to keep each other company." Lin Sun didn't reject it. He also happened to have a lot of questions to ask. "Can you tell me about the deeds of that Tao Master?" he asked. Although Yan Wan was a little confused, he happily told Lin Sun everything he knew. More than a month ago, the entrance to the ultimate appeared on the blue sea, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators entered it, but not only did they not encounter any danger, but they also heard the voice of a mysterious expert explaining the mysteries of the Great Way in front of the core ruins in the secret realm of demon saints. That mysterious expert called himself Tao Master and claimed to know the mysteries of all Tao in the heavens. The reason why he explained the mysteries of the Great Way was that he would soon prove his Tao and leave. He didn't want his cultivation to be buried, so he planned to find a successor. Anyone who went to listen to his preaching would have the opportunity to be accepted as his successor and inherit his mantle. In the beginning, everyone was doubtful, but as they listened to the Tao Master explain the mysteries of the Grand Tao, no matter who it was, all of them obtained great gains. Some experts even directly broke through while listening to the Grand Tao. Thus, it spread like wildfire, and in less than a month, all the survivors of the primeval race that resided in the depths of the soul oblivion sea found out about it, and it caused a great stir. In the recent period of time, countless cultivators had swarmed over here, and it caused the ruins of End to become extremely bustling. As time passed, there were more and more rumors about this Lord Tao Master. Rumor has it that he was an ancient emperor that possessed the power to cover the heavens and earth. His cultivation was so profound that it could shake the ages. There were also rumors that said the Tao Master was the owner of the core ruins, and he was a supreme existence that could roam proudly through the universe and shake the heavens since the primeval times. As she finished speaking, Yanwan's expression was covered in fervor and adoration. She said, "I didn't come here with the hope of becoming the Tao Master's personal disciple, but it's enough so long as I can listen to his teachings." He didn't notice at all that a wisp of imperceptible coldness had suffused Lin Sun's expression at this moment. What Tao Master? Lin Sun had a strong premonition that this fellow was probably his fourth senior brother, Ling Xuanzi. As for choosing a successor, it was complete nonsense. After all, Ling Xuanzi was still suppressed beneath the core ruins, so how could he have the mood to choose a disciple? He caused such a great commotion and attracted countless living beings to listen to his teachings. If this Tao Master is really fourth senior brother, then what's his objective for doing all this? Lin Sun's eyes surged. No matter what, I must eliminate this disaster that betrayed the sect this time. As they spoke, the rumbling of water resounded from afar, and it shook the heavens and the earth like a thunderclap. A large abyss had appeared above the blue sea in the distance, the abyss in the sea. As far as the eye could see, the seawater from all directions surged into the depths of the abyss like a myriad of streams returning to the source, and it caused terrifying rumbling sounds. That scene was exceptionally grand. A great abyss appeared in the middle of the ocean, devouring the seawater in all directions. It was immeasurably deep, as if it was the entrance to a mysterious world. Compared to this abyss, even the sun and moon seemed tiny, whereas, the treasured vessel was like a grain of sand when it approached it, and it seemed even more inconspicuous. This was Ruin's End. According to legend, every single river in the myriad of worlds and even the water of the Milky Way in the depths of the universe would converge within the mysterious and primitive ruins of End. It was said that at the beginning, Qinguishu was surrounded by 5 divine mountains, namely Yingzhou, Peng Lai, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao. Every divine mountain was 30,000 li in diameter, and the distance between the mountains was 70,000 zhang. The top of the mountain was connected to the Sea of Stars, and the bottom was connected to the 9 underworlds. "We're here," Yanwan said excitedly. Lin Sun's eyes were filled with emotions. When he first came to the sinkhole, he was still a youth. Now, he was completely different. The flowers were the same every year, but the people were different every year. In the sea near the sinkhole, there were already many figures rushing over. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and all of them were filled with anticipation and excitement. They formed dazzling divine rainbows and rushed in. Lin Sun saw the experts of the Dragon Whale clan, Xianxia clan, Yunho clan, Limu clan, Blood Lion clan, and other familiar clans. However, almost all of them were unfamiliar faces. Without any delay, Lin Sun set out as well, and Yanwan followed closely behind him. The conversations they had all along the way caused him to feel that this friend called Dao Yuan was really not bad. Dao Yuan was warm-hearted and warm, and it made him feel as if he was bathing in the spring breeze and felt like a bosom friend. He did not know that if the great emperors in the starry sky knew of this evaluation, they would be dumbfounded. That Dao Yuan emperor, whose hands were stained with the blood of the great emperors, was warm? Very warm. What a joke. The ruins of End was one of the 4 great Dao ruins. Rumor had it that it included many secret realms and mysterious forbidden areas. Just like the Kunlun ruins, no one knew how big the ruins of End was since ancient times. The Demon Saint Secret Realm was just one of them. Of course, the Demon Saint Secret Realm was just what the outside world called it. Now, Lin Sun already knew that the Demon Saint Secret Realm should be called the Secret Realm of Fengsuan. This was because a long time ago, the sect and foundation of Fengsuan Mountain's orthodoxy were entrenched in it. After entering the ruins of End, Lin Sun stepped into the Demon Saint Secret Realm for the second time. The power of the Great Way Law that was originally suppressing him also disappeared, allowing his cultivation to return to the fourth level of the Emperor Realm in an instant. However, in order to avoid alarming others and attracting unnecessary trouble, Lin Sun still concealed his aura below the Emperor Realm. Yan Wan, who had been following Lin Sun all the way, was completely unaware of this. "This is the Demon Saint Secret Realm of the Ruins of End?" Yan Wan exclaimed. Mountains rose and fell, and the world was vast. It was filled with a primitive and ancient aura. The world was enshrouded in thick and surging chaotic spiritual energy. The grass and trees were all crystal clear and flowing with treasure light. It was like a holy land where the gods lived. Obviously, it was Yan Wan's first time here. Lin Sun looked around, and all kinds of past experiences came to his mind. After identifying the direction, he flew straight forward. "Brother, where are you going?" Yan Wan hurriedly chased after him. "To listen to the teachings of the Tao Master, of course," Lin Sun said casually. Seeing that Yan Wan was catching up, he thought about it and finally slowed down. He hadn't been here for many years, so there was no need to be in a hurry. "You know the way?" Yan Wan was surprised. Lin Sun nodded but did not explain. At this moment, he seemed to be aware of something, and looked into the distance. Yan Wan couldn't help following his gaze and saw a graceful and beautiful figure. It was Meng Lianqing and the others. Yan Wan suddenly understood, yes, as long as we follow Fairy Meng's footsteps, we will definitely not go wrong. Many years ago, Fairy Meng once entered the ruins of End, and it is said that she obtained a lot of good fortune. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. This guy was really good at thinking, and actually thought that he was going to act with Meng Lianqing. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. At the same time, Meng Lianqing also noticed Lin Sun. She was startled for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. A complicated expression appeared on her beautiful face. After entering the ultimate, she couldn't help but recall the past. She couldn't help but think of the scene where she was defeated by that person. Now that she saw Dao Yuan, a man who was similar to that person, she was no longer as calm as before. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and looked at Lin Sun. "My friend, we meet again. Why don't we go to the core ruins together?" Everyone nearby was stunned. They had never seen Meng Lianqing take the initiative to invite someone of the opposite sex over all these years. Especially the young men around Meng Lianqing. They all frowned, but they still maintained their proper demeanor. However, the way they looked at Lin Sun already carried a trace of suspicion and hostility. Yan Wan was already excited. Her eyes shone as if she was even more excited than Lin Sun. She said, "Brother, do you remember what I said just now? Your luck is about to change." Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He was a peerless great emperor. Did he need to rely on a woman to change his luck? But before he could reply, Meng Lianqing had already taken the initiative to walk towards him. Her pale golden dress fluttered in the wind, and her skin was as white as snow. Her beautiful eyes were hazy as she stared at Lin Sun. Her red lips opened slightly as she sighed faintly, "My friend, please don't blame me. It's just that you're very similar to that old friend of mine. If it wasn't for the fact that you don't have his arrogant and domineering demeanor, I would have thought it was him standing in front of me." Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder it was said that a woman's intuition was incomparably terrifying. They hadn't seen each other for so many years, but Meng Lianqing had almost recognized him. At the same time, Lin Sun noticed that numerous divine senses were like shapeless spiderwebs that enveloped this area around him, and it seemed to be a type of silent warning that told him not to have any improper thoughts towards Meng Lianqing. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely severe. If it was somewhere else, Lin Sun would be able to kill the owner of these divine senses with just a slight display of his power as an emperor. But this was the ultimate after all. Lin Sun didn't intend to cause any trouble before he figured out the background of this Tao master. Of course, you can't be that person. If it was him from back then, being stared at by so many divine senses, he would have revealed his might long ago and suppressed everyone. Meng Lianqing's voice carried a trace of disappointment. These words made the owners of the divine senses feel somewhat uncomfortable. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Fairy Meng, who is that person you're talking about?" Meng Lianqing said casually, "You should have heard of him before. Many years ago, when the bottomless ruins opened, this person single-handedly dominated the demonic beast mystic realm and caused countless bloody massacres. Niu Tunshan of the Herculean Bull Demon clan, Kong Xiu of the Cloud Monkey clan, Xian Luozi of the Xian'ao clan." She spoke a string of names, and every single name caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble and their expressions to change. Because every single one of those names could be said to be existences that could sweep through the soul oblivion sea. In the end, Meng Lianqing said, these people were all defeated by him back then. If it wasn't for the protection of the life-soul bone talisman, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to walk out of the bottomless ruins. At the end, her beautiful eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor, as if she was whispering, back then, he alone suppressed all the heroes, and no one could defeat him. But in her heart, she sighed, he is still my nightmare, like a shadow that can't be driven away. Lin Sun. Someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone was agitated. Everyone's expression changed. They finally realized who Meng Lianqing was talking about. Although many years had passed since what happened back then, among the 10,000 ancient clans, who didn't know the demon god Lin who once defeated all the heroes, a group of saints with dazzling halos were all suppressed by him, this matter caused a lot of commotion back then. But now, Meng Lianqing said that the man in front of her was a bit like Lin Sun, so the expressions of everyone present changed subtly. Lin Sun listened and watched quietly. He couldn't help but feel strange. It had been so many years, but there was still someone in the soul oblivion sea who remembered him. This was out of Lin Sun's expectations. I've always wanted to defeat him. Otherwise, whenever I think of what happened back then, I can't help but feel depressed and unwilling. It's like a nightmare. Meng Lianqing's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Sun, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw his indifferent expression. It's a pity that you're not him after all. But no matter what, meeting you today made me realize that if I don't get rid of this nightmare in my heart, it will very likely affect my future cultivation. That's why I'm telling you so much. Lin Sun said, that person probably doesn't care about these things anymore. Miss, you should take it easy. To be honest, if he hadn't returned to the bottomless ruins this time, he would have almost forgotten about this fairy Meng who was the center of attention. Meng Lianqing restrained her emotions and smiled, you don't understand. Let's go to the core ruins together. With that, she turned around and walked forward. Lin Sun didn't refuse, and he walked forward as well. Yan Wan, who was so excited that her cheeks were flushed, hurriedly followed him. She gave Lin Sun a thumbs up and made a "brother, you're good" gesture, and he followed obediently at the side. His eyes were filled with admiration, infatuation, and fanaticism as he looked at Meng Lianqing's beautiful figure. It was the first time he followed behind the goddess he admired so closely. The young talents who'd always been around Meng Lianqing couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this, and their gazes towards Lin Sun became even more vigilant and repulsive. It was as if they saw him as a rival in love. Lin Sun was calm and composed, and he turned a blind eye to them. How could he possibly care about these small fries? If he did that, it would simply be lowering his status, and if word of it spread out, he would be the laughingstock. After all, it really wasn't nice to bully a group of small fries with the status of a peerless great emperor. Fortunately, these young talents were all proud of their extraordinary status. Although they wished for nothing more than to drive away this eyesore Lin Sun from Meng Lianqing's side, they still maintained a corresponding demeanor on the surface. Along the way, wherever Meng Lianqing went, the eyes of all the strong people along the way would be attracted by her. This was Meng Lianqing's current prestige and fame. She was extremely talented and elegant, just like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was destined to attract countless people's attention. As for Lin Sun who followed beside her, he also attracted a lot of attention, but most of them were surprised and puzzled. It seemed that they couldn't figure out the identity of this strange man who could walk side by side with Fairy Meng. But most people directly ignored Lin Sun. With Meng Lianqing's presence, her elegance was destined to overshadow others. This was also the first time since Lin Sun returned to the mortal world that he'd accidentally become a foil. If the big shots on the Starry Sky Ancient Road knew about this, they would definitely laugh to death. But Lin Sun still maintained a calm and composed attitude, as if in his eyes, there was only heaven and earth and all things, but no one was worthy of his attention. This time returning to the Demon Saint's secret land made him keenly find that it was completely different from before. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. It seems that in order to attract people to listen to Tao, he also spent a lot of effort. Lin Sun was lost in thought. The closer they got to the core ruins, the more cultivators they met on the way. In the end, there were dazzling escape lights everywhere, whistling forward like rain. After observation, to Lin Sun's surprise, there were some senior figures who had entered the Emperor Realm among them. Since when did the Emperor Realm appear in the mortal world? This discovery was unexpected to Lin Sun, and he was extremely surprised. After all, this was the mortal world. In the past, not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the Quasi-Emperor could be said to be in existence like a dragon in the sky, like a legend. However, when he thought of Du So and the old priest in the Zhou Empire, Lin Sun vaguely felt that perhaps during these years that he was away, some great changes had occurred in the mortal world that he wasn't aware of. While he was thinking, an ethereal sound of a bell suddenly resounded in the distance, reverberating in the sky and revealing a solemn feeling that calmed the heart. The figures who were originally hurrying along stopped talking, and their expressions became serious, even with a sense of piety, as they looked into the distance in unison. On the ground, there was a huge lotus-like mountain range, surrounded by 49 towering mountains, towering and magnificent, bathed in sacred chaotic qi. On the other hand, in the sky above the mountain range that was shaped like a lotus, there was a figure with his back towards all living beings. He sat high above in the 9 heavens, and his entire body was coiled with a myriad of strands of auspicious light and divine radiance. He was like a god of ancient legend, and he'd become the most divine existence beneath the sky. The core ruins, Tao Master, in an instant, countless figures, including Meng Lianqing, revealed a look of shock. As if they had seen the ruler, and when he arrived here, Lin Sun's heart also fluctuated. In the past, he, Old Toad and Zhao Jingxian climbed this mountain, and it was also here that he obtained the inheritance of the core ruins and the inheritance of the Dozhan Emperor. Now that he returned, the lotus-like mountain was still there, but compared to the past, there was a so-called Tao Master. Lin Sun looked over, and at a glance, he noticed that the figure sitting high in the 9th heaven with his back to all living beings was merely a projection of the will. Could it be my 4th senior brother? Brother, quickly find a place to sit down, Yan Wan said quickly. Lin Sun turned his head and saw that the figures who had rushed over had found a place nearby and sat cross-legged one by one. The region closest to the sacred mountain was already filled with people even before they arrived. They were densely packed, and covered the ground like a black tide. The number of people was more than 100,000. The world was solemn, and the atmosphere was tranquil. Everyone sat cross-legged with devout and serious expressions, and they were listening to the voice from above the 9th heaven expounding on the great Tao. In a trance, it seemed as if they had returned to the primeval times, and there was a Tao ancestor who had established a Taoist field and sat down to teach all living beings. Bursts of bell ringing, like the sound of nature, resounded between heaven and earth. What it described was the subtle meaning of the great Tao, and every word was like a gem, deafening to the deaf, and went straight to the heart. Everyone's cultivation was different, and their comprehension was different. But when they listened, they all gained something. Some showed an intoxicated look, some showed a thoughtful look, some were in a trance, some were beaming with joy. Lin Sun noticed that even some Emperor Realm figures were solemn and devout, listening attentively and meditating. Lin Sun was astonished by the scene. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lin Sun looked around, sat down casually, and became one of the countless devout believers. The figure with his back to all living beings was still expounding the profundities of the Great Way. The solution to the Great Way is nothing more than enlightenment. However, the Great Way comprehended by all living beings in the world is not the same. It's like a mountain that looks like a ridge from the side and a peak from the side. We cultivate wholeheartedly on the Great Way, but we're often obsessed with the Great Way. How can we solve such a problem? Different people have different methods. In my opinion, the ultimate goal of seeking the Great Way is to transcend the Great Way and experience the Great Way. Only in this way can we not be burdened by the Great Way. The grand voice was like a morning bell and evening drum, and it went straight to the heart. The words weren't obscure, but it caused people of different cultivation realms to have different understandings. After listening for a while, Lin Sun had to admit that the Tao Master's knowledge and understanding of the Great Way had simply reached a shocking level. Even an ordinary Emperor realm figure was probably unable to expound the subtleties of the Great Way in such a shallow, direct, and simple manner. The Great Way was the simplest. Expounding the Great Way was the same. The more obscure and complicated it was, the more it was unable to point to the essence of the Great Way. On the other hand, this Lord Tao Exalt was deeply skilled in the principle that the Grand Tao was the simplest. The profundities of the myriad of Taos in the world were easily comprehended by him, and he explained them one by one in an extremely interesting manner. Moreover, he was often able to give others a feeling of being filled with wisdom. It was no wonder that some Emperor realm figures would lie dormant and sit here devoutly like disciples listening to the teachings of their masters. They listened like this for a few hours. The number of cultivators around the core ruins was increasing, and none of those who had been listening to the Great Way were willing to leave. Up until now, Lin Sun hadn't noticed anything wrong. Because the Tao Master's expounding wasn't a trick to bewitch people, but a real teaching and dispelling doubts. But this puzzled Lin Sun. An existence with such a profound attainment in the Great Way was expounding the secrets of the Great Way to those cultivators who came here day and night. What was his purpose? Was it really as he claimed, that he wanted to choose a successor before he left to prove his Tao? Nearly 24 hours later, Lord Tao Master suddenly said, "In these 10 days, those who have been listening to the Great Tao can enter my courtyard and continue to listen. Remember, those who have not listened to the Great Tao for 10 days are not allowed to act on their own. Otherwise, I will expel them." As soon as he finished speaking, voila, in the originally silent and solemn area, a tide of people surged out like water. The dense mass of figures stood up excitedly, and their gazes were devout and fervent as they looked towards the same direction. At the same time, Lin Sun saw that in front of the huge lotus-shaped holy mountain, there was a colorful corridor leading to the depths of the holy mountain, which looked extremely mysterious. The crowd that stood up seemed to be fighting to be the first to rush into the tunnel. Regardless of how many people entered, they would immediately disappear. On the other hand, the other cultivators that didn't possess the qualifications revealed envious expressions, and they seemed to wish for nothing more than to follow closely behind Xianxia. Lin Sun's black eyes were surging. "What are you doing? Brother, you don't even know this?" Yan Wan was surprised. Meng Lianqing, who was sitting not far away, said, "Lord Tao Sovereign has stipulated that anyone who can listen to the Tao for 10 days will be able to enter Lord Tao Sovereign's courtyard and have the right to be selected. An opportunity to become a direct disciple." Since the Lord Tao Sovereign explained the Grand Tao a month ago, there have been at least 300,000 cultivators who have entered the courtyard. Supposedly, listening to the Grand Tao in the courtyard will allow one to obtain unimaginable benefits. Even if one isn't selected as a personal disciple in the end, the benefits one obtains are absolutely beyond imagination. Her clear eyes carried a trace of yearning and anticipation as well. This can be considered to be a form of selection during the selection of a personal disciple. No one would give up such an opportunity. Hearing Meng Lianqing's explanation, those young talents nearby all looked at Lin Sun with sarcasm in their eyes. It seemed that they didn't expect that this guy named Dao Yuan didn't even know these things and came here to listen to the Great Way. It was too ignorant. Of course, they felt it was even more unfair in their hearts because they'd never imagined that Meng Lianqing would personally explain for such an ignorant person. It was simply too enviable. Lin Sun didn't care about all of this at all, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart after he heard Meng Lianqing's explanation. Almost 300,000 cultivators have already entered the courtyard. Lin Sun asked, "Miss Meng, do you know if anyone has walked out of the courtyard during this period of time?" Meng Lianqing was stunned, and then she shook her head and said, "I don't think so." At this moment, a wave of roaring laughter resounded in the surroundings. What a joke! Being able to enter Lord Tao Sovereign's courtyard is a fortune that any cultivator dreams of. Unless one is expelled, only an idiot would leave. Brother Dao Yuan, aren't you a little too ignorant? Ignorant and ill-informed. I really don't know why Fairy Meng would think highly of a person like you. Those young geniuses had a belly full of rage since a long time ago, and they'd seized this opportunity to ridicule Lin Sun. They seemed to intend to fiercely suppress Lin Sun and make Meng Lianqing completely disappointed in Lin Sun. However, to their astonishment, Lin Sun hadn't said anything when he suffered such ridicule. When Meng Lianqing frowned and said, "Everyone, this is Lord Dao Sovereign's place. Aren't all of you afraid of offending Lord Dao Sovereign by making such noise?" Everyone was speechless while their expressions changed indeterminately, and they felt even more indignant in their hearts while the gazes they shot at Lin Sun grew even more hostile. However, Lin Sun disregarded them once more. His brows knit together tightly as he acutely noticed that something was off. Even if it's to choose an inheritor, why would a few hundreds of thousands of cultivators be allowed to enter the unknown courtyard? What kind of secrets were hidden within the sect courtyard? In the distance, the cultivators that stood up and left quickly vanished, and the passageway that overflowed with multicolored flowing lights vanished along with them. On the other hand, the figure that sat high up in the sky with its back towards all living beings started to expound on the profundities of the Grand Tao once more. In next to no time, all the cultivators were immersed within it, and the atmosphere was solemn and peaceful. Only Lin Sun frowned while his dark eyes flickered. If it was possible, he wanted to go take a look at the so-called courtyard right now. It was too strange. The ultimate continued to open, and the Demon Saint secret realm was completely free of danger. Countless cultivators came in droves just for the sake of listening to the profundities of the Grand Tao. All of this seemed solemn and peaceful, but Lin Sun knew very well that Shi Tiandi had just left this place with injuries a few years ago. Moreover, a monstrous genius that could be called an eternal genius was suppressed beneath the core ruins, Ling Xuanzi. My young friend, the situation isn't good. Suddenly, the lawless bell that had shrunk to the size of a pinky and hung on the tip of Lin Sun's hair spoke abruptly. I sense that the energy of all living beings in the core ruins is being sacrificed. The energy of all living beings in the core ruins is pouring into a seal. I suspect that all of this is Ling Xuanzi's plan. He seems to be using the energy of the sacrifice to break the seal that's suppressing him. Sacrifice, Lin Sun's heart shook. If that's really the case, doesn't it mean that hundreds of thousands of cultivators have lost their lives here in merely a month? Oh no, he sensed my reaction. The lawless bell's voice was filled with alarm. Right at this moment, the voice that was expounding on the Grand Tao suddenly stopped. At the same time, a will that was filled with supreme dignity swept silently towards Lin Sun. My young friend, why are you the only one who was absent-minded when I was expounding on the Grand Tao? The sonorous voice resounded. All the cultivators who were immersed in listening were stunned, and they raised their heads in bewilderment. They didn't understand what was going on. Moreover, many gazes looked towards the area where Lin Sun was. The expressions of Meng Lianqing and the youths nearby changed, and they felt uncomfortable all over. What's going on? Right in this oppressive and bewildered atmosphere, Lin Sun stood up, and his tall figure instantly attracted the attention of countless gazes. His dark eyes were deep as he looked at the figure that sat high up in the sky, and he said indifferently, "Your Grand Tao is bullshit to me. Why should I let it dirty my ears?" Whoosh, at this moment, everyone present was shocked, and countless people were dumbfounded. Never had they imagined that there would actually be someone in this world who dared to evaluate the Grand Tao that Lord Tao Master was expounding on. It was simply crazy. Yan Wan, who had been sitting on Lin Sun's side, was also completely dumbfounded, and his soul almost jumped out of his body. This was the Taoist field of Lord Tao Master. How could Brother Dao Yuan? How could? He suddenly grabbed the corner of Lin Sun's clothes and stammered, "Brother, quick, apologize to Lord Tao Master, quick." His face was pale, and his mind was in a daze. How could Lord Tao Master, who was admired by countless people, be slandered and humiliated like this? At the same time, Meng Lianqing was also stunned. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary man would say such nonsense. And the youths around her also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Was this guy crazy? Immediately afterward, the whole audience became restless. Countless cultivators seemed to be irritated and shouted one after another, "How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Kneel down and apologize to Lord Townmaster. Who is this man? Which tribe does he belong to? He's so arrogant. How dare you regard Townmaster's Tao as nonsense? You deserve to die. All kinds of angry voices exploded like a pot, resounding through the world, making Lin Sun the target of thousands of accusations and curses. Brother! Hurry up, apologize. Don't you want to live? At this moment, Yanwan didn't stay out of the matter, but anxiously persuaded Lin Sun, which surprised Lin Sun a little. He thought in his heart that after solving the matter here, he could give this man a good fortune, so that he wouldn't be disappointed in his protection. Bastard, kneel down and apologize. In the midst of the crowd's indignation, a figure rushed over and raised his hand to pat Lin Sun's shoulder. It was a red-robed old man in the quasi-emperor realm. Among the remnants of the 10,000 primitive tribes, he could be regarded as a big shot. Seeing him make a bold move, the others were stunned at first, and then immediately understood that he wanted to show off to Lord Townmaster and take this opportunity to claim credit. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Suddenly, many experts in the field were ready to take action. In their view, if they could kill Lin Sun, the heretic, they might be able to win the favor of the Townmaster, and maybe they would soar to the sky. Kneel down. The red-robed man roared with awe-inspiring righteousness. He had already rushed to Lin Sun, but his figure was still in the air. As Lin Sun raised his eyes, he glanced at him. Bang! The red-robed old man, together with his divine soul, was shattered into countless pieces, exploded into blood mist, and dissipated in the void, frightening the people nearby to scream. At this moment, countless people in this world were astonished. They were shocked by this bloody scene. A quasi-emperor, in today's Soul Oblivion Sea, he could be regarded as a giant below the emperor realm. As the saying goes, if the emperor realm did not appear, the quasi-emperor would be respected. But now, he just died in the void after being glanced at. It was so simple, so easy, and he died just like that. Many people were stiff and confused, thinking that they were dazzled. The whole field was silent. Those who were ready to take action also felt cold in their hearts and their expressions changed. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Yanwan, Meng Lianqing, and those young talents beside Lin Sun, who couldn't believe what they saw. A quasi-emperor was killed in such a bizarre way, and the most terrible thing was that it happened under the eyes of the Townmaster. It should be known that in the hearts of these cultivators, the Townmaster was like a god in heaven. Who dared to do such an offensive thing? But Lin Sun seemed to have no scruples at all. You're just going to stand there and watch. That person just now jumped out to die in order to protect your dignity. And in this shocked and silent atmosphere, Lin Sun said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Who will help me to kill this evil? Above the ninth heaven, the figure with his back to all living beings never looked back, only uttered a loud voice. As soon as the voice died away. I will. Townmaster, please calm down. I will kill this heretic. A few figures stood out, and every single one of them was stronger than the last. Their entire bodies suffused with the pressure of an emperor realm expert, and it swept towards the surroundings like a tsunami. It caused a wave of chaos in the surroundings, and many cultivators were shocked to the point of dodging. At this moment, Yanwan was terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground. She recognized these figures. They were all Emperor Realm monsters that hadn't appeared for a long time. Every single one of them possessed a heaven-overflowing might that suppressed the world. Meng Lianqing's expression changed. She stared at Lin Sun as if she was trying to identify something. The young men around her all panicked. They got up and moved away from Lin Sun one after another, for fear that they would be affected if they got too close to Lin Sun. Fairy Meng, get out of the way quickly. This god of plagues doesn't want to live anymore. You can't be affected by it. Miss Lianqing, quickly dodge. These young prodigies spoke one after another, revealing anxious expressions. Dodge it. Lin Sun glanced at Meng Lianqing, and his voice was indifferent. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and Meng Lianqing and Yanwan were both teleported away. Meng Lianqing seemed as if she'd awoken from a dream, and her gaze was complicated. Only now did she realize that she'd been deceived. This ordinary and mediocre fellow was able to send her away without her noticing. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? But, Was he the same person from back then? A total of 6 Emperor realm figures had already swept over, and their eyes were cold. One of them, a white-haired man in a black robe, scolded coldly, "Evil creature, how dare you make trouble here? Even if Tao Master doesn't say anything, I won't spare you." His voice rumbled and stirred the whole place. The pressure of an Emperor realm expert disturbed the wind and clouds, making countless people gasp in shock. Lin Sun ignored him. In these years, he had killed countless Emperor realm existences. Even the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land realm were uprooted. How could he care about the provocation of a few Emperor realm experts? He looked at the figure in the distance and said, "If they die, you will lose a lot of power when you sacrifice them. Don't you care? Or are you planning to use these people to test my strength?" Sacrifice? Many people were confused. Die. At this time, the white-haired man in a black robe took the lead to attack. He released the pressure of an Emperor realm expert. Boom, his 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed the air. The terrible Emperor realm law was shining brightly and turned into a huge palm to cover Lin Sun. But Lin Sun only said one word softly, "Get lost." One word, but it made the world chaotic. The densely packed figures in the field were shaken to the side. Blood spurted from their mouths and noses, and they saw stars in front of their eyes. The huge hand that enveloped Lin Sun suddenly burst into pieces, and the black-robed, white-haired man seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body was shaken and sent flying backward, smashing the void into pieces. He flew out for an unknown number of meters before finally falling to the ground. His body was already bloody and broken, and his internal organs were all cracked. He let out a painful scream. The other Emperor realm experts who were about to attack saw this and felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their hands and feet were cold and their souls almost left their bodies. Just one word and he had severely injured an old monster in the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. This was unheard of and unseen. The originally solemn and silent world was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic, and every single person's face was filled with astonishment. That was an Emperor realm expert. How could he be defeated so badly? The eyes of the young talents who were hiding far away almost fell out of their sockets. They were completely shocked. Some people's teeth were chattering, and they were terrified out of their wits. All along the way, they'd ridiculed and rejected Lin Sun on more than one occasion. Who would have dared to imagine that such an ordinary young man would actually possess such world-shaking might? Meng Lianqing was stunned on the spot, and her heart trembled. Earlier, she'd suspected that Dao Yuan was that person from all those years ago. But now, she didn't dare be sure. Lightly speaking the tune of the Dao and heavily injuring an Emperor realm expert. Even if it was that person from all those years ago who'd cultivated for a few tens of years, it would probably be impossible for him to accomplish this, right? The surroundings were in chaos, and cries of shock resounded throughout the surroundings. Right at this moment, Lin Sun's imposing aura that he'd always restrained swept out. Bang, the heavens and the earth trembled while the Grand Dao rumbled. The clouds in the surroundings collapsed. Lin Sun seemed to have become a completely different person. His tall figure flowed with the glow of the Dao and was coiled by divine radiance. As he stood there casually, he seemed mighty like a god from beyond the heavens, lofty, and awe-inspiring. At this instant, the surroundings were deathly silent. All the cultivators were terrified, and even the imperial emperors gasped while their scalps went numb. The oppressive force that assaulted their faces caused their hearts to palpitate, and they felt like they were suffocating and about to collapse. In fact, this wasn't Lin Sun releasing his aura on purpose, but it was a type of aura that he naturally emanated at his current cultivation level. This was the aura of Great Emperor Juyin. It was an aura that he'd tempered after killing countless imperial emperors with his own hands and tempering his imperial bloodline and imperial mandate. When mortals saw him, it was like seeing a god, and they could only prostrate themselves before him. When cultivators saw him, it was like seeing the ruler of the Grand Dao, and they could only look up to him. Amidst this deathly silent atmosphere, the figure that sat cross-legged in the sky with his back towards all living beings finally turned around slowly. His figure was enveloped by boundless glow of the Dao, and he was dazzling like the scorching sun in the sky, mighty and boundless. At this instant, the eyes of all the cultivators present here felt a piercing pain, and they couldn't open their eyes. The Lord Tao Venerable had turned around, the surroundings were deathly silent, and the hearts of countless people surged as if they'd seen hope. We're ashamed of our inferiority and we're unable to capture our opponent. I hope the Lord Tao Venerable can forgive us. An Emperor Realm strongman showed a look of shame. Please, the Lord Tao Venerable, suppress this bastard. Another person spoke and begged. The Lord Tao Venerable directly ignored these emperors, and looked at Lin Sun with his eyes that were as bright as the sun, and his voice was loud and full of joy. Lin Sun, Lin Daoyuan, the 50th successor of the mind formula, the only lotus that Master has been waiting for thousands of years, it's really you. Let me guess, it's second senior brother who sent you here, right? Junior brother? His voice seemed very happy, and it rumbled between heaven and earth. His words caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Junior brother. The guy who suddenly appeared and regarded the Tao Venerable as nonsense was actually the junior brother of the Tao Venerable. The emperors who had begged the Lord Tao Venerable before turned green and were completely at a loss. Lin Sun. Lin Sun, it's really you. At this moment, Meng Lianqing suddenly opened her beautiful eyes as if she was struck by lightning, and she stared at Lin Sun's figure. There was relief, shock, and indescribable complexity in her expression. She wanted to get rid of the shadow in her heart. But now she found that this shadow was like a brand, and it was difficult to get rid of it. This made her even have no strength to refuse. Only an indescribable sense of loss was left. She probably didn't expect that after so many years, she thought she had the power to surpass Lin Sun. Who would have thought that Lin Sun had already reached a height that she could only look up to and couldn't reach? Lin Sun, those young talents were also dumbfounded, and they all felt like collapsing. Of course, they knew how terrifying that person was, but they didn't expect that when they met again, he could already treat emperors like ants. For the rest of their lives, they would probably live in fear of being dominated by Lin Sun. As for Yan Wan, she had already fainted a long time ago. How can a traitor like you call him junior brother? Lin Sun said indifferently, back then, Master spared your life and let you repent here, turn over a new leaf, and rebuild your state of mind. But you didn't repent, and became obsessed with obsession. You even revealed second senior brother's inheritance of the great way to Xianxia. You deserve to die. Become obsessed with obsession? Ling Xuanzi, who had transformed into Lord Tao, smiled. Junior brother, you can't speak of such things carelessly. It's the first time we've met, so let's not discuss those old matters. Otherwise, if these cultivators here hear it, it will damage the reputation of our Mind Mountain. What do you think? Lin Sun said indifferently, I think that if you atone with your death now, you can preserve the reputation of Mind Mountain. Ling Xuanzi let out a long sigh. It seems that you have a deep prejudice against me, junior brother. Did second senior brother tell you that I, Ling Xuanzi, was suppressed here because I went astray? Wrong. As he spoke, Ling Xuanzi stood up from his cross-legged position, and the light of the Tao spread out from his body, illuminating the heavens and the earth, causing him to seem arrogant and proud. The reason I was suppressed all those years ago was because Master and I had different views towards the Great Way. Otherwise, why didn't Master kill me but only suppress me? After being pointed out by Star Cluster Galaxy's disciple, Meng Lianqing has already received a bento box earlier. This is not a very serious bug, but here, I still apologize to everyone. Fortunately, Meng Lianqing is just a middleman and won't affect the main plot. She will disappear soon. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. The struggle for the Great Way. Ling Xuanzi's words seemed extremely disdainful and even arrogant. At that time, he was just a disciple, but he dared to clamor that it was because of the dispute between him and his master. How arrogant! Based on these words alone, Lin Sun concluded that it was impossible for Ling Xuanzi to have any repentance during the countless years of being suppressed, and it was impossible for him to turn over a new leaf. Lin Sun's voice was cold. Ling Xuanzi, I just want to ask you, did you leak the second senior brother's inheritance of the Great Way to Xianxia? Ling Xuanzi smiled and said, little junior brother, you came here with prejudice, so you probably know nothing about the past. Aren't you going to ask who heavily injured that old geezer, Luo Yunshi? Lin Sun frowned. Luo Yunshi must be the real name of Xianxia. To be honest, he really didn't know how Xianxia was injured. Ling Xuanzi let out a long sigh when he saw this. Little junior brother, this is the first time we've met, so I hope you'll put down the prejudice in your heart. You must not allow prejudice to blind your state of mind. Lin Sun's black eyes surged and said, do you think I'm here to talk about right and wrong with you? But at least, you know very little about the past. Ling Xuanzi said, and I believe that you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. Even if you want to kill me, you don't have to be in a hurry. Lin Sun said, what do you want? Ling Xuanzi smiled indifferently and suddenly made a grand Dao sound. Today, I, Ling Xuanzi, will discuss with my junior brother here. No matter who wins or loses, I'll let you open your eyes and see whose great way is better. Every word resounded through the world like the sonorous voice of the great way. What? All the people present were stunned as if they couldn't believe it, and then they all became excited. In their hearts, Tao Master was like a supreme ruler that they could only look up to and revere. Before this, Lin Sun had already proved his terrifying and boundless combat strength through the means he revealed. Coupled with the fact that Tao Master personally acknowledged him as the little junior brother, this made everyone realize that it was absolutely a great fortune for them to be able to witness such an unparalleled Tao discussion with their own eyes. As for what kind of benefits they could reap, it had long been forgotten. What a joke! Being able to witness such an unprecedented battle with one's own two eyes was already a blessing that cultivators in the world couldn't even hope for. The emperors were filled with excitement and anticipation. Meng Lianqing, Yan Wan, and others couldn't help but be stunned. Since Tao Master said so, didn't it mean that Lin Sun was qualified to discuss Tao with him? Thinking that Lin Sun had reached such a level in cultivation after decades, they felt like they were in a trance in a dream. Sparring? At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Exactly. I found out a long time ago from Luo Yunshi that you possess heaven-defying natural talent, and you're taken to be the escaped one amongst the disciples of Mount Innerheart. Even Master waited for an eternity before a disciple like you arrived. This is sufficient to prove that in the eyes of Master, the grand Tao that little junior brother possesses is the grand Tao that he wishes to see the most. After a pause, Ling Xuanzi continued, as for me, I don't think so. All those years ago, I was suppressed here for countless years because of the battle for the grand Tao. Now, if I can defeat you in the sparring, then it's sufficient to prove one thing. That is, Master, was wrong all those years ago. And the grand Tao that I, Ling Xuanzi, pursue is the true supreme grand Tao. As he finished speaking, his words were filled with disdain, confidence, and absolute conceit. These were his heartfelt thoughts. Even though he was suppressed for countless years, he never thought that the grand Tao that he pursued was wrong, nor did he think that he had gone astray. All of this was nothing more than a battle for the grand Tao. Sooner or later, he would personally look for Master and prove it to Master with his own grand Tao. He would make Master personally admit how wrong his views were all those years ago. Now, the first person he wanted to conquer was this little junior brother who had escaped one of the 49 heavenly divination. The surroundings were deathly silent. After saying that, Ling Xuanzi waved his sleeve and all the cultivators near the core ruins, regardless of their cultivation level, were teleported far away. Only Lin Sun, who was standing in front of the mountain, and Ling Xuanzi, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, were left in the empty space. The two brothers faced each other. The atmosphere was oppressive. At the same time, in a mysterious canyon far away from the core ruins, Old Toad, dressed in a golden robe, danced with joy. It's Big Brother. Big Brother must be here to save us. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, oh my god, are we finally going to leave this godforsaken place? Alu also shouted with a grin. It's indeed Master. Little Silver crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled brightly. On his shoulder, the demonic sky-split butterfly fluttered its wings happily. Don't celebrate too early. That guy who calls himself Lord Tao Master has already proven how terrifying his cultivation is by expounding on the Grand Tao. Even though Lin Sun is now an emperor, it won't be easy for him to win this sparring match. Only Ah Hu had a trace of worry in her starry eyes. Although she, Old Toad, Alu and the others hadn't been able to walk out of the canyon, they could still hear the voices from the outside world. When the Lord Tao Sovereign started to expound on the Grand Tao for the first time, all of them listened at the first possible moment. Up until now, even they felt that they'd benefited greatly from it, and they often felt as if they'd been enlightened. Moreover, they felt reverence towards the Lord Tao Sovereign. But when Lin Sun appeared, they suddenly realized that although this Lord Dao Master was Lin Sun's senior brother, they were clearly enemies. Unfortunately, this canyon was filled with obscure Grand Dao restrictions that made it impossible for them to transmit their voices out. They could only feel anxious in their hearts. Since Big Brother dared to come, he must be very confident. Ahu, you don't have to worry too much. Old Toad was in high spirits and full of confidence. Although I don't like this kid sometimes, I have to admit that he never fights a battle. He's not confident in. This time will definitely be no exception. The big black bird strolled over from afar, still carrying a big black pot on his back. He looked sneaky and naturally had a wretched charm. Ahu was about to say something when there was a commotion outside. She, Old Toad, Alu, Little Silver and the big black bird immediately held their breaths and listened attentively. You can prove Master wrong by defeating me? Lin Sun sneered in front of the core ruins. This Ling Xuanzi was clearly paranoid and had great resentment in his heart. He couldn't be bothered to say more and said directly, Ling Xuanzi, how do you want to discuss Dao? Junior brother, are you impatient? Ling Xuanzi smiled calmly. It's very simple. Since it's a battle of the Grand Dao, you should naturally fight with your own cultivation. I won't bully you. We'll start from the lower 5 realms, then the Longevity realm, the Sage realm, the Quasi-Emperor realm, all the way to the Jew Emperor realm. There are 5 major realms in total. That's 5 rounds of Dao discussion. As long as you can win once, I'll answer one of your questions. If I lose in the final 5 rounds of Dao discussion, then I'll be at your disposal, junior brother. At this point, monstrous divine flame surged in Ling Xuanzi's eyes, and he looked disdainfully like a god. If you lose in the end, I won't make things difficult for you. I just need to leave behind a portion of your inheritance. The rules weren't complicated. The final outcome of the 5 rounds of Dao discussion was destined to be decided. Countless cultivators in the distance couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. The reason why Lord Taishan proposed such a unique method of discussion was obviously to suppress Lin Sun in the different realms of the Grand Dao, so as to show that his path of Dao was indisputably superior. Lin Sun said after hearing this, you want me to leave behind an inheritance? He really didn't expect Ling Xuanzi to make such a request. Don't worry, I'm not coveting your inheritance, Ling Xuanzi said indifferently. Instead, he has to wait until he meets Master in the future to prove that the lotus he has been waiting for is nothing more than this. Lin Sun realized that at the bottom of it all, Ling Xuanzi's heart was filled with resentment towards his master, and it was resentment that couldn't be resolved even after being suppressed for countless years. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, are you sure you want to do this? Everyone was astounded. As far as they were concerned, Lin Sun's tone seemed as if he was afraid that Lord Taishan would go back on his word, and it was too arrogant. After all, the rules of the Dao discussion were proposed by Lord Taishan, so how could he be afraid? I'm sure. Ling Xuanzi's expression was calm, and he revealed absolute composure. You won't go back on your word? Lin Sun seemed to still be in disbelief. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but laugh, and he pointed at Lin Sun from afar. Junior brother, there's never been a fickle and despicable person among the descendants of Mount Innerheart, and I, Ling Xuanzi, am afraid that few can compare to me in terms of breadth of mind, boldness, and insight. Even if Master and eldest senior brother are here, they can't find fault with me. Back then, when he was only 19 years old, on the eve of Zhu Ming becoming an emperor, he had once said in front of his master, the Master of Heart, that from today onwards, his great Dao would surpass his master. At that time, who in the entire Mount Innerheart would have the foundation and courage to say such words to his master? He, Ling Xuanzi, dared to do what others didn't, not because he was arrogant, but because he had an absolute foundation. Although Xianxia was conceited and proud, how could he compare to him back then? But now, this junior brother whom he had never met before suspected that he would go back on his word during the Dao discussion. This made Ling Xuanzi feel that it was ridiculous, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad and indignant. His eyes were deep. I can tell that those senior brothers and junior brothers have never said anything good about me, Ling Xuanzi, all these years. However, Lin Sun said indifferently, you've misunderstood this time. Those senior brothers and senior sisters can't be bothered to mention a word about you. If it wasn't for second senior brother telling me this time, how would I know that the so-called fourth senior brother is actually a traitor? Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and he lowered his head in silence. When he raised his head again, his expression was full of calmness, and he said calmly and casually, "Junior brother, your prejudice against me is deeply rooted in your heart, and it can't be changed. But I believe that when you lose in the Tao discussion, you will feel guilty for what you said just now." Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lin Sun said indifferently, "It's impossible for me to lose. Cut the crap and let's begin." Boom, the aura around him suddenly decreased and was constantly suppressed until it revealed the cultivation of the reincarnation developing realm. Seeing this, Ling Xuanzi, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, said, "No, since I want you to be completely defeated in my Tao, I should naturally start from the most basic true martial realm." Lin Sun didn't waste any time and suppressed his cultivation to the true martial realm. At the same time, he looked at Ling Xuanzi. He was very curious about what the suppressed Ling Xuanzi would use to fight him. "Little junior brother, there's no need to use my main body in the battle of Tao. I only need to use my Dharma form." As he spoke, Ling Xuanzi stood up and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared 30 meters in front of Lin Sun. He smiled faintly, "This is the power of my willpower and my cultivation. Feel free to attack. I guarantee that this will be the fairest battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around him was suppressed as well, revealing the aura of the true martial realm. At this moment, the cultivators who were watching this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. The true martial realm was the introductory realm of cultivation, and it was divided into 9 levels. This realm could lay the foundation of a cultivator's Tao. The 9 levels of the platform were built from the earth. Because this realm was too basic, some of the more profound cultivators rarely paid attention to the battle of this realm. If it wasn't for Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun's identities, they might not even pay attention to such a basic Tao discussion. "Little junior brother, please," Ling Xuanzi said calmly. He stood casually, but his entire body revealed an aura that was compatible with heaven and earth and resonated with all things. Just this posture alone gave off a feeling of invulnerability. Lin Sun took a glance and punched out without hesitation. It was simple, direct, and even unreasonable. If Ling Xuanzi's aura was that of perfection, then Lin Sun's punch was like a punch that didn't put the Tao in his eyes at all. It was as if he wanted to break the cage and blast everything away. Ling Xuanzi's eyes lit up. He raised his arms as if he was hugging Tai Chi, and his body stretched out like a crane dancing in the air. It was ethereal and simple like the Tao. Bang, Lin Sun's punch was blocked. Countless fine cracks suddenly appeared on the ground beneath their feet, and smoke and dust filled the air. Lin Sun's punches were big and powerful. Every punch seemed to break the void, sink the mountains and rivers, and break the world. The strong fist wind burst out and rumbled. Ling Xuanzi countered every move and executed all sorts of profound techniques in a calm manner. In an instant, the two of them had already fought a few hundred times. The commotion wasn't huge, yet it was horrifying. It caused all the cultivators that were paying attention to this battle to reveal more and more solemn expressions. In the end, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads while their hearts shook. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a true martial realm, the most basic realm, could actually produce such a heaven-defying power. No one was a fool. Compared to the strength they had grasped when they were in the true martial realm, the difference was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Even Emperor realm existences couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. The true martial realm was extremely common. However, at the hands of the 2 disciples of Feng Xiyuan, they developed this state to an unprecedented state. This was simply incredible. "Junior brother, if it weren't for the fact that Master didn't want me to go out to travel, I could be ranked in the top 3 since ancient times with my attainments in the true martial realm." While fighting, Ling Xuanzi spoke calmly, and his words were full of arrogance and conceit. "How is it compared to senior brother Pujin?" Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Junior brother Pujin is a late bloomer. He spent 100 years on the path of the true martial realm, and I was only a 7-year-old child when I broke through to the peak of the true martial realm. But you're not as good as senior brother Pujin." As Lin Sun said, a sharp light flashed in his black eyes. He bent his arm, stretched out his 5 fingers like a cage that covered the sky, and suddenly pressed down. Boom, the world seemed to be absolutely imprisoned and suppressed. Ling Xuanzi's pupils shrank, and he slapped back with his palm. Although he blocked the blow, he was shaken and staggered back a few steps. There was a burst of exclamation in the distance. No one had expected that Tao Master would show his weakness. At this moment, Lin Sun said calmly, "And you are even worse than me." As early as in the world of samsara of nirvana heaven, he was at the peak of true martial realm and won the title of the first in all the heavens. It should be noted that before Lin Sun, Pu Zhen had always been the first. Ling Xuanzi didn't dare to say that he could win against Pu Zhen before, so how could he be Lin Sun's opponent? Interesting. Ling Xuanzi stood firm, looked at Lin Sun up and down, and said, "You deserve to be my junior brother." Boom, the momentum around him changed, showing the cultivation of Gang Spirit Realm, and his whole momentum became as sharp as a sword, dazzling. "Come again." He pointed at everything with his palm, and a sword chi emerged. A rain of light flew, as vast as the sky, as if to oppress all living beings in the world. Lin Sun sneered, "In this realm, you can't do it either." He stretched his body and displayed the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm. He didn't retreat, but rushed up to meet it. His palm and fingers formed a fist and broke through. The fist light and the sword chi collided, and dazzling light rain splashed in an instant. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xuanzi's long hair flew in the air, his eyes like a sword, and he was like a sword, bright and fierce to the extreme. But Lin Sun was also extremely strong, and he didn't want to give way. He rushed to fight. One was like a peerless monarch, manipulating the ultimate meaning of Sword Tao, and the other was like a heaven-shaking overlord, attacking with unparalleled power. Such a scene caused the countless cultivators in the distance to be astounded. It wasn't how amazing the power of Gang Spirit Realm was, but no one could imagine that someone in Gang Spirit Realm could deduce the cultivation to such a terrifying level. Boom, not long after, Ling Xuanzi was shaken back by a punch, his clothes fluttering, his long hair flying backward, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he calmed down. Again. He shook his body, and he had already deduced the power of Sea Spirit Realm. He rose into the air, his figure graceful, and his whole body was surrounded by frightening lightning. "So what if I don't want to?" "No is no." Lin Sun sneered and jumped up. The two fought into the clouds in an instant. For a moment, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the wind and clouds surged. The dazzling genuine essence torrent swept out with great momentum. All the people in the distance were stunned. Martial Realm, Gang Spirit Realm, and now Sea Spirit Realm, whether it was Ling Xuanzi or Lin Sun, they had all shown heaven-defying power that was enough to shock the world. It was completely beyond people's imagination and subverted their previous cognition. But in contrast, Lin Sun's performance surprised them more. The reason was that Ling Xuanzi's supreme image of Tao Master had long been rooted in people's hearts. Before, no one thought that Lin Sun would be Ling Xuanzi's opponent. Even Meng Lianqing and others had no confidence in Lin Sun. But now, at least in Martial Realm and Gang Spirit Realm, Lin Sun's combat power was obviously better than Ling Xuanzi's. They couldn't even believe it. Boom, above the sky, the battle became more and more fierce. It was like a fierce fight between a dragon and a tiger, and the sky was dark and the moon was dim. Again. Before the Battle of Spirit Sea was over, Ling Xuanzi let out a long roar and displayed the combat power of Tao Insight Realm. "It's futile to struggle," Lin Sun looked indifferent, and his strength rose to Tao Insight Realm. Back then, he had reached the Grotto Heaven Realm in the sinkhole. But that was then, and this was now. As he reconstructed his path in the samsara world of nirvana, Lin Sun could be said to be invincible in all the heavens and throughout the ages. Boom, not long after, Ling Xuanzi changed again and displayed the power of reincarnation developing realm. There was a trace of solemnity between his brows. He went all out, and his figure flowed with extreme power. The Taoism he performed was earth-shattering and filled with infinite divine power. This was his last chance during the first round of the Tao discussion. But as the battle continued, as Lin Sun also displayed the power of reincarnation developing realm, the pressure on Ling Xuanzi increased. His heart was shaken, but he was still calm as snow. He displayed all his offensive means, and the power released by his every move was enough to easily crush all enemies of the same realm in the world, but this didn't include Lin Sun. No matter how strong and swift his attacks were, they were crushed by Lin Sun one by one, and he was unable to shake Lin Sun in the slightest. If Ling Xuanzi was said to be the ruler of the reincarnation developing realm, then Lin Sun was the king of rulers. Many cultivators in the distance were still at the reincarnation developing realm, and they were dazzled when they witnessed this battle. Their hearts rose and fell, and their entire bodies trembled from excitement. Even those with higher cultivations couldn't conceal the shock on their faces. Some seniors even felt chills run down their spines, and they felt that the reincarnation developing realm they cultivated all those years ago was simply like the light of a firefly, and it wasn't worth mentioning. Suddenly, along with a deafening rumble, Ling Xuanzi was almost struck down from the sky by a palm strike, and he seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. "Do you still want to fight?" Lin Sun withdrew his hand calmly, and only his black eyes were like bolts of lightning as they locked onto Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi heaved a long sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, he smiled as if nothing had happened, and he said, "I'm indeed inferior to little junior brother in the lower 5 realms." Whoosh, countless people in the distance were agitated, and they looked at each other in dismay. Lord Townmaster actually admitted defeat just like that, in the canyon far away. Ahu, Old Toad, and the others who had been paying attention to this battle also felt relieved at this moment, and they looked at each other and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Lin Sun was still the Lin Sun from all those years ago, and he would never let anyone down. He actually defeated Lord Townmaster in the lower 5 realms. Meng Lianqing murmured, and she was a little absent-minded. The impact of all this on her was too great. As for those young talents who used to flock around her, they all felt bitter in their mouths and wailed in their hearts. They had actually offended such a terrifying fellow before. They were simply blinded by lard. "You're very self-aware, otherwise, you would have lost miserably," said Lin Sun indifferently. Lin Sun spoke indifferently. His words were domineering and impolite. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of being polite to Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi let out a long sigh. "Little junior brother, your words are really unpleasant. Since you've won, I'll answer the question you want to know the most according to our previous agreement." He looked up at Lin Sun, and he was as calm as before. "Speak." Ling Xuanzi didn't seem to be affected by the previous defeat. But when he looked at Lin Sun again, there was a seriousness in his eyes that wasn't there before. It was as if from this moment onward, he'd finally taken this little junior brother to be a worthy opponent. Although he talked and laughed calmly before, his attitude was full of a condescending attitude. But now, this attitude had undergone a subtle change. "Did you leak the second senior brother's inheritance to Xianxia?" This was the question Lin Sun wanted to confirm the most. Sure enough. Ling Xuanzi smiled, his eyes were calm, and he said directly, "Yes, I used the second senior brother's inheritance in exchange for a chance to escape. It's very worthwhile." Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. "How can you say that it's a matter of course after doing such a betrayal? How shameless! Do you know that because of what you did, you almost killed the second senior brother?" "You're wrong." Ling Xuanzi looked calm. "I did this to kill many birds with one stone. First, it can help me get out of trouble. Second, I know the cultivation and details of the second senior brother better than you. Even if an old guy like Luo Yunshi obtained the second senior brother's inheritance, it's impossible for him to be the second senior brother's opponent. Third, if the second senior brother can win the battle with Luo Yunshi, he will definitely be grateful to me and not hate me." His tone was calm and methodical, and he seemed as if he was in control of the situation. "Little junior brother, the fact that you're able to come to the ruins of End proves that second senior brother has already suppressed Luo Yunshi. Otherwise, it's probably impossible for you to disregard his safety and come here to look for me. But the second senior brother obviously hasn't killed Luo Yunshi yet. I've long guessed that he hates me, but in the future, he will definitely change his opinion of me." After hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer. "So, you're still doing it for the good of the second senior brother?" His voice was full of sarcasm and coldness. Ling Xuanzi didn't take it seriously and nodded. "Although the suppression for countless years made me quite resentful, I have no intention of harming the sect from beginning to end." "Isn't revealing the second senior brother's inheritance a disaster?" Lin Sun's voice became colder and colder. Ling Xuanzi replied with a question. "Then do you know who heavily injured that old geezer Luo Yunshi?" Before Lin Sun could speak, he answered. Of course it's me. I've been the only person in the core ruins for countless years. Besides me, who else would stop that old bastard, Luo Yunshi, from destroying our core mountain? At this point, he smiled playfully. If I didn't heavily injure this old thing, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for second senior brother to suppress him. After hearing this, Lin Sun said expressionlessly, no matter how you argue, you can't change the fact that you have leaked the inheritance of second brother. Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and he seemed to be slightly disappointed. Little junior brother, I entered the Saint Realm at the age of 9 and became an emperor at the age of 19. If I wasn't suppressed, with my foundation, I would be able to stand above the emperors and ancestors in less than 100 years. It wouldn't be difficult for me to seize the eternal energy. His voice was filled with indescribable loneliness. He was a peerless genius, no one could deny this fact. But from the moment he became an emperor, he was suppressed here for countless years. No one knew what it meant for a genius like him who couldn't be measured by the secular world. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Shall we continue? Ling Xuanzi looked at Lin Sun, and his aura had already turned into the aura of an immortal king. It's just a discussion of Tao, but you divided it into so many rules. I'm afraid you don't have absolute confidence in defeating me, Lin Sun said indifferently. But Lin Sun said indifferently, if you insist on doing this, I will let you know what a complete defeat is. Boom, the aura around him suddenly changed. His black eyes were cold, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He vaguely had an invincible and matchless demeanor. Complete defeat. Ling Xuanzi carefully thought about it, and his eyes were filled with brilliance. I'm afraid that you can't do it, junior brother. He leaped forward, and his aura rose steadily. He struck out with his hand, and suddenly, thunderbolts fell from the void like a rainstorm, pouring down on the world. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the sky full of sword chi whistled out, surrounding his body, and rushed up. Boom, the battle erupted again, and the world shook as divine light rumbled. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky from time to time, and they fought on the ground from time to time. Every move they made could be said to be heaven-defying. More than half of the spectators in the distance had begun to feel tired, and they were unable to see the subtle mysteries of the battle. Only the cultivators above the immortal tribulation realm felt their hearts sway, and their bodies trembled in shock. For a time, it seemed as if a battle between the supreme kings was taking place in front of the core ruins, and the mysteries of the 9 levels of the immortal tribulation realm were released to the extreme. Even Lin Sun had to admit that this fourth senior brother was indeed extraordinarily heaven-defying. His state of mind, willpower, Tao, power. All of them could be said to be amazing and heaven-defying. But for Lin Sun, all of this was still not enough. Boom, a quarter of an hour later, as Lin Sun attacked with all his strength, Ling Xuanzi was directly blasted away, and the void collapsed while turbulence splashed everywhere. How is this possible? The second battle. Lord Tao Master lost again? How could this be? Countless uproars resounded in the distance. Everyone's face was covered in shock and disbelief. At this moment, Ling Xuanzi's supreme status in their hearts had started to waver. Meng Lianqing, Yan Wan, and the others were stunned as well. The scenes they'd witnessed earlier were like a landslide and a tsunami, and it gave an extremely great impact to their hearts and overturned their perception and understanding. The Lord Tao Master actually lost twice in a row. This was something that no one had imagined. Good. Ling Xuanzi praised in the battlefield. There was actually no dejection, unwillingness, or anger on his face, and he seemed to be even more composed and composed. You've already lost twice in the 5 battles. You'll really lose if you lose again. Lin Sun's expression was similarly indifferent, and he was neither sad nor happy. Ling Xuanzi smiled. The rarest thing in cultivation is to find an opponent that can compete with me, and little junior brother didn't disappoint me. Lin Sun frowned. You talk too much. Let me ask you, why did you take advantage of Master's absence to try to force the other senior brothers and sisters to acknowledge you as their master through the Tao discussion? Ling Xuanzi shook his head. I only wanted them to acknowledge my Tao and let them know that on Mount Fengsuan, apart from Master, my Tao is the most respected. I didn't want to force them to be my servants like you said. Lin Sun said, you're really arrogant. Ling Xuanzi smiled. That's because I have the strength, and my Tao is destined to surpass the heavens. Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, and he said directly, then let me tell you, with me here, your Tao is destined to not have the chance to surpass the heavens. Boom, the aura around him changed, and it revealed the aura of the Saint Realm. Let's begin. Ling Xuanzi smiled, and the aura around him rose to the Saint Realm as well. When I was 9 years old, I made a great wish when I entered the Saint Realm. In the future, all living beings in this world will see me as if they're seeing the heavens. I'm very curious, what's your great wish, little junior brother? As he spoke, he had already made a move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the power of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn and transformed into a Tao sword. Buzz, the Tao sword rumbled, carrying the might of heaven and earth, and it contained the power of all directions. For a moment, Ling Xuanzi seemed like a ruler who controlled the heavens. You want to know? Lin Sun asked. Of course, Ling Xuanzi said leisurely. I'm stronger than you anyway. Lin Sun's words stunned Ling Xuanzi, and then he laughed. Only children would say such things when they quarrel. Lin Sun's answer was a straightforward attack. Boom, his figure moved around the void, and his body glowed. Tao sounds rumbled, and his aura was like an abyss. As he waved his sleeve, Tao light was like an ocean that covered the sky. You're really impatient. Ling Xuanzi smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward as if he was stepping on the stars, and he swung his sword to kill. From the beginning to the end, the two of them fought with their own cultivation, and they used the Tao they had mastered to deduce the battle. For a moment, it was as if two peerless sages were debating. The Tao sounds were boiling, the Tao light was like a tide, and all kinds of incredible phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. When the sages in the distance saw this, their Tao hearts were shaken, and they felt powerless and powerless. When the quasi-emperors saw this, they were also shocked. When they thought of their attainments in the sage realm back then, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. The emperors felt a chill down their backs, and they broke out in cold sweat. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they knew that if there were any flaws on the path of Tao in the past, it was destined to become obstacles in the future. It was also at this moment that they realized that although their path of Tao in the past wasn't bad, it was definitely not top-notch either. As for the experts below the sage realm, they had long been unable to see through the mysteries of the Tao at this level. True Sage Realm. Great Sage Realm. King Sage Realm. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the Tao and power they displayed had long exceeded everyone's imagination. Not to mention the spectators, even those peerless figures on the ancient path of the starry sky were destined to be shocked, but in the end, Ling Xuanzi was still defeated in the third round. He was crushed to the ground by Lin Sun's supreme might, and the ground cracked, and dust swept up. He seemed to be in a sorry state. The audience was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle were stunned at this moment, and their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe that the Tao master in their hearts was defeated again in the third round of the Tao discussion. In this oppressive and silent atmosphere, Ling Xuanzi stood up from the ground and casually dusted off his clothes. With a calm expression, he looked at Lin Sun, who was not far away, for a long time, and then suddenly grinned and said, "It's really an unprecedented lotus. No wonder Master was willing to wait for so many years. Little junior brother, what do you want to ask now?" His words were also calm and casual, without any trace of anger, frustration, loss, and unwillingness, as if being defeated 3 times in a row didn't affect him at all. Just this unshakable state of mind seemed extremely terrifying. "You've been completely defeated." Lin Sun's black eyes were clear as he said calmly, "And according to the rules you said before, from now on, you're at my disposal." Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. The world fell into a deathly silence. Countless cultivators were shaken. Even if they couldn't accept it, they had to admit that Lin Sun had won 3 out of the 5 Tao sparring matches. Ling Xuanzi said with a smile, "But the 5 sparring matches aren't over yet. You still want to continue?" Lin Sun raised his brows. Ling Xuanzi said indifferently, "Little junior brother, didn't you want to show me what complete defeat means on the path of Tao?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure exuded the aura of a quasi-emperor and his eyes surged with profound Tao light. "Fine, then I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Lin Sun leaped into the air. Boom, the curtains to a battle between peerless quasi-emperors had been drawn. the battle was even more intense and shocking than before. The world in front of the core ruins was in a state of great turmoil and chaos. Everyone's hearts thumped in fear and shock. The martial emperors also held their breaths and couldn't conceal the shock between their brows. They weren't martial emperors or quasi-emperors. In fact, they hadn't even witnessed the power of quasi-emperors before. It was also at this moment that they realized that the insurmountable martial emperor chasm of ancient times couldn't stop Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun at all. Both of them possessed heaven-defying power that couldn't be measured with common sense. Their combat strength was terrifying, and the aura they displayed had long surpassed ordinary martial emperors. It was undoubtedly too terrifying. If word of this spread, it could even overturn the understanding that had existed since ancient times. In this battle, Ling Xuanzi had already started to be injured. However, unlike before, he didn't admit defeat. Instead, he became more courageous and his battle intent surged. Boom! In the void, Ling Xuanzi roared as he manipulated the power of the void and performed all sorts of profound techniques like a god. His expression was unprecedentedly calm and solemn while his eyes surged with terrifying light. Every strike of his possessed the power to burn mountains and boil oceans. It was unimaginably terrifying. However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, they were all defeated by Lin Sun. What profound techniques! What Dao! They were all crushed, compared to Ling Xuanzi, Lin Sun's every move displayed the power of the simplest Dao. It was simple and direct, but it was impenetrable and indestructible. Before long, Ling Xuanzi was riddled with injuries. This was a figure formed from his willpower. It wasn't bleeding, but anyone could see that his figure was a bit damaged and blurry. People were in a daze. Lord Dao Master, who was like a supreme ruler, was really going to be knocked off the altar. Why don't you admit defeat? Are you too ashamed to admit defeat? Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi's eyes surged with monstrous battle intent, but his expression remained calm. I haven't lost yet, so why should I admit defeat? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he was blasted away by Lin Sun, and his figure was rolling in the Taoist light. But even then, Ling Xuanzi seemed to be completely indifferent, and he attacked once more as soon as he steadied himself. Lin Sun frowned. Since the beginning of the battle, the heaven-defying strength that Ling Xuanzi displayed had forced him to use his full strength to suppress him. This also proved that Ling Xuanzi was far from being a ruthless character in the ordinary sense. However, Lin Sun really couldn't figure out why Ling Xuanzi could persist at this time. Along with the passage of time, the battle situation became more and more tragic. Ling Xuanzi's figure was already blurred and broken, but he still persisted, appearing extremely tenacious. It wasn't that Lin Sun didn't want to suppress him in one fell swoop, but even with his full strength, he couldn't defeat Ling Xuanzi at all. A monstrous character who could be said to be unrivaled throughout the ages was destined not to be completely suppressed so easily. It's too tragic. In the distance, many people were worried. These days, Ling Xuanzi's elaboration of the profound Tao had benefited them greatly. Now that they saw him in trouble, they couldn't help but worry for him. As for Meng Lianqing and the others, they only had one feeling now. Was that guy really the Lin Sun they knew? Even Lord Dao Master could only struggle to hold on, so how terrifying was his combat strength? No one knew that as early as in the world of Samsara in Nirvana Heaven, Lin Sun had already become the #1 person in all the heavens from the lower 5 realms, Longevity Realm, Saint Realm, and Quasi-Emperor Realm. Under such circumstances, how could Ling Xuanzi have a chance to win, in the valley far away? Hu, Old Toad, Alu, and the others all held their breath and waited nervously. They already knew that Ling Xuanzi had been defeated and there was no possibility of turning the situation around. But what they were worried about was what if Ling Xuanzi went back on his words. With Ling Xuanzi's cultivation, if he really revealed it completely, would Lin Sun be a match for him? Boom! In the battlefield, Ling Xuanzi was defeated once again. His figure was completely blurred, as if it would disappear at any time. In fact, everyone could see that Ling Xuanzi couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, he let out a long sigh and decisively stopped. But listening to his long sigh, there was no loss, bitterness, or unwillingness. Instead, there was a kind of indescribable satisfaction. This was simply unbelievable. How could he still have such an abnormal reaction when he had already been defeated to such an extent? Extraordinary. Little junior brother, this grand Tao of yours is indeed unprecedented in this world. Ling Xuanzi's voice was full of emotion. Lin Sun frowned. You still have the mood to be emotional at this time? Haha. Ling Xuanzi laughed. I'm extremely happy and gratified to be able to witness little junior brother's Tao with my own eyes even if I've lost. This was like the most unreserved praise from a senior brother to a junior brother, and it was full of sincerity. But at this moment, Lin Sun seemed to realize something, and his black eyes narrowed slightly. You've been trying to figure out my Tao path in the previous discussion? Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and then he smiled brightly and praised, little junior brother, your eyes are like torches, but you're wrong. I'm not trying to figure it out, but I've already thoroughly seen through your previous Tao path and understood it clearly. After thinking for a while, he said, according to my deduction, you should have recultivated your previous Tao path more than once, but only the recultivation before becoming an emperor is the most crucial. After a pause, Ling Xuanzi continued, if I'm not wrong, the place that can allow you to recultivate might be Nirvana heaven, right? Lin Sun's heart was slightly cold, and his eyes were flickering. Ling Xuanzi was actually able to see through so many things just through the discussion of Tao. This fellow was too terrifying. He suddenly recalled something the lawless Bell had once said about Ling Xuanzi. Innate wisdom, 9 orifices in the heart, a sea of consciousness like a lotus, extraordinary talent, and unparalleled throughout the ages. Lin Sun couldn't help but suspect that Ling Xuanzi's ability to possess such heaven-defying insight was probably related to his talent. Looks like I'm right. Ling Xianxia smiled in an extremely easygoing manner. No matter what, I have to thank little junior brother this time. Your path towards the Tao allowed me to finally understand what sort of grand Tao master was waiting for, and after I saw through your grand Tao, I can already. He turned around and looked at the core ruins, and he said word by word, escape. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang! At this moment, the enormous divine mountain that was shaped like a lotus suddenly shook violently, and the radiance that covered the sky surged while the surging chaotic chi poured down like a tide. It gave others the feeling as if a god had awoken from its slumber beneath the mountain, and it intended to overthrow the divine mountain that was pressing down on it and reappear in the world. Countless astounded exclamations resounded in the distance, and it was restless and chaotic. No one had expected such a shocking change to occur after the 4th round of the Tao discussion. So, you've already planned this out. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep as he stared at the core ruins in the distance. He could clearly sense that there was a boundlessly terrifying aura awakening beneath the divine mountain. This isn't a scheme. Even if little junior brother hadn't come, I would have been able to escape from this imprisonment for countless years in less than 2 months. Ling Xuanzi spoke indifferently. His words were casual, but there was a hint of absolute conceit in them. Lin Sun said, I've been wanting to ask you about this. You sacrificed those innocent cultivators just to escape? Ling Xuanzi retorted, little junior brother, I'm afraid the number of people you've killed along the way is already inestimable. Perhaps you have your reasons for killing, but isn't it the same for me? We're both killing people, and there's no difference between us. Lin Sun laughed out of extreme anger. I, Lin Sun, have a clear conscience in everything I've done since I started cultivating, and I've never done anything that's against reason or cruel or bloodthirsty. What about you? You sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives. The expressions of countless cultivators in the distance changed, and they felt a chill run down their spines. They'd vaguely realized what Lin Sun was talking about. When they looked at Ling Xuanzi once more, their gazes carried terror and disbelief. They seemed to be unable to imagine how the Lord Tao Master that they revered like a god would do such a bloody and cruel thing. Rumble, in the distance, the divine mountain shook violently while divine radiance swept through it, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Ling Xuanzi seemed as if he hadn't noticed the rage of Lin Sun and the countless cultivators in the distance, and he said indifferently, little junior brother, they're living beings in your eyes, but in my opinion, they're merely dust on the grand Tao. It's even to the extent that we're no different than dust now. Only by standing above the grand Tao and attaining eternal might one be able to truly become the ruler of the heavens and the supreme exalt of the heavens. As he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with fervor, and he sighed with emotion. This is the competition between me and Master for the grand Tao all those years ago. Perhaps I'm inferior to Master now, but sooner or later, I'll prove to him whose great Tao is superior. Lin Sun suddenly calmed down. Looking at Ling Xuanzi's blurry figure that was about to disappear, he said, "Do we still need to wait for the future? Don't forget that you've already lost 4 battles, and you said that it's all up to me. Are you going back on your word now?" Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and then he smiled. "No, Ling Xuanzi, never go back on my word. Even if I've been suppressed for countless years, have you ever seen me go back on my word?" He paused for a moment and said word by word, "Little junior brother, don't panic. The 5th round hasn't begun yet." As he finished speaking, this strand of incarnation collapsed into a rain of light that vanished without a trace. At the same time, the towering divine mountain in the distance. It suddenly collapsed. Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, the divine mountain collapsed, and the earth trembled violently. Roiling mist spread out like a tide, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. It was the core ruins that had existed since the ancient times. Even though the mountain gate had been destroyed, it still hadn't been completely destroyed. The glory of Mount Heart had been recorded here, and every bit of cultivation of every successor of Mount Heart was imprinted here. But now, everything had been reduced to ruins along with the collapse of the divine mountain. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Monstrous rage surged in his heart. Ling Xuanzi had been scheming from the beginning to the end. Countless cultivators in the distance trembled, and their faces turned ghastly pale. Many of them had realized that the situation wasn't good, and they fled in panic, not daring to stay any longer. They had a premonition that it was very likely that an immeasurable battle between emperors would unfold next. At this moment, even the martial emperors had solemn expressions on their faces as they retreated again and again. They knew better than anyone else that a battle between martial emperors would result in the destruction of the mountains and rivers that would be unleashed, not to mention that both Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun weren't ordinary emperors. No one was willing to be affected, and if they wanted to watch the battle, they could only hide far away. Ling Xuanzi is simply too cunning. He's been scheming against Big Brother since the beginning. In the canyon far away, Alu was extremely furious. The expressions of Ahu, Old Toad, Big Black Bird, and Little Silver changed indeterminately. They'd heard everything that was going on outside, so how could they not know that Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi had been completely used in the discussion of Tao? In fact, even they didn't dare to imagine that Ling Xuanzi could actually see through the secrets of Lin Sun's Tao through a mere discussion of Tao. This was undoubtedly too terrifying, and it sent chills down their spines. The dust dispersed, and a figure appeared in the ruins of the core ruins. He wore a green robe, and his appearance was delicate like that of a young man. His black hair was tied casually behind his head, and there was a faint smile on his lips. He was as handsome as jade, and he was clear and unrestrained. Anyone's eyes couldn't help but light up when they saw him. What a handsome young man! He stretched his body and spread his arms. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. His face was filled with greed and intoxication. Countless years of suppression. Countless years of darkness and suppression. Finally, at this moment, he saw the light of day again. Boom, the heavens and the earth trembled while the clouds in all directions collapsed. The torrents of the Grand Tao were like a flood that had burst a dam, and they descended from the sky and surged madly into the body of the young man in green clothes. One could see with the naked eye that the aura around his body continued to rise and skyrocket. His handsome face faced the dazzling light of the way and looked extremely dazzling. In the distance, countless creatures were overwhelmed with shock. Just looking at it from afar made them feel an indescribable fear. It was like an ant meeting a god. Between heaven and earth, Lin Sun stood still and stared at the young man in the green shirt in the distance. He had to admit that this guy's demeanor was rare in the world. The world is always cruel. Some people were innately favored by the Grand Tao. They were talented and possessed the favor of the heavens. They possessed extraordinary natural talent and innate wisdom. As soon as they were born into the world, they already possessed heaven-defying natural talent that far surpassed all the cultivators in the universe, and they glowed brilliantly. On the other hand, Ling Xuanzi was undoubtedly a top existence amongst such people. Merely the words "one of the greatest throughout the ages" was sufficient to show how terrifying his natural talent was. It wasn't until a long time later that the movement between heaven and earth calmed down. Looking at Ling Xuanzi, who was dressed in a green shirt and looked like a handsome young man, his whole body was filled with Taoist light. He was outstanding like an immortal in heaven, as if he didn't belong to this world. He slowly withdrew his gaze from the sky, dusted his clothes, and turned to Lin Sun with a bright smile. "Junior brother, thank you very much." Lin Sun snorted coldly. "Do you really think you're free? I've been suppressed for thousands of years. Aren't you happy for me at all?" Ling Xuanzi sighed. Who could understand the torture and suffering in the endless darkness? Immediately, he adjusted his expression and walked towards Lin Sun with a smile. "You asked me before if I would go back on my words, and my answer is absolutely not. I know very well that you definitely hate me to the bone. But it doesn't matter. In the 5th round of the Tao discussion, your senior brother will tell you why I used the method of Tao discussion to conquer the other senior and junior brothers." He walked very casually as if he were strolling in a courtyard. He didn't stop until he was 3,000 meters away from Lin Sun, and he smiled brightly. "How about it? Do you dare to give it a try? Conquer me?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Ling Xuanzi nodded. "I'll subdue you and let you deal with me. That won't be considered going back on my word, so it won't be considered breaking the rules. But at that time, I believe that you'll definitely feel guilty and apologize to me." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, and he looked Ling Xuanzi up and down. 4th level Emperor realm? That's the only way to be fair. Ling Xuanzi said leisurely. "Junior brother, don't worry. If I'm no match for you in the same realm, I'll be at your disposal." His words were casual and powerful. Lin Sun's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "By now, I'm completely disappointed in you." Boom, the originally oppressive world seemed to be unable to bear the terrifying pressure emitted by the two, and it suddenly collapsed like a glass mirror. At this moment, Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi made their moves at the same time. Boom, Lin Sun stepped in the void and punched out. The simple and unadorned force of the fist shattered the sky and created a rift that was 3 kilometers long, and it revealed an all-powerful and indomitable might. The people in the distance couldn't see it anymore. To them, such a terrifying emperor aura was like the wrath of the heavens, and it was extremely terrifying. Even those in the emperor realm felt their hands and feet go cold, and their scalps go numb as they paled. It was just a single punch, but it already showed the supreme elegance of the world. Confrontation. It was different from Lin Sun's domineering punch. Ling Xuanzi stretched out a finger that was fine like jade and swiped it through space. The divine rays of the grand Tao that covered the sky whistled up like a myriad of strands of sword qi. Every single strand of sword qi was a profound and unfathomable Emperor Tao law, and they contained different supreme profundities of the grand Taos. "Go." Ling Xuanzi pointed. Thousands of sword qi, like the sharpest divine arrows in the world, rushed towards Lin Sun, and each sword qi bloomed with different terrifying power at this moment. Some were like bolts of lightning, swift and violent. Some were like the wind and fire, wanton and violent. Some were as majestic as a mountain, solemn and majestic. Some, every single sword intent revealed a supreme aura that blotted out the sky and engulfed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Bang! Countless sword qi slashed down and slashed on Lin Sun's domineering fist energy, producing a deafening sound of collision. However, Lin Sun's fist energy was so domineering that it once killed an 8th level Emperor Realm cultivator on the Starry Sky ancient path. How could these sword qi block it? Along with the explosive sound, the fist crushed the torrent of sword qi with unstoppable momentum. Countless sword qi exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. "Rise." Ling Xuanzi's expression remained unchanged as he pointed with his palm. The torrent of light and rain of sword qi that had been crushed suddenly had an incredible change. It turned into divine chains and whipped Lin's fist strength fiercely. Every time it whipped, Lin's fist strength would be weakened a little. After countless lashes, Lin's fist strength was weakened a little. After countless lashes, Lin Sun's fist energy was finally dissolved when it was 10 meters away from Ling Xuanzi. All the people in the distance were stunned. It was the first time the two fought. It was just a single blow, but the Emperor Tao that was displayed was simply shocking and unimaginably terrifying. Lin Sun's fist energy was simple, but it had an invincible momentum. The countless sword qi of the grand Tao that Ling Xuanzi casually summoned displayed the Tao of extreme changes, and it was profound, unfathomable, and soul-stirring. However, this was just a casual blow from the two. When the two of them went all out, what kind of terrifying power would it be? controlling all Daos and knowing all techniques. Your Emperor Dao seems to be nothing much. Lin Sun sneered. His body was like an abyss, shining brightly. He punched out again. The world was like a canvas that was crushed and collapsed under this punch. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure was like a ruler, like an immortal cauldron, like a great abyss that swallowed the sky. His cultivation was truly released at this moment. The power of the Tao that was refined to the extreme caused the world to tremble and the sun and moon to roll. In an instant, the terrifying scene of the myriad of worlds and the 3,000 grand Daos collapsing beneath a single punch actually appeared. Even Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity on his face. Without hesitation, he clenched his right hand in the void. Clang, a 3-foot-long sword chi surged out from the spiritual platform above his head. The sword chi was magnificent and contained the mysteries of the Tao. As the sword chi flowed, mysterious Tao diagrams appeared. The countless mysterious Tao diagrams were condensed from a variety of supreme techniques. When the 3-foot-long sword chi fell into Ling Xuanzi's palm, the power around him changed as well. It was like a celestial emperor wielding the sword of nature and patrolling the heavens. Boom, the entire world was illuminated by the peerless sword light. It was dazzling. The mountains, rivers, void, light. Everything dimmed under this sword. The 3-foot-long sword contained a body of Tao. This was Ling Xuanzi's Tao. It was the foundation of his seeing me is like seeing the heavens. It was the persistence that he persisted after being suppressed for countless years. Retreat. In the distance, the emperors were terrified and retreated for their lives. The countless cultivators were completely intimidated. They couldn't see or hear anything. Only their minds were drowned in fear, and they were on the verge of collapse. Some people even collapsed to the ground and fainted. Everyone knew that both Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi were serious. How could the might of the Emperor Dao that the two of them had displayed be something that anyone could observe? Boom, the energy rumbled, and the surroundings were in chaos. In the battlefield, Lin Sun moved with his fists like a great abyss, and he had the power to suppress the surroundings and devour everything. The Tao light on his body shocked the heavens. On the other hand, Ling Xuanzi held the 3-foot-long sword chi. He was disdainful and fierce like a celestial emperor that controlled the universe, and his sword slashed through everything that stood in his way. As the two fought, a scene of great destruction and chaos appeared. It was like two sovereigns were fighting fiercely with the heavens and the earth as the pawn and the Tao as the pawn. Such a scene could absolutely be said to be rare in the world, and it was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. After all, although the two of them were fellow disciples, they were peerless emperors on the path of Tao. Such a battle was like a legend, and how many times could it be seen in the world? P.S. Let's talk about something serious. Zongheng has a year-end inventory activity. Children who read books in Zongheng can vote. Please focus your votes on the best author of the year option. Remember, everyone has a free ticket every day. Just vote for the free one. Don't spend money on it. It's not worth it. No matter what the final ranking is, just have some fun. For the specific operation steps, open the Zongheng app and enter the Tianjiao book interface. There is a year-end inventory activity. Poke in, select the best author of the year option, select the free ticket, and vote. Free tickets every day. Rumble, the heavens and the earth were overturned while the mountains and rivers were shattered and withered. A destructive torrent of the great Tao swept out in all directions from where the two of them fought, and it was like a destructive storm that raged through the world. Besides a few emperors who charged forward, the other experts were either blasted away or avoided long ago. Everyone looked over in shock. The battlefield in the distance was like a chaotic zone, and there were scenes of destruction everywhere. Mountains and rivers had collapsed, everything had been turned to ash, and the ground had cracked into numerous enormous ravines. Who's stronger in this battle? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and even the emperors found it difficult to distinguish. Ling Xuanzi, is that all you've got? Lin Sun's figure suddenly appeared, like a big sun rising in the sky or a big abyss floating and sinking. With unparalleled power, he rushed down violently. Boundless divine might. Junior brother, the battle has just begun. Don't be anxious. Ling Xuanzi held the 3-foot-long sword energy with an indifferent expression. Only his aura grew sharper and more terrifying, and it shook the surroundings. Rumble. Rumble, the two of them fought fiercely once more. It was like the collision of primordial divine mountains. Every single collision caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, the void to rumble, and all sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. The sound of Tao rumbled like thunderclaps, the scene of doomsday appeared in the world, the sun and moon fell forever, and the great Tao collapsed. These shocking scenes caused this peerless battle between emperors to seem even more terrifying. If such a battle were to occur in the outside world, it would probably sink an entire world. If one looked carefully, they would notice that every single attack Lin Sun made was blocked, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was unable to break through the 3-foot-long sword energy no matter what he did. However, it was a different scene in the eyes of the emperors. It seems like Lord Tao Master can't hold on any longer. Someone trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that every time Ling Xuanzi blocked Lin Sun's attack, the world he was in would suddenly collapse and overturn, causing him to have no choice but to shift his position in order to have a place to stand. This meant that even though Lin Sun could block every single attack, Ling Xuanzi suffered a great impact as well, and he couldn't truly rely on his own strength to resolve it. This fact caused those emperors to be shocked. Kill! On the battlefield, Lin Sun roared. His fist force surged and condensed like a furnace. With the power to suppress the world, it rumbled and rolled over. The scene of the world falling into oblivion and everything being obliterated could be faintly seen in the surroundings of the furnace. Even an 8th-level emperor would feel fear and despair when faced with Lin Sun's punch. Boom! Ling Xuanzi's 3-feet-long sword chi could no longer hold on and it exploded inch by inch. The terrifying fist chi pressed down with an indestructible might. Ling Xuanzi's face was emotionless as he instantly executed 39 supreme Tao arts. Every single one of them could be said to be at the supreme standard of the imperial scripture, and they contained the peak profundities of the imperial Tao, causing their might to be unimaginable. But no matter how Ling Xuanzi changed, Lin Sun's fist force had always been simple and natural, yet its might was extremely overbearing, and it broke through everything that stood in its way. Not long after, Ling Xuanzi was blasted flying by a punch, and his figure was like a sharp sword that shot out in reverse, tearing through the sky. The void, mountains, rivers, and so on that blocked Ling Xuanzi were all smashed and crushed. Some spectators thought that they had escaped far enough, but at this moment, they were also affected by the aftermath of the battle. Blood sprayed from their mouths and noses, and their hands were broken. Their feet were broken, and they died on the spot. Not bad at all. Junior brother must have caused a lot of trouble when he reached the Emperor realm. Haha, it's really an eye-opener for me. Ling Xuanzi steadied himself while a wisp of a seemingly insane smile appeared on his handsome face. He wiped off a wisp of blood on the corner of his mouth and said, Come. Come. Let us brothers fight to our heart's content today. Life and death? Grand Tao? Let's put all of that aside for now. After that. Boom, he moved in the air like a divine sword as he charged towards Lin Sun. His power was even stronger than before. I've said that I'll let you understand what complete defeat is. At this moment, Lin Sun was also boiling with fighting intent. His spirit, chi, and spirit were boiling like a volcano eruption, and his cultivation was running to the extreme. Over the years, he had killed countless old monsters, but he had never encountered any opponent of the same realm who could fight with him. The appearance of Ling Xuanzi also made him realize the long-lost desire to fight. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two fought again, and the situation was even more terrifying than before. It was like two dominators of the great Tao were fighting, and heaven and earth were being destroyed. Run! This is not a battle between emperors, it's obviously a battle between deities. Retreat! Retreat quickly! In the faraway area, countless cultivators fled, not daring to stay any longer, and left in a panic with shock and fear. Only a small group of people were still reluctantly watching the battle, but they were also dancing on the tip of a knife, taking great risks, and were already ready to escape at any time. Fairy Meng, let's go! Yanwan was about to cry, trembling all over, and she was so scared that her soul almost left her body. Such an emperor battle could simply scare people to death. The ironic thing was that those young geniuses that had always been around Meng Lianqing had already escaped without a trace at some point in time. I'm not leaving. Meng Lianqing's beautiful face was pale, and her slender body was stiff. It was obvious that she had suffered a great shock. But she was a dazzling figure in the quasi-emperor realm, and she was hiding far away from the battlefield, so she could barely persist. Why did she persist? She couldn't explain it herself. It was like a knot in her heart, forcing her to want to know if that person could be defeated. It was like an obsession. As for her unwillingness, when she saw Lin Sun attack, when she saw his godlike might of a great emperor that stood above the 9 heavens, it was all gone. Then, "I'll stay as well." Yan Wan gritted his teeth, and revealed a resolute expression as if he was going to die. Meng Lianqing only glanced at him, and then her gaze returned to the battle in the distance. The two of them were indeed like supreme deities, fighting from the sky to the ground, and everywhere they passed, there was collapse and destruction. If one looked carefully, they would see that Ling Xuanzi's power was growing sharper and stronger, but under Lin Sun's attacks, he fell into a state of struggling. Boom, the light of the Tao erupted and illuminated the 9 heavens. Suppressed by Lin Sun's punch, Ling Xuanzi was smashed into the ground from the void, causing dust and earth to rumble. The spectators in the distance all gasped and felt cold hands and feet. They were shocked by Lin Sun's unparalleled power. "Ling Xuanzi, bring out your true abilities. If you continue to hide, you're bound to lose." Lin Sun stood in the void, and his whole body was covered with flowing Taoist light. He was dazzling, and his divine power was world-shaking. Of course. A divine ray of light flashed out from the ground, and it revealed Ling Xuanzi's figure. Even though he was in a slightly sorry state, there wasn't a single ripple on his face, and he was neither sad nor happy. "Little junior brother, you probably don't know that after I became an emperor, I wrote the 10,000 Tao Emperor scripture to use the meaning of 10,000 Taos. In the countless years of suppression, I painstakingly studied it, and after thousands of deductions, I finally perfected it. Now, senior brother will let you see what is meant by my Tao." Ling Xuanzi spoke frankly with assurance. Moreover, a dignified aura that seemed as if it reigned above the heavens and ruled over all Taos gradually emerged from his body. "The great Tao is like a cage." Ling Xuanzi suddenly slapped out with his palm, and thousands of rays of light fell down, condensing into a cage that covered the sky and the sun, emitting boundless light. It gave people the feeling that the great Tao had appeared as a cage that wanted to restrain the world. If one said, what Ling Xuanzi used before was the method of controlling 10,000 Taos, then what he used at this moment was the power above 10,000 Taos, as if he was the ruler of the heavens, wielding the Tao to kill. Good timing. Lin Sun's black hair fluttered as he slashed out with his palm and fingers like a sword. This sword strike was extremely ordinary and didn't carry any sword aura, yet it seemed to have converged a myriad of Taos into one and fused them into this sword strike. 10,000 swords into one, Lin Sun had deduced for many years, smelting the 5 supreme sword scriptures, weeding through the old and bringing forth the new, creating the sword Tao profundity that truly belonged to him. When the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth changed, and everything collapsed. The cage that seemed to be condensed by 10,000 Taos was shattered by the sword, splashing into a torrent of light that filled the sky. As for Ling Xuanzi, he was sent flying backward once again. His clothes were torn, his long hair was scattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the expressions of everyone who watched this scene changed. Ling Xuanzi had been suppressed by Lin Sun from the beginning. They fought from the ground to the sky, and many times in a row, he couldn't block Lin Sun's attacks. He was either pushed back or struck to the ground. Up until now, he had already displayed his great Tao Emperor scripture, but it was still broken by a single sword. In the eyes of those emperors, Ling Xuanzi's strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Whether it was his soul, body, or cultivation, they could be said to be omnipotent, like a ruler. But Lin Sun was even more terrifying. His strength had been suppressing Ling Xuanzi from beginning to end. Lin Sun's great Tao had always been simple, direct, and natural. Especially the previous sword. It was ordinary, but it had the power to destroy 10,000 Taos. Even these emperors couldn't describe this sword with words. To put it bluntly, this sword was like Tao, unparalleled. Yes, that was an unparalleled sword. Any power in front of this sword was pale and powerless. Ling Xuanzi was pushed back with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. This already proved that there was still a gap between his strength and Lin Sun's. No one dared to believe it. How powerful was Ling Xuanzi, a Dao master, to be able to describe the mysteries of the great Dao and control the power of 10,000 Daos. Even though he had been suppressed for countless years and had only broken out of seclusion today, he was still firmly suppressed by his junior brother. How terrifying was Lin Sun's attainments in Emperor's Dao. At this moment, even Ling Xuanzi himself was stunned, as if he didn't dare to believe it. After that, his eyes erupted with a shocking divine light as he stared fixedly at Lin Sun. His expression that had always been calm and composed had become solemn for the first time. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated the foundation and strength of his junior brother from the beginning. Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Ling Xuanzi's heart couldn't calm down either. The previous 4 rounds of discussion had allowed him to understand Lin Sun's path of cultivation, and he even had insight into the various powers Lin Sun had comprehended on the path of cultivation. He'd originally thought that he who'd searched for everything during the 5th round would be able to firmly defeat this little junior brother of his. But the result, it was completely beyond his expectations, but in an instant, Ling Xuanzi deduced the reason. After Lin Sun became an emperor, he had experienced a transformation that he didn't know about, and this transformation was filled with great mysteries. Nirvana of freedom, the eternal lotus. Ling Xuanzi had a strong premonition that Lin Sun's path above the emperor realm was destined to be related to nirvana of freedom. However, even with his intelligence and wisdom, he was unable to deduce anything more. He didn't know that Lin Sun had reconstructed a complete path of cultivation in the world of samsara, and his cultivation could be said to be the best since ancient times. He also didn't know how terrifying and abnormal the tribulation Lin Sun had encountered on the Great Wall of Starry Sky was when he became an emperor. He also didn't know that the slanting moon and 3 stars pattern left by the owner of the core dimension in order for Lin Sun to pass the tribulation successfully was actually a willpower that belonged to the owner of the core dimension. It was this willpower that defeated the attacks from the other side of the starry sky, and it was the experience of nirvana of freedom that made Lin Sun's path of cultivation truly unique since ancient times. However, not being able to figure out the mystery didn't mean that Ling Xuanzi would admit defeat. Soon, he took a deep breath, and his handsome face returned to calmness. He looked at Lin Sun in the distance and said, "Junior brother, if you can block the next attack, I promise that you can do whatever you want to me." His words were full of determination. "Still not giving up?" Lin Sun asked. "Master has suppressed me for countless years, but he hasn't changed my will. How much do you think those little twists and turns can affect me?" Ling Xuanzi said calmly. His black hair started to gradually turn gray, yet his eyes grew sharper and sharper. His clothes fluttered while a peerless force of will shot into the sky, and it was like a shapeless hand that drew the laws of the Grand Tao from all directions. The entire Beast Saint secret realm trembled at this moment. Visible to the naked eye, rumbling energy surged toward Ling Xuanzi like a surging tide. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled, and this part of the world shook. The entire Demon Saint mystic realm was vast and boundless, but now, it seemed to be under Ling Xuanzi's control alone. The emperor-level figure in the distance felt his heart tremble, about to collapse. This was the power of an entire world. How could it be controlled by a single person? This was too terrifying. When he looked at Ling Xuanzi again, his figure was tall and graceful, yet he was like the backbone of this world. As he breathed, he controlled the myriad of streams in the universe and swallowed the Grand Tao in all directions, and his might was so magnificent that it pressed down upon this world. His long gray hair was exceptionally eye-catching. At this moment, Lin Sun showed a rare solemn expression. Only he, who was at the Zhu Shui Emperor realm, could best understand how terrifying the power that Ling Xuanzi controlled was. If it was any other ordinary 8th-level Emperor realm cultivator, they would definitely be completely intimidated and crushed. Whoosh. Lin Sun stretched his body, and a roar that sounded like raging waves came from his body. His acupoints, meridians, internal organs, and natal Emperor realm were all activated at this moment, causing his body to become dazzling and illusory. Body like a furnace, Grand Tao as the abyss. This was also the first time that Lin Sun unleashed his cultivation to the fullest in a battle of the same cultivation realm. It was all because his 4th senior brother was too strong. Go. Ling Xuanzi's sleeves fluttered as he controlled heaven and earth, and he waved his palm. Boom, the power of the Grand Tao that came from all directions seemed to have found a vent, and it instantly engulfed Lin's Sun like a flood. From afar, it looked like the entire Demon Saint's secret realm was trying to erase Lin's Sun. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if the power of the heavens had appeared and was targeting Lin's Sun. Open! At the same time, Lin's Sun used his fingers as a sword and slashed out. In an instant, boundless Emperor Dao power surged out of his body, turning into a brilliant sword chi that illuminated the sky. This sword chi created the world, mountains and rivers, the sky and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, and it reflected the image of the world. It was a spectacular sight. Where the sword chi slashed out, a disaster scene of everything being destroyed appeared. One sword chi destroyed life and death. Boom, when this sword slashed out, the world seemed to be split in half. The unparalleled sword intent pierced through everything and spread across the sky. The entire Demon Saint secret realm fell into a great roar. The sky collapsed, and the sun and moon turned upside down. It was a terrifying scene. Even though the Emperor Realm cultivators had already retreated far away, they still felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. They couldn't even open their eyes, and they couldn't help but be shocked. It's useless. The Grand Tao that you control and the thousands of techniques that you use are just borrowing. What's the use no matter how strong you are? Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded through the sky. Using thousands of Daos and controlling thousands of techniques was Ling Xuanzi's Grand Tao. However, in Lin Sun's opinion, this Grand Tao was obviously inferior to his own Grand Tao. Just like the Sage Tao Grand Vows of the two, one was to see the heavens, the other was to see the heavens, and the Grand Tao was to see the Grand Tao. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth, and the difference was obvious. Is that so? Ling Xuanzi frowned and attacked with all his might, using the heavenly cycle force to kill Lin Sun. Boom! 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 All kinds of terrifying Grand Tao power turned into various supreme techniques that were used by Ling Xuanzi and blasted towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless, or rather, from this moment on, he had already released his cultivation. Every move he made was filled with dense sword chi that swept across the sky. Although it felt like he was fighting against the entire demonic Saint secret realm alone, he gave off an unstoppable and indestructible aura. Boom! Before long, the sky collapsed and the clouds dispersed. Lin Sun broke through all obstacles and charged towards Ling Xuanzi like a bolt of lightning that tore the sky apart. Ling Xuanzi's expression finally changed. His long hair flew backwards, and he suddenly condensed a seal and struck it out. Crack, the seal exploded, but it couldn't stop Lin Sun's attack at all. Lin Sun's sword had already slashed down from the sky. In an instant, Ling Xuanzi displayed at least 100 kinds of mysterious and unpredictable defensive techniques, layer upon layer, and evolved in front of him. Lin Sun's sword slashed down, and the explosions were like thunder. The layers of defense were crushed one by one, and endless light rain and turbulence burst out. Bang! In the end, Ling Xuanzi was sent flying by the sword. Although the power of the sword had been mostly resolved, it still left a bloody sword mark in front of Ling Xuanzi. His skin and flesh were torn, and he flew out fiercely. He coughed up blood, and his face had become pale. His long gray hair was scattered, and there was not only a dignified look in his eyes, but also a touch of shock that couldn't be concealed. It seemed that he didn't expect that his strength was still suppressed by Lin Sun's after fighting to this point. He couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, Lin Sun's breath was a little heavy, but his eyes were more profound and bright, and the depths of his pupils seemed to be burning with a raging fighting intent. The world was silent. Ling Xuanzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Lin Sun calmly, and said, "Little junior brother, in the countless years I've been suppressed, I've tempered a breath of sword chi with my own state of mind and willpower. If you can take it, I, Ling Xuanzi, will admit defeat completely." There was a touch of determination between his eyebrows. As his voice fell, he took a sharp breath. Like a rock swallowing the sea, all the power of the Great Way covering the Demon Saint secret realm from all directions was continuously swallowed into his body like a torrent. The world seemed to be drained of vitality. Everything withered, and the void collapsed. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun felt a strong sense of danger. It was the first time that he had felt such pressure since the beginning of the battle. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Ling Xuanzi smiled slightly, looking ethereal and calm, and said softly. A slender and translucent sword chi swept out, revealing a kind of sharpness that was enough to amaze the ages and illuminate the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a clear sword cry that sounded like it came from the immortal world and didn't seem to belong to the human world. Countless eyes met, but they couldn't see the sword clearly at all. They could only feel a kind of awe and fear from the bottom of their hearts. This sword was imprinted with Ling Xuanzi's spirit, which was condensed by countless years of tempering. His state of mind, will, and great way were all presented in it. Seeing this sword was like seeing the sky. This sword was called the Constitution of Heaven. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body was stinging. While he was still on the way, he ran all his power to the extreme and turned his body into a furnace. And in his hand, he also made a sword cut. 10,000 swords in one, but at this moment, this boundlessly terrifying attack was instantly shattered by the slender and translucent sword chi, causing it to explode. Rise! Without hesitation, Lin Sun made dozens of sword cuts. Bang, 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 the sword chi crisscrossed. After only a few breaths, the slender sword chi crushed all Lin Sun's sword chi and went straight to Lin Sun. That scene could be described as soul-stirring. Seeing the slender sword chi approaching, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a touch of determination flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his palms, and suddenly a devouring abyss emerged in his hands. All his spirit, and all his cultivation were integrated into it. Boom, it was like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The whole secret realm of demon saint shook violently at this moment, as if hundreds of thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time. The terrifying and boundless turbulence swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, drowning the world. The light was so bright that it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The remaining spectators, regardless of their cultivation, all lost their senses as if they had lost their senses and could no longer sense anything. Who won and who lost? After a long time, when the smoke and dust dissipated, people's senses gradually recovered, and their vision became clear little by little. The world was like a ruin, silent and collapsed. A tall figure, like an immortal furnace, surrounded by dazzling brilliance, stood in the void. He put his palms together to resist a slender and translucent sword chi. It couldn't be shaken. Just like a god, let me explain one thing to you seriously. In the year-end inventory activity, please be sure to vote for the free tickets and free tickets for the best author. Yesterday, a lot of friends slipped and voted for the works of the author. Goldfish, I want to cry but have no tears. At last. Please click on the voting interface and have a look at your account. There is an item called free tickets. Throw as many tickets as you have. Those are all free. Remember, you have to vote for the best author category. Finally, the above wailing is free. Previously, in the eyes of most people, Ling Xuanzi, who had once transformed into the Lord Tao Master, had unleashed his full power at the very end. It could be said to be peerless and unparalleled in the world. No matter how strong Lin Sun was, he shouldn't be able to block it. Even if he didn't die, he would at least be heavily injured. Most of the emperors had the same thought. Ling Xuanzi's final strike was too powerful. It was enough to slash through all enemies and make any emperor feel helpless and despair, let alone Lin Sun. But the sword was blocked. Looking at the dazzling figure that stood in the broken world, everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. Even Ling Xuanzi's sword that used up all his cultivation was blocked head-on. Then, who in this world could be Lin Sun's opponent? Before the 5 rounds, no one thought that Lin Sun could win. That was because of their absolute confidence and worship towards the Lord Tao Master. But now, the 5 rounds had ended and the result was that the Lord Tao Master had lost again and again. It was hard for them to accept. Meng Lianqing's mind was blank and she was in a daze. Many years ago, she and Lin Sun were of the same generation and they competed here. Today, many years later, she and Lin Sun were like strangers. One was an emperor realm powerhouse with the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. He was unparalleled and oppressive. The other could only look up to him like an ant on the ground. Bang, an explosion resounded and broke the silence between heaven and earth. The thin and translucent sword chi in Lin Sun's palm exploded into a rain of light and scattered through the gaps between his fingers. In the distance, Ling Xuanzi was stunned and his handsome face flickered. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled and his face was abnormally pale. That strike from before was imprinted with his essence, qi, and spirit. It also contained his Tao, will. Moreover, along with the shattering of this sword, the persistence, pride, and willpower he'd held on to for countless years seemed to have been shattered along with it. An unprecedented sense of loss surged in his heart, causing him to be stunned for a long time. To be defeated in the struggle for the great Tao, this kind of blow was too heavy. Lin Sun took a deep breath and a glaring trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although he managed to block the sword in the end, he was still injured. This also caused him to look at Ling Xuanzi with a strange gaze. It was undeniable that this fourth senior brother was truly terrifying. In the competition between Grand Daos of the same realm, could anyone in the entire universe accomplish this? No, Lin Sun was sure that there was no peer who could compete with him on the starry sky ancient path. I, actually, lost, Ling Xuanzi spoke after a long time, and his expression was gloomy as if he'd lost something. He stared blankly into the distance and muttered. I was born with the root of wisdom, and I was able to discern the words of others, understand all things, and discern the profundities of the grand Tao contained in all things. My parents were just ordinary peddlers. Who would have thought that their son would be like a monster? On the night he was born, they threw me into the wilderness outside the city. At that time, it was snowing heavily on the mountain, and the wind was bone-chilling. Although I have the root of wisdom, I was still a newborn baby. He let out a long sigh, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Lin Sun listened quietly. He had seen that Ling Xuanzi had suffered a great blow. Later, when I was about to freeze to death, an old monster appeared. He took me away and raised me with all kinds of spiritual medicines every day. Speaking of this, he looked up at Lin Sun, junior brother. Do you think it's very ungrateful of me to call my savior an old monster? Lin Sun frowned. Before he could speak, Ling Xuanzi's eyes showed deep hatred, and he said in a low voice, but later on, when I was born, that old monster soaked me in a medicinal cauldron. It was also at that time that I found out that old bastard regarded me as a catalyst and wanted to refine me into a cauldron of medicinal pills. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Lin Sun was shocked, and his black eye surged. He finally understood. It's a pity that the old bastard didn't know that as early as those days when I was adopted by him, I had already known all the ancient books on cultivation collected by him. Even the Tao he sought was thoroughly seen through by me. Then, when he was not paying attention, I secretly escaped from the medicinal cauldron. Ling Xuanzi laughed hoarsely, a baby of only 100 days, abandoned by his parents as a monster. It was not easy to save him, but I met an old bastard who regarded me as a medicine guide. He stopped smiling and said calmly, from that day on, I hid in a cave in the wilderness, drinking the morning dew and concentrating on cultivation. 3 years later, I found that old bastard and killed him and all his disciples. Then, I burned down his Taoist temple. Then, I went to find my parents who gave birth to me. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart tightened. Ling Xuanzi let out a long sigh and said, who would have thought that when I found them, they were beaten to death by a profligate son in the city a year ago. It was said that because my mother was too beautiful, the profligate son set his eyes on her and wanted to rape her, but she bit off his tongue and beat him to death. Even my father was implicated and his entire family was annihilated. His eyes were filled with disappointment and unwillingness, as well as a type of hatred. Little junior brother, do you know? At that time I was simply about to go mad. I just wanted to personally ask them why they abandoned me in the wilderness, why they could be so heartless as my parents, but it just so happened that they died. Dead. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were almost broken. His handsome face was full of ferocity, and his whole body was full of violent aura. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly, and then? Ling Xuanzi was silent for a moment, and the hostility all over his body was swept away. He became calm and composed, and said with a bright smile, I hid in that city for 3 years. When I was 6 years old, I went to that rich playboy's clan alone and killed them all. No matter if they were men or women, old or young, I didn't let a single one of them go. Blood flowed everywhere, but I still couldn't vent my hatred. Why? Why did I suffer so many misfortunes as soon as I was born? Then, from then on, as long as I met someone who was bad to me, I would kill them. I would never give them a chance to live again. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Junior brother, do you think what I did was right?" Before Lin Sun answered, he shook his head with a smile. "You don't have to say it. I don't want to hear it. Whether it was right or wrong, I only know that they should be killed." "This is your inner demon," Lin Sun said after a moment of silence. Ling Xuanzi was stunned, and then he couldn't help but roar with laughter. "All those years ago, Master said the same thing as well. Unfortunately, both you and Master utterly don't know how it feels to be abandoned by one's parents and treated as a medicinal catalyst by one's savior." He took a deep breath and said calmly, "If this is my inner demon, I won't change even if I'm suppressed for eternity and killed." Lin Sun said, "You lost." Ling Xuanzi was stunned as if he didn't expect that at this time, Lin Sun didn't care about his past at all. However, Lin Sun didn't care about his past at all. He only cared about the outcome of this discussion. This made his chest stuffy, and he almost couldn't breathe. He couldn't help but say, "Junior brother, is that all you care about?" Lin Sun said coldly, "Why? Are you trying to win my sympathy and ask me to let you go?" Ling Xuanzi took a deep breath and said, "I've already said that I've lost, so I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I don't have to suppress my cultivation to the 4th level if I go back on my word. Do you really think you can win under such circumstances?" In the end, he said self-deprecatingly, "I just want to have a good talk. There are not many people in this world who can talk to me," Lin Sun said calmly. "Even if you don't suppress your realm, you will lose for sure. I might as well tell you that when I entered this place, I've already set up a formation that can kill Emperor Ancestor." Ling Xuanzi's expression stagnated, and his eyes became complicated. He sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect that you would go to so much trouble to deal with me." Lin Sun said, "I have no choice. 4th senior brother, you're extraordinary. If I want to defeat you, I don't dare to say that I can subdue you without some backup." Ling Xuanzi sneered, "Are you complimenting me?" Lin Sun said, "You can think so." Ling Xuanzi was silent for a long time and said, "How are you going to deal with me? Kill me? Or cripple me?" Lin Sun raised his hand, and the Tower of Endless emerged. "Go and buy yourself. When I see Master, Master will deal with you." Ling Xuanzi's expression was uncertain, and he was rarely angry. "Are you going to suppress me again?" His aura was violent, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Junior brother, are you really not worried that I'll go back on my words?" The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive and tense at this moment. Lin Sun said calmly, "I'm giving you a chance to live. Otherwise, according to the order of 2nd senior brother, you'll have to die." Ling Xuanzi stared at Lin Sun for a long time, and then he let out a long sigh and handed a mysterious crescent and 3 stars jade pendant to Lin Sun. "This is the border key that controls the entrance and exit of the secret realm of heart. Since you're here, you should keep it." After that, he turned around and walked to the Tower of Endless. There was only indescribable loneliness and sorrow on his face. Lin Sun glanced at the border key and suddenly said, "Wait." Ling Xuanzi stopped and said helplessly, "I've already let you do whatever you want to me, and I've never gone back on my words. Junior brother, what else do you want? I'll ask you again, why did you reveal the inheritance of 2nd senior brother?" Lin Sun asked. Ling Xuanzi was stunned. Only then did he realize that Lin Sun had never believed his words from the beginning, and an indescribable feeling of sadness suddenly surged in his heart. "As the successor of Feng Xiyuan, I'll tell you for the last time that no matter how wicked I am, I'll never lie to my fellow disciples." His voice was resolute. After that, he went straight to the Tower of Endless, and his figure suddenly turned into a stream of light. "4th senior brother, if I've offended you before, I apologize." Seeing that Ling Xuanzi's figure was about to disappear, Lin Sun's voice suddenly sounded, "If you really regard me as your junior brother, from today on, cultivate in the Tower of Endless. When I see Master and 2nd senior brother, I'll plead for you." Hearing this, Ling Xuanzi didn't say a word, and his figure disappeared straight into the Tower of Endless. No one noticed that after listening to Lin Sun's words, there was a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be smiling. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. The world withered and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Lin Sun put away the Tower of Endless and let out a long sigh in his heart. Ling Xuanzi's childhood experience reminded him of himself. He was also born, but his spiritual vein was dug away by the enemy. He grew up in the dark mine prison. Until now, he didn't even know whether his parents were alive or dead. Unlike Ling Xuanzi, he had Master Lu by his side, while Ling Xuanzi could only rely on himself. Lin Sun thought of Yun Qingbai. He was born with a sword bone, but his family was ruined and his fate was beyond his control. After a long time, Lin Sun turned around and looked into the distance. Only a small group of people were left amongst the countless living beings that were spectating the battle earlier, and most of them had fled in panic during the battle just now. In addition to several emperors, what surprised Lin Sun was that Meng Lianqing was still there, but she seemed to be out of her wits. After thinking for a while, he walked over. "Fairy Meng, he's here." Yan Wan stammered, his eyes filled with fear and uneasiness. Before entering the ultimate, he dared to call Lin Sun brother, but now, how dare he? At the same time, Meng Lianqing seemed to wake up from a dream. She looked up and saw Lin Sun coming towards her. She was stunned for a moment and her heart tightened. What was he going to do? The emperors were even more nervous than her and Yan Wan. Before Ling Xuanzi showed up, they all planned to attack Lin Sun. Seeing Lin Sun walking over, it was too late to leave. They were all on tenterhooks. Lin Sun ignored them and went straight to Meng Lianqing. "I've said before that I don't care about what happened in the past." Then, he looked at Yan Wan and smiled, "Fellow Taoist, it's fate that we met. Take this scripture and cultivate it well." He flicked his finger and an inheritance imprint turned into a white light and poured into Yan Wan's mind. Yan Wan only felt a buzzing sound in her head, and an incomparably vast inheritance power surged into her sea of consciousness. Countless profound mysteries of the great Tao floated up and down like tides. After a long time, when Yan Wan came back to her senses, she saw that Lin Sun had disappeared. He couldn't help feeling disappointed. "Where's that senior?" "He left." Meng Lianqing's eyes were filled with emotions. At this moment, the obsession and shadow in her heart had been dispelled a long time ago, and her entire body had relaxed. She deeply realized that she and that person weren't in the same world anymore. Now that he had come to terms with it, he was at ease. "Gone?" Yan Wan's heart was in turmoil. "You are the Spirit Leaf Clan's Yan Wan?" Meng Lianqing asked, her eyes sizing up Yan Wan. "Yes." Yan Wan hurriedly nodded, her eyes not even daring to look at Meng Lianqing. "Let's go too." Meng Lianqing turned and left. Us?" Yan Wan stared blankly for a moment, before his heart filled with joy. He hurriedly chased after Fairy Meng. Fairy Meng had actually taken the initiative to invite him along. This made him feel as if he was dreaming. "In the future, if you have time, you can come to the Golden Phoenix race to find me. We can spar and discuss the Tao together," Meng Lianqing said softly on the way. Yan Wan was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She nodded firmly in agreement. He vaguely felt that the reason why Meng Lianqing treated him differently was because of Lin Sun. "Senior, don't worry. I, Yan Wan, will not let you down." Yan Wan swore in her heart. In the Demon Saint secret land, Lin Sun strolled leisurely in the place where he had fought in the past. He was seriously injured, but it would take several days for him to fully recover. During this period, he planned to stay in the Demon Saint secret land. When he recovered, he would cross the Soul Oblivion Sea and go to Zhou Empire to have a look. "Aren't you afraid that you can't suppress Ling Xuanzi in the future?" The lawless bell hanging on his hair asked. "He has already lost the battle of the Great Tao. As long as I am alive, it will be difficult for him to get out of this Tower of Endless," Lin Sun said casually. Although his fourth senior brother could be called a rare genius, Lin Sun was confident that he could always suppress him on the road of the Great Tao. This was a kind of invincible self-confidence. Suddenly, the lawless bell seemed to sense something and said, "In a canyon far away, someone is talking about your name." Lin Sun was stunned. In the canyon. He won, Big Brother won. Old Toad beamed with joy, as if it had defeated that Lord Tao Master. Alu also grinned. "It's a pity that I can't see you're invincible." Emperor Realm, Little Silver sighed. On his shoulder, the sky-splitting butterfly danced with joy. "As long as we win, the process doesn't matter." "What did I say before?" This boy never fights a battle he is not sure of, but you are so nervous. The big black bird squinted and said leisurely. In this cheerful atmosphere, Hu said coldly, have you ever thought about how to meet Child Lin when you were trapped in this canyon? His words stunned Old Toad and the others, and then their hearts sank. The restrictive power around the canyon was extremely strange, like a big inverted bowl, covering the whole canyon and couldn't be broken from the inside. Moreover, it isolated thoughts and sound, making it difficult for them to ask Lin Sun for help. According to Hu's speculation, perhaps only by stepping into the Emperor realm could they get out of this canyon, otherwise they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. What should we do? Old Toad was dumbfounded and rubbed his hands anxiously. The others looked at each other and felt stifled. In the end, it was all for naught. Damn it, unless God has eyes, we're all finished. The big black bird cursed angrily. Just then, boom, there was a sudden deafening roar around the canyon, and the restrictive power covering the canyon suddenly produced countless cracks like a spider web. Then, there was a burst of explosion and a rain of light splashed. The restrictive power that had trapped Hu and the others for so many years was completely broken at this moment. Has the heavens really opened their eyes? The big black bird cried out strangely. The others were also stunned and almost couldn't believe it was true. Then, they heard a familiar laugh, Miss Hu, Old Toad, Alu, Little Silver, Big Black Bird. It's really you. Looking up, they saw a tall figure coming from a distance. Who else could it be but Lin Sun? Big brother. Old Toad rushed out and hugged Lin Sun, crying out loudly. Bang, Alu also came. He stretched out his rock-like arms and hugged Lin Sun and Old Toad together, saying, Big brother, I missed you so much. Whoosh whoosh, Little Silver and sky-splitting demonic butterfly were forcibly stuffed into the arms of these men and stood on Lin Sun's shoulder, beaming with joy. In the distance, Hu couldn't help but feel moved when she saw this. Her emotions rose and fell, and her beautiful eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. She could still be considered reserved, but in her heart, it was difficult for her to control the excitement of reuniting with him after a long time. Only the big black bird walked over with a big black pot on its back, holding its head high, and said disdainfully, it's improper for several grown men to hug each other. Disgusting. Clang, all of a sudden, the big black pot on its back flew up and hit its head hard, making it see stars and stagger. Lin Sun said with a smile, you haven't changed, bird. You're still so mean. The big black bird immediately became quiet, because it suddenly realized that Lin Sun was not what he used to be. Finally, Lin Sun extricated himself from the embrace of Old Toad and Alu. Looking at the snot and tears on his clothes, he said grumpily, is it necessary? With a flash of Taoist light around him, his clothes were immediately clean again. Old Toad blew his nose and shouted, brother, we haven't seen you for so many years. We miss you, so we want to borrow your clothes to wipe our tears and snot. Of course. Little Silver and sky-splitting demonic butterfly said in unison, disgusting. Alu scratched his head and grinned. Lin Sun looked at who was walking over from a distance, and then at the familiar faces around him. He was also filled with emotion. It had been decades since they parted from Kunlun ruins. How could he not be happy and surprised? When everyone calmed down, Lin Sun asked, why are you trapped here? Hu explained the reason. Simply speaking, they'd used the spatial passageway at the source of the flying immortal river to come here all those years ago, but after entering the Demon Saint's secret realm, they'd accidentally been trapped in this gorge. It was simply an undeserved calamity. Through their search in these past few years, they'd noticed that this gorge was originally the place of closed-door cultivation of a cultivator called Qijun. There weren't any fortuitous encounters within it, but it was covered in terrifying restrictions. So long as one entered the gorge and didn't possess sufficient strength, then one would be unable to leave the gorge. Lin Sun immediately understood. Qijun, this was the Taoist name of the fifth successor of Mount Fengsuan, who was also his fifth senior brother. It made sense. The secret realm of Demon Saint was originally called the secret realm of Fengsuan. The orthodoxy of Mount Fengsuan was entrenched here, so it was reasonable for a group of successors to cultivate here. If it wasn't for the enemy's attack that caused Mount Fengsuan to collapse, the current secret realm of Demon Saint wouldn't be like this. Come, let's drink. All these years, I've traveled the starry sky and collected a lot of divine wine, as well as some delicacies that you've never tasted before. Lin Sun was happy to reunite with his old friends. He immediately took out bottles of fine wine, some precious spiritual fruits, and all kinds of delicacies, and invited Old Toad and the others to drink. Everyone was in high spirits and helped to prepare. When Lin Sun took out all kinds of divine bird and auspicious beast meat, Old Toad and the others were dazzled and surprised. Of course, in the end, they all looked like they were drooling. Leaf, Wu Kei, Little Five. Lin Sun called out Little Five, Wu Kei, Woody Spiritual Bow, and Leaf, the Sword Spirit, to drink and have fun together. They drank and chatted, talking about what they had experienced over the years. Sometimes they sighed, and sometimes they laughed. For a time, the canyon was very lively. When old friends reunited, they should drink and have a good time. What's more, Old Toad and the others were Lin Sun's brothers who had gone through life and death together when he was young. Now that they were finally reunited, Lin Sun was overjoyed. Don't forget to vote for the best author. There's a free ticket every day. Genius 1 second to remember this website address. Mobile version. At that time, they were young and full of mettle. Now that they met again, after experiencing the ups and downs of the world, they drank and chatted with each other, but mostly they sighed with emotion. In the end, Old Toad, Alu, and the others got drunk and fell asleep one by one. Little Silver and Little Five were still drinking. The skyrending demonic butterfly, Little Tian, supported Little Silver, while the Sword Spirit, Leaf, and Wu Kei supported Little Five. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. The big black bird was going to be the referee, but it was chased away by both sides. This thieving bird had been fanning the flames and wanted to see the world in chaos. How could it be a referee? In the end, the lawless belle came forward to be the referee, which satisfied both sides. In the distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun, who was lying lazily on the grass with his arms as a pillow, couldn't help but smile. Child, should I call you Junior Uncle from now on? Next to him, Ahu sat on one side with her fair and tender hands around her knees. Her exquisite and beautiful face glowed with a holy and ethereal luster under the starlight in the dark night. Her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her long, silky hair was casually tied up in a bun. Her starry eyes were clear and bright, and her rosy lips were slightly upturned in a faint smile. Her figure could be said to be perfect. Her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, her collarbone was exquisite, her waist was as thin as silk, and her chest was full and heart-stirring. Among all the women Lin Sun knew, Ahu was a unique beauty. With the appearance of a fairy and the charm of a witch. Her every move was peerless and graceful. Junior Uncle? Lin Sun shook his head quickly. Forget it. We're friends, so we should treat each other as equals. He already knew that Ahu was a registered disciple of senior sister Juanhuan. According to the seniority of Fengsuan orthodoxy, she could indeed call him junior uncle. If master finds out, he'll punish me. Ahu's laughter was pleasant and magnetic. Her crescent eyes were narrowed, which was very beautiful. I'll plead on your behalf. Lin Sun also smiled. In the cultivation world, seniority had always been very messy. For example, if it was during the primeval times, his senior brothers and senior sisters were on equal footing with those extraordinary figures of the same generation. In terms of seniority, Lin Sun's seniority was definitely higher than most of the old guys in the heavens. Then I'll continue to address you as young master in the future. Ahu revealed her pearly white teeth, and her smile was like a flower that had just bloomed after the rain, fresh and ethereal. Then, Ahu asked about his plans for this trip. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, let's go to Xiao Empire first. If possible, I plan to move all the clansmen of Lin family into the secret realm of Heart. Before the fourth senior brother entered the Tower of Infinity, he gave him the realm key that controlled the secret realm of the Heart Core. With this key, the secret realm of Heart would be under Lin Sun's control. Ahu thought about it and said in a low voice, Young master, have you thought about the future? For example, Old Toad, Alu, and the big black bird? Lin Sun was in a daze and fell into thought. As early as in the Kunlun ruins, Old Toad, Alu, and the others were already peerless great saints. Over the past decades, their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now they were at the third level of the quasi-emperor realm, only one step away from the emperor realm. Little Silver and Little Tian were descendants of spirit-eating insects and sky-splitting butterflies respectively. Their cultivation was different from that of ordinary practitioners, and now they had the combat capability comparable to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. As for the big black bird, this guy was completely different. He was still at the peerless Saint King realm. According to him, for him, he could completely ignore the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, and only needed to wait for an opportunity to break through to the emperor realm. If Lin Sun wanted to return to the starry ancient path in the future, of course, he could bring Old Toad and the others with him. However, in future actions, he was afraid that he would not be able to care about their cultivation. It depends on their own intentions. Lin Sun made a decision. Of course, he wanted Old Toad and the others to accompany him all the time, but this was doomed to be unrealistic. It should be known that everyone pursued a different path, and the path they would take in the future was also destined to be different. Lin Sun now had enough ability to protect his friends and family. But the key was, would Old Toad and the others be willing to? A few days later, Lin Sun's injuries had recovered to their original state, and there were already signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. There was no doubt that the battle with fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi had also made Lin Sun's cultivation reach an astonishing level. It was also on this day that Lin Sun left with Ahu, Old Toad, and Alu. Outside the ultimate. The blue sea was like a wash, and the sky was high and the clouds were wide. In the nearby sea, many figures had already gathered, all of them from the remnant forces of the 10,000 primordial races. Everyone was waiting. A few days ago, the matchless battle that took place in the secret realm of Demon Saint had already set off a great uproar and caused a great sensation. Lord Tao Master, who could be called the supreme ruler, had actually been defeated and suppressed by his own junior brother. Such a thing simply subverted the cognition and imagination of those forces. At present, the figures near the ultimate all came to investigate after hearing the news. No one noticed that Lin Sun and the others had already quietly walked out of the ultimate and came to the faraway sea. Since ancient times, it seems to be the nature of every race to watch a show. Ahu couldn't help but laugh. Young master, are you really not going to show yourself so that those watching can worship you? Lin Sun was speechless and shook his head. This is too boring. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, the vast universe arc appeared. Young master, you still have this treasure? Ahu's eyes lit up. This vast universe arc was given to Lin Sun by her many years ago. It was just an incomplete ancient treasure, and to the current Lin Sun, it was almost of no help. This treasure has accompanied me for many years, and I'm used to it. I can't bear to discard it. As Lin Sun spoke, he had already boarded the vast universe arc with everyone and flew into the distance. To go to Xiao Empire, they needed to cross the Soul Oblivion Sea. According to Lin Sun's estimation, with the speed of the vast universe arc, it would take at least 10 days. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry. After the time for an incense stick to burn. On the surface of the sea in the distance, strands of dark mist had risen. It wasn't conspicuous at first, but as the treasured ship slowly moved forward, the mist grew more and more. It was misty and illusory, dark and deep, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Burial Sea Tomb, on the vast universe arc, Lin Sun recognized at a glance that they were about to enter the sea covered by the Burial Sea Tomb. In the past, when he was just a youth at the Sea of Soul Realm, he crossed the Soul Oblivion Sea with Zhao Jingxian and a group of powerhouses from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground to the Ultimate Ruins, and he had once entered the Burial Sea Tomb. Even now, Lin Sun couldn't forget this strange, mysterious, and terrifying sea. It was silent there, and it was shrouded in black mist all year round. From time to time, some broken ancient corpses could be seen floating on the surface of the sea, and they hadn't decayed even after thousands of years. There were also mysterious altars built with all kinds of rare stones. They were ancient and desolate, and they seemed to have existed since ancient times. When one looked over, one's field of vision would change. It was like the stars were moving, and the passage of time caused everything in the world to change. It made one's soul feel like it was about to sink into it. It was said that such altars could cross time and space and move between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They could teleport people to any place they wanted to go, and they could even cut through the barriers of the world and connect beyond the cosmic void. At that time, to the young Lin Sun, such an altar was absolutely unimaginable. It was like a divine object that could seize all creation. But to the current him, he already knew that the altar was just an ancient teleportation array. Back then, I met Old Toad in the Soul Oblivion Sea. On the bow of the ship, Lin Sun smiled and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with emotion. It was also when we returned from the ultimate ruins that Miss Ah who took me and Old Toad to hide in the burial sea tomb. That was how we avoided a great pursuit. Ahu pursed her lips and smiled. However, Old Toad revealed a rare complex expression. He suddenly said, "Big brother, do you remember that I once told you that after I awakened my consciousness from countless years of silence, I have been wandering in the sea where the burial sea tomb is?" Lin Sun nodded. Of course he remembered. Now, my originally sealed memories have awakened. Old Toad's eyes flickered. And I finally understand why I was silent in this sea a long time ago. Then, Old Toad told him about the past of the burial sea tomb. In the Archean era, the nameless venerable emperor came to the starry sky ancient path with the forbidden power of order. Not long after, a 10-direction Tao war broke out. The ancient desolation was originally the origin of all Taos. But because of the 10-direction Tao war, it completely declined. And the lower realm was formed from the core origin of the ancient desolation. In other words, the lower realm was the core of the origin of all Taos. Back then, the other 8 regions, which were included in the 9 regions like the ancient desolation, sent armies of cultivators to participate in the 10-direction Tao war. It was to invade the ancient desolation, the origin of all Taos. And in order to fight against the nameless venerable emperor, the powerful figures of the ancient desolation gathered on the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass and launched a bloody battle. At the same time, in order to fight against the allied forces of the 8 regions, another group of experts of the ancient desolation gathered and rushed to the battlefield to fight a bloody battle. And the place where they fought was the burial sea tomb. Back then, Old Toad's ancestor had participated in this battle, but unfortunately died in the battle. Before dying, the ancestor of the 3-legged golden toad sealed the memory and aura of Jean Dui, the only child, with a secret method and hid him in the depths of this battlefield. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. He never thought that the burial sea tomb was a battlefield in the 10-direction Tao war. Moreover, it was specially used to resist the foreign enemies of the 8 regions. Doesn't this mean that most of the resentful spirits and corpses in the burial sea tomb were left by the experts of the allied forces of the 8 regions? Lin Sun asked. Old Toad nodded and said in a low voice, "Back then, there were also many supreme figures of the ancient desolation camp who died in the battle." He didn't expect that his ancestor died in the invasion of the allied forces of the 8 regions in the 10-direction Tao war. No wonder this place is so strange and terrible. After so many years, there are still countless resentful spirits and corpses gathered here. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. It was also at this time. On the road ahead, on the deathly silent Black Sea, a low, strange, and frightening horn suddenly sounded. It was like the horn of an army from the purgatory had launched a charge and was about to appear in the world. At the same time, the dark fog that shrouded the world became denser. They had entered the area covered by the burial sea tomb. Mobile version, silently, a dense group of figures appeared in the dark mist above the sea. They were covered in black gas, wore broken armor, and held rusty weapons. They were like an army that had walked out of the netherworld. They looked strange, and almost all of their bodies were incomplete. Some were missing arms and legs, some had rotting chests, some were just skeletons, and some didn't even have a head, but they had one thing in common, and that was that they were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. There were too many of them, they were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth, and their killing intent soared into the sky. They sealed off the sea in front of them. It was as if an army of the netherworld had passed through and wanted to turn this world into a battlefield. Lin Sun wasn't surprised when he saw this. In the burial sea burial mound, there were countless vengeful spirit armies like this. He had already experienced them when he was young. Lin Sun didn't attack. He smiled and said, "Come, let me see how much progress you've made in the great path over the years." "Hee, I'll go first." Old Toad soared into the sky first. His golden robe fluttered, and his handsome face was full of confidence. As he operated his cultivation, a torrent of zhou void appeared around him, swallowing the stars and spitting out the moon. His eyes were golden like the scorching sun. He slammed his hand down. Boom, a golden palm print that was thousands of meters wide shrouded down. The nearby sea suddenly shook, and huge waves splashed. The army of vengeful spirits that had just rushed over were instantly destroyed, and they turned into a black torrent of killing intent that dissipated. Watch me. Alu let out a thunderous roar, and his majestic figure that was 8 meters tall stepped into the sky. His muscles that seemed to be made of divine gold bulged, and he released a terrifying and domineering divine brilliance. He also struck out with his palm. In that instant, the surging and violent palm force was like a moving divine mountain that crushed all the way toward the army of vengeful spirits. It forcibly broke open a huge crack in the densely packed figures of vengeful spirits. Ahu smiled, and a trace of joy appeared on her beautiful oval face. Then, she waved her hand. All kinds of divine weapons whistled out. There were densely packed green flying swords, antique scrolls, flaming gourds, thunderous bells. There were dozens of them. When these treasures whistled past, they immediately produced a destructive power, and the figures of resentful spirits exploded and dispersed everywhere. Within a few breaths, the vengeful spirit army that had just appeared was wiped out. Little Silver and Little Tian, who had originally planned to make a move, felt helpless and curled their lips. Only the big black bird rolled its eyes and said disdainfully, "You're just like a monkey. Grandpa Bird wouldn't stoop to such a thing." Just at this moment, a black figure appeared on the surface of the sea far away, standing between the heavens and the earth. Although it was a bit blurry, the aura it exuded was shockingly terrifying. One could vaguely see that he wore a luxurious robe that seemed to be made of immortal gold, flowing with brilliant colors. Only, it was too indistinct, impossible to see clearly. In his hand was a broken purple halberd that carried a mysterious aura of death. It was as if a king of the netherworld had descended upon the world. The pupils of the people who were originally talking constricted at the same time. The aura of an emperor, even Lin Sun was surprised. Since when did vengeful spirits with emperor realm aura appear in the burial sea grave? This was simply inconceivable. Could it be that something shocking has happened here in the past few decades? Lin Sun frowned. He thought of those emperor realm figures he had seen in the ultimate ruins. Many years ago, it was impossible for such existences to appear in the mortal world. This made Lin Sun acutely realize that some unknown shocking changes had probably happened in the mortal world during the years he had been away. You actually dared to slaughter the generals under my command. You deserve death. In the distance, the Emperor Realm vengeful spirit let out a cold and dry voice that resounded through the world, causing the sea to roll and the void to wail. Boom, after he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw out the purple spear in his palm. Like a swift and violent thunderbolt, it tore the sky and shot out. The Emperor Realm aura oppressed Ahu and the others so much that they had difficulty breathing. What the hell is this? How dare you clamor in front of me? Lin Sun snorted coldly and reached out his hand to grab it. The mighty purple spear was suddenly grasped in his hand. He exerted force in his palm and the already broken emperor treasure instantly burst into pieces. In the distance, the emperor vengeful spirit seemed to be shocked, but he didn't panic. He said, "No matter how strong you are, you'll definitely die after entering the burial sea tomb. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best that you leave now, otherwise." His voice was filled with disdain and undisguised threat. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Sun suddenly reached out his hand to grab it. Boom, a huge hand that covered the sky descended from the sky. It was surrounded by dazzling Taoist light and shrouded over. The Emperor Realm vengeful spirit wanted to resist, but the power around him was ruthlessly crushed. His entire figure was like a bug, firmly imprisoned. "You!" he screamed in horror. With a bang, in the next moment he was caught onto the vast universe arc and dropped in front of Lin Sun. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. When Ahu and the others reacted, they looked at Lin Sun differently. Although they already knew that Lin Sun had defeated their fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi in the ultimate ruins and had already stepped into the peak of the fourth level of Emperor Realm. However, they were all trapped in the canyon back then and did not witness Lin Sun's power with their own eyes. It was also at this time that they saw the Emperor Realm vengeful spirit being captured by Lin Sun like a bug. The visual impact was indescribable. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent as he looked down. Then, he revealed a strange expression. This Emperor Realm vengeful spirit should have been an emperor of the Giant Spirit Blood clan when it was alive, and the Giant Spirit Blood clan was a huge emperor clan in the Blood Demon Ancient region. Back when Lin Sun participated in the 9 regions battlefield, he already knew that the Blood Demon Ancient region, Daluo Ancient region, Extremine Ancient region, East Mulberry Ancient region, North Underworld Ancient region, Jioli Ancient region, Starfiend Ancient region, and Skyfire Ancient region were known as the 9 regions along with the Ancient Desolation region. He had also seen the strength and foundation of the other 8 regions. How could he not know the origin of this Emperor Realm vengeful spirit? Clearly, as Old Toad had said, the Burial Sea Grave was a battlefield in the Decimo Dao War. The Ancient Desolation cultivators had once fought against the other 8 regions. This Emperor Realm vengeful spirit of the Giant Spirit Blood clan was probably an emperor of the Blood Demon Ancient region who had fallen here. Let me ask you, what has happened here all these years? Lin Sun asked. The others also looked over. You don't know? The Emperor Realm vengeful spirit was stunned, and then said coldly, many years ago, this place has been turned into a forbidden area, forbidding all outsiders to enter. You have violated the rules here. Bang! Lin Sun slapped down, and the body of the Emperor Realm vengeful spirit directly exploded, turning into a gorgeous rain of light that fell into Lin Sun's palm. These were the fragments of the will of the Emperor Realm. After countless years of erosion, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they metamorphosed into an Emperor Realm vengeful spirit with wisdom, which seemed very unusual. Lin Sun probed it with his divine sense. Boom! Suddenly, countless colorful pictures and memories flooded into Lin Sun's mind like a tide. Until a moment later, Lin Sun came to his senses and got what he wanted. Many years ago, the world changed dramatically. After countless years of change, the original power of the world, which had been silent in the lower world, recovered in this lower world, and thus the whole lower world underwent earth-shaking transformation. All of this was like a dry and barren land suddenly glowing with an unprecedented, exuberant vitality. The turbulent spiritual chi swept and spread to every territory and place in the lower world, ushering in a shocking change that was rarely seen since ancient times. The ones who felt it the most were naturally the cultivators. In the past decades, the spiritual chi covering the world was at least 100 times richer than before, especially in some special places. There were even many rare famous mountains and blessed lands in the world. It was as if the barren and declining world had ushered in an unprecedented bright era, and all living beings in the lower world were completely excited about it. In the memory of the Emperor Realm vengeful spirit, with the recovery of spiritual chi, the Burial Sea Grave had also undergone unprecedented changes in the past decades. Many fragments of the will of the great emperors who died in the battle had all evolved after devouring a lot of spiritual chi. They began to awaken their consciousness and began to hunt and devour the power of their own kind, so that their own strength continued to skyrocket. Up to now, there were hundreds of vengeful spirits who had awakened their consciousness in the Burial Sea Grave and possessed wisdom and the power of the Emperor Realm. This was definitely a shocking number. It could also be seen how many Emperor Realm cultivators had died in the Decimo Dao battle. Knowing this, Lin Sun was also shocked. Decades ago. The recovery of spiritual chi. The Emperor Realm vengeful spirits were also born. It caused an ancient battlefield like the Dao Burial Sea Burial Mound to become completely different from before. What made Lin Sun nervous was that almost 90% of the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits who had awakened their consciousness came from the forces of the 8 regions. During the process of transformation, these vengeful spirits formed groups and killed and devoured the will power left by the fallen cultivators of the ancient Desolation realm. As a result, the Burial Sea Grave had become the territory of the forces of the 8 regions. This made Lin Sun involuntarily recall the time when he participated in the 9 regions battlefield. The foreign enemies of the 8 regions were arrogant and looked down on the cultivators of the ancient Desolation realm as 2-legged sheep. But now, if the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits that originally belonged to the 8 regions charged out together, it would definitely be a devastating disaster for the countless living beings in the lower world. But at the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that according to the memory of the Emperor Realm vengeful spirit, there was an ancient Taoist altar in the burial sea grave that had been suppressing the place. No vengeful spirit could escape without breaking the shackles of the altar. In other words, the burial path sea tomb was like a natural cage that had trapped the vengeful spirits for the past few decades. Once that cage-like Tao altar was taken down, it would be no different from opening the gates of hell. P.S. Kids, don't forget to vote for the best author of the year for free. That Taoist altar, Lin Sun frowned and searched through the Emperor Vengeful Spirit's memories. Instantly, a grand, enormous, and vast Taoist altar appeared in his mind. It covered an area of tens of thousands of meters and had the layout of the 9 palaces. The Taoist altar was made of mysterious divine materials and it was stained with bright red blood. Even after countless years, the blood hadn't faded and it was still dazzling. Black mist surged and many terrifying Emperor Vengeful spirits were attacking the Taoist altar from all directions. There was a flame giant with broken armor, a skeleton of a Kuanping that was as large as a floating continent, a corpse that had a sword at its waist and was shrouded in demonic aura, and the scene was horrifying. There were 2 figures on the Taoist altar. One was a figure sitting cross-legged on a black skeleton. He wore a broken blood-red robe and held a broken white bone prayer bead in his hand. He was like a Buddha, but he seemed extremely strange and eerie. A blooming black lotus was branded on his smooth head. It seemed as if it was alive and it emitted a shocking demonic luster. His eyes were closed and he stood still. The blood-red robe was broken as if he had passed away, but he gave off a terrifying aura like that of the ruler of hell. The other was a faintly discernible beautiful figure that emitted a terrifying aura that made everything in the world tremble. She was obviously a woman. Her figure was graceful and faintly discernible. Her entire body was enveloped by a vast gray mist that surged with an obscure and invisible power that made it impossible to see her appearance. She was like a ruler that stood between heaven and earth. She had an aura that could destroy everything and look down on the world. It was too terrifying and strange. It's them. At this moment, Lin Sun's body trembled as he recognized them. They were the blind monk and mistress that he had met before. Unfortunately, what Lin Sun saw was only the memory of the Emperor Vengeful Spirit. It was only for a short moment and he couldn't see anything else. But this discovery allowed Lin Sun to deduce many things. First, the Emperor Vengeful Spirits were besieging the Taoist altar in order to escape from the burial sea mound. Second, the blind monk and mistress should be the will and spirits left behind by the ancient desolation. They were guarding the Taoist altar to prevent those terrifying fellows from the 8 regions from escaping. Third, the burial sea mound was in a precarious situation. Thinking of this, Lin Sun took action without hesitation. He had already obtained many things from the Emperor Vengeful Spirit's memories. He naturally knew how serious the consequences would be if the altar was destroyed. On the way, Lin Sun quickly told Ah Hu and others the news he got. Soon, they all changed their expressions and realized the seriousness of the problem. "Young master, do you still remember how I brought you to hide in the Dao burial mound to avoid being hunted down all those years ago?" said Ah Hu suddenly. "I remember." How could Lin Sun forget that it was the misty girl who defeated the enemies back then? Those seniors were all great figures from the primeval times, and they possessed extraordinary might. During the 10 great Dao battles, they'd annihilated countless enemies from the 8 regions. Ah Hu said, "Young master, if you can't let the souls and wills left behind by those seniors dissipate," Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "I will try my best." He immediately placed Ah Hu, the old toad, and Ah Lu into the Tower of Endless before he charged towards the depths of the Dao burial mound by himself. There were many horrible Emperor Vengeful Spirits in this strange sea, and Ah Hu and others couldn't help much. The most direct way was for him to attack with all his might. The mist was heavy and silent. In the vast sea, Lin Sun's figure was like a swift flowing light, his speed shocking the world. "Kill! Kill! Stop all enemies from entering!" Not long after, a harsh shout suddenly rang out. In the distant area, countless vengeful spirits had gathered to form an army, blocking the area. They were everywhere, densely packed. As soon as Lin Sun's figure appeared, the army of vengeful spirits seemed to have received an order to attack and charged towards Lin Sun. Their figures were shrouded in grey evil spirits, carrying with them a murderous intent. At this moment, all of them moved out at once. It was as if they covered the sky and the earth. Their power alone could be described as monstrous. Lin Sun didn't even look at them. He just waved his sleeve. Countless Taishan sword chi whizzed out. One turned into two, two turned into four. It kept changing and increasing. Not long after, it turned into a vast sea of sword chi that surged forward. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits suddenly burst into pieces in the sea of sword chi like paper. They didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle, let alone react. They were directly crushed. However, the army of vengeful spirits seemed to be endless. They didn't know what fear was at all. As soon as a batch was killed, another batch rushed over. Lin Sun didn't intend to waste time. He moved like a gale, tore the void, and rushed into the army of vengeful spirits. In just a few breaths, a straight crack was created in the army of vengeful spirits that covered the sea like a tide, and it continued to spread and extend. On both sides of the crack, there were constantly exploding vengeful spirits. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they stood in front of Lin Sun, they were all cut through by Lin Sun. Like a hot knife through butter. Hurry up! There are foreign enemies coming. Seeing that Lin Sun was about to rush out of the line of defense, a cold shout rang out. Before the voice died away, a shadow that covered the sky was cast down, and the terrible, cold, and violent killing intent was like a storm, suddenly locking on Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked up. In the sky, the figure of a bone bird appeared, with its wings spread out, covering a range of thousands of meters. The grayish-brown bones were burning with black flames, and the power it exuded was at least comparable to the third level of the Emperor realm. Boom! The bone bird flapped its wings, and endless black flames with the smell of death swept down, melting the void, boiling and evaporating the sea, and rolling mist. Die! Lin Sun spat out a word. The terrible sound wave turned into a storm of the Great Way, sweeping up to the sky. The black flames were crushed and extinguished by the storm before they came close. Then, a mournful wail rang out, and the bone bird, which exuded the power of the Emperor realm, was directly torn apart by the sound wave and turned into powder all over the sky. This scene alarmed the attention of many terrifying thoughts in the distant sea. How could there be such a person in this world? It seems, it's a young great emperor. Stop him. Even if we can't kill him, we must not allow him to get close to the Taoist altar. Hurry up. As soon as these thoughts finished communicating, horrible auras suddenly gushed out from the black mist in the distance, rushing into the sky and stirring up the wind and clouds. This vast sea was completely roaring and rolling up huge waves. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening rumbles, numerous vengeful spirits that emanated the aura of the Emperor realm tore through the void and came over. All of them were in tatters while some only had shattered corpses left. They had all sorts of strange appearances, but all of them possessed the aura of the Emperor realm and were covered in a strange and terrifying aura of death. In the distance, Lin Sun frowned. There was no doubt that he was close to the area where the Taoist altar was located, which caused such a big movement. At this time, the number of resentful spirits of the Emperor realm had reached dozens. Kill! The earth-shattering roar resounded, and the void was in disorder. Dozens of Emperor realm vengeful spirits of different shapes surrounded Lin Sun and attacked him. Their momentum was terrible and their killing intent was monstrous. They are really reckless. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his black eyes. Buzz, the sword cauldron suddenly emerged, splashing hundreds of millions of divine lights. In an instant, it illuminated the sea surrounded by black mist, dazzling. Lin Sun's body was roaring, and his body was glowing. His momentum suddenly rose to the peak state, and his tall figure seemed to have the momentum to devour the world and deter the world. His figure flashed, and the 5 Taoist bodies rushed out, each holding an emperor weapon, and stood side by side with Lin Sun. Each of them exuded the supreme power that covered the sky. It was like a group of gods coming to the world. Kill! Without hesitation, Lin Sun rushed out first, and the sword cauldron roared and rushed to the sky. The one rushing to the front was a corpse of more than 30 meters high. Its flesh and blood had long decayed, and it was holding a white bone spear. Its aura was cold and violent, which was extremely frightening. However, when the sword cauldron rushed up, with a bang, the corpse of more than 30 meters was directly crushed and turned into a violent black torrent of evil spirit. It couldn't withstand a single blow, as the Tao sword flew out of the sword cauldron, it slashed through the void. A ray of sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long dragged along a blazing light. It tore the sky apart and split the void in half. The monstrous power of the sword made countless Emperor Realm resentful spirits pale with fright. Boom, as the sword light descended, 3 Emperor-level vengeful spirits were instantly crushed. Their bodies were annihilated by the boundless sword light and dissipated into thin air. A huge ravine was split open on the surface of the sea and extended far into the distance. One sword divided the sea. The power of the sword here was earth-shattering. But for those resentful spirits of the Emperor Realm, it didn't seem to deter them. In other words, in order to stop Lin Sun, they had already rushed to Lin Sun without hesitation, regardless of life and death. Up. Duo. Confrontation. Cut. Go. At this time, the 5 Taoist bodies moved together, each more powerful than the other. Each of them exerted their supreme talent and drove the Emperor weapon to offset and dissolve the attacks of those resentful spirits of the Emperor Realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun moved straight forward, swift and fierce. Along the way, some resentful spirits of the Emperor Realm rushed out, trying to stop Lin Sun, but they were all easily killed by Lin Sun with the sword cauldron. There was almost no resistance. In fact, these resentful spirits of the Emperor Realm, after all, were transformed from the will and soul of the Emperor Realm. Although they had wisdom, they couldn't be compared with the real emperors of the same realm. Moreover, their combat power was at most comparable to the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. For Lin Sun, they were no deterrent at all. Under the full attack of Lin Sun, he killed them like slaughtering chickens and dogs. See, the sky was overturned, and the black fog was heavy. The enemies came one after another. Lin Sun was invincible all the way. He left the dust behind. Burial of Path Sea Grave. It was a name that sounded extremely strange and terrifying. It was like entering the hell, full of black fog and countless ghosts. The scene was enough to make all the practitioners in the world desperate. It was extremely vast here. The deeper he went, the thicker the black fog was. Lin Sun rushed all the way forward and finally got rid of those vengeful spirits and came to the central area of the burial of Path Sea Grave. There was only one Taoist altar with a scope of 10,000 meters, floating above the sea in the shape of 9 palaces, ancient and stained with blood. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw that the altar was surrounded by vengeful spirits with horrible aura in all directions. There was a Kuanpeng whose skeleton was as large as a floating continent. There was a majestic figure clad in armor and covered in rolling black fog. There was an old man with a broken corpse who controlled black lightning. There was a huge bird with white bone wings and a monstrous demonic aura. Each of them was as strong as the 8th level of the Emperor Realm, and some of them were even comparable to the Emperor Ancestor. Boom. They manipulated the terrible power of destruction and attacked the altar with all their strength. The sound of Tao rumbled like thunder in the 9th heaven. Profound and unfathomable restrictions appeared in the surroundings of the Tao platform, and they ceaselessly resisted and dealt with the attacks that came from all directions. Obviously, it couldn't hold on for too long. Under such violent bombardment, the whole altar shook violently, and there were many cracks on its surface. Above the altar, the black fog was surging. The figures of the blind monk and the misty girl could be vaguely seen, like weeds about to be drowned by the stormy waves. The situation was precarious. Seeing this, Lin Sun took a deep breath, suddenly took out the insignificant bow and the blue sky arrow, and pulled the blood-red bowstring. Bang! Along with the sound of wind and thunder, the blue sky arrow shot out explosively. It was like a ray of flowing light that pierced through the barrier of time. Its speed was swift, and its power was ferocious. Both of them had reached a shocking level. In the distance, an emperor vengeful spirit in a blood-stained robe with a broken arm seemed to be aware of the danger. He suddenly turned around and waved the bloody spear in his hand. At the same time, the blue sky arrow came. Boom! The blood-colored spear exploded into a dazzling rain of light. An 8th level Emperor Realm vengeful spirit that had lost an arm was instantly pulverized by the terrifying light of the arrow. This scene instantly caused a commotion in the surroundings, and exclamations of shock resounded from all directions. Damn it! Enemies are coming! A young peak great emperor? Since when did such a powerful figure appear in the ancient Desolation realm? All of you go deal with this person first. We'll be able to sink this Dao platform in less than 8 minutes. At that time it'll be time for us to escape. Alright. During the conversation, Lin Sun had already pulled the insignificance bow to the fullest and shot the moly arrow, the auspicious light arrow and the fragmented feather arrow in one go as fast as lightning. Bang! 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 The rumbling of wind and thunder resounded through the clouds and shook the entire area. It was deafening. In the distance, before the enemies could even make a move, the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits exploded one after another, killed on the spot. The ferocious and domineering scene almost made those intelligent enemies unable to believe it. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for a peak-grade emperor at the 4th level of the Emperor Realm to be so powerful, but the fact was like a stick that caught them off guard. Immediately, as if they were enraged or aware of the serious threat, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and separated a group of people to attack Lin Sun. At the same time, the other Emperor Realm vengeful spirits seemed to be stimulated and bombarded the ancient Dao platform crazily. Lin Sun's pupils narrowed slightly. His tall figure seemed to turn into a big abyss that could swallow the sky and the earth, roaring and boiling. His spirit and cultivation were also released unprecedentedly at this moment. At this time, there was no need to hold back at all. He had to kill, carve out a bright and clear universe. Rise! The abyssal sword cauldron appeared, and the divine light covered the sky and the earth, blocking and resolving the attacks from all directions one by one. Unshakable, indestructible, accompanied by the sword sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth, Lin Sun used his Taoist sword and rushed out violently. The power of the sword covered the sky. Rumble, a great battle broke out. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the sea evaporated, the divine light flowed like a tide, and the thunder and lightning tore through the void. More than 10 Emperor Realm vengeful spirits attacked together and surrounded Lin Sun. Each of them displayed the combat power of an 8th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. However, in Lin Sun's eyes, they weren't a threat at all. As the Taoist sword whistled past bang! 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 One by one, the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits were killed on the spot. The unparalleled sword chi wreaked havoc and destroyed everything. After these Emperor Realm vengeful spirits were killed, they turned into turbulent evil chi and dissipated. After all, no matter how powerful they were not real emperors. Otherwise, they might have been able to put some pressure on Lin Sun. Rumble! It wasn't long before all the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits that had besieged Xianxia had been utterly defeated and annihilated. Damn it, he's just a young great emperor, how can he be so powerful? In the distance, the Emperor Realm vengeful spirits that were attacking the Taoist altar were enraged and in disbelief. Seeing that Lin Sun was about to reach them, an old man with a broken body suddenly gave up on attacking the Taoist altar and charged towards Lin Sun. He controlled the black lightning and his aura was cold and strange. His body was covered with a decaying aura of death. His aura was so strong that it was almost comparable to a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Die! The old man's voice was as cold as a blade. Black thunder and lightning fell from the sky and shrouded Lin Sun like death thunder. The void collapsed and exploded. The black lightning was like a chain that whipped the world. It was unimaginably terrifying. At this moment, Lin Sun was in awe. The aura of the old man was comparable to that of Fourth Brother. Of course, Fourth Brother was only using the strength of a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Slash! Lin Sun roared and stepped forward, slashing out with his Taoist sword. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn apart. Endless sword chi dazzled the eyes. It was a vast expanse of whiteness that dyed the world shrouded in black mist with blazing light. When the sword light dissipated, the old man in the distance was stunned. He murmured in a trance, What kind of sword Tao is this? His voice was getting lower and lower. On the other hand, the old man's figure silently turned into ashes that drifted down to the heavens and earth. One slash killed a vengeful spirit that was comparable to a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. However, for Lin Sun, the old man and the Emperor ancestor were worlds apart. After all, he was a vengeful spirit that had fallen countless years ago. Even if his aura and power were terrifying, he did not have the will and spirit. He lacked the power of the Emperor ancestor. Over the years, Lin Sun had fought with countless Emperor ancestor realm cultivators. Naturally, he knew how powerful the real Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators were. Moreover, if the old man really had the power of the Emperor Ancestor Realm, he would not have been killed by one slash. In the distance, there were only 9 vengeful spirits that were attacking the Taoist altar. At this moment, they all felt a chill and fear. It was too terrifying. It was inconceivable that a great emperor at the 4th level of the Emperor Realm could kill their companions who were on par with them with one slash. The Taoist altar was on the verge of collapse, and the cracks on its surface were shocking. It was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, these vengeful spirits did not dare to think about it because Lin Sun had already arrived. Go! A figure that was covered in mist and holding a sword shouted. He turned around and fled unwillingly. Seeing this, the other vengeful spirits immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Young man, you will die here. A threatening voice full of resentment floated between heaven and earth, echoing for a long time. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. He did not chase after them, nor did he care about the threat. Previously, he was also worried that if these ghosts attacked the Taoist altar with all their strength, even if he could kill them one by one, he would not be able to protect the Taoist altar. Fortunately, none of this happened. The Taoist altar was already riddled with holes and cracks. Like glass that was about to shatter, it could no longer withstand serious damage. In the center of the Taoist altar, a black skeleton floated in the air. The blind monk was dressed in a bloody robe with a black lotus pattern on his head and empty eye sockets. He looked as if he had passed away in a sitting posture. Beside him, the misty lady sat on one side. Her graceful figure also revealed an aura of exhaustion and decay. Xianxia, that kid came to help us. The ancient wilderness Taoist altar is not destroyed. If you don't believe me, take a look. The voice of the woman shrouded in mist was intermittent, sounding incomparably weak. But no matter what she said, the blind monk next to her did not move. Lin Sun was shocked. Xianxia Buddha. Suddenly, he recalled the Buddha's pagoda he'd seen in the Buddha Earth in the region of extinction and the Buddhist Lord Xianxia who'd left it behind. He still remembered that Xianxia Buddha, whom he had never met, had left behind a sentence in the pagoda, "When my Tao is proven, I will know the suffering of all living beings." Xianxia Buddha regarded him as one of us and called him fellow Taoist. To this day, Lin Sun could not forget the heart of killing pagoda given by Xianxia Buddha. "Leave my heart of killing pagoda and break the way of life and death with you." Thinking of this, Lin Sun looked at the blind monk who was full of strange aura. His eyes completely changed. Could it be that he was Xianxia Buddha? But immediately, Lin Sun's heart sank. Because he'd already noticed that the aura of the blind monk had vanished completely, and only an icy cold and deathly still body remained. An indescribable feeling of loss welled up in Lin Sun's heart. How could he not know that the blind monk died to defend the Taoist altar? "My young friend, come and talk." The woman shrouded in mist spoke. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, she could not hold on for much longer. Lin Sun climbed up the Taoist altar without hesitation. It was also at this moment that he finally saw the appearance of the woman who was completely covered in mist, and he instantly felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. How could it be her? P.S. It's the weekend. I heard that many children are on winter vacation. Don't forget to vote for the best author. Many years ago, in the domain of the Absolute Summit, Lin Sun once saw a unique woman after entering the Forbidden Blood Abyss. Between heaven and earth, there was a blood-red mist, and a small hill made of skeletons stood in the middle of it. Blood and mist flowed out from the densely packed skeletons. And on the top of the hill, a graceful figure sat there, wearing a blood-stained dress. She seemed to be combing her long hair in front of the river. However, what was even more frightening was that there was nothing above her neck. There was no head. When he was about to leave, Lin heard a faint sigh, full of endless loneliness. "Who will remember me, Wu Yang, when you are all gone?" It was also at that time that Lin Sun heard that there was a talented emperor Wu Yang at the beginning of the ancient times. She fought in the 9 heavens and fought in the 9 nether. She dominated for a period of time alone, and her peers were all overshadowed. A woman who could surpass her peers and dominate for a period of time was like a legend, enough to shock anyone. That was the first time Lin Sun heard of Emperor Wu Yang. Later, Lin Sun entered the Styx River, and entered a pure land full of thunder-sound purple bamboo. Over there, Lin Sun saw the graceful figure again. At that time, her dress was as clean as snow, without any blood stains. Although her figure was illusory and blurry, her hair was still flowing like a waterfall, and her head was still there. In the purple bamboo forest, she and Lin Sun talked about many things. She regarded Lin Sun as her Taoist friend. There was the gate to heaven, the struggle of the world, and the road to the absolute summit. Her voice was clear and cold. Later, she told Lin Sun that she had cultivated for 3,000 years, traveled the world alone, and killed countless enemies. Among her peers, she was unparalleled. She learned thousands of Taoist skills and methods in her life. But later, she only left one sword style, called No Return. This was the supreme inheritance of Sword Tao that she had condensed in her life, and it had amazed the world. At that time, she imparted it to Lin Sun without reservation. At that time, Lin Sun asked, "Why did you appear as a headless body?" Wu Yang replied. Back then, when he was fighting against the other 8 regions, it was snatched away by someone. Such humiliation, he would definitely avenge it in the future. Since then, everything about Battle Emperor Wu Yang had been buried deep in Lin Sun's heart like a mystery. Now, he was already a peak 4th level Great Emperor. However, when he thought of Battle Emperor Wu Yang and how he never returned, he was still amazed. A great empress could suppress an entire era. How dazzling was that! At this time, when he stood on the platform and saw the woman shrouded in mist, Lin Sun was stunned. Because she was Battle Emperor Wu Yang, although its appearance was still vague and illusory, how could Lin Sun forget its ethereal and cold unique temperament? How could this be? Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. After all, when he first crossed the Soul Oblivion Ocean and entered the Burial Sea Burial Mound, he had seen him. There was also the blind monk beside Battle Emperor Wu Yang. Just like the Buddhist Lord Xianxia whom he had met in the region of death, he had also met the blind monk when he was young. However, Lin Sun had never thought that they would be acquaintances of his. This sudden truth caught Lin Sun off guard. "Fellow Taoist, why are you here?" Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. The beautiful figure seemed surprised as well. She asked, "What do you mean, my young friend?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He told her everything he had seen in the region of death. After listening to him, the woman came to a realization. She said, "This is really interesting. Everything in the world is just like a drink and a peck. Everything is predetermined. There must be a reason for everything." After listening to the woman's explanation, Lin Sun finally understood everything. In ancient times, the Dark World experienced its first oblivion calamity. Taishan Sword Emperor led a group of powerful figures from the ancient Desolate War League there. After experiencing danger, they finally took away a portion of the world source that originally belonged to the Dark World. This portion of the world source was the region of death that appeared in the ancient Desolation realm. However, when Taishan Sword Emperor and his group returned to the ancient Desolation realm with this portion of the world source, they were intercepted by cultivators from the 8 realms. A bloody battle broke out between the two sides. In this conflict, Battle Emperor Wu Yang was besieged by a group of terrifying existences. Although he eventually killed all of his enemies, his head was taken away by a sneak attack. Battle Emperor Wu Yang regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life. The scenes that Lin Sun saw in the region of death were the remnants of that bloody battle. As for what was left in the thunder purple bamboo forest, it was only a wisp of Battle Emperor Wu Yang's willpower. Until later. Battle Emperor Wu Yang killed his way into the Outland realm alone. He traveled for 90,000 miles and killed 16 enemies, all of whom were great emperors of ancient times and ancestors of emperors. After this battle, Battle Emperor Wu Yang, Taishan Sword Emperor, and the others headed to the other side of the universe together. When the nameless Supreme Emperor swept through the ancient path of the universe with the forbidden power of order, Battle Emperor Wu Yang, Buddhist Lord Xianxia, and other cultivators also returned from the other side of the universe and participated in the Decimo Dao battle. However, the battlefield was in the Burial Sea Mound. The result of the battle was that the enemies of the 8 realms were all slaughtered here. However, when the Great Wall of the ancient Desolation Realm's Imperial Pass was attacked, the forbidden power of order spread throughout the world. Battle Emperor Wu Yang, Buddhist Lord Xianxia, and the others could only leave behind a wisp of their willpower to suppress this place and leave in a hurry. Otherwise, they would never have the chance to return to the other side of the universe. After understanding this, Lin Sun realized that the blind monk and misty girl before him were also willpower. To suppress the burial sea mound, as for their original bodies, they had clearly returned to the other side of the universe. Thinking of this, Lin Sun felt relaxed. It was a great fortune that he didn't die. Battle Emperor Wu Yang asked, "Young friend, do you know why we didn't go to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass and chose to fight here?" Her aura grew weaker and her voice became ethereal, but she didn't seem to notice. Lin Sun shook his head. This world is the core of the origin of all Daos and has always been coveted by the other 8 realms. Since the beginning of the Archean era, the ancient Desolation realm and the other 8 realms have fought countless bloody wars for this core origin. The skeletons buried in the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass are the best proof. According to Battle Emperor Wu Yang, even if the ancient Desolation realm lost to the nameless Venerable Emperor in the 10-directional Dao War, it still had a chance to rise again. But if the core of the origin of all Daos in the ancient Desolation realm was taken away, it was destined to fall into decline and become a true abandoned land of the great Daos. As the ancient Desolation realm was destroyed in the 10-directional Dao War, the core of the origin of all Daos was left in this lower realm. In other words, this lower realm was formed from the core power of the origin of all Daos. The survivors of the Archean 10,000 clans in the Soul Oblivion Sea were actually descendants of the clans that lived near the origin of all Daos. Battle Emperor Wu Yang, Buddhist Lord Xianxia, and other powerful figures were originally from the ancient Desolation realm. They naturally wouldn't allow the origin of all Daos in the ancient Desolation realm to be taken away. After understanding all this, Lin Sun finally understood. The ultimate, the bloodthirsty battlefield, the burial sea mound, they were all in the lower realm. This was enough to prove how extraordinary the lower realm was. Young friend, have you noticed that the spiritual chi of the great Daos in the lower realm is constantly recovering? Battle Emperor Wu Yang asked. Lin Sun nodded and then froze. Could this be the core power of the origin of all Daos awakening? That's right. Battle Emperor Wu Yang said, a few decades ago, the spiritual chi recovered and the world changed. The origin of all Daos that had been silent for countless years finally awakened. This also affected the changes in the burial sea mound. The vengeful spirits of the 8 realms that were suppressed here also transformed during the recovery of the spiritual chi. Xianxia and I are only the willpower left behind in the past. Countless years have passed, and the power we possess has already weakened by more than half. If not, we wouldn't be trapped here. At this point, Battle Emperor Wu Yang looked at Lin Sun and said, "Fortunately, young friend, you're here. Otherwise, if those damned things destroyed this altar and escaped the burial sea mound, the origin of all Daos would be invaded and occupied by them." Lin Sun's emotions fluctuated as he said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, I will naturally destroy all the enemies in the burial sea mound." His words were resolute and decisive. Battle Emperor Wu Yang smiled and suddenly said, "The lower realm is ushering in an unprecedented change. When the core power of the origin of all Daos completely awakens, it can even turn this realm into a true blessed land of the great Dao, comparable to the Middle Earth state of the primordial world." Lin Sun's heart shook and he gasped. The primordial world was regarded as the #1 realm in the universe. And among the 49 states of the primordial world, the Middle Earth state was the most powerful. It was an extremely prosperous, and fertile territory. The 6 major Dao courts, the 10 war clans, and many far ancient emperor clans resided there. It was a terrifying place. One Middle Earth state was able to support so many ancient orthodoxies and forces. One could imagine how extraordinary the Middle Earth state was. In reality, Lin Sun had gone there before and seen how sacred the Middle Earth state was. He also saw how terrifying the black-yellow Dao Court's foundation was. If the current lower realm could also transform into such a blessed land of the great Dao in the future, the impact it would bring would be immeasurable. At the very least, the billions of living beings living in the lower realm would have the opportunity to change their fates and realize continuous transformation. Think about it. In the past, a reincarnation development realm cultivator could be called an overlord who could summon the wind and rain. A longevity tribulation realm monarch could intimidate an area and no one dared to provoke them. What about in the future? there would probably be countless cultivators like them. Even the Sage Realm and the Boundary Emperor Realm were destined to be a common occurrence. As for the Emperor Realm, they would also appear continuously. When that time came, the entire situation in the lower realm was destined to be completely different from before. The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more shocked he was. No wonder Battle Emperor Wu Yang, Buddhist Lord Xianxia, and the others would risk everything to protect the core power of the origin of all Daos. The opportunities contained within were truly too heaven-defying. As Lin Sun's heart was pounding, Battle Emperor Wu Yang's figure quietly dissipated into a sparkling rain of light. Fellow Taoist. Lin Sun's pupils constricted. I can rest assured that you are here. If fate allows, we will meet again in the starry sky. A wisp of an ethereal voice reverberated between heaven and earth. When he looked at Buddhist Lord Xianxia's figure again, he also silently turned into nothingness. Lin Sun cupped his fists and bowed. Among the sages he knew, the Taishan Sword Emperor, Battle Emperor Wu Yang, and the Xianxia Buddhist Lord were all magnanimous and open-minded. They had the world in their hearts and were worthy of respect. Next, Lin Sun checked the Taoist altar again, only to find that it was so badly damaged that it was impossible to repair it. It wouldn't take long for the altar to completely collapse without the enemy's siege. Before this altar is destroyed, I must wipe out all the wraiths in the burial sea grave. Lin Sun made a decision. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 Taoist bodies flew over from afar. Lin Sun immediately understood that the 5 Taoist bodies had killed a total of 37 wraiths of the Emperor Realm. Such accomplishments could already be said to be brilliant. But for Lin Sun, who had killed countless great emperors, it was nothing. Ahu, you guys stay here. I'll go kill the enemies. Lin Sun released Ahu and the others and told them the information he got from Battle Emperor Wu Yang. Then, he decided to take action immediately. Ahu, Old Toad, and Alu also realized that time was running out and nodded. Lin Sun was still worried, so he left the 5 Tao forms behind to guard the Taoist altar, while he himself teleported away. From that day onwards, countless vengeful spirits suffered calamity in the Dao burial sea tomb. But all of them that Lin Sun encountered were completely annihilated without mercy. Even if they hid under the sea, Lin Sun still found and killed them one by one. 3 days later, Lin Sun stood in a black mist and looked around while refining the divine medicine to replenish his strength. It had been 3 days and he had killed at least 100,000 wraiths along the way. But most of them were cannon fodder, not worth mentioning and could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. As for the vengeful spirits with the aura of the Emperor Realm, they seemed to have evaporated from the world. Lin Sun only met 2 of them, and their strength was very weak. Where are those intelligent fellows hiding? Lin Sun frowned. He'd already realized that he hadn't seen a single one of those terrifying figures that had besieged the Dao platform earlier. Obviously, they'd gone into hiding a long time ago. If he didn't kill them one by one, once the Dao altar was destroyed, these damned things would definitely escape at the first moment. But what Lin Sun didn't expect was that the burial sea burial mound was so vast that it could be compared to a world. Moreover, it was covered in thick black fog. Up until now, Lin Sun hadn't been able to find any trace of those vengeful spirits. No matter what, we must drag them out. When his physical strength recovered, Lin Sun took a deep breath and continued to sweep. At the same time, in the depths of the Dao burial sea tomb, a scarlet mountain sank into the sea. This mountain was extremely strange, and it emanated an obscure aura that caused its surroundings to be isolated from the outside world. Even if one used their divine sense to investigate, it would be utterly impossible to notice. A group of Emperor-level vengeful spirits gathered near the scarlet divine mountain. Let's wait a little longer. That Dao platform has long been destroyed by us to the point of collapse. It won't be long before we can escape from here. A figure shrouded in fog with a sword at his waist spoke in a low voice. As long as we escape, with our strength, we can achieve further transformation in this world's spiritual chi recovery. At that time, as he spoke, his voice was filled with excitement. The core of the Dao's origin will definitely respect us. The surrounding people were restless. The Emperor-level vengeful spirits were also excited. But if that young great Emperor Juing doesn't die, even if we escape in the future, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. A hoarse sigh resounded. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, the other Emperor-level vengeful spirits fell into silence. The atmosphere also became oppressive. The young Great Emperor Juing was simply too powerful. It made them feel cold and terrified. They couldn't imagine how such a person could exist in this world. Don't worry. When we get out of here, we'll contact the forces of our respective territories. At that time, the 8 territories coalition army will come together and occupy this lower world. The figure with a sword at his waist said, as for that young Great Emperor. How can he stop the 8 territories coalition army? The Emperor-level vengeful spirits all relaxed a lot when they heard this. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, the 8 territories coalition army? In your dreams. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shocking the Emperor-level vengeful spirits. That kid actually came to them. How did he do it? Boom, a brilliant and immeasurable sword chi suddenly cut down from the sea, separating the sea water and evaporating the rolling mist. The scarlet-red divine mountain that had sunk into the sea was slashed apart by the sword strike, and it rumbled as it collapsed and emanated surging and violent turbulent flows of energy. The Emperor-level vengeful spirits hiding nearby were all frightened and chose to escape at the first moment as if they had gone mad. No one was willing to fight with Lin Sun again. They all knew that this was no different from courting death. They just wanted to escape. As long as they could avoid this disaster and wait for the altar to be completely destroyed, they would have a chance to escape. At this chaotic moment, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded slowly, "Little 5, it's your turn." Immediately afterward, a terrible prohibition power, as if covering the sky and the sun, completely enveloped the sea area. Countless bright runes and Taoist patterns flickered, emitting a terrible aura that was enough to make the ancestors of emperors tremble. Dao Fall Formation. Although the Emperor-level vengeful spirits fled in different directions, this sea area was shrouded and blocked. When they reacted, they had already been trapped in the formation. Oh no! Damn it, that kid is too despicable. He has already set up a prohibition formation. Kill, kill. A burst of exasperated roars sounded. The Emperor-level vengeful spirits seemed to have gone mad, trying their best to break the formation. Outside the formation, Xiaowu smiled in disdain and snapped his fingers. Boom, the Dao Parish formation was activated to the extreme. For a time, thunder rumbled and lightning flowed, and terrifying killing intent transformed into various phenomena of the Grand Dao that appeared within the Dao Parish formation. Before long, shrill and unwilling screams sounded. In the distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. 2 days ago, he saw the Scarlet Mountain sunk in the bottom of the sea with the secret method of divination Z's divine eye and found those Emperor-level vengeful spirits. However, he didn't take action. Instead, he ordered Little 5 to set up the formation in order to kill all these ghosts and prevent any from escaping. Now it was time to draw the net. Rumble. The Dao Perishing Heaven formation rumbled, and the heavens and the earth shook. In just a moment, the 19 Emperor-level vengeful spirits trapped in it were all killed. Big brother, no one was spared. In the distance, Little 5 smiled brightly. Like old Toad and Alu, he was used to calling Lin Sun Big Brother. Good job. Lin Sun nodded. In the next few days, Lin Sun continued to move. The vast burial sea grave was swept by Lin Sun. On this day, Lin Sun sensed something and looked around. Boom, a layer of invisible energy seemed to have been shattered in the sky above the Dao burial sea tomb, and it emanated intense and ear-piercing rumbling. Immediately after, a clear and bright light shone down from the sky. The black mist that had originally covered this area of the sea instantly turned into rolling smoke and dissipated continuously. Like snow melting in water. Lin Sun immediately realized that the Taoist altar here had probably collapsed completely. Fortunately, the vengeful spirits trapped here for countless years had been slaughtered by Lin Sun. Even if there were some left, they were doomed to be useless. It's time to leave. Lin Sun turned around and returned to the place where the ancient Taoist altar was. Putting away the 5 Taoist bodies, Lin Sun told Ah Hu and Old Toad about killing the vengeful spirits, and then he took everyone to the Soul Oblivion Sea. Back to Ziyao Empire. On this day, the survivors of the 10,000 ancient races who had lived in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea for countless years were surprised to find that the burial sea grave, which they regarded as a terrifying forbidden area, had disappeared. It caused a great uproar and countless creatures were excited. The reason was that in the past, the existence of the burial sea grave was like a blockade, which the survivors of the 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to cross. But now that the blockade was gone, it wouldn't be difficult for them to expand their forces further away from the Soul Oblivion Sea. The revival of spiritual chi, the great era has come. An unprecedented change will overturn all the previous patterns. This is a chance to reshuffle the cards. The countless creatures in the world have a fair chance. Let's see who can rise in such a prosperous era and lead the trend of the times. The great era, the time when our fate will change. It was unknown how many people of the older generation felt their hearts surging as they made all sorts of deductions. After leaving the burial sea grave, Lin Sun didn't take the vast universe arc again. Instead, he teleported directly on the Soul Oblivion Sea. He traveled as fast as lightning. There are so many terrifying auras in the Soul Oblivion Sea. It seems that after the revival of spiritual chi, the Soul Oblivion Sea has also changed. Along the way, Lin Sun's powerful divine sense swept across and saw countless races and creatures living in the sea. Many of them even had the aura of the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Sun even noticed the aura of the emperor realm, but there were very few of them. Along the way, Lin Sun only detected 3 auras of the emperor realm. They were obviously in closed-door cultivation and were in deep hibernation. They seemed to be waiting for a certain opportunity to come out. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't returned for many years and the lower realm had indeed changed too much. At least in the past, the Soul Oblivion Sea wouldn't have so many powerful auras. All of this was because the core power of the origin of the 10,000 Daos had awakened, causing the spiritual chi of the entire world to awaken and grow wildly. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., the voting for the best author would end. Don't forget to vote for the free tickets and the free tickets every day. Again, don't spend money on tickets, it's not worth it. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. 1 day later. Above the blue ocean, a figure flashed in the void and moved at an incredible speed, just like a flash of flowing light. He was dressed in a moon-white robe, with black hair and black eyes. His figure was as tall as a pine tree, his skin as crystal white as jade, and his handsome face was angular as if it was carved by a knife and an axe. From his appearance alone, he looked like a young man. His aura was ordinary, but if there was a martial emperor here, they would feel an oppressive force pressing down on them. It was as if he was facing a ruler that controlled the universe and held the sun and moon in his mouth. This man was Lin Sun. I'm almost there. Looking into the distance, he sighed with emotion. After careful calculation, it had been nearly 100 years since he left the mortal world for the first time. During this period, he returned to the mortal world in a hurry when the domain of despair came to an end. 100 years was like a snap of the fingers. But in the lower realms, the world had probably changed, and the seas had turned into mulberry fields. Lin Zhong, Mr. Vulture, Young Ku, Zhu Laosan, Ning Meng, Shi Yu. How are they? Memories of the past came to Lin Sun's mind bit by bit, making him a little emotional. He was more timid when he was closer to home. At this moment, he also had an indescribable feeling. 100 years had passed. Were those people still there? His spiritual awareness spread out as if it could see the mystery of the world. But soon, Lin Sun frowned. The faraway sea area bordered the East Sea of Xiao Empire, but now there was an orderly natural moat. Countless violent and gorgeous world orders poured down from the sky like a waterfall. The power of order was surging like tides and even turned into dancing dragons. Looking from a distance, it was like a barrier connecting the sky and the earth, completely separating the Soul Oblivion Sea from the East Sea of Xiao Empire. Lin Sun's spiritual awareness had detected such an abnormal scene before. The world order turned into a barrier and cut off the Soul Oblivion Sea, which didn't exist in the past at all. Lin Sun slowed down and approached. With his divine awareness, he found that the chasm-like power of order was like layers upon layers of restriction shackles, shrouding the Xiao Empire on the opposite side and isolating all the rules, spiritual energy, and power of the Great Way. Xiao Empire was a world. Then, the order barriers were layers of light shields that enveloped the Xiao Empire and formed a natural defense force of order. Even an ancestral emperor would tremble in fear when facing such a barrier. Not to mention breaking through it, even lightly touching it would probably cause one to suffer a heavy blow. He has indeed changed, Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He raised his eyes to look at the sky, but he couldn't see any aura of the taboo order energy. Obviously, the energy controlled by Heavenly Emperor Shi could no longer descend upon the mortal world. All of this was most likely related to the recovery of the core power of the myriad Tao origins. Lin Sun looked carefully. If he wanted to return to Xiao Empire, he had to pass through such an orderly natural moat and find a way to cross it. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that thousands of meters away, in the area covered by the torrent of order, a vortex portal emerged. It was hard to notice if one didn't look carefully. Lin Sun directly teleported over and sensed for a while. He couldn't help but hesitate. This vortex portal was indeed a tunnel that could traverse the Zhou void. It was transformed by the power of order, but Lin Sun didn't know. Where would they be teleported if they entered it, at this moment? Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Lin Sun turned his head and saw a group of practitioners flying towards him. There were 3 men and 2 women. Obviously, they were the creatures living in the Soul Oblivion Sea. Although they were in human form, they retained the unique characteristics of the tribe. Among these 5 people, the weakest one was in the Great Sage realm. The handsome green-haired man was in the first level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Moreover, they were all very young and full of vitality. Obviously, they were not seniors. Someone actually arrived first. Is this fellow Taoist also planning to head to the myriad Tao world? When the 5 people saw Lin Sun, they were also very surprised. One of them, a thin man with golden luster all over his body, asked. Myriad Tao realm? Lin Sun was stunned and asked, where is that? The 5 people all showed a suspicious look. A beautiful woman with a cold and arrogant look said coldly, friend, over the past decades, have you never cared about the affairs of the world? You don't even know about the myriad Tao realm. It's really ridiculous. Her words were harsh. Seeing Lin Sun frown, a person next to her quickly said, the myriad Tao realm is where the Xiao Empire used to be. With the recovery of spiritual qi, the territory of the Xiao Empire continued to expand, and many unknown folded spaces and secret realms appeared. Today, the territory of the Xiao Empire is at least 100 times larger than before. Because of the changes caused by the recovery of spiritual qi, the world calls it the myriad Tao realm. Lin Sun finally understood and said, thank you very much. I have been in closed-door training these years. I didn't expect that the world has become completely different. The 5 people showed a look of understanding. This was normal. Lin Sun's aura was so ordinary that they didn't feel any threat, which also made them relax. Friend, the myriad Tao realm is regarded as the world's Taoist fate outbreak. With the recovery of spiritual qi, many rare opportunities will emerge every once in a while. If you are interested, you can go there. The handsome green-haired man said with a reserved look and gave Lin Sun some advice. Of course, you should be careful when you enter the myriad Tao realm at this time. In these years, there have been many extremely powerful and ruthless people in that place. The arrogant woman next to him became impatient and urged, Senior Brother Wei, he is just a stranger we met by chance. There is no need to talk to him. Let's hurry up. The green-haired man smiled and nodded. He immediately led the others into the vortex portal and disappeared. Watching them leave, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. The myriad Tao realm. The place where the Taoist fate outbreak. Its territory expanded 100 times, and many folded spaces and secret realms emerged. Everything in the Xiao Empire had indeed become completely different from before. At least, if one wanted to enter from the Soul Oblivion Sea, he had to pass through an order barrier. Shaking his head, Lin Sun stepped into the vortex portal. Boom, the dazzling divine light burst out, and the next moment, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. He had long been accustomed to the space shift, so he waited quietly. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying force of world order emerged and blotted out the heavens and the earth as it pressed down on Lin Sun. The force was extremely violent and could easily tear apart any cultivator, and even an Emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it. Rise. Lin Sun's expression did not change. He directly took out the abyssal sword cauldron, and purple order phoenix flame emerged from the furnace. Lin Sun's expression changed. The power of Order Phoenix Flame was constantly being oppressed, and there was a sign that it could not hold on any longer. Boom, in a flash, the Abyssal Sword Cauldron was directly suppressed. The terrifying force of order pressed down, causing Lin Sun's aura to sink, but he was not hurt. I see. The force of order in this world prevents all forces that go against the natural order from entering. Lin Sun immediately understood and restrained his aura without hesitation. As expected, the oppressive force of order weakened until Lin Sun suppressed his cultivation to the first level of Emperor Realm, and the oppressive force of order finally disappeared. It seems that the current Xiao Empire can only allow cultivators at the first level of Emperor Realm. Otherwise, they will be greatly suppressed and unable to move an inch. While Lin Sun was thinking, his eyes flashed, and he appeared on a void of blue sea. In an instant, he felt that this world was different. The surging pure spiritual energy was like a whistling sea breeze as it swept through the surroundings and spread out in all directions, causing this world to be filled with incomparably surging and dense vitality. At the same time, Lin Sun felt that the great way of heaven and earth was extremely solid. In the past, the power released in a breath could make the world tremble. But now, it could only cause circles of ripples to appear in the nearby space. Lin Sun was not surprised. These years, he had traveled the ancient path of the starry sky, crossed the void, and traveled to countless worlds. Some worlds were as fragile as glass, and a punch from a saint could shake the world, burn mountains, and boil the sea. Some worlds were as solid as divine gold. Even an Emperor Realm expert's all-out attack would only be able to split the mountains and split the seas, and trample through the mountains and rivers. Generally speaking, the more solid the order of a world was, the higher the quality of spiritual chi it could contain, the stronger the great way of heaven, and the higher one's cultivation was, the more benefits one could get from cultivating in it. For example, the Central Earth Taoist state in the Hongming world, the order of the world was huge and solid, covered with the incomparable power of the great way of heaven. Obviously, with the changes of the recovery of spiritual chi in Xiao Empire, the power of order of the whole world was constantly growing. Stronger. Screech. Suddenly, a ferocious bird with silver wings and dazzling light swooped down from the sky. It crossed the void and tried to catch Lin Sun. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped the ferocious bird in his palm. The bird trembled with fear, realizing that it had made a mistake and met a fierce opponent. It's just a silver-scaled falcon, but its cultivation is comparable to that of a life-passing tribulation king. It's getting more and more interesting. Lin Sun was deep in thought. He waved his sleeve and let the silver-scaled falcon go. The latter escaped in a panic and didn't dare to stay any longer. It didn't know that Lin Sun was not merciful, but simply didn't want to deal with such a small fry. It's been 100 years, and now the spiritual chi in the lower world is recovering. I wonder what Xiao Empire has become. Lin Sun looked into the distance and could still vaguely recognize that this sea area originally belonged to the East Sea of the Empire. But compared with the past, it had undergone earth-shaking changes. Let's go back first. Although the world had changed so much that even a silver-scaled falcon could become a life-passing tribulation king, Lin Sun didn't care about it at all. What he cared about most was his old friends and relatives. He didn't waste any time and directly flashed over. For the sake of avoiding causing any disturbances, he restrained his aura and flew silently. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. The sea breeze was whistling, carrying the surging flow of spiritual energy. Compared with Lin Sun's previous life in the lower world, the spiritual chi in the world was hundreds or even thousands of times richer. It was comparable to the macro world on the starry sky ancient path. A thought came to Lin Sun's mind as he walked. The revival of spiritual energy was still going on. Maybe he could make a breakthrough in the lower world. Lin Sun shook his head. Now that he had entered the myriad Dao realm, which was supposed to be the territory of the Xiao Empire, he had to suppress his cultivation and maintain it at the first level of the Emperor realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Suddenly, there was a battle in the distance. Lin Sun subconsciously glanced over and saw a beautiful girl in a fiery red dress, with snow-white skin, being besieged. She was in a precarious situation. She was at the 7th level of the Longevity Tribulation, while her opponents were at the 9th level of the Longevity Tribulation. No matter which one of them was stronger than her. Lin Sun noticed that the reason why the girl in red could hold on until now was that she had a very powerful ancient saint treasure. It was a flaming red whip, covered with the mysterious power of the divine Tao. Every lash of the whip was like a dancing fire dragon, wantonly and violent. There were many cultivators watching the battle in the nearby sea, but none of them intervened. They looked at the three people besieging the girl in red with deep fear. Obviously, the three people were not simple. Lin Sun noticed that the 3 men and 2 women he met in the Soul Oblivion Sea were also watching the battle. Then Lin Sun planned to withdraw his consciousness and continue on his way. He was not interested in a battle of this level, so he didn't want to get involved. Although the girl in red was in a precarious situation, she wouldn't be defeated in a short time. However, when he was about to withdraw his consciousness, the girl in red suddenly scolded in a clear voice, "If you want to deal with the Yi family in the East Sea, do it openly. Don't you feel ashamed to use such a dirty trick to force my grandpa to bow his head?" Her pretty face was as cold as frost, and her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. The Yi family in the East Sea. Lin Sun was stunned. Wasn't that Yi Qi's family? The Heaven's Pivot Holy Land is a famous sect in the ancient Desolation realm. How could you bully a junior like me? Shameless. Just you wait, even if I, Yi Lingshuang, die today, I won't let you have your way. That red-robed young lady who called herself Yi Lingshuang was clearly flustered and exasperated. Or to put it more accurately, she had already sensed that the situation she was in was extremely bad. Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes when he heard this word. When he entered the ancient Desolation realm for the first time, he became enemies with the successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. In those years, in order to kill him, this great force in the ancient Desolation realm had attacked him many times. Interesting. The members of the Heaven's Pivot Divine Grounds have actually descended to the mortal dimension as well. In this way, it would seem that the changes in the mortal dimension have aroused the greed of those sects in the ancient Desolation region. While Lin was thinking, he had already walked over. It's that guy. At the same time, the 3 men and 2 women who had met Lin Sun before all noticed Lin Sun and couldn't help being stunned. Especially when she saw Lin Sun walking straight to the battlefield, the cold and aloof woman couldn't help but sneer. He doesn't even know the name of the myriad Dao realm, and he still plans to play the hero to save the beauty. This kid is really ignorant. Fearless. The handsome green-haired man who was the leader raised his eyebrows and said, "Anyway, we've met by chance. It's better to remind him." As he spoke, he said to Lin Sun, "My friend, this is between the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land and the Yi family of the East Sea. You can't get involved." Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "Thank you for reminding me." But he still continued walking. Seeing this, the aloof woman sneered and said, "Brother Wei, did you see that? He doesn't appreciate your kindness at all." The eyes of the handsome green-haired man also flashed with annoyance, and then he sighed and said, "Anyway, we've already reminded him. Since he insists on getting involved, he should bear the responsibility of his own life and death." He and his companions all carried a kind of indistinct arrogance. After all, the weakest among them had the cultivation of the saint realm. For example, the handsome green-haired man had the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm. Almost everyone present was nothing in their eyes. At the same time, the cultivators who were watching the battle in the vicinity saw Lin Sun walking towards the battlefield. They couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this guy? Is he going to get involved in the matter of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be someone powerful. He's simply courting death. Who doesn't know that since the arrival of the experts of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land 10 years ago, they've been coveting the territory of the East Sea. In these 10 years, all the forces, big and small, have already chosen to submit. Only the Yi family of the East Sea is still holding on. Holding on? I think it won't be long before they're destroyed. There was a lot of discussion in the field. The red-robed girl Yi Lingshuang and the 3 experts of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land also noticed Lin Sun's appearance. Yi Lingshuang was happy at first, but when she saw that Lin Sun was an unfamiliar young man, and he was alone, she couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment. As for the 3 experts of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, they all frowned, and a cold expression appeared on their faces. Friend, I advise you to leave now. Don't interfere in this matter, or you'll definitely be met with a calamity. A man with hair like a halberd and a cold gaze like lightning bellowed, not bothering to conceal his threat. He released his aura, causing many in the surroundings to exclaim in shock. The green-haired handsome man and the others laughed and shook their heads. This little bit of power was only enough to bully those ordinary characters. However, Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of it. His gaze was fixed on Yilingxuang as he asked, "Who is Yi Xiaoqi to you?" Surprise flashed in Yilingxuang's eyes, and she subconsciously replied, "That's my grandfather's name." Grandfather? Lin Sun was stunned. It was like a storm was raging in his heart. How many years had it been? That little fatty Yi Xiaoqi already had a granddaughter. He was completely caught off guard. "You're courting death." Seeing that he was ignored by Lin Sun, the eyes of the man with hair like a halberd flashed with rage. He waved the battle spear in his hand and charged towards Lin Sun. Boom, violent ripples appeared in the void. The battle spear set off a dazzling shadow, piercing through the air with tyrannical power. This attack caused Yilingxuang's expression to change, and she subconsciously said, "Young master, dodge." "This kid is finished," the cold and arrogant woman said with pity. The green-haired handsome man let out a long sigh. He had already warned Lin Sun, but this guy still wanted to die. Who could he blame? At this moment, the corners of Lin Sun's mouth slightly curled up. How many years had it been? A small character in the longevity tribulation realm actually dared to attack him. If this news spread to all the heavens in the starry sky, no one would believe it. Lin Sun's figure did not move. The battle spear stopped 3 feet in front of him, unable to move any further. The pupils of the man with hair like a halberd contracted. But no matter how he struggled, the battle spear in his hand was frozen there, not moving an inch. He was shocked and secretly cursed in his heart. At this moment, Lin Sun looked at him and said with an indifferent expression, "The successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land still has such a bad memory." Bang, the battle spear exploded, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky. As for the man with hair like a halberd, he silently turned into ashes that drifted into the air, as if he had been incinerated. The entire audience was silent, dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, as if they didn't dare to believe this was real. Huh? The pupils of the green-haired handsome man and the others all shrank, their hearts pounding. They were also shocked by this strange scene of death. Even with their cultivation, they actually didn't know how Lin Sun had attacked. The other 2 experts from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land who were originally attacking Yilingxuang trembled at this moment, their expressions changing drastically. This? Yilingxuang was also startled, her beautiful eyes widened. That ordinary-looking fellow, could it be that he was an extremely powerful expert who had concealed his strength? Lass, it's a big taboo to be distracted during a battle. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Who are you? How dare you kill someone from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? At the same time, the 2 experts from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land withdrew their attacks, their expressions ashen as they looked at Lin Sun, revealing a sense of fear in their hearts. That's right, who is this young man? Countless people present also looked at Lin Sun with surprise and doubt. You don't even remember me? Lin Sun's eyes flickered. In the past, when he was in the ancient Desolation realm, he slaughtered the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, Lingbao Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, Xuandu Taoism Sect and other orthodoxies, causing them to suffer heavy losses. All of them hated Lin Sun to the bone. But now, these 2 descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land actually didn't recognize him, this enemy. Obviously, with the passage of time, the affairs of the world had changed. Perhaps only those old people from the past remembered the grudges and blood feud of the past. Go. At this moment, the 2 people from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land looked at each other, turned around and fled without any hesitation. Obviously, they had sensed how terrifying Lin Sun was, and didn't dare to stay. Can you still run? Lin Sun snapped out of his trance and flicked his finger. Bang! Bang! Far away on the sea, the 2 experts from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land died suddenly, their bodies turning into ashes in an instant. Not to mention blood, not even a piece of bone was left. Completely annihilated. A series of gasps sounded in the field, and everyone was shocked. 3 existences at the 9th level of the longevity calamity might not be enough to dominate the world today, but they were still like pillars of strength. Especially, the 3 of them were descendants of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. But in the blink of an eye, they were annihilated. Who was that strange young man? How dared he not put the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land in his eyes? Yi Lingshuang was also in a trance at this moment, and her eyes stared blankly. It was like a dream. The 3 enemies who put her in a dead end were annihilated just like that. It was even easier than killing ants. Girl, take me to see your grandfather. Lin Sun's voice rang out, waking Yi Lingshuang up. She nodded subconsciously, and then realized that something was wrong. She took a deep breath and summoned up her courage. Senior, can I know your name? Also, why are you looking for my grandfather? Lin Sun smiled. He could tell that this was a vigilant and quick-witted girl. Your grandpa and I are good friends. When Lin Sun thought of Yi Qi, he couldn't help but recall the days when he was young in the bloodthirsty camp. It was also at that time that he became close friends with Ning Meng, Shi Yu, Bai Lingshi, Yi Qi, Gong Ming, Li Duxing, and others. Now that he had been away for nearly 100 years, he didn't know where these friends were now. Let's go. As Lin Sun was thinking, he left with Yi Lingshuang. His figure flickered and disappeared in a few blinks of an eye. It was too late for Yi Lingshuang to refuse. As they watched him leave, there was a lot of discussion. They were all speculating about Lin Sun's identity and what impact his appearance would have on the hostility between the Yi family of the East Sea and the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Interesting, we were all wrong before. The green-haired handsome man revealed a playful smile. His aura is so restrained that no one can detect it. I'm afraid this person's cultivation is not lower than mine. His companions around him were all surprised. The green-haired handsome man was called Wei Yunzhong, the holy son of the Green Shark clan of the Soul Oblivion Sea. He was extremely talented. In the decades after the spiritual qi recovery, his cultivation had been soaring. Now he had the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm, which overshadowed some of the elders in his clan. Wei Yunzhong's prestige also quickly spread in the Soul Oblivion Sea. No one had expected that a person like Wei Yunzhong would think so highly of the young man. For a moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Only the cold and arrogant woman had a complicated look in her eyes. That guy is too insidious. He obviously has the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm, but he said he didn't know the myriad Dao realm. Previously, she had thought that Lin Sun would die. Who would have thought that such a change would happen? In fact, she was quite embarrassed. When she said this, she also had a strong prejudice. Wei Yunzhong smiled and said, "It's just a character we met by chance. Don't be angry about it. Let's go. It is said that there will be a shocking Taoist opportunity in the forbidden city of the Xiao Empire." It even alarmed many ancient orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm to intervene. If we want a share, we can't delay any longer. As he spoke, he took the lead and flew away. The others hurriedly followed. On the blue sea, seagulls were flying. Lin Sun brought Yi Lingshuang along as they soared through the air, exuding a leisurely air. He didn't fly at full speed, he was more like a tourist, enjoying the wonders of heaven and earth. The revival of spirit qi had changed the structure of the entire Xiao Empire and made the whole world look completely different from before. In the past, the king's domain could be called an overlord, but now, it was a common sight. For example, Yi Lingshuang was only 17 or 18 years old at most, but she already had a cultivation base at the 7th level of the longevity tribulation. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Sun calmed his mind and felt the changes in Zhou Su, deducing them. He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened to his cultivation if he had stayed in the mortal world instead of going to the ancient desolation realm. After a while, Lin Sun got an answer. If he had stayed back then, it would have been impossible for him to achieve the great Tao he had today. After all, the revival of spirit qi had only begun in the last few decades. The myriad Tao realm could only accommodate people of the first-level emperor realm at most. This also meant that even if the world changed drastically, it was impossible for the current myriad Tao world to give birth to someone with a cultivation base higher than the first level of the martial emperor realm. And he, Lin Sun, was now in the 4th level of the martial emperor realm. And he was the first peak-level emperor in 100,000 years. More importantly, the speed of cultivation didn't represent one's achievements on the Great Tao. Fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi could be said to be the best in the history. He became a sage at 9 and a peak-level emperor at 19, but he was still slightly inferior to Lin Sun in the same realm. Lin Sun had paid attention to Yi Lingshuang's battle before. The power of the 7th level of the longevity tribulation realm was far from being comparable to him when they were at the same level. This was because the speed of cultivation was too fast, but the tempering of each level was lacking. Senior, do you really know my grandpa? On the way, Lin Sun's demeanor was calm, allowing Yi Lingshuang to relax. She couldn't help but ask curiously, even the way she addressed him changed. Yes, he was a little fatty back then. He looked naive, but in fact, he was full of evil tricks. Lin Sun smiled. Yi Lingshuang didn't know what was in her mind, but she laughed out loud. The girl was pretty and lively, and her laughter was as clear as spring water, radiating charm. The girl giggled, no wonder although Grandpa is always smiling, my father and the others don't dare to disobey him. Lin Sun casually asked, what happened to your Yi clan recently? Why is the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground targeting you? Yi Lingshuang's smile disappeared, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She revealed the grudge between the Yi clan and the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground. The reason was very simple. Since the recovery of spiritual qi in the lower realm, 9 spiritual springs appeared in the territory controlled by the Yi clan. These 9 spiritual springs all had their own wonders. Some spewed out gunmetal qi, some contained Yiwood essence, and some released Xuani fire. Not only could it be used for cultivation, but it also had immeasurable benefits for alchemy, weapon forging, and even tempering the physique. These 9 spiritual springs were also known as spirit auspicious springs, and they benefited the Yi clan greatly. In just a few decades, a large number of dazzling figures emerged. Yi Lingshuang was one of them. But 10 years ago, when the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground opened up a passageway to the myriad Tao world, they chose to use the Eastern Sea as their foundation to open up branches and expand their forces. Until now, over 100 clans and forces that were originally under the command of the Yi clan in the Eastern Sea had all chosen to submit to the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground. Except for the Yi clan. Although their territory and forces were being nibbled away, the Yi clan could only endure. With the foundation of their clan, it was impossible for them to compete with an ancient orthodoxy like the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground. But recently, the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground had repeatedly sent emissaries to the Yi clan, making it clear that the Yi clan only had 2 choices. They could either choose to submit or give up the spirit auspicious springs, or they would suffer a great calamity. The Yi clan naturally didn't agree, and they had completely offended the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground. Now, the relationship between the 2 parties was already at a state of mutual hostility. Just like this time, Yi Lingshuang was originally heading to a spiritual island in the Eastern Sea to collect treasured herbs, but she was ambushed on the way, resulting in the scene just now. Knowing all this, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground has already decided to act against the Yi clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to so brazenly send people to capture you. Yi Lingshuang said worriedly, I'm also worried about this. You lead the way, we'll go to the Yi clan first. Lin Sun made a decision. Yi Lingshuang nodded. Xianxia City. The Eastern Sea Yi clan's territory. The Wind Cliff Dojo, the Yi clan's largest martial arts training ground. In the past, the Yi clan's disciples would all practice martial arts there, and it was extremely lively. But today, the atmosphere of the Wind Cliff Dojo was extremely stifling. In the early morning, a quasi-emperor elder from the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground called Rong Linhe led over 100 clan leaders. On the surface, it was a visit, but in reality, it was a showdown with the Yi clan. At this time, on the left side of the dojo, Rong Linhe and a group of clan leaders sat on the ground. On the right side of the dojo, sat the important figures of the Yi clan. In the center, the current head of the Yi clan, Yi Xingyo, also Lin Sun's best friend, Yi Qi, sat. So, if the Yi clan doesn't agree, you will openly seize it? In the oppressive atmosphere, Yi Qi spoke in a low voice, his face full of coldness and a forceful anger. It's not openly seize. A place like the 9 springs of spiritual auspicious spirit is originally a blessing nurtured by the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, it didn't belong to the Yi clan. On the left side, Rong Linhe stroked his beard and spoke indifferently. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe and his hair was coiled into a bun. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his every move revealed a high and mighty dignity. After a pause, he continued, Daoist Yi, time is precious. Please make a decision soon, otherwise what? Yi Qi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Rong Linha smiled slightly and said, since Daoist Yi can't make a decision, then I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in from outside the Taoist sanctum, looking anxious and uneasy. He said in a trembling voice, Patriarch, something bad has happened. When the seventh child was working in Miaotsue City, he was suddenly taken away by a group of people. What? How could this be? In the row on the right, the big shots of the Yi clan couldn't sit still, and their expressions changed. Only Yi Qi looked at Rong Linha with cold eyes. Did the heavens pivot Holy Land do this? Rong Linha stroked his beard and said with a smile, I've heard that the seventh child of the Yi clan is intelligent and elegant, like a dragon among men. He is regarded as a rare genius of the Yi clan in 1,000 years. I love him, so I invited him to stay in the heavens pivot Holy Land for a few days. You've gone too far. What do you mean by love? It's obviously a kidnapping. You're too despicable. The big shots of the Yi clan were all angry. Their chests heaved, and they gnashed their teeth with hatred. Rong Linha looked indifferent and said, Don't panic, everyone. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning? All of a sudden, the hearts of Yi Qi and the other members of the Yi family sank. Sure enough, it didn't take long before someone stumbled over and shouted, Clan leader, it's bad. Third young miss and fourth young miss have been kidnapped. His voice was filled with fear and anxiety. These words were like a bolt from the blue, and it caused Yi Qi's entire body to tremble. When he looked at the other great figures of the Yi clan, their expressions were extremely unsightly, and they were angered to the point the veins on their foreheads bulged. I heard that the Yi family's third miss and fourth miss are twin sisters. They are born with the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon. They are called the twin beauties of heaven and earth. What is rare is that they are still unmarried. Rong Linha spoke again with a warm smile. It just so happens that my heavens pivot sacred ground never lacks young geniuses. I intend to personally choose an ideal husband for these two sisters. What does fellow Daoist Yi think? The meaning behind these words was too malicious. She clearly wanted the two sisters to serve the same person together. All of a sudden, Yi Qi flew into a rage. Mobile version, Rong Linha, you're courting death. Yi Qi's eyes were red, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The great figures of the Yi clan stood up abruptly while their imposing auras surged, and they seemed as if they would immediately attack once Yi Qi gave the order. However, Rong Linha remained fearless in the face of danger. Everyone, don't be impatient. I've already said that this is just the beginning. If you attack now, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the good show later. There's more. Yi Qi's heart sank. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Sit down. Let's see what he's up to. Rong Linha smiled. That's more like it. Patriarch, something bad has happened. Deacon 9 and third young master are missing. Suddenly, a loud and panicked cry resounded from outside the Dao Plaza. Although the ninth young master is young, he already has the potential to transform into a dragon. I quite admire him, so I invited him to my humble abode as a guest. Rong Linha casually said. Yi Qi and the other big shots of the Yi family felt their hearts sink. Their hands and feet turned cold. They finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Just like that, bad news would come every few moments, and it was like a heavy blow that caused Yi Qi and the other members of the Yi clan to feel a chill run down their spines, and their expressions became more and more unsightly. On the other hand, Rong Linha seemed as if he didn't notice it, and every time bad news arrived, he would casually comment on it. Every single word he spoke was simply like a blade that fiercely stabbed into the hearts of the Yi clan clansmen. Even the clan heads who had come with Rong Linha couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Too ruthless, this was clearly a premeditated plan to capture the entire younger generation of the Yi family in one fell swoop and use this to force the Yi family to lower their heads. In other words, under such circumstances, how could the Yi clan not lower its head? One had to know that once the younger generation was killed, the Yi family would have no successors for a period of time. In the context of the revival of spirit qi, even if the clan could survive without the younger generation, they were destined to be abandoned by this era. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. A Yi family elder bitterly said, "Patriarch, we can let go of Ruiling 9 Springs, but those children, we can't let anything happen to them." The other members of the Yi family also looked at Yi Qi with anxious, indignant, and sullen expressions, but they had to accept the reality. Yi Qi was silent. Her face was livid and uncertain. His heart was also shaken. It didn't matter if they lost the spirit spring, but if something happened to the younger generation of the clan, it would be irretrievable. But right at this moment, Ronglin smiled and said, "Everyone, it's no longer just a matter of the auspicious spirit underworld. If you want those youths to return unharmed, your Yi clan must lower your head and choose to submit to my heaven's pivot holy ground." As he finished speaking, his voice was powerful and filled with resolution. Bang! Yi Qi stood up abruptly and kicked the table before him into pieces, and he said with a ghastly expression, "Ronglin, do you intend to force my Yi clan into a corner?" Ronglin picked up a cup of wine and emptied it before revealing a disdainful expression. "Fellow Daoist Ji, since it has already come to this, I might as well speak frankly. In the eyes of my heaven's pivot sacred ground, your Yi clan is an existence akin to clay chickens and pottery dogs. It is extremely easy for us to annihilate your Yi clan." His gaze swept across the members of the Yi family, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. "If it weren't for the fact that my heaven's pivot holy ground has just arrived here and we still need some manpower to govern this territory, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with me." His words were domineering and dignified, and they intimidated everyone present. Yi Qi's expression was gloomy and uncertain. If it was just him, he would rather die. But now, every word he said represented the entire Yi clan, and the life and death of over 1,000 clansmen depended on a single thought of his. This made him have no choice but to endure, and he had no choice but to consider the various consequences. No matter how aggrieved, how angry, how helpless, he could only endure. "Now, it is time to make a decision." Ronglin spoke indifferently, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Yi Qi only felt that his throat was blocked, and he felt an unprecedented heaviness. The survival of the clan was only a year away, and this decision was too difficult. At this moment, suddenly, a restless sound came from outside the training hall. "Miss Lingshuang, the patriarch and the others are discussing." "Get out of the way." Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw the pretty and dainty Yi Lingshuang in a red dress walk in hastily, and beside her was an unfamiliar young man. Ronglin couldn't help but frown. The matter had already reached a critical juncture, but a little girl had disrupted it. This caused him to feel extremely sullen in his heart. But when he saw the young man beside Yi Lingshuang, Ronglin's eyes narrowed. What a familiar figure. Could it be the young man from back then? "Lingshuang? Lass, this has nothing to do with you. Why did you barge in? Even if the sky falls, there are still us old fellows to hold it up. Quickly leave. Why did you bring a stranger here? Could it be that you also?" The clansmen of the Yi clan were also astonished, especially when they saw Lin Sun following beside Yi Lingshuang. Their hearts tightened, and their expressions changed abruptly, thinking that Yi Lingshuang had been forced to come here. At this moment, Yi Qi, who was sitting in the seat of honor in the center, suddenly stood up as if his butt had been pricked by a needle. He looked at the young man beside Yi Lingshuang in disbelief, and his mouth was agape. "Fatty, long time no see." Lin Sun smiled, and his eyes were filled with emotion. The Yi Qi of the past was fair and clean, and he was charmingly naive. But now, he was tall and straight, his face resolute, and the corners of his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had changed into a different person. 100 years had passed, and the affairs of the world had changed. The youth of his old friend had also gradually faded away. "Fatty," everyone present was stunned. This was the head of the Yi clan, the king of the Eastern Sea. Ever since he had taken control of the clan, he had long established an illustrious reputation. Even the elders had to show some respect to him, but now, he had become the fatty in the mouth of a strange young man, and the scene that happened next made everyone dumbfounded. They saw that the dignified clan leader in their hearts was now so excited that his body was trembling, and he spoke incoherently. Ha ha ha, you finally have a conscience. You finally came to see me. His voice spread throughout the entire hall. Everyone turned to look at him. Everyone could see that at this moment, the head of the Yi clan had lost his composure, and his face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder who this strange young man was. Why did he make Yi Qi lose his composure the moment he appeared? Yi Lingshuang heaved a sigh of relief. All of this proved that the senior beside her wasn't lying. He was indeed her grandfather's friend. Lin Sun sighed lightly, and his gaze swept across the entire hall. He said, "If I didn't come, how would I know that you're in such a difficult situation now?" His words calmed Yi Qi down. His expression was uncertain, and he shook his head bitterly. "Brother Lin, Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. I already know everything. Since I'm here, leave this matter to me." His words were light and breezy. But the members of the Yi clan were all stunned. What a big tone. That was the heavens' pivot holy ground, even the Yi clan couldn't raise their heads. How could he solve this problem alone? Even Yi Lingshuang, who had brought Lin Sun all the way here, couldn't help but be stunned. What a joke. Friend, do you know who the people here are? How dare you speak so shamelessly? Suddenly, an old man in a luxurious robe sneered. He was one of the many clan leaders who had come with Rong Linha. Seeing him speak, the other clan leaders nearby also sneered. This guy clearly didn't see the situation clearly. The ignorant were blissful. Lin Sun glanced at the old man in luxurious robe and said, "A lackey like you dares to bark in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in luxurious robe bled from his 7 orifices. His entire body twitched as he lay on the ground, unable to speak a word. His divine soul had already been shattered. Everyone present was shocked. With just one sentence, he had seriously injured a Saint King. Only Yi Qi's expression was normal as he sighed endlessly. This guy was still as overbearing as before. The scene was chaotic, and screams rang out everywhere. The expressions of the clan leaders changed, and they panicked and uneasy as they realized how terrifying Lin Sun was. At this moment, Rong Linha suddenly stood up, and his eyes locked onto Lin Sun like lightning. "Lin Sun, it's really you." He recognized that the young man in front of him was clearly Demon God Lin, who had obtained the title of the #1 great saint in the 9 regions decades ago. A young man who was like a legend. However, after not seeing him for so many years, both Lin Sun's temperament and appearance had changed, causing Rong Linha to not dare to recognize him at first. Lin Sun, when they heard this name, the whole audience was shocked and stirred up. For the clansmen of Yi family and the patriarchs present, this name was absolutely resounding and legendary. Even after so many years, there were still rumors about him in the myriad Dao realm. His child was unparalleled in the world, and he was crowned all over the capital. He was the head of the Lin family of heart-cleansing peak, an unparalleled and peerless talent. He had fought in the empire and killed countless enemies of the empire. The picturesque landscape was stained with blood. He once fought in the bloodthirsty battlefield, turned the tide with his own strength, destroyed the voodoo barbarian army, and broke the alliance of 10,000 races. Once, there were too many legendary stories about him. However, with the passage of time and the recovery of spiritual qi, the rise of generation after generation of young strongmen, coupled with the disappearance of Lin Sun in the mortal world for many years, made such a legendary figure, like a faded flower, rarely mentioned in recent decades. As the saying goes, talented people appear in every generation, and each of them will lead the way for hundreds of years. The heroes of the past would always be blown away by the wind and rain. No matter how amazing the heroes were, after disappearing for many years, their memories would be diluted, and they would lose the brilliance of the past. Only a few rumors would remain in the world. Who would have thought that this legend, who was the center of attention in the past, would return at this time? For a moment, all eyes turned to Lin Sun with shock. Yi Lingshuang was so agitated that her face was flushed red. She clenched her snow-white fists tightly. Ever since she was young, she had heard many stories about Lin Sun from her grandfather. In her heart, there were many seeds of longing and admiration for him. She viewed him as a divinity, yearning for him in her heart. Never would he have thought that the senior who had saved him was actually the legend that he had admired since he was young. P.S. With everyone's help, Goldfish has won second place for Zongheng's Best Author of the Year. There's one more chapter to be updated tonight. Thank you for voting so enthusiastically these past few days. Mobile version. Ron Linha's heart was in turmoil. For the heavens pivot Holy Land and even the entire ancient Desolation realm, demon god Lin was definitely a frightening character. Just the descendants of the major orthodoxies that he had slaughtered were countless. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia was suppressed by him, especially after winning a great victory in the Nine Regions battlefield under his leadership. His reputation in the ancient Desolation realm reached an unprecedented level. All living beings in the world admired him. This was for those forces that had enmity with Lin Sun. At that time, Lin Sun had become their sore point, making them restless and unable to eat or sleep in peace. Not long after Lin Sun left the ancient Desolation realm and went to the Kunlun ruins. Many orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm who heard the news were relieved as if they had gotten rid of their inner demons and sent away the plague. But he never thought that after so many years, he would meet this demon-like guy in the mortal world. Then, Ron Linha calmed down. Today was different from the past. Lin Sun might have made great progress in cultivation over the past few decades, but the heavens pivot Holy Land was not to be trifled with, especially with the recovery of spiritual chi in recent years. There had been some amazing changes in the ancient Desolation realm. Although it was far from being comparable to the mortal world, it had also made the overall power of the heavens pivot Holy Land rise by a lot. Lin Sun, you shouldn't have intervened in this matter, Ron Linha said coldly. After calming down, he showed his graceful and indifferent attitude again. Your era has long passed. In today's world, there are many people who are more dazzling than you were back then. He knew Lin Sun, but Lin Sun didn't know him. It was enough to know that he was an elder of the heavens pivot Holy Land. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone was surprised and doubtful. What Ron Linha said was true. In recent decades, all kinds of monsters, geniuses had emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Each of their achievements on the path of cultivation could be said to be extremely heaven-defying and caused a sensation in the world. In comparison, a senior like Lin Sun was already inferior. This made the Yi clan members worry about their gains and losses. However, Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent and calm. Eliminated by the times? This old guy probably didn't know what Lin Sun had done on the ancient way of starry sky over the years. He was still judging Lin Sun by the old standards. That was laughable. If the great monarchs on the starry sky ancient path heard these words, how would they feel? Seeing no reaction from Lin Sun, Ron Linha panicked inexplicably and said in a low voice, I know that with your resources and reserves, your cultivation has definitely improved greatly in these years that you've been silent and gone missing. But if you really dare to interfere in this matter, then not only will you completely offend my heavens pivot sacred grounds, you'll even cause those descendants of the younger generation of the Yi clan to suffer. This was an undisguised threat. As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone from the Yi clan changed greatly. See you next time. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Not to mention a mere quasi-emperor like you, even if everyone from the heavenly pivot Holy Land came, they would not be qualified to challenge me. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Ron Linha's face changed. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would fight without saying a word. Open! He shouted explosively and was just about to attack with his entire strength, yet he noticed to his astonishment that the strength in his entire body was actually firmly restrained. Not to mention resisting, he didn't even have the strength to raise a finger. Not good, his soul almost came out of his body. The next moment, his whole body was grabbed like a chick, and he knelt down in front of Lin Sun. His knees burst and the ground cracked. The pain made his vision go black and he almost fainted. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, and their hearts twitched fiercely. Ron Linha, an elder with real power in the heavens pivot Holy Land, was an existence of the quasi-emperor realm. In today's myriad Tao world, he was absolutely a hegemon. But at this time, he was suppressed to kneel on the ground in an understatement. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of everyone present. Lin Sun, if you dare to kill me, the younger generation of the Yi clan won't be able to live. Ron Linha hissed, his expression ferocious, no longer graceful and indifferent. Brother Lin. Yichi also couldn't sit still, worried that if Lin Sun killed Ron Linha, the young people of the Yi clan would be in trouble. Fatty, when did you become so timid? Don't worry. Lin Sun sneered and pressed his palm down. Bang, Rong Lin's body burst into pieces, turning into ashes and scattering. And his primordial spirit was grasped in Lin Sun's palm for inspection. He actually killed him like this. The clansmen of the Yi clan were scared out of their wits. There was only one thought in their minds: it's over. This was equivalent to completely offending the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. And the patriarchs of the various clans who came with Rong Linha were all scared out of their wits, almost peeing in their pants. They probably didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so direct and domineering, killing without a care for how noble Rong Linha's status was. Such an unscrupulous and lawless attitude made them deeply understand how powerful the master of heart-cleansing Peak, who once dominated the Xiao Empire in those years, was. The members of the Yi clan were worried about gains and losses, and only Yi Lingshuang felt extremely happy. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in a crisp voice, "Senior, you killed him well." Yi Qi smiled bitterly. This granddaughter's character was very similar to his when he was young. Unfortunately, he was no longer young. A moment later, Lin Sun twisted his palm and Rong Linha's primordial spirit collapsed and annihilated. Seeing this, the patriarchs of the various clans were all disheartened and looked gloomy. Rong Linha was dead. How could Lin Sun spare their vassals? Sure enough, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and all the patriarchs attached to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were suppressed and imprisoned. Then, Lin Sun's figure flashed and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the depths of the clouds in an instant. Only one sentence came from afar: "Fatty, I'll leave it to you. I'll go and save people first. I'll be back in a moment." Everyone stared at the place where Lin Sun disappeared, dumbfounded. Even Yi Qi was stunned and speechless. The members of the Yi clan felt like they were dreaming as they looked at the group of clan leaders who were lying on the ground unsteadily. East Sea. Feiyun Spiritual Island. This place was originally the residence of a small clan, but as the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land opened the passage and descended to the mortal world, they immediately occupied the Feiyun Spiritual Island and regarded it as a stronghold. After many years of operation, the Feiyun Spiritual Island seemed to have changed its appearance. On the island, there were pavilions, palaces, auspicious light, and dense spiritual qi. It was just like an immortal paradise. Whoosh, a stream of light broke through the air, and Lin Sun's figure appeared. His spiritual awareness spread out and covered the whole Feiyun Spiritual Island in an instant. 36 large-scale forbidden formations and 108 defensive forbidden formations. In addition, there are 3 quasi-emperor experts and 319 successors. In an instant, the detailed situation of the Feiyun Spiritual Island appeared in Lin Sun's mind. Combined with the information he got from Tong Lin his spirit, Lin Sun had a clear understanding of the situation here. With a flash, he landed on the Feiyun Spiritual Island, his clothes fluttering, and his hands behind his back. Along the way, Lin Sun saw many successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, as well as many practitioners attached to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. But from beginning to end, no one found any trace of Lin Sun. Even the power of the prohibition covering the island seemed to be in vain. Without any reaction, Lin Sun passed through it easily. After a while, an antique palace appeared in Lin Sun's sight. In front of the palace, there were 4 successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. They were talking and didn't notice that a figure passed under their eyes. In the palace, more than a dozen young people fainted on the ground. There were men and women, and their cultivation was all sealed. It was obvious that they were the young generation of Yi family who were caught. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and these clansmen of Yi family were put away. Then, Lin Sun turned around and left. When he passed by the gate of the palace again, the 4 successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land still didn't notice him at all. In fact, with Lin Sun's current cultivation, if he wanted to hide himself, it would be difficult for ordinary emperors to notice him, not to mention the practitioners on the Feiyun Spiritual Island. Before long, Lin Sun rose into the air. Standing on the clouds, he looked down and said to himself, "Enemies always meet. You can only blame yourself for falling into my hands. You're destined to have this tribulation." He waved his sleeve. Buzzsword howls resounded through the sky like tidewater while countless glistening strands of sword chi surged out like a torrent, and they covered this expanse of space. The sword qi was so dense that it covered the sky. What a magnificent sword qi. Who is practicing swordsmanship in the clouds? On the Feiyan spiritual island, countless people were alarmed. Looking up, they saw the brilliant sword qi intertwining above the clouds like a river of swords. It was a spectacular scene. However, the next moment, screams of horror sounded. Countless people fled in horror, and the whole island was in a mess. Because the dense strands of sword qi were like a violent storm that descended from the sky, and they tore through the sky and poured down in torrents. Boom, the layers of restrictive formations covering the Feiyan spiritual island, like paper, burst into pieces in an instant, turning into turbulence and spreading wherever the sword qi passed. More than 300 successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land scattered in different areas of the island were instantly drowned by the brilliant sword qi. In a flash, the color of blood, like a dizzy dye, appeared in large patches, dyeing the Feiyan spiritual island a dazzling scarlet. Who dares to come to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land and make trouble? In a palace, a strong quasi-emperor who was meditating suddenly got up and rushed out of the palace in a flash. But as soon as he appeared outside the palace, he was cut by a dazzling sword qi and was instantly drowned by the bright sword qi. He turned into ashes. In less than 3 seconds, the sword qi fell like a downpour. On the whole island, all the strong people of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were killed, and the sky was dyed with blood. Only those who were under the command of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were lucky enough to escape. But when they saw the bloody purgatory-like death scene, they were all paralyzed with fear. In the clouds. Lin Sun didn't even look at it and moved away. It was only 10 minutes until he returned to the Windcliff Taoist field of Yi family. P.S. More updates and send over. 15 minutes later. For Yi Qi, he had just ordered his clansmen to imprison the patriarchs of the various clans. Then he held a short meeting with the senior members of the Yi family nervously. The content of the meeting was very simple. Could Lin Sun successfully rescue the younger generation of the Yi family who had been captured by the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? Everyone had no idea what was going to happen, and they were all in a mess. Even Yi Lingshuang, who admired Lin Sun very much, was not confident. The affairs of the world had changed. The situation in the lower realms had already undergone a tremendous change, and it was completely different from the past. The most obvious change was that in the mortal world, the kings of the longevity realm were regarded as the top group of people in the world. But now, there were countless kings in the mortal world, like carps crossing the river. The real masters who could summon the wind and summon the rain were above the Saint realm. They were the quasi-emperors who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet. Moreover, in the past 10 years, the recovery of the spiritual qi in the world had become more and more powerful. Many people suspected that the era of breaking through to the emperor realm would come soon. Under such circumstances, could Lin Sun, who had disappeared for many years, continue the legend of the past? No one dared to jump to a conclusion. In such a tense and uneasy atmosphere, Lin Sun's figure descended from the sky. Yi Qi and the others were all stunned and caught off guard. Lin Sun had returned in less than 15 minutes? Brother Lin, did something happen on the way? Yi Qi couldn't help asking. The others also looked at Lin Sun. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How can they cause any trouble? Lin Sun smiled and waved his sleeve. The younger generation of the Yi family who had been rescued by him appeared in front of everyone. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened and they stood up excitedly. When they looked at Lin Sun again, their eyes were completely different. How could they not know what had happened at this time? In 15 minutes, he had galloped 80,000 miles back and forth and trampled the Feiyan Spirit Island. Senior, you are really a god. You can't be estimated by the world. Yi Lingshuang shouted excitedly. Yi Qi rubbed her head fiercely and said grumpily, "What senior? This is your grandfather's elder brother." Yi Lingshuang's eyes gleamed as she sweetly smiled, "Grandpa Lin." For the first time in his life, Lin Sun felt the feeling of being a grandfather. His lips twitched imperceptibly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He surveyed Yi Lingshuang. With a flick of his finger, an inheritance of the great Tao transformed into an imprint that flowed into her mind. "Little girl, this law of Tao is more suitable for you. Take it as a greeting gift. In the future, you must train hard and strive to surpass your grandfather." Lin Sun said with a smile. Then he called Yi Qi over and left the Taoist field. He planned to talk to Yi Qi alone about something. Just how many changes have occurred in the lower realms over the years, and what is the current situation like? Lin Sun asked in a quiet palace. Yi Qi seemed to have expected Lin Sun's question. He sighed and slowly described the situation in the mortal world in the past decades. Around 50 years ago, the heavens and the earth underwent a tremendous change. Spiritual energy grew madly, and the entire lower realms moved towards a complete recovery. It was like a volcano that had been silent for eternity had broken through its shackles, and it suddenly erupted with boundless potential and vitality. Be it wild animals or plants, their strength began to soar. Especially for those practitioners, it was 10 times or even 100 times easier for them to cultivate and comprehend Tao than before. Their cultivation also rose steadily like mushrooms after a spring rain. 50 years ago, a king at the 9th level of the longevity tribulation could already laugh proudly at the whole world, aspire to the top of the world, and shock the world. 50 years later, it was the emperor-to-be who could influence the world. The recovery of spiritual energy also changed the structure of the world. In the past, the Xiao Empire was ruled by the royal family and supported by the forces of the aristocratic families. However, with the recovery of spiritual energy, various orthodoxies from the ancient desolation realm had come to the lower realms to expand their forces in the past 50 years. These ancient orthodoxies were all giants in the ancient desolation realm. Over the years, each of them had gained a firm foothold in the lower realms and firmly controlled many famous mountains and blessed lands. Until now, the situation where the Xiao Empire ruled the world alone no longer existed, and the world had entered the stage of competition among the major forces. According to Yi Qi, the top forces in the lower realms were the ancient orthodoxies from the ancient desolation realm, such as the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect, the Xuandu Taoism Sect, and the Xianwen Sword House. Next to them were the forces of the Sea clans in the Soul Oblivion Sea. As for the aristocratic families in the territory of the Xiao Empire, they had already declined in the decades of competition. Most of them had chosen to surrender and attach themselves to the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation realm. Speaking of this, Yi Qi let out a long sigh. Brother Lin, if you hadn't come in time, I'm afraid the Yi family in the East Sea would have to bow our heads and surrender if we wanted to survive. Lin frowned. How is the Lin family now? This was what he cared about the most. After a moment of silence, Yi Qi said, Brother Lin, about the Lin family. His expression was uncertain, and he seemed to be very hesitant. Lin Sun's heart sank. He narrowed his black eyes and asked, what on earth happened? Alas. Yi Qi let out a long sigh and said, Brother Lin, the Lin family is still a mystery. Don't be impulsive after hearing it. Lin Sun looked straight at Yi Qi and said, if you keep hiding it, I'll leave immediately. Yi Qi knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he gritted his teeth and told the whole story. 50 years ago, as the heart of the Xiao Empire, the Forbidden City also had a great change after the recovery of spiritual qi. It was the most remarkable place in the world, far beyond the reach of other places. First of all, the Forbidden City expanded more than 1,000 times in just 100 days. The spiritual qi of the Great Way broke out like landslides and tsunamis, giving birth to all living things and giving birth to many incredible phenomena. Then, spiritual mountains and blessed lands rose up one after another. Each spiritual mountain was rare in the world, like a holy land outside the world, extremely sacred. In addition, many folded spaces and secret realms appeared one after another. Such a change caused a sensation in the world and attracted the attention of many forces. From then on, the Forbidden City became the world-famous Universal Tao Holy Land. However, fortune and misfortune went hand in hand. Because of the amazing opportunity that broke out in the Forbidden City, all the orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm coveted and envied it. In order to compete for and occupy this universal Tao Holy Land, countless bloody conflicts broke out over the years. Until now, all the famous mountains, blessed lands, secret realms, and caves in the Forbidden City had been occupied by the orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm. As for the aristocratic families that originally lived in the Forbidden City, strength, the annihilation of sects, the annexation of sects, the submission of sects. Hearing this, Lin Sun's eyes were filled with chilling coldness. Yi Qi hurriedly said, Brother Lin, don't worry. Before the upheaval and turmoil in the Forbidden City, the core members of the royal family of the Empire and the clansmen of Lin family of Heart-Cleansing Peak disappeared mysteriously. Disappeared? Lin Sun was stunned. Yiqi nodded, yes, this matter is known to the world. So far, no one knows where the royal family and the clansmen of Lin family have gone and whether they are dead or alive. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, is there any news? Yiqi shook his head, there are many rumors, but they all prove to be false. This has become a mystery in the world today. After a pause, he hesitated and said, however, as far as I know, some forces related to your Lin family, such as Green Deer School, the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, and Golden Hall, have almost been destroyed. Lin Sun felt an irrepressible anger welling up in his heart, and his face became gloomy. Green Deer School and the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists were both founded by Master Liu. When Lin Sun was young, he had received a lot of help from these two forces. Golden Hall was a business established by his friend Gu Liang and his father Gu Yanping when he set foot in Ziyao Empire for the first time in his life, many years ago. With the painstaking efforts of Gu Yanping and Gu Liang, Golden Hall had already become a famous business in the empire, and its fame and foundation were comparable to that of Keystone Business. But Lin Sun didn't expect that when he returned to the mortal world this time, Green Deer School, the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, and Golden Hall had all suffered. Who did it? Lin Sun's voice was calm, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Yiqi said bitterly, there are many forces who did this, and they are all from the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation realm. It's said that all this happened because of you, me? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's said that you have offended those orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm. After learning that those forces in the Forbidden City who had a close relationship with you, they all took revenge. Speaking of this, Yiqi murmured, fortunately, the imperial family and the clansmen of your Lin family have disappeared mysteriously, otherwise, before he finished his words, he suddenly held his breath. Lin Sun suddenly released a terrifying and boundless killing intent, which covered the sky and the earth, oppressing the void into disorder and wailing. In a trance, there seemed to be a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a sinking of all living beings, a mournful roar of the great emperor, and the collapse of the sun and the moon. At this moment, Yiqi's state of mind was about to collapse. Fortunately, this unimaginably terrifying killing intent was restrained in just a moment, which made Yiqi heave a long sigh of relief, but as clothes had been soaked with cold sweat, Yiqi couldn't help but be shocked. How high had Lin Sun's cultivation reached today? Fatty, don't leak the news of what happened today, and don't let them know that I'm back. Lin Sun's face was calm and emotionless, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. Yiqi suddenly understood that if those orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation realm knew that Lin Sun appeared in the mortal world and flattened the heavens pivot Holy Land in 10 minutes, they would definitely be vigilant and take precautions. In order to deal with Lin Sun, it was very likely that they would arrest more people related to Lin Sun in order to threaten him. On the same day, Yiqi ordered to block all news related to Lin Sun. Both Yiqi and Lin Sun knew that what happened on Feiyun Island couldn't be concealed forever. However, it was enough that no one knew it was Lin Sun who did it for the time being. On the same day, Lin Sun set off for the Forbidden City of Ziyao Empire. Whoosh, in the depths of the clouds, a shadowless streamer was flying at a high speed. Even though Lin Sun's cultivation had been suppressed to the first level of the Great Circle of the fourth level of the Emperor realm, he was still able to resist the pressure from the heaven and earth. But Lin Sun's speed was still faster and faster. In the end, he was like a faintly discernible light spot. Every time he moved, he just flashed in the void and disappeared thousands of meters away. Shriek! In the sky, there were many fierce birds, some of which were thousands of meters long, flying in flocks. Seeing a human intrude into their territory, they were dissatisfied and wanted to teach him a lesson. But they were left far behind by Lin Sun. Those who dared to stand in front of them were smashed into pieces, no matter how powerful they were. Lin Sun's heart was burning like a ball of fire. Lin Sun's heart sank when he learned that the Lin family and members of the imperial family had disappeared mysteriously. The news that Green Deer School, the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, and the Golden Hall made Lin Sun's killing intent surge. Years ago, he traveled alone in the ancient Desolation realm. He was in a difficult situation with enemies all over the world. Rising in blood and killing, he became enemies with many ancient orthodoxies. After the end of the Battle of 9 Regions and his first great victory for the ancient Desolation realm, no one dared to underestimate him in the entire ancient Desolation realm. Even orthodoxies such as the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect and the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land could only swallow their anger and didn't dare to suppress and target him as before. But Lin Sun still didn't expect that these old enemies would destroy the Green Deer School and other forces after they arrived in the mortal world because of Lin Sun alone. Do you really think that I disappeared? Lin Sun's killing intent was rising, but his eyes became calmer and more indifferent. In the past, it was only tens of thousands of miles from the Yi family in the East Sea to the Forbidden City. However, after the Spirit Qi revival, the entire Xiao Empire's territory expanded tenfold or even hundredfold, becoming completely different from before. With Lin Sun's current speed, it took him several hours to get close to the original area of the Forbidden City. Along the way, he passed by many cities, and sensed many hidden auras in those cities. There were many martial saints, and the strongest among them was even a quasi-emperor. On the other hand, the wilderness was even more dangerous, and it revealed a primitive scene. Luxuriant mountain ranges rose and fell, and ferocious flying beasts and demon beasts could be seen everywhere. Between the mountains and rivers, monkeys and tigers roared. Lin Sun even saw a green centipede thousands of meters long, with its body coiled up like a mountain ridge, drinking dew and eating the rosy clouds with a solemn appearance. There were also great demons with monstrous arrogance fighting and killing in the wilderness, stirring up the winds and clouds. Their goal was to seize territory. Besides this, there were numerous other demon clans that each occupied an area of land, and they seemed as if they were kings and possessed formidable forces. Almost all the demon leaders who occupied a part of the mountains and rivers were at the level of quasi-emperor, and the weakest one was at least at the level of martial saint. Such a scene did not exist in the Xiao Empire in the past at all. However, along the way Lin Sun didn't see any real martial saint. The Spirit Qi revival is subverting and changing everything in this world, Lin Sun sighed. In the past, the king of the longevity tribulation realm could be regarded as the overlord in the Xiao Empire. Now, any great demon could rival a martial saint. While thinking, Lin Sun saw the Forbidden City in the distance. 50 years was an extremely long time for the largest imperial city of the Xiao Empire. Today's Forbidden City had changed so much that it was beyond Lin Sun's imagination. Looking from high in the sky, he saw many divine mountains that were tens of thousands of meters high rising from the ground. The original highest observatory in the Forbidden City now looked extremely small in front of these towering divine mountains. The entire city was like a small world of its own, and its territory was extremely vast. Brilliant auspicious light was steaming between heaven and earth, and the airflow of the Great Way was like a falling waterfall, rolling over the Forbidden City. Looking from a distance, it was like the residence of the gods, sacred and vast. Even Lin Sun couldn't help being surprised. He had seen many extraordinary cities and worlds in the starry sky over the years. But it was rare to see such a scene as the Forbidden City. It could be seen why the Forbidden City was regarded as the Holy Land of all Tao again. The transformation of 50 years made the former imperial capital completely different. When Lin Sun was thinking about it, he turned around and floated down to the Forbidden City. Heart-cleansing Peak was the ancestral land of Lin family, which ranked among the 72 peaks of aristocratic families. Before the Spirit Qi revival, it was also a famous treasure land in the world. Lin Sun just didn't know what it was like now. In the Forbidden City, it was prosperous and prosperous. Holy mountains stood in the sky. Under the holy mountains, there were cobweb-like streets. On both sides of the streets, various buildings were arranged in a row. The bustling crowd shuttled back and forth like a surging stream. Rather than calling this a city, it would be more accurate to call it a world, as the territory was simply too vast. When Lin Sun walked into it, he almost doubted that he had gone to the wrong place. The familiar scene in the past had long been gone. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and walked forward calmly. He spread out his divine awareness and constantly sensed. Today's Forbidden City was no longer the place he was familiar with. It became extremely strange. He needed to know something about the situation first. All the way, there were cultivators everywhere. Their cultivation ranged from the lower 5 realms, the King realm to the Saint realm. There were even many hidden auras of quasi-emperors. Among those cultivators, there were demonic beasts in human form and sea creatures from the soul Oblivion Sea. They were openly shuttling through the city. On the streets, all kinds of auctions, elixir shops, Taoist rites, treasure pavilions, could be seen everywhere, and the scale was extremely astonishing. In today's Forbidden City, even the ordinary people who couldn't cultivate had a whole body of essence, qi, and spirit. Their lifespan was prolonged, which was completely different from the past. 50 years of spiritual qi recovery, 50 years of turbulence. Through all kinds of conversations and discussions, Lin Sun finally filtered out some of the information he needed one by one. In today's Forbidden City, the real masters were the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect, Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, Spiritual Treasure Holy Land, Xuandu Taoism Sect, and more than a dozen major forces in the ancient Desolation domain. After many years of competition and confrontation, 10 years ago, these major forces reached an agreement with each other that they would no longer fight and confront each other within the scope of the Forbidden City. This was done to avoid conflicts. Clashing with each other would result in both sides exhausting their own strength. The losses outweighed the gains. After all, with the recovery of spiritual qi in the world, there would be more and more opportunities as time went by. If they were to fight to the death for territory now, it was obviously not worth it. Because of this agreement, which was similar to a truce agreement, the Forbidden City became extremely prosperous in the past 10 years. However, the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain didn't live in peace, but still went all out to fight for territory. However, the way of fighting for territory had changed. Each of them selected a group of young overmatches to discuss and learn from each other. The winner could win some territory for the sect behind him. In this way, large-scale bloody conflicts between these major forces could be avoided. For example, if a new folded secret realm appeared in the Forbidden City, then in order to compete for the control of the folded secret realm, these orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain would select a group of young elites to compete for the control of the folded secret realm. The final winner would win the folded secret realm for their sections. It was worth mentioning that outsiders could also participate in the discussion, but the conditions were extremely harsh. That was, they had to defeat the opponents selected by each orthodoxy in the ancient Desolation domain. This kind of challenge was undoubtedly tantamount to killing the hope of other overmatches. Think about it, who in the world could defeat the opponents carefully selected by the major forces in the ancient Desolation domain one by one, to say the least, even if they really won a secret realm and won a cave residence, who could enjoy this blessing under the eyes of the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain? It's really ugly. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. The recovery of spiritual qi was originally a great opportunity for all living beings in the lower world to change their fate. But now, it was occupied and controlled by the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain. They were overbearing and didn't allow others to touch it. It was obvious that they didn't put the people in the lower world in their eyes at all. Let's go to Heart Cleansing Peak first. Shaking his head, Lin Sun went straight forward. He seemed to be walking leisurely, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Sun came to the area where Heart Cleansing Peak used to be. However, when he saw the appearance of Heart Cleansing Peak, his expression suddenly changed. The cold light in his eyes burst out as if it could pierce the sky. Damn it, how could it become like this? Heart Cleansing Peak, which once attracted the attention of the world, was now collapsed and overgrown with weeds. It became a deserted place. Looking carefully, there were ruins everywhere, as if it had been bombarded by a terrible force. It should be known that Lin Sun had set many restriction formations here in those years, which made it like an iron wall. But it was obvious that Heart Cleansing Peak was destroyed in the years after the recovery of spiritual qi. Lin Sun walked closer and watched silently. Compared with other places in the Forbidden City, Heart Cleansing Peak, which had collapsed like a ruin, was particularly barren and dilapidated. Lin Sun stood there with a cold face. His spiritual awareness spread like a tide and explored carefully. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Only a few idle cultivators were walking in the nearby area, pointing at the ruins and gossiping about it. P.S. Today, I wrote a small play about Lin Sun and Xianxia, the protagonist of Rune Emperor, on the WeChat account, and the response was surprisingly good. If you don't follow the WeChat account of Goldfish, you can open WeChat, search for it, add your followers, and check the historical messages. Have you seen it? This is the place where Lin family lived. After the recovery of spiritual chi, Lin family disappeared strangely. Even Heart Cleansing Peak was destroyed. An old man with a child looked sad. If the young Peak Lord was here, how could Xiao Empire be destroyed by those in the ancient Desolation realm? Speaking of this, the old man shut up. Obviously, he was afraid of talking too much, but there was a trace of anger on his face. In the past, the head of Lin family was crowned all over the capital, like the sun in the sky, shining alone in the world. But in the years after his disappearance, the glory of Lin family has long been turned into ruins. Some people sighed and lamented the impermanence of the world. Lin Sun, crowned all over the capital? If he was so powerful, how could he let his ancestral land be destroyed? Some people sneered disdainfully. In today's world, heroes and talents are emerging in large numbers. The era of Lin Sun is already a thing of the past. The cultivators in the vicinity gesticulated and discussed, and they'd utterly not noticed that a tall young man in the distance had a gaze that was piercingly cold like ice. Grandad Zhong, Mr. Vulture, young Ku. If you meet with an accident, I will let all your enemies die with you. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. At this moment, a horrible killing intent emerged from Lin Sun, rushing straight to the sky, tearing the clouds and covering the sky. It was like the eternal darkness came. Countless people in the Forbidden City were shocked. When they looked up, they could only vaguely see the horrible killing intent like black clouds covering the sky, like the end of the world. What a horrible killing intent! Many people were trembling in their hearts. Especially some strong people with profound cultivation and the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm, their eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. Now, the world was changing dramatically and the spiritual chi was recovering. The cultivation of the person who could release such a horrible and boundless killing intent must be above the quasi-emperor realm, or even stronger. Such a person could shake the whole mortal world by stamping his feet at will. For a time, many practitioners in the Forbidden City could not calm down. Today's Forbidden City seemed to be prosperous and peaceful, but in fact, it had already been full of ups and downs. Now a mysterious strong man suddenly appeared and released his killing intent in the Forbidden City, which made everyone horrified. The great orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation realm that were entrenched in the city had agreed that no one was allowed to use force in the city. However, this killing intent was so unscrupulous that it might touch the reverse scale of the forces of the ancient Desolation realm. In particular, some old people's pupils shrank. They recognized that the place where the killing intent rushed out was the heart-cleansing peak of Lin family, which had attracted the attention of the world in those years. At the same time, many cultivators rushed over successively with the intention of finding out exactly what was going on. Unfortunately, when they arrived, the killing intent rising from the sky and shattering the wind and clouds had already disappeared. Even Lin Sun's figure had disappeared into thin air. Near the ruins of Heart Cleansing Peak, there were only some figures who were paralyzed by fear. When they woke up, they didn't know where the killing intent came from. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lin Sun came to the original location of the Imperial Palace. In the past, Zhao Yuanji sat here, looking up to the world and deterred the world. Until the end of the domain of despair in the ancient Desolation realm, Lin Sun returned to Xiao Empire. At that time, without Zhao Yuanji and his wife, the Imperial Palace changed dramatically and heart-cleansing peak of Lin family was also hit. In the end, Lin Sun assisted Zhao Jingxian to seize the imperial power and pacify the world at one stroke. The scourge of the demon beasts was solved. Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak also became an aristocratic family that attracted the attention of the world. It was also at that time that Lin Sun defeated the Zhou family and the Qin family, one of the 7 aristocratic families, and was crowned as the first person in Xiao Empire. In fact, when Lin Sun thought about it carefully, he found that as early as the last time he returned to Xiao Empire, there had been many changes in the mortal world. For example, in the territory of the empire, there were many demon beasts, and the spiritual chi between heaven and earth became much richer, just like a sign before the complete recovery of spiritual chi. But Lin Sun didn't expect that when he came back again, the world had become different. At this time, he stood in front of a majestic mountain range. The mountain stood like a giant halberd in the sky. The whole mountain range was filled with purple auspicious light, sacred and solemn. This was the place where the imperial palace was originally located, yet now, it had transformed into a boundless mountain range that was completely coiled with violet divine radiance, and it was brilliant, vast, and extremely magnificent. There was no trace of the imperial palace at all. Xianxia, Zhao Tailai, they are all gone. Lin Sun was stunned. Yi Qi once said that when the spiritual qi recovered, the imperial royal family and the Lin family of heart-cleansing peak all disappeared, which became a big mystery in the world. Now it seemed that all this was true. This is the residence of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Outsiders, leave quickly. A loud shout sounded from the mountain gate in the distance. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He took a deep look at the purple mountain range occupied by the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, and then turned away. On the bustling street, there was an endless stream of traffic. The world of mortals was rolling. Lin Sun walked alone in surprise. With the changes of the world, the vast forbidden city had long become strange. Even the fate of his relatives and friends in the past was unknown. Especially when he saw that heart-cleansing peak, which he had painstakingly built in the past, turned into a ruin when he returned. Lin Sun's reverse scale seemed to be touched, and his killing intent surged uncontrollably. The changes in the imperial palace made Lin Sun feel a kind of unspeakable boredom. He didn't care about these. He only cared about where his relatives and friends went. After a long time, Lin Sun's eyes calmed down. From now on, I should inquire about the news first. It's impossible for the people of Lin family to disappear for no reason. There must be other mysteries in it. I can't let go of the enemies who destroyed Heart-Cleansing Peak. The affairs of Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists and Golden Hall, must be thoroughly ended. Lin Sun's spiritual awareness had been searching silently when he was thinking. Time flew. Although the Forbidden City had changed a lot in 50 years, Lin Sun was not worried about not finding clues. With his current strength, it wouldn't take more than 2 days for him to investigate the city that was comparable to a world from the inside out. Just 2 hours later, Lin Sun found some familiar faces who had practiced in Green Deer School and worked in the commune of spiritual tattooists. But after 50 years, Green Deer School and the commune of spiritual tattooists had long disappeared. How could he find any real old friends? What he found at this time was just a few big cats and small cats. He didn't know anything at all. He only knew that many years ago, after the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation domain entered the Forbidden City, Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists and other forces were destroyed and disappeared. There was no valuable clue at all. But Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He could go to those orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation domain and inquire about the news from their mouths. Along the way, Lin Sun walked in large and small areas of the Forbidden City without hiding his appearance. But no one recognized him, the head of Heart-Cleansing Peak who had shocked the world in those days. At most, some people stopped occasionally and felt that Lin Sun was a little familiar, but they were not sure at all. Time was the most ruthless. All the outstanding figures, unparalleled heroes, and those who stood on the top of the world would be blown away by the passage of time. The former Lin Sun only existed in people's memory, like a faded flower. Nowadays, a group of dazzling geniuses, talents, and influential figures would emerge every once in a while in the Forbidden City and even in the whole mortal world, attracting the attention of the world. Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. Although the mortal world had undergone drastic changes, there was no one who was really worthy of his attention so far. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. On the street in the distance, a gorgeous chariot galloped past. When Lin Sun sensed the people in it with his spiritual awareness, he immediately saw a familiar face. Her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her eyes were like cold blades. Her beautiful face revealed a unique fierce aura. Qi Songmei of the Qi family. Long ago, the Qi family ranked among the 7 top aristocratic families in the Forbidden City and was extremely noble. When Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City for the first time when he was young, he was blocked and chased by this woman. When Lin Sun returned to the ancient Desolation territory last time, he destroyed the 2 top aristocratic families. Qi Lingxiao, the head of the Qi family, took the initiative to go to the Lin family to beg for mercy. After paying a great price, he was lucky to escape. Now, many years had passed. Although the appearance of Xianxia, the daughter of the head of the Qi family, had not changed much, her cultivation had long been different from before. She had the power of the great Saint realm. The third child of Keystone business is dishonest again. Miss, we can kill him directly. He is just a waste. It's a waste of food to keep him alive. An old man in a black robe who drove the chariot complained. It was this voice that attracted Lin Sun's attention. The third child of Keystone business, wasn't that sure you? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and followed him quietly. The chariot flew fast with Xianxia. After half an hour, it stopped in front of a remote street. Xianxia stepped down from the chariot and went straight into the depths of the narrow and dark street. The old man in a black robe who drove the chariot stayed in place and waited, glancing around vigilantly. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to notice that a figure had already passed under his eyes. The narrow street seemed very shabby. But in Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, this street was arranged with a strict defense force. The dark corners were all guarded by sentries. In addition, there were many prohibitions. If it was an ordinary person, he would be discovered at the first time when he approached this street. But in Lin Sun's eyes, such a defense force was completely decorative. Finally, Xianxia arrived in front of a dilapidated courtyard at the end of the street. With a gentle push, the closed door was pushed open. Xianxia walked in. The door of the courtyard closed silently. Before long, Lin Sun also appeared. He put his hands behind his back, looked around for a moment, and finally stood there. His spiritual awareness swept into this courtyard silently. In the courtyard. A dim yellow lamp hung on the treetop, sprinkling mottled light and shadow. An old man with a bent back was trying his best to fetch water in front of a well. He was emaciated, his hair was dirty and messy, and his clothes were shabby. Even though he was just fetching a bucket of water, it seemed extremely strenuous for him. His figure swayed, his hands gripped the rope tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulged, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. He staggered, and the rope in his hand fell quickly. The bucket tied by the rope fell back to the bottom of the well. He fell on the edge of the well in embarrassment. His chest rose and fell sharply. He got up and was about to fetch water again when he heard a cold voice. I heard that you were not honest again? What tricks do you want to play this time? Suicide? Or hunger strike? The old man's body was stiff. He didn't look back. He said in a hoarse voice, What? Xianxia, are you here to laugh at me again? Xianxia stood in the distance. Her eyes were as cold as a knife. You are just a waste who has lost all your cultivation. If you don't have some value, do you think you can still live until now? The old man was silent. He held the rope and continued to fetch water. Xianxia said, You are very smart. I'm afraid that you have guessed that the spring water in this well has undergone some changes recently. There is abundant spiritual energy in it. If you drink it all the time, it can not only prolong your life, but also wash the filth in your daughter's body. Maybe, it can also help her refine the foundation of cultivation. The old man's hands trembled. He seemed to realize something and said, What are you going to do this time? Xianxia looked indifferent. Your daughter is 5 years old. I intend to take her away to help her wash her marrow and get rid of her mortal body. Then I will teach her cultivation and strive for the opportunity to enter the holy land of Lingbao to cultivate in the future. How dare you? The old man turned around with a furious look. Xianxia laughed, Don't worry. I won't let your daughter know that the holy land of Lingbao is the culprit who destroyed Keystone business and ruined her father's future. She will definitely live a good life in the future. The cruelest thing in this world is to take the enemy as your father and the enemy as your teacher. When he heard this, the old man simply seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly charged towards the room at the side. Even if I die, I won't let you take Lin Lang away. He roared like a madman. Bang! Xianxia kicked him to the side and walked straight into the room. When she came out of the room, she was holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl who seemed to be asleep. Even though her clothes were ragged, it could still be seen that this little girl was like a sculpture carved from jade. Her skin was snow white, and she was extremely cute and beautiful. Lin Lang. Well, her surname will be Qi from now on. Xianxia said and walked out of the courtyard. The old man felt like a knife was twisted in his heart. He rolled and crawled. His voice was like crying, "Xianxia, come to me. Come to me." Xianxia laughed, "Don't worry. I said that you are still valuable. Sooner or later, you will be useful." After that, she carried the little girl and walked out of the courtyard. Behind her, the old man was so angry that his eyes almost popped. He roared, "Xianxia, sooner or later, I will destroy your Qi family." Really? Xianxia showed a contemptuous sneer and didn't care about it at all. However, when she pushed open the gate of the courtyard, she was stunned. At some point in time, a tall figure had silently stood outside the courtyard door. When she saw the appearance of this figure, Xianxia was stunned at first, and then her face changed suddenly. Almost out of an instinctive awareness when facing extreme danger, she put her palm on the neck of the little girl in her arms at the first time. Then, she stared at the figure in bewilderment. "You. How could you possibly appear here?" It had been almost 50 years since the last time she saw this man. It didn't seem to be a long time, but the mortal world had already undergone great changes, which made her believe many times that the man in those years should not be able to reappear in the world. But she didn't expect to see him at this time. It was Lin Sun who stood outside the gate. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent and he said, "If I didn't come back, I wouldn't know that the Qi family who begged me for forgiveness like a dead dog has become a despicable dog now." Xianxia's face flashed with shame and indignation, and then she said coldly, "Lin Sun, the mortal world has changed a long time ago. You may be unparalleled in the past, but now, who in this world will pay attention to you?" After a pause, she seemed to have found enough confidence. "I advise you to calm down. My Qi family is now the most important force in the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. If you offend us, you are doomed to be in big trouble." Lin Sun glanced at her and said, "I thought that after I let go of your Qi family, you should know what to do and what not to do, even if you can't change your mind. Unfortunately, your performance really disappointed me." He took a step forward. "What do you want to do?" "Believe it or not, I will strangle this girl. She is the daughter of your brother Shiryu." Xianxia's palm and fingers exerted force. It seemed that as long as Lin Sun moved again, she would not hesitate to crush the girl's neck. Lin Sun stretched out his hand. An invisible force emerged and imprisoned Xianxia's whole body. She was shocked and found that she even had no strength to lift a finger. Then, the girl in her arms fell steadily into Lin Sun's arms. "Lin Lang. How can such a good name be surnamed Qi?" Lin Sun sighed. "Lin Sun, don't you understand? Now the Forbidden City is not a place where you can behave atrociously." Xianxia couldn't calm down at all and screamed. Crack, an invisible slap hit Xianxia's beautiful and cold face. Her body rotated and fell to the ground with a thud. Her cheeks were red and swollen with blood. She screamed and struggled to get up, but she couldn't exert any strength at all, which made her panic as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She had the cultivation of a great saint now, but in front of Lin Sun, she had no power to resist at all. She was as small as an ant and was trampled at will. However, Lin Sun ignored her and walked towards the skinny old man with dirty hair and beard in the distance. The old man sat paralyzed on the ground as if he had been greatly stimulated. He was delirious and whimpered painfully, "Lin Lang. Lin Lang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He seemed to be crazy with his face covered with dust and tears. He didn't notice it until Lin Sun came to him. Looking at him like this, Lin Sun suddenly felt unspeakable pain in his heart, as if he was stabbed by a knife. Was this still the handsome third child of Keystone Business, or the high-spirited Shiryu who talked and laughed with him? Exactly what sort of torture had he experienced in these past few years to turn him into such an extremely miserable state? Lin Sun only felt that his chest was blocked. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Shi, I'm back." With the power of Tao, his voice was like a light that reached people's hearts. His words dispelled the anxiety, despair, resentment and madness in the old man's heart and made him calm down gradually. He looked up with difficulty and stared at the familiar figure in front of him, as if he couldn't believe it. After a while, he suddenly hugged Lin Sun's leg and burst into tears. He cried heart-wrenchingly, like a lonely and desperate prisoner. He tightly grasped a glimmer of hope and vented his inner pain at this moment. Lin Sun felt a lump in his throat. A man didn't easily shed tears until he was sad. He didn't expect that after 50 years, the handsome Shiryu had fallen into such a situation. He was even worse than a beggar. Lin Sun, it's really you. It's really you. After a long time, Shiryu calmed down a lot. His lips trembled and he grinned. His dim eyes were full of joy from the bottom of his heart. Especially when he saw the girl in Lin Sun's arms, he was excited. Ha ha ha, Lin Lang is also here, Lin Lang is also here. Yes, and I will always be here. Lin Sun said in a gentle voice. He pulled Shiryu up from the ground and patted the mud on his body. And you, it doesn't matter if your cultivation is abolished. I will help you rebuild your cultivation. I will also help you pay back the torture and pain you have suffered over the years. His voice was soft, with the power of Tao, which infiltrated Shiryu's mind and soothed his battered soul. Later, Shiryu's eyes were clear and his mind was completely restored. He hugged Lin Sun and grinned, I only know that you're back. Even if I die, my daughter Lin Lang won't be helpless anymore. His words made Lin Sun's heart ache. He patted Shiryu's back and said, don't worry, you and Lin Lang will always be together. It's ridiculous. If the big forces in the Forbidden City know that you are still alive, guess what the consequences will be? In the distance, Xianxia, who was imprisoned on the ground, sneered, if you listen to my advice, let me go now. I can make a decision to let you go with Shiryu and his daughter. Otherwise, even if you kill me, you can't live anymore. Shiryu was furious at once and was about to say something. Lin Sun said, go wash first, put on clean clothes and swallow the medicine in the bottle. This woman can't escape. His words were casual, but the meaning revealed in his words made Xianxia's hands and feet cold and her mind almost collapsed. Lin Sun ignored her at all. He handed some clothes and medicine to Shiryu and carefully told him. Your cultivation is abolished and your body is suffering from chronic diseases. Soak this medicine in water. Don't swallow it all at once. When your body is recuperated, I will rebuild the Taoist root for you. Shiryu's heart was rolling with unspeakable warmth. His eyes couldn't help being wet again. P.S. Many children complain that the pace is slow. To be honest, the goldfish is very depressed. Forget it, I will add one more chapter tonight. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum. 15 minutes later. After washing, Shiryu put on new clothes. Although he was still thin and old, his eyes were bright and glowing with a new look. According to Lin Sun's instructions, he melted a medicinal pill and drank it one by one until he felt that his body was burning unbearably. He immediately stopped drinking and closed his eyes to meditate. Lin Sun stretched out a hand and pressed it on his shoulder, cleansing his bones and removing the chronic diseases in his body. The magical power of Tao, like gurgling water, quickly flowed all over Shiryu's body. Visible to the naked eye, his body was like a withered tree in spring. In just a quarter of an hour, it glowed with abundant vitality. Even his appearance had become much younger. Lin Sun took back his hand and said with a smile, in this way, your pubic region can be reshaped and the Taoist root can be established in less than 3 days. Shiryu opened his eyes with hope in his eyes, can I really set foot on the road of Tao again? For any practitioner, the abolishment of cultivation was simply a terminal illness. It was enough to make them collapse and burn all their thoughts. Not to mention a sage, even a quasi-emperor couldn't do anything about it. But for Lin Sun, who had the cultivation of the 4th level of Emperor realm, reshaping Shiryu's cultivation was just a piece of cake. Sure. Lin Sun smiled. Xianxia, who had been sitting in the distance, couldn't help being stunned when she heard Lin Sun's reply. Reshaping the Taoist path, it was like changing fate. Where did Lin Sun get the confidence to make such a solemn promise? Next, Lin Sun asked what had happened to Shiryu over the years. Shiryu didn't hide it and told them one by one. A few years ago, the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory entered the Forbidden City and almost annexed all the aristocratic families. Keystone business was not spared. Shiryu's father, Fortune Godshur, and his 2 brothers were all killed by the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. The great foundation of Keystone business was also occupied by the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Although Shiryu was lucky enough to survive, his cultivation was completely crippled. The reason why he could survive was actually related to Lin Sun. The reason was that the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure knew that Shiryu and Lin Sun were good brothers who went through thick and thin together, so they planned to keep Shiryu as a hostage. Once Lin Sun appeared, they would use Shiryu to threaten Lin Sun. The Holy Land of Lingbao handed over this matter to Qi family, which was under its command. All these years, Shiryu and his wife had been imprisoned here, but 6 years ago, his wife had died during childbirth, leaving only his infant daughter, Shi Linlang. In the past 6 years, in order to support Shi Linlang, Shiryu had to compromise. He tried his best to beg Qi Songmei in exchange for some materials to keep his daughter alive. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart rolled again, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Lin Sun, did you hear that? If it weren't for me, Shiryu's daughter would have starved to death. There's no way we can survive. In the distance, Qi Songmei shouted. Pa! A shapeless slap struck her face to the point blood sprayed from her mouth. Her hair was disheveled as she curled up on the ground while her entire body trembled, and she didn't dare speak another word. Shiryu said angrily, if I didn't threaten you with my life, how could a vicious woman like you be so kind? As long as I'm alive, I'm valuable to you. You can threaten Lin Sun with me. He suddenly got up as if he couldn't wait to kill Qi Songmei now. Lin Sun stopped him and said calmly, isn't it too easy to kill her like this? When Qi family is destroyed, let her witness it with her own eyes and experience the pain and torture. Shiryu took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Qi Songmei obviously didn't believe it. Even though she was in a bad situation, she still sneered. In today's Forbidden City, once Lin Sun showed up, he was doomed to die. Soon, Lin Sun asked about the Lin family of heart-cleansing peak, but Shiryu also shook his head to show that he didn't know. This matter was like a big mystery. Not to mention the people of today, even the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory who wanted to kill Lin Sun and his family had been looking for clues. This isn't too bad of a piece of news, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Next, Lin Sun asked about Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists and Golden Hall. Shiryu said with certainty, all these are deliberately done by the major forces in the ancient Desolation territory. The purpose is to eradicate the forces related to you and capture those close to you as hostages. It's okay if you don't show up all the time. But as long as you show up, they will use these hostages as a threat. Although Lin Sun had already guessed this, when he got Shiryu's answer, he still couldn't help but feel angry. Fortunately, I didn't reveal my identity when I was in Yi family of Donghai. Otherwise, if the major forces in the ancient Desolation territory knew it, they would immediately transfer Shiryu and other hostages and firmly hold them as chess pieces, Lin Sun thought in his heart. The teachers and students of Green Deer School, Master Yu Beidu and Master Chu of the commune of spiritual tattooists, and Gu Yanping and Gu Liang of Golden Hall are still alive. However, like me, they have already become prisoners. When Shiryu said this, he looked at Qi Songmei with anger in his eyes. All these are inseparable from Qi family, Hua family, and Qi family. They are willing to be dogs under different forces in the ancient Desolation territory. In order to please their masters, these dogs racked their brains to give advice for their masters. In the early years, almost all the forces related to your Lin family were wiped out. Like Qi family, Hua family, and Qi family were among the 7 top aristocratic families of the empire long before the revival of spiritual Qi. Knowing all this, Lin Sun only felt that he was about to lose control of his anger. In the distance, Qi Songmei couldn't help but explain, we also want to survive. Those forces in the ancient Desolation territory are so terrible. If we don't surrender, we are doomed to be exterminated. Those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will die. Bullshit. Shiryu scolded loudly, even if you surrender, you can still protect yourselves. You should not be willing to be the minions of the Lin family to attack and retaliate against the forces related to Lin family. Qi Songmei sneered disdainfully and seemed to be too lazy to refute. This made Shiryu very angry. Until now, Qi Songmei still had the attitude of having someone to rely on. Obviously, she thought that it was impossible for Lin Sun to reverse the current situation of the Forbidden City by himself. Lin Sun waved his hand and motioned Shiryu to calm down. Then he asked, so, those hostages are now under the control of Hua family, Qi family, and Qi family? Shiryu nodded, it should be so. No matter what, they are implicated by me. I can't let them be threatened again. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and cold. Since entering the Forbidden City, he had seen and heard one after another, which made his mood surge uncontrollably again and again. Until now, the accumulated anger in his heart had been about to erupt. Knock, 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 someone suddenly knocked on the gate of the courtyard. "Miss, it's time to leave." The voice of the black-robed old man who drove the chariot for Xianxia sounded outside the courtyard. Xianxia's eyebrows showed hope and she screamed at the first time, "Go." Just 2 words seemed to consume all her strength. She gasped for a while as if relieved. Then she looked at Lin Sun with a touch of complacency. "Lin Sun, if you take Xiu and his daughter away now, you still have a chance to leave the Forbidden City. Otherwise," the voice stopped abruptly. The gate of the courtyard opened, but there was a corpse lying silently outside the gate. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes and disappeared. Xianxia's heart seemed to be grasped fiercely. She was so scared that her whole body was stiff and her pretty face was pale. Because it was the black-robed old man. "Do you know what I did in the ancient Desolation territory?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia was stunned and shook her head blankly. Lin Sun seemed to understand something and said to himself, "No wonder you are so stupid. It turns out that you don't know anything. How could those orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory, who had become enemies with him and had been constantly hit by him, tell such a humiliating thing to Xianxia? Xianxia, who had been living in the mortal world, was doomed to not know it. Not to mention in the ancient Desolation territory, even on the ancient road of the starry sky, few people dared to offend Lin Sun. Vision would be limited to one's cognition. If the people in the mortal world still looked at Lin Sun in the same way as before, they were doomed to make a big mistake. "Ahu, old toad, Ah Lu." Lin Sun released Ahu and others from the Tower of Endless and briefly told them about Shiryu. Then he told them, "You take care of Shiryu here. I'll be back soon." Ahu and others nodded. They all saw that Lin Sun's mood at the moment was not right. Maybe for him, what he needed was a catharsis. Only Shiryu was stunned. "What are you going to do? Save people and then kill them?" After saying this, Lin Sun disappeared from the courtyard with Xianxia, who was in a panic. "Shiryu couldn't help being anxious. Why don't you stop him? The Forbidden City is different from that year." But he spoke until his mouth was almost dry, only to see Ahu, Old Toad, Ah Lu and the others standing there motionless, strange expressions on their faces. "What's the matter with you?" Shiryu said angrily. "Brother, do you know my elder brother's cultivation now?" Old Toad couldn't help reminding him. Shiryu shook his head. He only knew that the Forbidden City was occupied by the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory. Once Lin Sun was discovered, the consequences were bound to be serious. "My elder brother can kill emperors like killing chickens now," Ah Lu said bluntly. He couldn't bear to see Shiryu so anxious. "Kill emperors?" Shiryu was stunned. "Master can crush those idiots like ants with one hand," Little Silver said unhurriedly with his arms crossed over his chest. Shiryu was stunned again. What was going on? These words were simply unimaginable to him, and they even overturned his understanding. Next, Little Tian and the big black bird said one after another, "Master once killed on the starry sky ancient way and was called Emperor Daoyuan. He was the first legend to become an emperor in 100,000 years. It's his enemies who should be worried about his safety." "Hey, Master Bird, just say it. In this mortal world, who can hurt Lin Sun? I'm willing to recognize him as my grandson, no, as my grandfather." Shiryu, he was completely petrified. P.S. There's a 4th update in the evening. The narrow alley was gloomy and dilapidated. When Lin Sun walked out with Xianxia, he didn't hide his breath. The sentries hiding in the dark found them almost at the first time. However, this was also the last scene they saw before they died. When Lin Sun walked out of the alley with Xianxia, there was no sound along the way. This made Xianxia's heart sink. She had a premonition that the sentries distributed nearby might have been in trouble. What frightened her was that she didn't notice how Lin Sun attacked from the beginning to the end. At this time, Xianxia suddenly realized a problem. After many years, what kind of cultivation did Lin Sun have when he returned to the mortal world? "I need to get some news from your soul. You'd better not resist," Lin Sun suddenly said. When Xianxia was in a daze, her soul suddenly throbbed as if it was penetrated by countless cold tentacles. After a while, Lin Sun took back his spiritual awareness and had learned a lot of things in his mind. For example, the places where Qi family, Hua family, and Qi family were located, and the forces owned by these three families now. Are you really going to be the enemy of the whole world? Qi Tsangmei's face was pale with disbelief. The whole world? Lin Sun sneered, those ancient desolation domain orthodoxies are nothing. Can they represent the whole mortal world? If she wasn't a prisoner now, Qi Tsangmei would definitely ridicule Lin Sun. It was crazy. Those orthodoxies of the ancient desolation domain had already stood at the top of the mortal world. Their power was enough to represent the strongest in the world. How could they not represent the whole world? Obviously, she didn't think that Lin Sun could compete with the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation domain. Lin Sun didn't bother to explain. Dao light swirled around his body, and the greenwood Taoist body and the scarlet fire Taoist body appeared. Go. Go. As Lin Sun thought, greenwood Taoist body and red flame Taoist body immediately took action and flew in different directions. Before, Lin Sun had learned that those old friends who were caught by the enemy because of him were now imprisoned and guarded by Qi family, Hua family, and Qi family respectively. Since he was saving someone, he naturally had to deal a swift blow to the enemy in the shortest amount of time possible. Only then would he be able to avoid any mishaps. Therefore, Lin Sun sent greenwood Taoist physique and red fire Taoist physique to the Qi family and the Hua family respectively. And he took Qi Tsangmei to Qi family. The Forbidden City was still prosperous, noisy, and lively. It was crowded with people and carriages everywhere. Lin Sun seemed to be strolling leisurely in the courtyard, but every step he took was like moving stars and shrinking the ground into an inch. In the vast sea of people, no one noticed his appearance. The reason was that his speed had already arrived at a shocking level. Most miraculous of it all was that when he teleported forward, there wasn't the slightest bit of energy that flowed out from his body, and he was like a soundless flowing light that was indistinct and unfathomable. In Qi Tsangmei's eyes, all the way was a distorted scene. Her vision and hearing could no longer perceive anything. Fortunately, all of this happened in less than a quarter of an hour. When the vision was finally clear, Qi Tsangmei breathed a long sigh of relief. But when she saw the scene in the distance, she was struck by lightning. Xianxia Peak, this was the place where Qi family had been living for generations. It was unimaginable for Qi Tsangmei to cross such a long distance in less than a quarter of an hour. Even if a quasi-emperor tried his best to teleport from the street to Xianxia Peak, it would take at least 3/4 of an hour. After today, this place will no longer exist. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Do you really want to be the enemy of Qi family? Qi Tsangmei still couldn't believe it. No, your Qi family is not qualified to be my enemy. With that, Lin Sun moved forward, stand here and watch carefully. Qi Tsangmei's strength was imprisoned, and she couldn't move at all. She was stunned. All this was about to subvert her cognition. This was the Forbidden City. It had been 50 years since the revival of spiritual Qi. It was no longer the same as before. How could Lin Sun dare to come to Qi family alone for revenge? The most incredible thing was that at this moment, Lin Sun didn't hide his breath or hide. He just walked to Xianxia Peak in an upright manner. You're courting death. Qi Tsangmei's eyes flashed with madness. Hey, isn't that the eldest daughter of Qi family? In the distance, many practitioners noticed Qi Tsangmei and Lin Sun. This was Xianxia Peak, the place where Qi family, a superior aristocratic family, occupied. Since Qi family submitted to the holy land of Lingbao, its power was more powerful than before. In the Forbidden City, it was also a local force with great power. Qi Tsangmei was the daughter of the head of Qi family. Who didn't know her? Who is that young man? Why does his back seem to be familiar? An elder frowned, and his pupil shrank suddenly. He said in horror, Is it him? Who? All the people nearby were curious. Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak. The old man's eyes were complicated and full of surprise. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I had the honor to see the face of the head of Heart Cleansing Peak. However, he has disappeared for a long time, Lin Sun. Some young people were also stunned. After a while, they couldn't help laughing. It turned out to be the guy who was known as a champion in the capital a long time ago. It's a pity that with the recovery of spiritual qi, even if such a character really appears, it's difficult for him to gain a foothold in the capital. Someone laughed disapprovingly. Lin Sun was a thing of the past, not worth mentioning. Heart-cleansing peak has been destroyed. If the young man is Lin Sun, why doesn't he dare to revenge? Someone sneered. Revenge? I'm afraid that once he shows his trace, he will be killed. Who doesn't know that Green Deer School, commune of spiritual tattooists, Golden Hall and other great forces were destroyed because of Lin Sun? Those great forces in the ancient Desolation territory want to kill him the most. While they were talking, suddenly, they heard a bang. When they looked up, they saw a bloody and terrible scene. At the foot of Xianxia Peak, an overmatch of Qi family, who guarded the gate, exploded like a ball with blood splashing. In broad daylight, how dare he run to the gate of Qi family and kill people? The practitioners in the distance were all stunned. He didn't care about his life at all, at this time, in front of the gate of Xianxia Peak. Those disciples of Qi family who guarded the gate also changed their faces and widened their eyes. This was the Forbidden City, the territory of Qi family. Which practitioner was tired of living would do such a crazy thing? How dare you commit murder in front of Qi family? You're courting death. A strong man of Qi family rushed out like a violent thunder and lightning. He jumped up in the air and slapped Lin Sun with one hand. Boom, 5 cyan lights, like sharp blades, shot out from the man's fingertips, making a sound of breaking the air. The cyan light was 3 feet long. It tore the void and was fierce and domineering. It's Qi Yunpeng, the third deacon of Qi family. His cultivation has reached the 8th hurdle of longevity tribulation, only half a step away from the 9th hurdle. He has mastered the great cyan dipper print of Qi family. Even the opponents in the same realm dare not take it head-on. The young man is in trouble. An old man said as if he was familiar with it. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Qi Yunpeng was a famous master in longevity tribulation realm. Now, those who could become the deacons of Qi family were all overmatches in longevity tribulation realm. Just when everyone was about to shake their heads and feel sorry for Lin Sun. See, the fierce palm print dissipated silently in the void before it got close to Lin Sun. Qi Yunpeng, who was stunned, seemed to be suppressed by thousands of mountains. Bang, his body exploded in the air, and his blood splashed and dyed the vicinity of the gate red. What? Everyone in the distance was shocked and stunned. The dignified outer core executive of Qi family died suddenly in such a strange way. From the beginning to the end, no one saw how the young man did it. What kind of cultivation did he have to do it, true sage realm, or great sage or sage king? It's impossible. Today's sage realm figures are the core forces of all major forces. And the quasi-emperor is the divine dragon in the sky. Why have I never heard of him? When did such a powerful figure appear in the Forbidden City? Those practitioners were shocked and doubtful. At this time, the faces of those overmatches of Qi family guarding in front of the gate had changed wildly. Let's go together. As they said. Whoosh. 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 Figures came from all directions. More than a dozen people attacked at the same time. Their momentum was overwhelming. This scene made the practitioners in the distance tremble with fear. This was the foundation of the overlord of Qi family. But Lin Sun didn't seem to feel it. He didn't even bother to lift a finger and still moved forward. A series of screams came in an instant. More than a dozen figures were like fireworks and firecrackers. They exploded in the air one after another, blooming scarlet and hot blood flowers, which were glaring and horrifying. The whole place was dead silent. In an instant, more than a dozen overmatches with the highest cultivation in the 9th hurdle of longevity tribulation and the lowest cultivation in reincarnation development realm all died on the spot. The practitioners in the distance were stunned and their hands and feet were cold. What kind of terrifying cultivation did he have to be able to do this? What was most incredible was that Qi Tsangmei just stood there from beginning to end, motionless and never stopped them. All of this was full of weirdness and abnormality. At this time, Lin Sun had walked into the gate of Xianxia Peak. As the place where Qi family settled, the foot of Xianxia Peak was covered with extremely strict prohibition power. In these years, Qi family even spent a lot of money to set up a holy Tao forbidden formation that could kill the overmatch of Saint King realm. But at this time, such a big formation seemed to exist in vain. Lin Sun walked into it casually without any movement. When seeing this scene, Chi Tsangmei's inner reliance and confidence seemed to be completely broken, and her eyes suddenly became dim. Thinking of what happened from the moment she saw Lin Sun to the present, there was only one thought in her mind. After many years, Lin Sun was very likely to have the cultivation of Quasi-Emperor. In today's world, Quasi-Emperor was like a dominator. He was absolutely qualified to make waves in the Forbidden City. Today's 4th chapter was delivered. After 12 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow's 2nd chapter would be updated. Quasi-Emperor, for Chi Tsangmei, who only had the cultivation of Great Sage Realm, it was already the supreme existence that she could imagine. Based on this judgment, she completely realized that the situation was not good. Because there was only one Quasi-Emperor in the whole Qi family at present. In other words, even if Qi family could eventually survive, it would suffer heavy losses. Chi Tsangmei wanted to send a message to the nearby practitioners and let them send a message to the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. If the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure knew that Lin Sun appeared, it would come here as soon as possible. In this way, the danger suffered by Qi family would be minimized. But Chi Tsangmei was shocked to find that she couldn't make any sound at all. She couldn't even spread out her spiritual awareness. All of a sudden, she was completely disappointed. At this time, on the top of Zhongsue Peak, in the main hall of Qi family, many high-level members of the Qi family gathered together to receive a distinguished guest. In recent years, as a superior force, Qi family had also seized a lot of opportunities and benefits. The overall power of Qi family had risen with the tide. It was no longer the same as before. Like the high-level figures of Qi family sitting in the main hall at this time, each of them had a profound aura. Some were as hot as fire, some were cold, some were full of fighting intent, and some were full of vigor. The weakest one had the cultivation of Great Sage Realm, but the most eye-catching one was a dignified middle-aged man sitting in the seat of honor. He was dressed in a bright yellow robe. His hair was as black as ink and his eyes were as cold as lightning. Qi Lingxiao, he was the master of Qi family. His aura was as deep as the abyss. It was full of the monstrous power of Quasi-Emperor. 20 years ago, Qi Lingxiao got a great opportunity from a folded secret realm. His cultivation transformed and he became Quasi-Emperor. He also became the only existence of Quasi-Emperor in Qi family. But at this time, Qi Lingxiao was talking with a handsome young man in a Taoist robe with jade-like skin with a smiling face. This young man looked young, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. His every move was full of unique reservation and pride. When he looked at Qi Lingxiao and other high-level figures of Qi family, he seemed to be looking down at the servants. Lan Muley, an inherited disciple of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure. Although he only had the cultivation of Great Sage Realm, Qi Lingxiao and other big shots had to bow their heads with his identity. Master Qi, 2 hours ago, there was a shocking murderous intent rushing out of the heart-cleansing peak of Lin family. I wonder if you have noticed it? Lan Muley said calmly. So young Master Lan is here for this matter. Qi Lingxiao nodded and said, I just learned about it. It is said that the murderous intent was so heavy that it rushed into the sky and disturbed the whole Forbidden City. This is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, he must be a Quasi-Emperor. Lan Muley said indifferently, our Holy Land of Spirit Treasure thinks so too, but unfortunately, when we sent people to investigate, there was no trace of him in the ruins of Heart-Cleansing Peak. But we suspect, that person might be Lin Sun. Lin Sun, Qi Lingxiao and others were all stunned and shocked. For the young people in today's world, they might not know how dazzling Lin Sun was in those days. But for the old guys, how could they not know what Lin Sun represented? The power of one person could suppress a country. At that time, Sui family and Qin Liang family, which were also one of the 7 top aristocratic families, were destroyed by this person overnight. Now, even if the world was completely different after the passage of time, how could Qi Lingxiao and others calm down when they thought of Lin Sun? Of course, they were not afraid of Lin Sun at all now. Apart from the fact that their own forces had been growing stronger over the years, it was also because they had the backing of the numinous treasure Holy Land. If it's really him, doesn't it mean that he has the cultivation of Quasi-Emperor? Qi Lingxiao's eyes twinkled. Lan Muley said, whether it's him or not, I'm here to take some people away by the order of my master. Qi Lingxiao hurriedly said, "It's our honor to work for Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. May I know who you want to take away?" Lan Mieli said, "Those who are related to Lin Sun imprisoned by your Qi family, go quickly. Time is pressing. I don't want to waste any more time." Qi Lingxiao nodded in agreement, but he felt a little strange in his heart. He couldn't help saying, "Child, even if that person is really Lin Sun, it's only a matter of time to kill him with the foundation and power of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure." Lan Mieli sneered, "You don't understand. This person is not as simple as you think." When he was in the ancient Desolation realm, speaking of this, he suddenly stopped because if he continued, he would expose some things that made Holy Land of Spirit Treasure feel ashamed and embarrassed to this day. After a pause, he said calmly, "In the context of the recovery of spiritual qi, Lin Sun is naturally nothing. After entering the Forbidden City, our Holy Land of Spirit Treasure has been looking forward to killing this guy for a long time. Unfortunately, this person has disappeared for many years." Bang, the closed door of the hall was knocked open. A figure staggered in and shouted in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, it's not good. Someone broke into our Xianxia peak." "What?" All the people present were stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Only Qi Lingxiao was calm. He frowned and waved his hand, "Third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, you have a look together. Don't let the thief disturb here." "Yes." Immediately, 3 big shots got up and left in a hurry. "I'm sorry to make you laugh at me." Seeing this, Qi Lingxiao apologized to Lan Mieli with a smile. Lan Mieli couldn't help but be surprised. He clapped his hands and praised, "Patriarch Qi remains calm in the face of danger. This kind of cultivation is really amazing." Qi Lingxiao laughed, "Qi family has been entrenched in the Forbidden City for generations. I don't know how many storms and waves we have experienced. This little movement is not worth mentioning at all." Lan Mieli nodded and was also relieved. This was the territory of Qi family. In today's Forbidden City, only idiots who didn't care about their lives dared to run wild here. But when Qi Lingxiao and Lan Mieli were about to talk, outside the hall, a shrill scream came from the foot of Xianxia mountain far away and echoed in the hall. Qi Lingxiao's face suddenly became gloomy and sullen. Seeing this, Lan Mieli said, "How about Patriarch Qi go to see the situation first?" Qi Lingxiao forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, it's just a little thing." As he said, he issued another order to send several high-level leaders of Qi family. "I'm curious. Who in the Forbidden City dares to run wild in your Qi family? Don't they know that the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure will not sit idly by?" Lan Mieli was thoughtful. Qi Lingxiao smiled and said, "I'll let you have a look after I catch the thief." He'd just spoken up to hear when another shrill and miserable cry resounded, and it shook the hall to the point it droned. Qi Lingxiao's old face was gloomy. Although he was shocked and angry, he also realized that the enemy who came to invade this time was not a trivial matter. "Let's go and have a look together." Lan Mieli got up immediately. He couldn't sit still. Qi Lingxiao and other big shots of Qi family also stood up quickly. At this time, boom, a loud noise came. The closed door of the hall burst into powder and scattered. Then a group of corpses of Qi family flew into the hall and rolled on the ground. Blood flowed. Qi Lingxiao and others were all stiff. They were shocked by this sudden scene. When they saw the corpses on the ground clearly, unprecedented anger surged into the hearts of Qi Lingxiao and others. Because those corpses were the high-level leaders of Qi family who had just left the hall. But now, they were all killed, who dared to kill all the way to the main hall of Qi family. At this time, an indifferent voice came from the gate, "Qi Lingxiao, why don't you come out to meet your old friend? Could it be that you've forgotten who was the one who groveled and went to my Lin family to beg for mercy?" In the smoke and dust, a young man came with his hands on his back. At the moment of seeing the young man, Qi Lingxiao and others' pupils shrank and they cried out involuntarily, "It's you?" How could it be? Even Lan Mieli's face suddenly changed at this moment and his pupils shrank. The person was Lin Sun. His black eyes were indifferent. He glanced at the people in the hall and said, "Why? You didn't expect that I would come to visit you suddenly?" After the initial shock, Qi Lingxiao had calmed down. His eyes were full of cold hatred. "Lin Sun, our Qi family has never offended you over the years. Why do you kill into our Qi family today?" He was looking at Lin Sun, trying to see through his cultivation, but he was disappointed in the end. Lin Sun's breath was completely restrained, so he couldn't see through his cultivation at all. Now, you still have the face to ask me. Lin Sun's eyes became cold and his tone was indifferent. Do you really think I don't know how your Qi family, Hua family, and Qi family have been the dogs of those bastards in the ancient Desolation territory all these years? Qi Lingxiao and others were all stunned. This sentence not only scolded them but also those orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory. Lan Muley, who had never spoken, suddenly said, "The killing intent that appeared in the ruins of Heart-Cleansing Peak was caused by you." Lin Sun glanced at him, the successor of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure? Lan Muley's lips raised a touch of arrogance. Yes. Kneel down. Lin Sun said softly. What? Qi Lingxiao and others almost couldn't believe their ears. This was the successor of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Was Lin Sun going to fight with Holy Land of Spirit Treasure? Bang! Lan Muley knelt down directly. His knees hit the ground and his head was pressed to the ground. His handsome cheeks were red and ferocious. He felt greatly humiliated and roared, "Lin Sun, you're digging your own grave. Just you wait, the Forbidden City will be your burial place." Bang! The next moment, Lan Muley's body exploded. His flesh and blood splashed everywhere. Qi Lingxiao and others were shocked to avoid being splashed by the blood. However, their faces became extremely livid and their eyes were wide open. Lin Sun killed the successor of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure so casually. It seemed that they still couldn't believe it. Originally, I planned to keep him alive and inquire about some news related to Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Unfortunately, his mouth is too bad. Lin Sun looked at Qi Lingxiao and others. His expression was as indifferent as before, and there was no trace of emotion in his voice. Next, it's your turn. As soon as he finished his words, Qi Lingxiao and other big shots attacked with all their strength at the first time. All of them exerted their full strength. In that instant, the entire temple exploded into pieces, collapsing to the ground. In the face of such a pincer attack, Lin Sun waved his sleeves lightly. Boom, the sky was full of Taoist light. The 9 senior leaders of Qi family, including Qi Lingxiao, were turned into ashes. Lin Sun turned around and walked down the mountain without looking at them. For him, the quasi-emperor realm was unbearable a long time ago. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the first level of emperor realm, it was no different from killing a group of ants to kill Qi Lingxiao and others. Looking up from the foot of Xianxia Peak, one could see a scarlet and bloody road extending straight to the top of the mountain. That bloody road was the place where Lin Sun had walked. Wherever he passed, death and blood were left on the ground. This scene was clearly seen by Qi Tsangmei. When she saw the main hall of Qi family on the top of the mountain burst and collapsed, the last hope in her heart was also shattered. Her eyes were gloomy and she lost her soul. On the other hand, the number of spectators in the distance grew in number, and they'd witnessed this scene as well. Up until this moment, all of them were astounded. After the major forces of the wilderness made an agreement to prohibit fighting in the Forbidden City, almost no one dared to touch this iron law in these years. Such a bloody thing was almost impossible to see. But now, as a superior aristocratic family, Xianxia Peak of Qi family encountered a great disaster. Who dared to ignore the rules of the Forbidden City and kill Qi family? Then, Lin Sun's tall figure walked out of the gate of Xianxia Mountain and appeared in everyone's sight. The whole audience was silent. Only from the appearance, no one could associate this neatly dressed and indifferent young man with the matter of killing Qi family. There were also some seniors who seemed to recognize something and trembled all over. Did you see it clearly? At this time, Lin Sun had come to Qi Tsangmei and stopped. Qi Tsangmei, who seemed to be out of her body, screamed as if she was greatly stimulated. You killed all the people of Qi family? Lin Sun nodded. Qi Tsangmei's figure was shaky as if she was crazy. She hissed, but most of those clansmen are innocent. You are practically a demon. Lin Sun said calmly, it's you who make me understand that if I don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future. How innocent was Shiryu? Just because they had a close relationship, he had suffered so much torture and humiliation. The Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists, and the Golden Hall, were all destroyed just because they were related to the Lin family. Even the clansmen of Heart-Cleansing Peak were still in danger. This series of cruel realities made Lin thoroughly understand that he was too soft-hearted before. When dealing with enemies, one should completely annihilate them to prevent future troubles. It didn't matter if he was called a demon or a butcher, as long as his friends and family didn't have to suffer such danger in the future, it was enough. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Xianxia completely collapsed. She squatted on the ground and cried silently. All of a sudden, she seemed to have aged countless years, and her cultivation silently dissipated. Lin Sun could see that her Taoist heart had collapsed, and her cultivation was no different from being abolished. Is it cruel? This is the price you and your Qi family should pay. After that, Lin Sun left. Without cultivation, Xianxia was doomed to die. In this regard, Lin Sun would not have any sympathy. Until Lin Sun disappeared. There was a sudden exclamation in the field, "It's him, it must be him." After so many years, the man who was crowned all over the capital is back. The temperament of the master of Heart-Cleansing Peak has always been clear about kindness and hatred and decisive in killing. Now that he is back, the Forbidden City is destined to be turbulent. There was a sensation in the field. The older generation were so excited that they were incoherent. The memories of their youth were evoked one by one, which made their blood surge. Some young people gradually guessed the identity of Lin Sun, and they were shocked. The legend who had long been a thing of the past actually destroyed the Qi family today. Everyone realized that Lin Sun's return was destined to set off a storm in the Forbidden City, when Lin Sun killed the Qi family in person. Qingdong Peak. It was the place where Hua family, a superior aristocratic family, occupied. Greenwood Taoist physique had also started to kill. On the winding and spacious mountain road, he was dressed in a green robe with his hands behind his back. He walked straight and looked ordinary. But in the eyes of the Hua family, he was like an ancient god who took a step and landed on the ground. The earth shook, the rocks were powdered, and the grass and trees were turned into ashes. Kill. Strong people rushed to him like a tide. The treasure light was flowing and dazzling. A cyan sword chi shot out from Lin Sun's fingertips. In an instant, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, it killed all the strong men on the spot. It was just like harvesting a piece of grass, but this was just the beginning. 3 seconds later. Lin Sun waved his hand like swatting flies, killing a group of Saint Realm cultivators and smashing them into meat pies. 5 seconds later. Lin Sun pointed his finger and pierced through the forehead of a powerful quasi-emperor. Every time Lin Sun took a step forward, all the opponents he saw along the way fell down one by one. No one could resist Lin Sun. Behind him, the blood all over the ground gathered into a river and flowed along the mountain road. The thick blood turned into mist and continued to evaporate. Panicked screams and angry roars reverberated in the sky above the Hua family. At the top of the mountain, Hua Luhong, the head of the Hua family, and the other big shots all turned pale and felt cold all over. It had only been a moment since Lin Sun appeared, but he had already killed his way to the core hinterland of the Hua family. What restrictive power, what treasures and Taoist magic, all were useless. He seemed invincible, climbing all the way up the stairs, sweeping away all obstacles, and the killing along the way also made Hua Luhong and the other high-level people tremble with fear, their hearts bleeding. Those who died were all members of the Hua family, and at this time, Lin Sun's figure was approaching the top of the mountain. Lin Sun, can you give the Hua family a chance to atone and correct? The people you want to save have already been rescued by you, why don't you let go? Do you really want to destroy the Hua family before you are satisfied? Hua Luhong shouted, forcing himself to calm down. This time, I can't forgive you, Lin Sun said indifferently. Even if the backer you have been waiting for, Xuandu Taoist sect, comes, it can't change the ending of the Hua family. You, Hua Luhong's eyes almost popped out, his face livid, and the muscles on his face trembled. If so, we can only fight with our lives. Fight with our lives? It's futile. Lin Sun casually slapped out his palm. Boom, the void trembled. With a bang, a giant green palm that looked like the hand of an ancient deity appeared in the sky. It was hundreds of meters wide, and with the momentum of a divine mountain, it slammed toward Hua Luhong fiercely. Be careful, patriarch. The big shots of the Hua family all changed their expressions at the same time and attacked together. All kinds of terrifying Taoist magic turned into palm prints, fist radiance, sword chi, and torrents, wrapped in all kinds of terrible visions, and smashed at the giant cyan palm. Hua Liuhong's face also darkened, and an extremely strong black evil spirit emerged from his body, turning into a black cloud cover of more than 10 feet long, blocking the giant palm. Bang! 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 Many Taoist magic smashed on the giant palm, but the cyan palm did not move at all. Instead, they were shocked by the power and were forced to retreat. The weaker ones were even injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The momentum of the giant cyan palm was not exhausted, and it still slapped down with great power. Hua Luhong and others were horrified. They desperately resisted and displayed their trump cards. But the power of Lin Sun's palm was so great. Boom, there was a loud noise. Rays of light splashed and rose to the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge pit with a depth of 300 feet could be seen on the top of the mountain. The palm print in the pit was clear, like the palm print of a god. As for Hua Luhong and the other higher-ups, they had all been turned into dark red blood, dyeing the enormous palm print a dazzling red. One palm, all destroyed, the palm print of 300 feet sunken in the top of the mountain would be clearly visible in the years to come, shocking countless people in the future. At the same time, Jiuwen Peak, the place where the Qi family resided. Lin Sun's scarlet flame Taoist body stood on the top of the mountain, covered in flames, burning the sky and evaporating the clouds. The Jiuwen Peak, which was thousands of feet high, had already turned into a raging sea of fire. All the clansmen of the Qi family were buried in the sea of fire. Whether it was the tragedy that happened to the Qi family of Zhongsui Peak, the Hua family of Qingdong Peak and the Qi family of Jiuwen Peak. All of this happened almost at the same time and ended at the same time. It was only a moment, when Lin Sun met with the two Taoist bodies and returned to the street where Shiyu and others were, the news had just spread out. Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak, returned to the Forbidden City. This news, along with the destruction of the Qi family, the Hua family and the Qi family, swept the whole Forbidden City like a hurricane, setting off monstrous waves and making countless practitioners tremble. Lin Sun, who had been silent for many years, had already become the memory of the older generation in the lower world where the spiritual aura recovered. When those younger generation talked about Lin Sun, they were more disapproving or even disdainful. They thought that the era of Lin Sun had long passed and he was not worthy of admiration. But today, Lin Sun's strong return was like a thunder in the ninth heaven, which shocked both the older generation and the younger generation. It should be known that the three top aristocratic families, the Hua family, the Qi family and the Qi family, had been soaring in recent years since they surrendered to those forces in the ancient Desolation territory. They were second only to those forces in the ancient Desolation territory. But such three forces were destroyed by Lin Sun at the same time. This was undoubtedly terrible. How strong is Lin Sun now? After being silent for many years, he is more elegant than before. Heart Cleansing Peak was destroyed and all the forces related to the Lin family suffered one by one. How angry will the head of Heart Cleansing Peak be after knowing these things? Countless uproars and discussions sounded. The Forbidden City, which had already become a world, was completely in a sensation because of Lin Sun's return on this day. P.S. It's hard to be scolded these days. No need to encourage me. Just don't scold me, okay? Please remember the domain name of this book. Library of Literature in the Street. When he saw Lin Sun return safely, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. But then he was stunned. It seemed that less than an hour had passed. How could Lin Sun come back so soon? Then, Shiyu saw a group of figures appearing in the courtyard as Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered. There were some teachers and students of Green Deer School, spiritual tattooists such as Yu Beidu and Chu Feng of the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, and Gu Yanping and Gu Liang of Golden Hall. Before long, the whole courtyard was filled with people. Shiyu opened his mouth wide and was stunned. He suddenly remembered what Old Toad and Alu had said before. They said that Lin Sun killed the emperor as easily as killing a chicken and that he was the most powerful emperor in 100,000 years. It didn't seem to be false. Gu Yanping and his son, Green Deer School, Commune of Spiritual Tattooists and other people who were rescued by Lin Sun were also very excited at the moment. Being prisoners for years, they had long been desperate and thought that they would die. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was like a god descending to the world today, rescuing them from captivity at lightning speed. Until now, they still felt unreal, as if they were in a dream. Lin Sun, is it really you? Gu Yanping was excited. When Lin Sun first entered Xiao Empire, he was only a teenager of 13 or 14 years old. At that time, Gu Yanping and Lin Sun got to know each other. Now, more than 100 years had passed in a hurry. The young man at that time had already become a famous figure in the world. This time, he had even killed his way into the 3 upper-class clans and saved them from the brink of disaster. Others also looked at Lin Sun. After many years, Lin Sun was still the same as before. He was indifferent, elegant and refined. Standing there casually, he was like the backbone supporting the sky, giving people a sense of steadiness. Lin Sun was also very excited. Among these figures, there were many familiar faces, such as Gu Yanping, Gu Liang, the teachers of Green Deer School, Yu Beidu, Chu Feng. However, they were all in rags, with disheveled hair, haggard appearance and weak breath. They looked very miserable. No one knew exactly how much torture and suffering they had suffered over the years. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun bowed and apologized. What happened to you is all because of me and the Lin family behind me. I'm sorry for making you suffer over the years. Everyone was moved, and Ahu, Old Toad and the others were even more taken aback. It was the first time for them to see Lin Sun apologizing so guiltily in these years. Gu Yanping and others were also caught off guard. When they were about to say something, Lin Sun raised his body and said seriously, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll put an end to it this time." The surroundings were deathly silent, and then many people's eyes were brimming with tears while some even started to cry soundlessly. All these years, they had indeed suffered torment and devastation. They were in a state where they could neither live nor die. Knowing that Lin Sun would avenge them, how could they not be excited? Lin Sun's heart was also in turmoil. It was also on this day that he arranged for Old Toad and the others to take good care of his old friends. He walked out of the alley alone and walked on the bustling street. Unconsciously, he came to the ruins of Heart-Cleansing Peak. Those Lin family clansmen, where did they go? With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun was in a trance. At the same time, the Forbidden City had fallen into a great sensation. After disappearing silently for many years, Lin Sun destroyed Qi, Hua and Qi as soon as he came back. The 3 top aristocratic forces, his bloody and overbearing methods caused countless cultivators to tremble with fear. But at the same time, many elders who had lived in the Forbidden City for generations were ecstatic. For them, the Forbidden City belonged to the inferior world after all. Over the years, it had been occupied by the great orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory, and many folded secret realms and blessed places had been taken away. The revival of spiritual Qi was originally a great opportunity for all living beings in the inferior world to change their fate. But over the years, such an opportunity had been occupied by those outsiders. The most hateful thing was that those great forces in the ancient Desolation territory were extremely domineering and cruel. They occupied and annexed all the great forces in the inferior world. If they dared to disobey, they would be destroyed. Now, Lin Sun's return let these elders in the inferior world see hope. They couldn't help but expect that the master of Heart-Cleansing Peak, who once suppressed a country by himself, could turn the situation around and rewrite the situation dominated by those forces in the ancient Desolation territory. But soon, someone stood up and said, what Lin Sun did today was too reckless. Behind the Qi family, the Hua family and the Qi family stood the great orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory. It's nice for him to destroy the 3 great families, but it will inevitably arouse the great forces in the ancient Desolation territory to attack him. Don't forget that those great forces in the ancient Desolation territory had been killing the forces related to Lin Sun as soon as they entered the Forbidden City. This time, he showed up like this. Isn't it the same as throwing himself into the trap? Lin Sun is in danger. As soon as this remark came out, the boiling atmosphere of the whole Forbidden City changed. Yes, they were the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory after all. And there were more than one. For the people in the inferior world, those orthodoxies from the ancient Desolation territory were like the dominators in the sky. They could only be in awe and look up to them. But they had to be in awe. When these great forces appeared, there were people who challenged them. There had been strong practitioners of the Saint Realm and even all the forces of a great force to attack them. But those forces in the ancient Desolation territory only sent a few people to destroy all the challengers. They also uprooted many great forces in the inferior world, causing millions of deaths. It should be known that this was the background of the revival of spirit chi. Many dazzling and tyrannical figures had also emerged from the lower realms. But the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory still showed a completely crushing power. How could the people in the inferior world not be shocked and afraid, since then, no one dared to challenge the holy lands of the ancient Desolation territory. Even a disciple of the Holy Land could go anywhere, just like a king patrolling the world. It could be said that the status of these great forces in the ancient Desolation territory was higher and more transcendent than that of the imperial royal family and the Lin family of Heart-Cleansing Peak. So now, many strong practitioners of the younger generation believed that the situation of the ancient Desolation territory ruling the inferior world was doomed to be unchangeable. Alas, so, it's hard for peak leader Lin to change anything this time. Many people sighed. That's not necessarily true. Many years ago, Lin Sun destroyed the Zhou family and the Qing family and wiped out all the demon beasts in the entire territory of the empire. Now he has come back and destroyed the three top aristocratic families of the Hua family, the Qi family and the Qi family. If there is no accident, Lin Sun must be in the realm of quasi-emperor now. Someone said with certainty. In today's world, a quasi-emperor was already like a dominator of the world. Oh, a quasi-emperor? Even if he is a quasi-emperor, he has already missed the great opportunity of the recovery of spiritual qi when he left the inferior world. How high can his cultivation be? Yes. Some people sneered. Most people agreed with this view. Not long after Lin Sun left, the inferior world ushered in the great era of the recovery of spiritual qi and missed the great opportunity. Now he came back. Even if he was a quasi-emperor, he was only one person. And in the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory, there were countless people in the realm of quasi-emperor. It's a pity that if peak leader Lin stayed in the inferior world, he could have become the top talent of the era. Not to mention being a quasi-emperor, it is very possible for him to reach the realm of emperor. But now, many people sighed and felt sorry for Lin Sun. It is said that in the heaven-reaching sword sect, there is a supreme elder who stepped into the realm of emperor when he was cultivating in a folded secret realm. When this news came out, all the people in the Forbidden City felt as if they were struck by lightning. All of them were shocked and completely chilled. The realm of emperor, a quasi-emperor, was already a terrifying existence that no one dared to imagine. Not to mention the realm of emperor, which was above the quasi-emperor. If this is true, peak leader Lin. I'm afraid, countless people sighed secretly. And for those orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory, Lin Sun's return also caused great waves. Amethyst Mountain. A few decades ago, there was a blessed place in the Forbidden City, but now it was occupied by the Black Sea Tengu tribe. On the top of Amethyst Mountain, in a magnificent hall, dozens of big shots of the Black Sea Tengu tribe in black robes with scarlet eyes were drinking and chatting. Each of these big shots had an extremely fierce aura, and there was no lack of quasi-emperors. Many beautiful maids with voluptuous bodies and curvaceous curves were fearfully waiting on the side. They were all slaves who had been captured. Some big shots of the Black Sea Tengu tribe were hungry and directly grabbed the maids, bit their throats, and gnawed on their flesh and blood. Demon Lin? It was this damn bastard who killed so many strong people of our tribe. We haven't taken revenge for this until now. I never thought that he would take the initiative to appear. An old man who was as skinny as a stick spoke slowly in the seat of honor. Yes, just today, this boy destroyed 3 forces in the city. It is speculated that this boy's cultivation has also made great progress in these years. He should already be in the realm of quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor? If so, now is the time to kill this boy. We will not forget the hatred of those years. That's right. These big shots of the Black Sea Tengu tribe made a decision after a short discussion. And at this time, not only in the Black Sea Tengu tribe, Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure, Xuandu Taoism sect, Beast Spiritual Mountain, and other major forces of the ancient desolation were all discussing matters related to Lin Sun. This boy has finally appeared. I would like to see how much progress the top great saint of the 9 regions has made after so many years. An elder of the heaven-reaching sword sect said indifferently. Demon Lin, oh Demon Lin, how dare you come back? Do you know that you have missed a whole 50 years under the recovery of spiritual qi? Come, announce to the outside world that the Xuandu Taoism sect challenges Lin Sun. I want countless people in the Forbidden City to see how this little bastard dies. Go, tell everyone in the Forbidden City that whoever dares to protect Lin Sun will be exterminated. Go and contact other orthodoxies to seal the Forbidden City together. This time, we will catch a turtle in a jar and kill him to avenge the blood feud of that year. All kinds of orders were transmitted from different forces in the ancient desolation realm, igniting the already turbulent atmosphere in the Forbidden City. At this moment, Lin Sun had returned to the courtyard. Where's Old Toad? He suddenly noticed that Old Toad wasn't there. He went to inquire about the news. He said that he couldn't let you work alone, Alu said hurriedly. Lin Sun nodded. Looking at the people gathered in the courtyard, an idea came to his mind. He would leave the mortal world sooner or later. Without him, what if his relatives and friends were in danger again in the future? Lin Sun had never thought about this problem before. After experiencing this lesson, he deeply realized that this problem had reached the point where it needed to be solved urgently. And there might be only one way to solve all this. To establish an orthodoxy that could be passed down for generations. I'll start to prepare for it after I solve the enemies and find the clansmen of Lin family. Lin Sun made a decision secretly. Before long, Old Toad came back with all kinds of news in the Forbidden City. Until now, Yu and those who were saved by Lin Sun finally dared to believe that Lin Sun really destroyed the 3 top aristocratic families of Qi, Hua, and Qi all by himself, and this matter had already caused an uproar in the Forbidden City. But when Old Toad reported the reactions of the orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain, except for Hu and Alu, Yu, and others all changed their expressions. Big brother, those old bastards have said that they will block the Forbidden City and kill you. Whoever dares to protect you will be exterminated. That's going too far. Yu was angry. Those from Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists and Golden Hall also changed their expressions. Those orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain were against Lin Sun together, this made their hearts extremely heavy. But Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly and he said, do these bastards think that I didn't kill enough people in the ancient desolation domain? They're just a bunch of useless people. How dare they yell at me like this? Then I'll destroy them. Over these years, he had killed countless emperors on the ancient road of the starry sky. Even the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect were destroyed by him. How could he put those in the ancient desolation domain in his eyes? Yu and others were all stunned. It was obvious that Lin Sun didn't take those orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain seriously. What surprised them even more was that Ahu, Old Toad, Alu, and the others all nodded at Lin Sun's words. Even Little Silver and Little Tian were seething with murderous intent and eager to make a move. If the practitioners in the Forbidden City saw this, they would think that Lin and the others were crazy. Looking at the whole mortal world, who dared to look down on the orthodoxy of the ancient desolation realm? Old Toad, Alu, go to the city to convey the message. 3 days later, I will wait for them at the place where Heart Cleansing Peak is located. If they don't come, I will visit them in person and kill them all. Lin Sun made up his mind and uttered each word resolutely. All right. Old Toad and Alu left excitedly. Yu and others were stiff all over. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would make a decision so quickly. It was too late when they wanted to persuade him again. Uncle, can Lin Lang become as powerful as you in the future? Not far away, a pink little girl ran over, blinking her big watery eyes and looking at Lin Sun. Her voice was crisp and lovable. Lin Sun picked up the little girl with a smile and said, Little girl, why do you want to be so powerful? Lin Lang answered without hesitation, I want my father to never be bullied again. Bullied. Listening to her childish voice, Yu's eyes turned red. Lin Sun also sighed with emotion in his heart. Rubbing Lin Lang's little head, Lin Sun said softly, I promise you that I will make you very powerful in the future. For countless practitioners in the Forbidden City, this day was destined to be recorded in history. Shortly after Lin Sun returned with the corpses of the three top aristocratic families, the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm issued an order to block the whole city, aiming at Lin Sun alone. This shocked many people and made them burst into an uproar. It's a pity that if Lin Sun chose to stay dormant for a period of time after his return, he might have a chance to wrestle with the ancient Desolation realm when he was fully confident. But now, I'm afraid he will be in danger. Many people were pessimistic and felt sorry for Lin Sun. Even those who hated Lin Sun couldn't deny that Lin Sun was indeed the most talented person in the mortal world, whether it was in the past or now. It was a pity that Lin Sun didn't know how to keep a low profile. As soon as he appeared, he set off a bloody storm, so that he provoked the hostility of the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm, which was tantamount to seeking his own death. Just when the world agreed that Lin Sun would usher in a catastrophe, an explosive news spread throughout the Forbidden City at an incredible speed. 3 days later, Lin Sun will challenge the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm in front of the ruins of Heart-Cleansing Peak. If the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm doesn't dare to accept the challenge, Lin Sun will go to them in person and kill them all. As soon as the news came out, all the practitioners in the Forbidden City were dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? God, he actually wants to fight against all the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm alone. He also said that if they don't dare to accept the challenge, he will go to them in person and kill them all. Where does Lin Sun get the confidence to despise those dominating forces? Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. Countless people smacked their lips and felt ridiculous and unbelievable. But anyway, after the news came out, the whole Forbidden City's eyes were focused on the place where Heart-Cleansing Peak was located. 3 days later, did Lin Sun really dare to fight against the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm here? As the news said, different from the crazy appearance of Lin Sun, who was trembling with fear and desperate, Lin Sun at this moment seemed extremely leisurely and calm. He was dressed in a moon-white robe, and his crystal-black long hair was coiled up by a wooden hairpin at will. He exuded a simple and indifferent charm. In the courtyard, he was sitting on the ground, making tea, studying scriptures, and thinking about the way to break the realm. As for the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm, he didn't take them seriously at all. Although his cultivation was suppressed, it didn't mean that he couldn't understand the mystery of the Great Way. The world with the recovery of spiritual qi was full of the most primitive and simple mystery of the Great Way, which inspired Lin Sun when he was meditating. In addition, after a long time of deduction, 40% of the scriptures comprehended by the 5 doppelgangers had been completely integrated into the Great Way furnace scripture, created by him. Although his cultivation didn't improve, Lin Sun knew that under this kind of suppression, as his cultivation became more and more profound, he would definitely make rapid progress and step into the threshold of the 5th level of the Emperor realm when he had the opportunity to break through. Hu, Old Toad, and Lu were helping to take care of Shiryu and others. After years of imprisonment, these old friends rescued by Lin Sun had more or less suffered some accumulated injuries. What Hu and others were doing was to help them resolve their internal injuries one by one so that their future cultivation would not be affected. But no matter what, Hu and Shiryu were actually not calm in their hearts. The former was looking forward to the arrival of the final battle, while the latter was worried about whether Lin Sun would encounter danger in this battle. Only Lin Sun had a piece of peace. 1 day, 2 days, when the dawn of the 3rd day came, the time of the final battle had come. These 3 days were extremely torturous for the practitioners in the whole Forbidden City. Many people almost counted the time and waited like a year. More practitioners had already poured into the area where Heart-Cleansing Peak was located on the day the news came out and waited here bitterly. When the morning light shone, with the area where Heart-Cleansing Peak was located as the core, the nearby streets had already been overcrowded with practitioners. The noise rose and fell one after another. They were all talking about the final battle that would begin today. Alas, I hope Lin Sun won't come. I hope he can live well and make a comeback when he has absolute strength in the future. It's impossible. With Lin Sun's character in the inferior world, he will definitely come to the final battle since he said such words. It's okay if he doesn't show up. If he does, how can he survive? Like before, most practitioners were full of pessimism about Lin Sun. After all, his opponents were a group of orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain. Who in the world could be his enemy? Since Lin Sun dares to say such words, he should have some confidence. What I'm curious about now is where his confidence comes from. In the crowd, an aloof and cold woman spoke. Destroying the 3 aristocratic families has proved that his combat power is at least at the level of quasi-emperor. If he masters some special fighting means, he may really be able to fight with those orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain. But, he still has little chance of winning. A handsome man with green hair next to her said. This man was Wei Yunzhong, the leader of the group of people Lin Sun met on his way back to Xiao Empire from Soul Oblivion Sea. It's a pity if such a character dies. The aloof woman frowned. The major forces in Soul Oblivion Sea are not qualified to intervene in this matter. Don't forget that there is news that an old monster in heaven-reaching sword sect has stepped into the Emperor realm. There was a trace of desire in Wei Yunzhong's eyes. This time he came to the Forbidden City to look for some Tao affinity, to see if he could use it to break through to the Emperor realm. While talking, there was a loud bang in the sky. Countless people looked up. A bright golden rainbow broke through the sky. It was a big shot in the realm of Quasi-Emperor from the orthodoxy of the ancient desolation domain. And this was just the beginning. With the appearance of this golden rainbow, 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, in the end, there were hundreds of big shots with the horrible aura of Quasi-Emperor. They arrived over the ruins of heart-cleansing peak one after another. The power they exuded covered the sky and made the void tremble. At this moment, the sounds of discussion in this expanse of the heavens and the earth had stopped abruptly. It was perfectly silent, and the atmosphere had become deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, their bodies and minds shaken. They didn't expect that there would be so many quasi-emperors just to deal with Lin Sun. Such a scene was enough to make people desperate and collapse. P.S. There will be more updates in the evening, about 9:30 m. Hundreds of quasi-emperors gathered in the sky. In the mortal world, every quasi-emperor was the peak existence in the world. Even with the recovery of spiritual qi, the order of the great way of heaven and earth was extremely firm, but the power of quasi-emperors could easily burn mountains and boil seas. How terrible would the power of hundreds of quasi-emperors appear at the same time? Boom, heaven and earth exploded, and the clouds collapsed. For a time, thunder and wind were raging, and the pressure was like a thick black cloud, covering the sky, making this area as dark as night. The hundreds of quasi-emperors stood in different areas, all with a stern face, revealing unique indifference and majesty. Everyone's eyes swept across them. Heaven-reaching sword sect, holy land of spiritual treasure, Xuandu Taoism sect, beast spiritual mountain, Black Sea Dog clan, more than a dozen orthodoxies of the ancient wasteland domain sent out hundreds of quasi-emperors together. At that moment, the whole world was silent. All the people who saw the scene felt their hearts were clenched and they couldn't breathe. How could it be possible? How could there be so many quasi-emperors? Countless people screamed in their hearts. What kind of existence was a quasi-emperor? Before the recovery of spiritual qi, they were almost extinct in the world. Even in the current world, if there was a quasi-emperor in a force, it was enough to shake the world and look down on a region. High-level forces such as the Hua family, the Qi family, and the Qi family had been in the mortal world for generations, but each of them only had 1 or 2 quasi-emperors before they were destroyed. But now, there were hundreds of quasi-emperors in the ancient wasteland domain. It was clear that they wanted to suppress and deter the world with absolute power. Many elders had seen that the reason why the orthodoxies of the ancient wasteland domain put out such a large lineup was to warn the world and kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and Lin Sun was the chicken that was about to be killed. If Lin Sun, the master of heart-cleansing peak, guessed this scene, would he still have the courage to declare war on the orthodoxies of the ancient wasteland domain? At this moment, all the practitioners in the mortal world felt cold all over as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the face of hundreds of quasi-emperors, even those who were arrogant and confident in Lin Sun had to admit that if Lin Sun dared to appear today, he was doomed to suffer. Surrounded by hundreds of quasi-emperors, Lin Sun might not even be able to escape. After all, no matter how strong Lin Sun was, could he fight against hundreds of quasi-emperors at the same time? At this moment, no one dared to hold out any hope for Lin Sun. Where is Lin Sun? Suddenly, a voice that was heavy like thunder rumbled and resounded in the heavens and the earth, and it shook the ears of everyone to the point of droning. It was like the voice of a god. In the sky, a purple-robed, white-haired man with a sword on his back from the numinous treasure Holy Land said, "Could it be that he's afraid?" The expressions of countless cultivators changed indeterminately. If they were in Lin Sun's position, they would surely flee at the first possible moment if they saw this scene. How would they dare to show themselves? This little bastard simply goes back on his word. I thought he had improved a lot over the years. Who would have thought that he wouldn't dare to show his face when he issued the challenge? Mocking, disdainful, and cold voices rang out from the mouths of the quasi-emperors, causing the entire place to rumble. A bunch of old bastards. Are they blind? I have been waiting for you for a long time. An indifferent voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the source of the sound. In the ruins of Heart-Cleansing Peak, a figure appeared silently in people's sight as if out of thin air. His figure was tall and indifferent, with black hair and black eyes, and his long robe fluttering. It was Lin Sun. Only then did people suddenly realize that Lin Sun had been waiting here for a long time, but no one noticed his existence before. However, his back was only sad and regretful in everyone's eyes. There were hundreds of quasi-emperors in the sky, and their horrible aura covered the whole world. Lin Sun's appearance was no different from seeking death. How could it be him? Wei Yunzhong's pupils shrank, and he was surprised. The aloof and arrogant woman beside him also widened her eyes in disbelief. When she met Lin Sun in the East Sea before, she expressed her disdain. Who would have thought that this passerby was the head of Heart-Cleansing Peak who had been famous in the world many years ago? Father, can uncle really win? The lovely Shi Linlang grasped Shiyu's clothes tightly with her little hands and said nervously. It should be possible. Shiryu looked dignified, and he had no confidence in his heart. It's not should, but definitely. Old Toad corrected him. He, Ahu, Alu, Little Silver, and Little Tian had also arrived. They stood in the crowd and watched. But compared with the tension and pessimism of others, they seemed calm and relaxed. Under the sky, black clouds loomed over the city. When they saw Lin Sun, the group of quasi-emperors were also stunned, and their faces were slightly embarrassed. A living man was obviously under their eyes, but they didn't notice him, which seemed to be a silent mockery of their ignorance. Demon God Lin, didn't you declare that you would fight with us here? Now, we are all here. What else do you have to say? An elder of Black Tengu clan looked down at Lin Sun, with blood-red eyes and a grim and cruel smile on his face. Lin Sun, you shouldn't have come. Do you know what it means to miss the recovery of spiritual qi for 50 years? A strong man of Holy Land of Spirit Treasure laughed. His voice was like thunder, shaking the world. Before declaring war, do you think we will still look down on you as before? Wrong. No matter who it is, no one can deny that you are a rare genius of this generation. You cannot be compared to ordinary people. Since you dare to declare war, you must have something to rely on. We, of course, will not be fooled by you. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure from Xuandu Daoist sect said with a smile. So, you have seen it now. With hundreds of quasi-emperors traveling together, what else do you have to fight with us? Cut the crap. Surrender or die. Lin Sun, choose. A quasi-emperor of Heavenly Sword sect said coldly. At this moment, the power of the group of quasi-emperors was like a landslide and a tsunami, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the world to roar and the clouds that covered the Forbidden City to explode. If not for the recovery of spiritual qi, the order of heaven and earth would have become extremely firm. Most likely, a small half of the Forbidden City would have been destroyed by such terrifying power. And in the field, many cultivators were so oppressed that their bodies went limp and suffocated, and some were even directly injured, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Retreat quickly. Countless people's expressions changed as they retreated to the distance, afraid to be affected. How can we fight this battle? Many people felt cold and desperate for Lin Sun. And at this time, Lin Sun slowly raised his head, glanced at the quasi-emperors, and sighed softly. I have been waiting here for 3 days. Who would have thought that I would wait for you useless chickens and dogs? Didn't you say that one of you has become an emperor? Why don't you come to die? It's really disappointing. Lin Sun's voice was very low. But his words rang clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. In the face of such a desperate situation, Lin Sun still dared to be so contemptuous? Is he completely crazy because he knows that he is no match for them? Countless people thought in their hearts. What did he say? Arrogant. Does he really think this is the past? Hundreds of quasi-emperors changed their expressions at the same time, and more people looked down at Lin Sun, as if looking at an ant that was about to be crushed to death. Don't be angry, everyone. Isn't this the demon Lin we are familiar with? He is audacious and unrepentant. This time, it doesn't hurt to let him say a few more words before he dies. The woman of Xuandu Daoist sect said with a charming smile. No, I can't tolerate him saying one more word. The elder of the Black Sea Tengu tribe roared, attack, kill him. Boom, at this moment. Hundreds of quasi-emperors attacked together. They were well aware of what Lin Sun had done in the ancient Desolation realm back then. Even if they looked down on Lin Sun, they would not hold back at all. They would use their strongest power to directly crush Lin Sun into pieces. Boom, how terrifying would it be when hundreds of quasi-emperors attacked together? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was instantly sucked out. All kinds of power of the Great Way converged into a monstrous torrent, like a Milky Way, smashing down from the sky. The incomparably dazzling light of the Great Way made the world dim. The void in the surrounding area collapsed. In the face of such a destructive blow, countless cultivators were shocked and lost their voices. Everyone's heart tightened as they watched this scene. Many people did not even dare to look, and could not bear to see Lin Sun being killed. Brother Lin. Sure, you wanted to call out, but he could not. His heart seemed to be torn apart. But the next moment, Lin Sun waved his long sleeves. It was done in a casual manner, as if he was flicking away dust, and the torrent of energy that smashed over, the terrifying attack that was sufficient to blast the heavens and the earth into pieces, had actually vanished into thin air and vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The crowd of quasi-emperors stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe the scene before them. Even some of the more ruthless characters who had been calm all along had a slight change of expression. They frowned, and their eyes revealed shock. Again. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect roared. These quasi-emperors joined forces again, and endless power smashed down. This level of power was even more terrifying than before. But there was no difference in the result. When it reached Lin Sun, it silently collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Like a cool breeze, not even a strand of Lin Sun's hair was blown. This unbelievable scene made everyone present dumbfounded, and they almost thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Even those quasi-emperors stared with wide eyes. Their attacks had been easily dispersed twice in a row. This was no longer abnormal, but terrifying. At this moment, Lin Sun finally spoke, too weak. There was a faint trace of flagging interest in his expression. He had thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle, and that the figures of the various great orthodoxies who had stepped into the martial emperor realm would all arrive. In the end, it was just a group of ant-like quasi-emperors, who might not even be able to withstand a full blow from him. Without seeing him move, his figure appeared out of thin air in the ruins under the firmament, and his gaze swept across the crowd. Now, I will send you all on your way. His voice shook the 9 heavens. P.S. I will update the first chapter tomorrow after 12 o'clock in the morning, and the second chapter tomorrow will be written when the goldfish returns home. Attack. At this moment, the group of quasi-emperors attacked with all their might, not giving Lin Sun a chance to attack at all. Hundreds of treasures dragged a dazzling radiance, wrapped in the terrifying Taoist techniques of various deities, and attacked Lin Sun together. That scene was enough to make ghosts and deities tremble in fear. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent, neither sad nor happy, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his black eyes. See. He casually pointed with a finger, casually and lightly. But that black nightmare Tengu elder, who was said to be an old monster in the 3rd stage of the quasi-emperor realm, was directly blown up by his finger in the air. Countless scarlet blood splattered in the void, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. Then, Lin Sun stretched out his finger and drew a line in the void, and a brilliant sword chi thousands of feet long swept across, directly cutting more than 10 quasi-emperors into 2 at the waist, as easily as harvesting a stalk of grass. The waterfall of blood mixed with shrill screams resounded through the sky. Countless people were horrified, their faces pale, and their scalps tingled. This was too strong, it completely subverted everyone's imagination. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to think that his speed was too slow, and directly leaped up. His big sleeves flew up, and he waved them fiercely. Clang, 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 countless dazzling Taishan sword chi surged like a storm, and the brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, covering the sky. Then, all of them descended with a loud bang. A peerless sword rain followed, boom, more than 30 quasi-emperors were killed on the spot, and after their bodies exploded, they were directly crushed and evaporated by the endless torrent of sword chi, disappearing completely. Lin Sun's aura was indifferent and otherworldly, but now that he displayed his power, people finally realized what was called invincibility, and what was called crushing. The lineup of the hundreds of quasi-emperors was so powerful that it could make all living beings in the lower world despair. But under Lin Sun's attack, they were easily harvested like weeds in the countryside in the blink of an eye. Whatever treasures, whatever Taoist techniques, they were all like paper. No matter how strong their cultivation was, or how tough their physique was, they were all vulnerable at this moment. Until the sword rain that filled the sky disappeared. Under the sky, the bloody mist tumbled and surged, and only a few quasi-emperors were left. Because they were relatively far away, and because they dodged desperately at the first moment, they were lucky enough to survive. The other 90-odd quasi-emperors were all killed, at this moment. The entire world was silent. Only Lin Sun's tall figure was left, standing proudly in the void. His black hair and black clothes made him look indifferent, but his power was like a god coming to the world. The gazes of countless people wavered, and they were shocked to the point that they lost their composure and trembled. Peak Master Lin seemed to have killed more than 90 quasi-emperors in the blink of an eye. This should be an illusion, right? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Dream? I think so. Many people were stunned, their eyes lifeless. In reality, the impact of the bloody scene earlier was simply too great. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 quasi-emperors were annihilated. Who would believe it? How could there be such terrifying power in this world? At this moment, even those figures of the older generation that felt they were extremely shrewd and had experienced the vicissitudes of the world were shocked to the point their scalps were on the verge of exploding while tempestuous waves surged in their hearts. In fact, this was because they had underestimated Lin Sun from the very beginning. When Lin Sun made his move, the power that belonged to Zhu Shui's emperor had completely overturned their expectations. If those great emperors on the starry sky ancient path had seen this, they would not have lost their composure. After all, with the power of Dao Yuan Emperor, when he dealt with these quasi-emperors, he was simply like a god in heaven crushing ants on the ground. It was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Too strong. Sure, you shouted excitedly. Hey, don't make a fuss. You haven't seen Big Brother's glory when he slaughtered Emperor realm figures. That's what I call domineering. Old Toad, Alu, and the others couldn't help laughing. Peak Master Lin is invincible. Magnificent. Awesome. At this moment, some of the older generation cried out excitedly, as if they had returned to the time when they were young and the scene of the past emerged. At that time, Lin Sun was as domineering as he was today, radiant and unparalleled. Soon, there was a burst of cheers. Many native cultivators of the lower world couldn't help shouting and cheering for Lin Sun. In these past few years, the sects of the ancient Desolation region had invaded the lower dimensions, and they'd wantonly seized the fortuitous encounters of the Grand Tao. They'd given rise to countless storms of blood and swallowed countless powers, and they pressed down upon the cultivators of the lower dimensions to the point they were suffocating. And Lin Sun's performance at this moment gave them a glimmer of hope to break through the darkness and reverse the situation of the world. Even those who didn't think highly of Lin Sun before were convinced at this moment. Let's go. In this sensational atmosphere, the few remaining quasi-emperors had long been scared out of their wits and chose to flee at the first possible moment. There's no way to survive in front of me. Lin Sun's eyes were deep as he took a step forward. Boom, with Lin Sun as the center, the void suddenly exploded like glass, and the terrifying power of destruction spread out like a hurricane. The remaining quasi-emperors were like straws that were swept into the raging waves of the sea. Amidst horrified and helpless screams, their bodies exploded inch by inch, and their souls scattered. At this point, the hundreds of quasi-emperors who came to fight had all been killed, and it only took a moment for all of this to happen. The scene was completely boiling. Countless cultivators were so excited that their cheeks flushed and they shouted hysterically, as if they were venting the excitement in their hearts. Under the sky, that tall and straight figure was like a god from the legends, easily sweeping away all enemies. What was most incredible was that Lin Sun was so casual, as if he didn't use his real power at all, but he killed hundreds of quasi-emperors in one fell swoop. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it when it was spread out. How terrifying Lin Sun's cultivation was now, and just as everyone was cheering, a terrifying white saber light appeared out of thin air and chopped at Lin Sun with incomparably powerful force. It was incredibly fast. This, Hu, Alu, and the others were all shocked. Puff, Lin Sun's figure was cut in half by the saber light. No. At this moment, no one knew how many people exclaimed. Even Hu, Old Toad, and the others turned pale. No one expected that such a shocking change would happen just after Lin Sun killed all the enemies. It was too sudden. When they saw Lin Sun's figure being torn apart, some people almost collapsed. But the next moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared in the void not far away. It was also at this time that people suddenly realized that it was just a phantom of Lin Sun that had just been smashed by the saber chi. The reason was that he dodged too fast. Sure enough, this boy has set foot in the Emperor realm. In the distance, there was a cold and majestic voice, like the rubbing of blades, stinging the eardrums of everyone present, making them so uncomfortable that they were about to cough up blood. Immediately afterward, a figure emerged out of thin air. This man had gray hair, wore a black Taoist robe, and was surrounded by wisps of dazzling law of the Great Way, as if he had come out of a sacred place. When he appeared, the incomparably terrifying pressure of the Emperor realm swept across the world like stormy waves. Countless cultivators at this moment, were scared out of their wits, and their state of mind was about to collapse. It was a kind of supreme and immeasurable coercion that acted on their minds and couldn't be dispelled. It's terrible, this is the great Emperor. In this world, finally, someone has taken this step. Everyone was shocked. Even Hu, Old Toad, and the others couldn't help but be surprised that there was really an Emperor realm in the mortal world. Did this mean that the recovery of spiritual chi had continued until now, and some opportunities that belonged to the Emperor realm had also appeared? However, to everyone's complete disappointment, there was more than one Emperor realm. Brother Mingya, it's not that easy to deal with an Emperor realm expert. However, with me, Xianxia, and fellow Taoist Yu, it won't be difficult to capture this boy. Accompanied by a leisurely voice, an elegant and romantic man with fluttering sleeves appeared out of thin air. The supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Xianxia, the one called Mingya by Xianxia, was the old man in a Taoist robe. He was the supreme elder of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Swish! Swish! At the same time as Xianxia appeared, two figures appeared in two other directions. One of them had long hair, wore a black robe, and looked cold. He was the old monster of the Xuandu Taoism sect, Xianxia. The other one was a woman in a colorful dress. She was dignified and virtuous, and her body glowed with Taoist light. She was the supreme elder of the beast's spiritual mountain, Yu Yan. The four of them emitted the power of the Emperor realm, filling the void and making countless cultivators' vision go black. Their heads buzzed and they were about to explode. Retreat! Retreat again! There was chaos in the field. Countless people were in a panic and didn't dare to approach them. For Emperor realm experts appeared here together. No one had thought of this before. In fact, this was the first time in many people's lives that they had seen an Emperor realm expert. Just looking at them made them feel frightened and afraid, and they couldn't even think of resisting. That kind of power was too supreme and terrifying. At this moment, the excitement of the crowd had completely vanished, and it was replaced by endless coldness. Could Lin Sun still have a chance to fight against four Emperor realm experts? Lin Sun, the grudge between you and the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm has long been irreconcilable. But I can give you a chance. Bow your head and surrender to us now, and we will let bygones be bygones. Xianxia of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect said leisurely. His tone was arrogant and condescending. Lin Sun's surrender was like a gift. Mingya of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, Xianxia of the Xuandu Taoism sect, and Yu Yan of the Beast Spiritual Mountain all fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. Their expressions were indifferent, as if victory was within their grasp. The whole Forbidden City was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere that made people's hearts palpitate. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and sneered. "Who do you think you are? You have just stepped into the Emperor realm. How dare you ask me to surrender? Do you really think you can be lawless as an emperor?" On the starry sky ancient path, even the 6 major Dao courts and the 10 major battle clans would not have dared to say such shameless words to him. Lin Sun found it ridiculous that these old guys who had just become Emperor realm dared to put on such a posture. In the final analysis, it was a matter of vision. Limited by their cognition, they were destined to be ignorant like frogs in a well. Lin Sun's words were full of undisguised disdain. The cultivators who were terrified and in despair were dumbfounded at this moment, and they were completely thrown into disorder. Xianxia, Mingya, Xianxia, and Yu Yang were also stunned, and their faces darkened. The revival of spiritual qi had been turbulent for 50 years. The 4 of them were the only 4 martial emperors in the lower realms who had managed to become martial emperors. Reaching this level was equivalent to completely breaking away from the scope of the secular world and could be called a real dominator who could overturn the sea and sink the mountains and rivers, but Lin Sun was still disdainful, which was undoubtedly the greatest contempt and provocation to them. "If we make a big fuss here, I'm afraid we have to destroy the Forbidden City. Why don't we detain him and kill him outside the city? Is that okay?" Xianxia said coldly. "That's great. After all, the Forbidden City is a holy place with countless creatures. We can't be the villains who slaughter the city and be condemned by thousands of people." Xianxia nodded reservedly. Mingya and Yu Yang naturally had no objection. Lin Sun couldn't help sneering, "Old man, you're still bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying mankind. You're just worried that once the war starts, the famous mountains and blessed lands occupied by your orthodoxies will be destroyed. If you really care about these people, why did you set off so many bloody killings in order to occupy the territory over the years?" Lin Sun's words were like unveiling the shameful cloth of the 4 emperors, which made their faces more and more cold and ugly. "Do it!" Xianxia roared. The other 3 emperors attacked from different directions with Xianxia almost at the first time, trying to suppress and restrain Lin Sun. Boom, the sky was chaotic, and the sun and moon hung upside down. How could a great emperor's aura be ordinary? Xianxia and the other 3 emperors intended to show the power of the emperor realm in front of the world, so when they attacked, they were ready to capture the enemy with one blow. The light of Tao roared, and the divine light was like a tide, as if to collapse the sky. The horrible scene made all living beings in the Forbidden City fall into great fear. It was like the end of the world. At this time, Lin Sun looked as indifferent as before. He stretched his body casually and suddenly released a horrible pressure like a furnace to suppress the world. In the blink of an eye, the various powers of the Emperor's Daos that were attacking him were instantly suppressed, unable to move, and emitted intense waves that sounded like wails. Xianxia and the others narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed. "One strike is enough to kill all of you." With a cold and indifferent voice, Lin Sun used his fingers as a sword and chopped down in the void. Boom, a strand of brilliant sword chi surged into appearance. It was gorgeous and blazing, and it displayed all sorts of variations. The sword chi formed the grand scene of the world circulating and all things changing. It was as if a world of swords was being displayed to the extreme. One sword to birth 10,000 laws, one sword to destroy 10,000 Daos. This was the life and death sword. Kill. Go all out. Xianxia and the others sensed that something was wrong. They roared and resisted with all their might. However, no matter how he struggled, his cultivation was suppressed by the bright world of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, 4 old fellows who'd just stepped foot into the Emperor realm were drowned by the vast torrent of sword chi, and they were crushed into pieces. At this moment, countless people lost their wits. Even Ahu and the old toad were amazed, and their hearts were in turmoil. 4 Emperor realms were killed in the blink of an eye. The impact of that scene was too strong. Impossible, our Supreme Elder will never be defeated. In the field, a group of descendants of the Heavenly Sword sect shouted hysterically, unable to accept such a heavy blow. not only the Heavenly Sword sect. In the crowd watching from afar, the descendants from various orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm felt as if they'd been hit in the head by a stick, and they were about to collapse. Even when hundreds of quasi-emperors died before, they had never experienced such a feeling of despair. It was like a towering mountain had collapsed in their hearts. Because those who died now were emperor realms, 50 years after the revival of spiritual qi, only 4 emperor realms had emerged. Even if they returned to the ancient Desolation realm, emperor realms were still the supreme existence. But now, Lin Sun killed 4 emperor realms with one strike. Who could believe it, and who could accept it? Under the sky. Seeing that the divine souls of Xianxia and others were about to be destroyed, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed the 4 emperor realms' primordial spirits. He imprisoned them in the palm of his hand, as if he was imprisoning 4 ants. The most incredible thing was that in such a great battle, not a trace of the destructive aura leaked out. It was all suppressed by Lin Sun's absolute power, and then disappeared silently. In other words, no creatures were affected in this battle. Otherwise, the power that spread out alone could destroy half of the Forbidden City, at this moment. The experts of the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm felt a chill from head to toe, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. Countless people were dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun killed hundreds of quasi-emperors with a snap of his fingers, and then killed 4 emperor realms with one strike of his sword. The primordial spirits that survived were also imprisoned by Lin Sun. These scenes were simply like a legend, and they revealed inconceivable shock. Until a long while. The silent atmosphere was suddenly overturned by the monstrous sound waves. Countless practitioners in the mortal world screamed wildly and danced with excitement. My God, Peak Master Lin really won. It's incredible. Even the Emperor realms are as vulnerable as grass in his hands. From now on, what qualifications does the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm have to be superior? What confidence does he have to look down on us like before? Many elders were trembling with tears of excitement. Some people looked up to the sky and laughed, venting their inner emotions wantonly. In the past years, the people in the mortal world were at the bottom, looked down upon and controlled by the orthodoxy of the ancient Desolation realm. They had been suppressing their anger for a long time. All of this was completely vented at this moment. Child is unparalleled in the world, and his crown covers the entire capital. The legend of Peak Master Lin has never faded. The whole Forbidden City turned into a boiling ocean, and countless people were ecstatic. The aloof woman who came with Wei Yunzhong seemed to have lost her soul at this moment and couldn't say a word. At the thought of how she had disdained Lin Sun before, she felt that she had survived a disaster. If Lin Sun had punished her at that time, would she still be standing here alive? Even Wei Yunzhong's inner pride and conceit had collapsed. With bitterness in his mouth, he suddenly felt that he was like a clown jumping up and down when he first saw Lin Sun. Killing the emperor like killing a chicken. Killing the emperor like killing a chicken. Shiryu's eyes drifted. He completely believed what old Toad and Ah Lu had said. However, he couldn't imagine what Lin Sun had experienced in these years that he could have such a terrifying attainment in the Great Tao. Uncle, did you win? Lin Lang opened her big watery eyes and asked curiously. She was worried that she would suffer a shock. She fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until now. Yes. Yes. Shiryu nodded fiercely. Ahu, old Toad and Ah Lu looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. In the sky, Lin Sun collected the primordial spirits of the 4 emperors and said, Ahu, take them back first. I'll be back soon after I destroy those forces in the ancient Desolation realm. His voice was still drifting. Lin Sun's figure had turned into a flowing light, piercing through the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation realm distributed in the Forbidden City had fallen into chaos. Hundreds of quasi-emperors had fallen, and 4 emperors were in trouble. All of this had turned their initial shock and anger into fear at this moment. Of course, there were great figures residing within their respective powers, but even more formidable figures had headed to the various folded secret realms and abodes of cultivation to search for their fortune in the Tao, and some had even left for many years and hadn't returned until now. For the people in the mortal world, although the power of the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm was still enough for them to look up to. But for Lin Sun, it was not enough at all. Moreover, in order to prevent the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm from evacuating, Lin Sun released the 5 Tao forms as soon as he took action. Amethyst Mountain. The place where the Black Demon Dog clan was entrenched. Let's go, that little bastard surnamed Lin is now in the Emperor realm. His strength is extremely terrifying. Amethyst Mountain was in chaos. Many big shots of the Black Demon Dog clan were panicking and gathering their clansmen to escape. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. You still want to leave now? It's too late. Along with the voice, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air, his right hand pinched the air, and a palm print directly toward Amethyst Mountain. Oh no! The experts of the Black Demon Dog clan all turned pale and fled crazily, but it was already too late. Boom! Lin Sun's palm print covered the sky and the sun, wrapped in billions of rays of light, causing the world to lose its color, and enveloped the entire Amethyst Mountain. Before the mighty fist force arrived, many Black Sea Dog clan experts had already been crushed into a mist of blood by the might of the fist force. And when the palm print fell, boom, the entire vast violet mountain was drowned by the dazzling and boundless light of the Tao. The energy of the formation that enveloped it was simply like paper, and it vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The experts of the Black Sea Tengu clan that were scattered all over the mountain were blasted to death by this palm. When Lin Sun withdrew his right hand, the Amethyst Mountain, which was tens of thousands of meters high, seemed to be erased from the ground, and on the ground there was an unfathomable huge palm print, which was shocking to see. God! It's terrible. Some cultivators nearby were alarmed, and when they saw the scene, they all gasped and were stunned. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and without stopping, he went straight to the next force of the ancient desolation. And at the same time, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers also appeared in Xuandu Taoism sect, Beast Spiritual Mountain, Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure, and Heavenly Sword sect. 30 seconds later, Mount Pine, where Xuandu Taoism sect was located, and Gale Mountain, where Beast Spiritual Mountain was located, were all trampled, and the experts who occupied them all dissipated with the destruction of the mountain. 50 seconds later, the number of orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm that Lin Sun had eradicated had reached an astonishing 9, and this kind of killing was still going on. P.S. Happy Little Year. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Library of Literature. With the recovery of spiritual qi, the world changed dramatically. The Forbidden City was comparable to a small world. Even if a strong man of the quasi-emperor realm moved across the void, it would take him several hours to cross the whole Forbidden City. But with Lin Sun's expedition, he destroyed 9 orthodoxies of the ancient desolation domain in just a short time. First, his speed was extremely fast. Second, his original body and the 5 Taoist bodies went to different targets. Thirdly, his combat strength was too terrifying, and annihilating the territory of a Tao sect only took a few seconds for him to do so. Overlooking the whole Forbidden City from the sky, the annihilation of one sect after another was like a dazzling and resplendent flame that illuminated the 9 heavens, and it was an extremely beautiful scene. But for the people in the Forbidden City, what was happening meant that the dominant orthodoxies of the ancient desolation domain were falling, withered and destroyed one after another, because Lin Sun's pace of attack was too fast. When the news came out, it was far behind his speed of killing. The Black Demon Dog clan was destroyed. The Xuandu Taoism sect was destroyed. The Beast Spiritual Mountain was destroyed. News like this swept through the world like a torrential storm, causing the people of the world to feel a sense of chaos. Their heads buzzed in disbelief. How could this be? It's too fast. Are those orthodoxies of the ancient desolation domain useless? No, but under the killing of peak leader Lin, they are useless. Strong. Too strong. Countless trembling uproars sounded, and all of this continued to play out as time passed. Today, the Forbidden City was destined to usher in a great reshuffle. Xianxia Mountain, the place where the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure was located. This was originally the place where the Imperial Palace was located. With the dramatic change of the world and the recovery of spiritual qi, a mountain rose from the ground. It was steaming with purple air all year round and flowing with auspicious clouds. Its appearance was far beyond the ordinary blessed land. Now, it was known as the first blessed land in the Forbidden City. In the past, in order to compete for Xianxia Mountain, the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation domain even launched a year-long bloody conflict, which was finally won by the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. Whoosh! High in the sky, Linson appeared out of thin air and looked down. His huge spiritual awareness immediately covered the whole Xianxia Mountain. But to Linson's surprise, the whole Xianxia Mountain was empty and there was no one else. Linson floated down and walked on Xianxia Mountain, looking around. This place was extraordinary. The air was suffused with dense chaotic spiritual energy, and the rocks, grass, and trees flickered with the glow of divinity. The mountain was in chaos, and scattered items could be seen everywhere. The experts of the numinous treasure Holy Land must have left in a hurry when they were retreating. Linson came to the top of the mountain, where there were many palaces, Taoist rites, herb gardens, alchemy rooms, and other buildings, but it was also empty. Not a single one. Did they all escape? Linson frowned. Even if he had escaped, he would have left behind some traces. However, he had not found any valuable clues along the way. Inadvertently, Linson glimpsed a pond. The pond was only about 10 feet wide, and the water was clear and transparent. There was only a single green lotus that swayed gently in the wind. Linson's eyes were full of surprise. He stepped forward and looked carefully. This lotus seemed ordinary, but it was obviously different from those seen in the secular world. Its plump, jade green, and perfectly round leaves were branded with strands of natural Grand Tao markings. There were 9 leaves in total, and each leaf had a different pattern of Tao. When Linson deduced the patterns of these 9 leaves one by one in his mind, an amazing scene appeared. These patterns actually outlined the shape of a door. There were leaves but no flowers. This secret door of Tao patterns might be the hidden flower of this lotus. Linson even speculated that this lotus in the pond was very likely to be a portal to a folded world or a secret place. And those descendants of the numinous treasure Holy Land probably didn't escape at all, but hid in the world in this green lotus. Linson's black eyes surged, and he suddenly waved his sleeve. Boom! Tao marking talisman diagrams that covered the sky condensed together and moved horizontally and vertically in space. In the end, they transformed into a restriction formation that concealed the pond and the lotus within it. Then Linson turned around and left. It was obviously not appropriate to explore an unknown place at this time. It was not too late to take action after getting specific information. Only half a quarter of an hour. All the forces of the ancient Desolation territory distributed in the Forbidden City were wiped out, and half a quarter of an hour ago, Linson just killed hundreds of quasi-emperors and 4 old monsters who had stepped into the emperor realm. When everyone found out about the final piece of news, all of them were dumbstruck on the spot, and it was like they'd heard an impossible miracle. Wiped out, all of them. How long has it been? Countless people were in a trance, so shocked that their minds went blank, and their skin was covered with goosebumps. The merit of this battle is enough to be remembered for all eternity. Even if the world is full of ups and downs, it will be remembered by future generations. Some figures of the older generation were even excited to the point of crying out loudly, and they danced with joy and were wild with joy. For the local cultivators in the Forbidden City, the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation realm were like mountains pressing on their heads. Over the years, they had been pressed to the point that their spines were bent, their heads hung low, and they were almost breathless and hopeless. But today, with Linson's conquest, he swept away all the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory with his own strength, which was equivalent to completely overthrowing the mountains pressing on their heads. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be ecstatic? Previously, I was feeling hopeless for peak leader Lin. I thought that his challenge was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and that he had overestimated his own capabilities. But now, I can only feel anxious. I'm ashamed. There were also many practitioners who felt ashamed. Linson had disappeared for many years. Many people thought that he had missed the golden age of the revival of spiritual qi and couldn't wrestle with the forces of the ancient Desolation territory. But today, Linson proved to the world that he could dominate the capital when he was young, and he could do the same now. The sea was changing, and the world was full of ups and downs. Only the true heroes could show their unparalleled style. Hey, it's not too late to realize it now. Sensing the uproar and seething atmosphere in the city, and seeing the martial cultivators shouting and yelling with no regard for their manners, you could not help but feel excited. Old Toad, Alu, and Ahu couldn't help laughing, and their eyes were shining with pride. "Father, are they cheering for Uncle?" Sure Lin Lang blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked curiously. "Yes." Sure Yu nodded fiercely, with a smile on his face and a sigh of emotion. At this moment, countless practitioners were celebrating in the Forbidden City. The sound of discussion and uproar resounded through the world like a boiling torrent. Lin Sun, Lin Sun, Lin Sun, this name was discussed by countless people, like a legend of the present age. In today's Forbidden City, the unparalleled legend shone on the world and was unparalleled. Have you ever heard of the Song of the Heavenly Sun? Some elders were emotional as they reminisced. The young peak leader was in his prime and unparalleled in talent. Lu Qingyan, the first art practitioner in the world, wrote a Song of the Heavenly Sun for him, which caused a sensation in the world for a while. Now that I think about it, those scenes are still vivid in my mind. Those young people couldn't help being curious and asked one after another. As a result, on that day, the Song of the Heavenly Sun became popular again. It was sung in every street and every area. Now, we shouldn't call him Peak Leader Lin anymore. Today, he can kill a quasi-emperor as easily as tearing a painting and destroy an emperor realm expert as easily as taking something out of his pocket. We should change our honorific. Someone deliberated. As soon as this suggestion came out, it immediately ignited the enthusiasm in people's hearts and they all offered suggestions. How about Battle Emperor Lin? Or Emperor Lin? All kinds of suggestions sounded one after another, but they were quickly rejected. Then, a senior figure spoke up. Peak Leader Lin rose to prominence in the mortal world. Now he has returned, sweeping across the ancient wilderness and suppressing the great emperor. He is like a king traveling to pacify the universe. He has mastered the power of the Great Way and is acting on behalf of God. Saving me is equivalent to saving me from the abyss of suffering, so he should be called emperor. As soon as this remark came out, countless people applauded and nodded. Therefore, the title of Emperor Lin also spread in the shortest time, and soon spread out of the Forbidden City to the entire Xiao Empire, or the entire myriad Dao realm. And at this time, on Xianxia Mountain, Lin Sun had already returned with Ahu, Old Toad, Shiryu, Green Deer School, commune of spiritual tattooists, Golden Hall, and other practitioners. From today on, this Xianxia Mountain will be renamed as Heart Cleansing. I have decided to establish a Taoist orthodoxy here and build a foundation for all ages. I don't seek to dominate the world, but I just hope that when I encounter a great disaster in the future, everyone related to me will not suffer undeserved disasters. On the top of the mountain, Lin Sun gathered everyone and said in a deep voice. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help getting excited. They all knew that Lin Sun's move was not for himself, but for all of them present. However, the establishment of a Taoist orthodoxy is a big deal. For this matter, we should work together to make suggestions and preparations. Lin Sun said, after I rescue the Lin family, I will immediately start to establish a Taoist orthodoxy. As he said, it was easy to establish a Taoist orthodoxy. With his current strength, he could support the power of a Taoist orthodoxy alone. But it was extremely difficult to establish an everlasting Taoist orthodoxy. Over the years, Lin Sun had traveled on the ancient road of the starry sky and seen countless ancient orthodoxies. Only he knew that even powerful sects like the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect would be destroyed once they encountered an enemy like Lin Sun. In particular, the purpose of Lin Sun establishing a Taoist orthodoxy was to provide a shelter for his relatives and friends who were related to him after he left. Therefore, this matter must be well planned. On this day, Lin Sun killed 4 emperors, killed more than 100 quasi-emperors, and wiped out all the forces in the ancient Desolation realm, which caused a sensation in the Forbidden City. The world competed to sing the Song of the Chosen One and everyone called him Emperor Lin. On this day, Xianxia Mountain was renamed as Heart Cleansing Mountain. Emperor Lin and his party lived on it and planned to establish a Taoist orthodoxy. The news spread and attracted the attention of the world. This day was recorded in the history of the myriad Tao realm as the return of the emperor. P.S. The second is a little later. Library of Literature Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Sun sat cross-legged and calmed down. He was searching the memories of Mingye, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Yu Shao one by one. After a long time, Lin Sun opened his eyes. In Mingye's memory, at the beginning of the recovery of spiritual qi, a pond and a green lotus emerged in the imperial palace, which was now Xianxia Mountain. And there was a folded secret realm in this green lotus. When the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation territory came, the members of the imperial family had already disappeared. Lin family of heart-cleansing peak had also disappeared at the same time. Until Lingbao Holy Land occupied this place called Xianxia Mountain, Mingye and other senior officials of Lingbao Holy Land were suspicious. It was very likely that the missing members of the imperial family and Lin family of heart-cleansing peak had entered the folded secret realm in the green lotus pond in advance. In the past decades, Mingye led a group of strong practitioners of Lingbao Holy Land to explore this world called Green Lotus Secret Realm more than once. According to Mingye's memory, this Green Lotus Secret Realm was extremely mysterious and vast. It was like a huge beehive with dense channels like holes. Entering different holes would lead to different small worlds. It gave off the feeling that the Green Lotus Secret Realm was a huge world nest that was dotted with different small secret realms. After years of exploration, the places explored by Mingye and other strong practitioners of Lingbao Holy Land were less than 1/10 of the Green Lotus Secret Realm. In these years of exploration, Mingye did not find the members of the imperial family and Lin family of heart-cleansing peak. But according to their inference, the imperial family and Lin family of heart-cleansing peak were probably hiding in a secret realm, but they had not been found for the time being. This news refreshed Lin Sun's spirit. He had no clue about the disappearance of Lin family before, but now at least he had found a clear clue to explore. At the same time, after exploring the memory of Xianxia, Xianxia, and Yu Shao, Lin Sun also got more clues about folded space and blessed land. The Forbidden City was regarded as the holy land of all Tao. The reason was that the folded space and blessed land emerged in the Forbidden City, which was far more than that in other places of Xiao Empire. These folded spaces usually appeared in paradises like the Godly Grace Mountain and the vast Purple Mountain. For example, the Green Lotus Arcane Realm appeared in a pond on the Xianxia Mountain. The reason why Mingye, Xianxia, and the other martial emperors were able to achieve the martial emperor realm in such a short period of time was because they had obtained different opportunities of the Great Tao while exploring the folded spaces. For example, when Mingye was exploring the Green Lotus Secret Realm, he coincidentally entered a divine mountain formed from the laws of the Great Tao. He found a mysterious origin of Tao fruit within it, and after refining it, he stepped into the Emperor realm in one go. For example, Xianxia had found a river formed from the quintessence of the Grand Tao. It was vast and continuous like a dragon, and after Xianxia refined the river, he'd finally realized his dream of becoming an emperor. It was the same for Xianxia and Yu Yang. According to the memory of the four emperors, Lin Sun came to a conclusion. If the mortal world was the core of the origin of all Tao, then the Forbidden City was the core of the core. The source of the spiritual energy revival was located in the different folded spaces in the Forbidden City. On the contrary, the power released by the spiritual energy revival spread to the whole mortal world through different folded spaces in the world, thus affecting the amazing changes of the whole world, and so on. The closer one was to the source of the spiritual energy revival, the greater the chance of getting the Tao fate. It was the same for Mingye and the other three emperors. Understanding this, Lin Sun couldn't help but think. Everyone knew that the spiritual energy revival in the mortal world ushered in an unprecedented prosperity, but not many people in the world knew where the source of the spiritual energy revival was. If they could find this source, it was not only because they had found the source of the spiritual energy revival in the mortal world. Perhaps they could gain insight into the essence and mystery of the origin of all Tao. What surprised Lin Sun most was, in the memory of the four emperors, they all had a similar experience. That was, when exploring the folded spaces, they had sensed some extremely dangerous breaths. Because of this, when exploring some secret realms, they all subconsciously avoided the areas where the dangerous breaths were distributed. According to their speculation, it was very likely that there were unknown horrible creatures in the core area of the origin of all Tao. Unfortunately, after searching through Mingye's and the others' memories, Lin couldn't find any clues related to these terrifying creatures. Obviously, they didn't dare to explore and get close to the spiritual energy revival at all, so they could only make inferences. Ahu, old toad. Before long, Lin Sun found Ahu and others and told them his speculation. I intend to take you to explore the Green Lotus secret realm. Maybe I can find you a chance to break through the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Ahu and others were all excited. Whether it was Ahu, Old Toad, Alu, Silver, Tian, or the big black bird, they had been stuck in the third level of the quasi-emperor realm for many years. For them, it really only needed an opportunity to become an emperor, but such an opportunity was too difficult to find. Sometimes they couldn't get what they wanted even after searching for thousands of years. Since they had such an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Then Heart-Cleansing Peak, Ahu was a little worried. If they entered the Green Lotus secret realm together and no one was in charge of Heart-Cleansing Peak, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It's enough to deal with any enemy if I leave my doppelganger here." After a pause, his black eyes were deep, and he said, "What's more, although the Forbidden City has just experienced a great chaos, and it seems that the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain have been eradicated, as time goes by, the sects behind them will inevitably send more forces from the ancient Desolation domain to this world. But with my doppelganger here, there's no need to worry too much." Hearing this, everyone nodded and felt relieved. The forces that were destroyed by Lin Sun before were only part of the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain. Their sects were still in the ancient Desolation domain. This meant that there would definitely be more and more orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain coming to this world in the future. But as long as Lin Sun's doppelganger was in charge, there would not be too much danger. There was no time to lose. On the same day, Lin Sun took action with Ahu and the others, while his 5 doppelgangers stayed on Heart-Cleansing Peak. The Forbidden City was still boiling and turbulent. The orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation domain were wiped out. For all the practitioners in the city, it was like changing the world. And the news had spread to the outside world at an amazing speed. It would not be long before the whole world would be shocked by this earth-shaking battle. "Little 5, you come here to guard this place. Don't let anyone approach here before I come back. Also, no matter who comes out of the Green Lotus secret realm, you must catch him first." In front of the pond, Lin Sun warned. Near the pond, Lin Sun had already set up a forbidden formation. With the formation Spirit Little 5, it was enough to deal with all kinds of situations. "Don't worry, big brother." Little 5 nodded confidently. Buzz as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, mysterious patterns emerged on the jade-like round lotus leaves, outlining a mysterious portal in the void. Lin Sun had already put Ahu and the others into the Tower of Endless. Seeing this, he walked in without hesitation. When his figure disappeared in the portal also turned into a pattern and returned to the lotus leaves. Green Lotus secret realm on the top of a lonely mountain with a height of tens of thousands of meters. Buzz with a strange wave, a virtual portal emerged on the top of the mountain, and Lin Sun's figure came out of it. At the top of the mountain, there was also a pond and a green lotus. According to the memory of Xianxia, this was the exit to return to the outside world. Lin Sun looked up and saw that above the sky, auspicious clouds were curling, rays of light were shining, and the turbulent chaotic chi was rolling and steaming. In just a moment, Lin Sun felt that his suppressed realm was showing signs of loosening. It seems that this secret realm can accommodate more powerful forces because it is closer to the core of the origin of myriad Tao. If so, does it mean that when my suppressed cultivation recovers little by little, it means that I am closer to the core of the origin of myriad Tao? Lin Sun thought. Not long after, his figure flashed, and he left the mountain peak, flying toward the east at high speed. After getting the memory of Xianxia, Lin Sun also knew some areas in this Green Lotus secret realm like the palm of his hand. At once, he judged that the beehive-like hole was located at a place 30,000 miles away from the exit. Whoosh, while flying, Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and soon found that there were many residual breaths in the void leading to the east. It seems that the successor of the Holy Land of Spirit treasure who disappeared should have hidden in this Green Lotus secret realm. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he made an inference. A quarter of an hour later. Suddenly, a dull sound of the Great Way resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Sun looked up and saw that in the far distance, the chaotic airflow was like a storm, slowly flowing and rolling between heaven and earth, forming a huge vortex that covered the sky and the sun, completely covering the world. If one looked carefully, one would see dazzling specks of light flickering within the chaotic vortex, flickering like stars. In Lin Sun's eyes, the chaotic vortex was like a huge beehive, and those light spots were the holes and tunnels leading to different secret realms. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and approached it. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This chaotic vortex was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth, releasing obscure and mysterious fluctuations of the Great Way. In front of it, people were like a drop in the ocean. Between heaven and earth, the whirlpool of chaos rotated slowly, distorting and collapsing the nearby void. In the whirlpool, there were hundreds of densely packed holes. Lin Sun stood in front of it and looked carefully. The traces left by the descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure disappeared after they arrived here. But when he looked carefully, he found that there was some lingering aura near one of the holes. This was the trace left by the power of cultivation when flying against the whirlpool of chaos. It seems that I have entered this secret realm. As Lin Sun pondered, he recalled the information he had obtained from Mingya's soul. Over the years, Mingya had explored many secret realms in the holes. Lin Sun used this information to verify it. Those holes that had been explored were now of no value. There were also some holes marked by Mingya as extremely dangerous, which meant that although Mingya entered them, he left immediately without exploring them. To Lin Sun's surprise, the holes that the descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure entered were marked as extremely dangerous. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun understood. These strong practitioners of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure had probably guessed that Lin Sun would definitely chase after them, so they resolutely chose an extremely dangerous place to survive. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and rushed into this whole tunnel. For Mingya, the extremely dangerous place was very likely to hide unknown horrible creatures. Lin Sun also wanted to see it. After a series of twists and turns, the void changed. Lin Sun appeared in a misty and hazy secret realm. The mountains and rivers here were picturesque, vast and magnificent. The mellow power of the Great Way turned into wisps of misty rain, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they breathed. Good place. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened slightly. At the first moment, his suppressed cultivation was greatly loosened and restored to the second level of the Emperor realm. Obviously, this secret realm should be extremely close to the core of the origin of all Tao. Moreover, as Lin Sun sensed with his divine sense, he also found that in terms of the richness of spiritual qi, this world could be regarded as a first-class blessed place on the starry sky ancient path. While thinking, Lin Sun walked forward in the void. The misty rain was drifting, and the mountains and rivers were hazy. Soon, Lin Sun captured the aura left by the descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasures again. Following the trail of these auras, a quarter of an hour later, a rolling blood-red mountain appeared in Lin Sun's sight. From a distance, it looked like an ancient blood dragon coiling on the earth. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that almost half of the energy of the great Tao that permeated this secret realm had been plundered by the blood-red mountain range. This kind of plunder was silent. If not for his incredible cultivation, it would have been very difficult for him to detect it. Back then, Mingya sensed the extremely dangerous aura here, which was why he left without hesitation. If that's the case, then if there's really a terrifying being hidden in this secret realm, it's probably in this bloody mountain range. While thinking, Lin Sun approached with light steps. In just a moment, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness locked on the position of a valley. In the valley, the grass, trees and rocks were as red as blood, which was strange and frightening. On the ground, there were some fragments of magic treasures. In the air, there was a trace of blood. Lin Sun floated down and sensed for a moment. He couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. Through observation, he had expected that those descendants of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure were killed silently after escaping to this valley, and even the flesh and blood of their corpses were devoured. If he had arrived a step later, the traces left behind in the valley would have quickly disappeared. There are no traces of fighting at the scene, which proves that those strong practitioners of the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure had no power to resist at all and were wiped out. And to be able to do this, Lin Sun was thinking with his hands behind his back. Silently, the wisps of misty rain permeating between heaven and earth suddenly appeared a touch of blood. When they approached Lin Sun, the wisps of misty rain turned into ferocious demon-like heads and bit down. This sudden change was so unexpected that no one could guard against it. But halfway through, these bloody demon heads collapsed and annihilated one after another, as if they were crushed by an invisible abyss. Lin Sun stood still without raising his eyelids. Only his feet suddenly exerted force. Boom, the ground shattered and caved in, forming a huge blood-colored ravine. Countless bloody demon-like figures whizzed out, moving as fast as lightning. Their aura was also terrifying and violent. Each aura was not weaker than a quasi-emperor, and some of the stronger ones even had the power of the third level of quasi-emperor. In an instant, it was so powerful that it covered the sky and the sun. Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He stretched out his right arm, and a big abyss steamed out of his palm. Boom, the bloody demons all over the sky were suddenly swept away by a hurricane, their bodies exploded and were continuously swallowed up by Lin Sun's palm power. After a moment, in Lin Sun's palm, there was only a crystal red bead. The bead was the size of a thumb, crystal clear, and there were wisps of thunder and lightning surging inside. Lin Sun looked at it for a moment, and his eyes lit up. This bead was condensed from the origin of the Great Way of Red Fire and the Great Way of Thunder. The aura of the two Great Ways showed a kind of primitive and authentic characteristics. Just like the origin of the Great Way of Fire and the Great Way of Thunder. This lower world is known as the core of the origin of all Tao. It seems that the rumor is true. Lin Sun turned his hand and put away the bead. The Great Way was invisible, reflected in all the mountains and rivers, and everything. Cultivators observed the world, mountains and rivers, and understood the mystery of the Great Way, so as to realize their own transformation. But the origin of the Great Way and the mystery of the nature of the Great Way were difficult to understand, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even powerful existences like the Emperor realm. In the lower 5 realms, the most comprehended was Tao aura and Tao meaning. In the King realm, the comprehension was the law of the Great Way on the road to longevity. In the Saint realm, the comprehension was the law of the Divine Way. In the Quasi-Emperor, the comprehension was the incomplete law of the Emperor Way. Until the Emperor realm, the comprehension and control was nothing more than the law of the Emperor Way. But whether it was Tao aura, Tao meaning, the law of longevity, the law of the Divine Way, or the law of the Emperor Way, in fact, all these were a kind of embodiment of the Great Way. It was just that the higher the cultivation, the deeper the comprehension of the Great Way, and the closer to the essence of the Great Way. Until the Emperor Ancestor realm, they were regarded as the ancestor of a Tao, which was equivalent to controlling the complete origin and essence of the Great Way. Therefore, the Emperor Ancestor realm was regarded as the supreme existence. This was also the reason why Lin Sun was surprised when he saw that this small bead was imprinted with the aura of the origin of the Great Way of Fire and Thunder. Unfortunately, the Great Way in this bead was, although the power was rare in the world, after all, it was only some wisps of aura, not complete. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it may be regarded as a priceless treasure, but for Lin Sun, it was not of much value. But this discovery made Lin Sun's heart move. The lower world was regarded as the core of the origin of the Great Way. Did this mean that if he could get close to the core, he could see the origin of the Great Way? If he could comprehend and control the essence and mystery of the origin of the Great Way, when he reached the Emperor Ancestor realm, could he be called the ancestor of the Great Way? Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head. The Great Way in the world was vast and innumerable. The word Great Way was just a general term. Since ancient times, no one could be called the ancestor of the Great Way. And to reach this step on the road of Tao, even if there was hope, how difficult it was? While thinking, Lin Sun's pupils narrowed slightly. His figure flashed and appeared under the sky. At this time, boom, the boundless blood-colored mountain range on the ground seemed to have awakened from its eternal slumber, and suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, endless bloody light rose to the sky, constantly intertwined and squirmed, and gradually condensed into a bloody figure. With the appearance of this bloody figure, the world was turbulent, the clouds collapsed, and the terrifying and boundless power rumbled and spread, making him look like a supreme god. In Lin Sun's eyes, this figure was in an extremely strange state. Its appearance kept changing, from a gray-haired old man to a valiant young man to a charming and beautiful woman, and even transformed into all kinds of ferocious birds and mythical beasts. It was a kind of all living beings, and the breath of this figure was also extremely powerful, which seemed to have reached the limit that this world could bear. the second level of the Emperor realm. Was this a man or a ghost? Lin Sun's black eyes flashed, and he couldn't tell what kind of strange monster this was. Die. The bloody figure opened his mouth, like a thunderous drum, shaking the world. Boom, the world was chaotic, and a string of fire and thunder roared up, condensed into a big seal, and rushed towards Lin Sun. Its momentum was so strong that it seemed to destroy the world. Humph. Lin Sun snorted coldly, and no longer hesitated. He flashed in the air and rushed forward. Boom, the seal, which could easily kill all the strong men under the Emperor realm, was crushed by his palm, and thousands of fiery red thunder and lightning splashed out. Go to hell. The blood-red figure let out another explosive shout when he saw Lin Sun charging over. Numerous flaming divine chains that were entwined with dazzling arcs of lightning flashed out and whistled out. Crack, Lin Sun pulled with his big hand, like tearing a canvas, and tore the dense chains of thunder and fire into powder. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bloody figure seemed to dodge. Lin Sun sneered and had already stretched out his hand to grasp in the air. Boom, the bloody figure had no time to dodge, and its body was directly grasped. As Lin Sun exerted force in his palm, its body produced an earth-shaking explosion, and then it exploded inch by inch. Looking carefully, there was also a wisp of green smoke drifting out at the same time. Until the end. In Lin Sun's palm, there was only a fist-sized flaming thunder crystal, which contained a huge power of the Great Way, showing the characteristics of the Great Way of Fire and the Great Way of Thunder. Compared with the power of the Great Way in the crystal Lin Sun had just refined, it was thousands of times stronger. Not bad. I didn't expect to get such an opportunity in this exploration of the Green Lotus secret realm. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. The fist-sized thunder fire crystal contained the origin power of the Great Tao of Thunder and the Great Tao of Fire. Although it was also incomplete, it was obviously extraordinary. The mysteries imprinted in it were of great benefit to his comprehension of the Great Tao. It contains the origin power of the Great Tao. This thing can be called the origin Tao crystal. Lin Sun opened his mouth and swallowed the treasure into his body, nourishing it in his natal apotheosis realm. In this way, there was no need to comprehend it at all. As time passed, the mysteries of the Great Tao would be constantly refined. Lin Sun stood high in the sky and looked down. The vast bloody mountain range was still there, but in Lin Sun's divine sense, he found that there were all kinds of corpses scattered in different areas of the mountain range. There were the remains of cultivators and the remains of monsters. After countless years of erosion, these scattered bones had already decayed. Lin Sun was enlightened. The lower realm was part of the ancient wasteland, the core of the origin of the myriad Tao. The owners of these corpses had probably tried to explore the origin of the myriad Tao a long time ago, but unfortunately, they died here. Their remaining souls, wills, and blood. After countless years of changes, they merged into the origin power of the Great Tao here, turning into the bloody figure just now. That was the only explanation for the appearance of all living beings that the blood-red figure had just displayed. After a while, Lin Sun exclaimed softly. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in the depths of the bloody mountain range. This was a huge rock at the foot of a mountain. Wisps of flame and thunder aura spread out from the surface of the rock. Lin Sun gently pressed his palm and fingers on the rock, calmly sensing it. In an instant, all kinds of mysterious mysteries of the Great Tao surged into his mind. These mysteries of the Great Tao were related to the Great Tao of Fire and the Great Tao of Thunder, and also showed a primitive essence. Could it be that the origin Tao crystal here is related to this rock? Lin Sun's heart moved, and he suddenly exerted force with his palm and fingers. With his current strength, he could easily lift a divine mountain, but what was surprising was that this rock did not move at all. Lin Sun increasingly realized that this rock was not simple. But after experiencing all sorts of tests, he noticed that this rock was like the root of this world, and competing with it was like going against the entire world. In the end, Lin gave up. He sized up the surroundings. The spirit energy of heaven and earth here is dense, and it contains the origin energy of the Grand Tao. It's an extremely suitable place for cultivation. Old Toad, stay here and cultivate. It's enough for you to break through to the immortal Emperor realm. Lin Sun summoned Old Toad. What a good place. The old toad sized him up and its eyes brightened. Lin Sun smiled slightly. The spiritual qi in this secret realm was as turbulent as a tide, and this mysterious rock could help a cultivator enter the state of enlightenment at the first moment. With the old toad's foundation, it was the most suitable place to break through. Unfortunately, it was only suitable for one person to cultivate. If there was another person, the power of this secret realm would seem a little weak. When the great emperor tribulation comes, I'll protect you, Lin Sun said and then turned to leave. 15 minutes later. The figure of Lin Sun reappeared in the giant. Outside the chaotic vortex that was as big as a beehive. The successor of the numinous treasure sanctuary has met with trouble. Next, it's time to find the people of the Lin family. Lin Sun stared at the chaotic vortex and carefully sized up the dense holes in it. He first eliminated the holes that had been explored by Xianxia. However, the number of remaining empty passageways was still shocking. It was impossible to explore all the secret realms behind these empty passageways in a short period of time. However, Lin Sun did not panic. After returning to the lower realm, he had completed the task of second senior brother Xianxia and suppressed fourth senior brother Xianxia. The most urgent thing now was to find the people of the Lin family. Whoosh, not long after, Lin Sun's figure flashed and entered a whole tunnel that was also marked as extremely dangerous by Xianxia. Inside the tunnel, it was also a secret realm, but the scene was completely different. It was a world of ice and snow, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. The power of ice and snow was boundless and terrifying. When quasi-emperors entered, they would also feel the bone-chilling coldness and their bodies would be frozen stiff. When Xianxia came here, he only lasted less than a quarter of an hour before he had to withdraw. The ice and snow floating between heaven and earth were like piercing blades and sword qi, with the terrifying power to cut the soul and pierce the bone marrow. But all this did not have any effect on Lin Sun. Half an hour later, his figure appeared in front of a vast ice and snow lake. The lake was condensed with thick layers of ice and snow. But if one felt it carefully, one would find that this place was filled with surging pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as a primitive aura of the great Tao of water. After looking at it for a moment, Lin Sun stood in the air and punched. Boom! The ice lake that had been frozen for an unknown number of years had a huge hole forcibly opened up by the terrifying fist force. Around the hole, dense cracks spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ice on the surface of the entire ice lake burst into pieces, setting off monstrous waves. At the same time, an illusory blue figure burst out and pounced toward Lin Sun. Its speed and power were not inferior to the bloody figure that Lin Sun had seen before. But for Lin Sun, it was not enough. He did the same thing and suddenly grabbed the neck of the figure. The power of his palm and fingers was like a landslide and tsunami, crushing the blue figure inch by inch. In the end, there was another fist-sized origin Tao crystal in his palm. Sure enough, it seems that in every secret realm, after countless years of silence, similar creatures have condensed. As long as you kill them, you can get the origin Tao crystal. Lin Sun raised his hand and swallowed the treasure into his body. Then he took a step forward and rushed into the ice lake. At the bottom of the lake, a prominent ice and snow vein appeared, filled with wisps of the origin aura of the great Tao of water. This was almost the same as the strange rock seen in the Bloody Mountain before. It should be the root of this secret realm. Alu, you stay here and cultivate. Immediately, Lin Sun released Alu from the Tower of Eternity. After a brief explanation, Alu agreed happily. Lin Sun, on the other hand, left directly and appeared outside the beehive-like chaotic vortex again. Next, Lin Sun did not stop and chose another whole tunnel and flashed into it. This was a secret realm full of metal characteristics. The mountains, rocks, grass, and trees all exuded a biting cold aura of the great Tao of metal. Half an hour later, his figure returned, and there was an origin Tao crystal in his body that contained the essence and mystery of the great Tao of metal. Little Silver stayed in that secret realm to cultivate. In this way, Lin Sun went in and out of the holes of the chaotic vortex, constantly exploring. Every time he entered a secret realm, he could see the origin of one or two kinds of great Tao, kill a strange creature that had condensed in the silence of eternity, and seize an origin Tao crystal, Old Toad, Ah Lu, Little Silver, Little Tian, Ah Hu and others who came with Lin Sun were all arranged by Lin Sun to cultivate in different secret realms. In the process of exploration, Lin Sun did not encounter too many twists and turns and dangers, and seemed to be calm. Until a day later. The holes marked as extremely dangerous by Mingya had been completely explored by Lin Sun, and he had obtained a total of 39 origin Dao crystals. Each of them was branded with the most primitive essence of the great Dao, some of which were of the same attribute, and some of which were of different attributes. This kind of harvest was not small. At least with Lin Sun's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine all these origin Dao crystals in a short time. However, before Lin Sun became an emperor ancestor, these origin Dao crystals were of great benefit to his cultivation. Naturally, the more the better. The only thing that made Lin Sun frown was. In this day, he had explored nearly 40 secret realms, but he did not find any trace of the Lin family. It seems that I can only go to those secret realms that have not been explored by Mingya. Lin Sun thought that if he entered those unknown secret realms, Mingya's memory could no longer help him. This also meant that the following exploration was destined to be full of unknowns. It might be extremely dangerous, or there might be no danger at all. But no matter what, Lin Sun was bound to do it. After a day's time, Lin Sun restored his cultivation to the peak state, and then he started to move again. Huh? When he entered the first unknown secret realm that he had chosen, Lin Sun immediately noticed that this secret realm was completely different from what he had seen before. Because after arriving here, his suppressed cultivation was restored to the third level of the Emperor realm at one stroke. Obviously, this secret realm was closer to the core of the origin of all Dao. Interesting. Does this mean that the origin Dao crystals accumulated here will also be very unusual? Lin Sun spread his divine sense, looking at the world while moving forward. With many explorations, he knew very well that there must be a core area in this secret realm, just like the root of the secret realm. As long as he found this place, he could get unexpected opportunities. 1 kind, 2 kinds, 3 kinds, 5 kinds. Along the way, Lin Sun was surprised to find that there were 5 kinds of origin auras of the great Dao in this secret realm. This was the first time that Lin Sun had encountered such a unique secret realm since his exploration. Until 10 minutes later. An unfathomable abyss appeared in the center of the earth, with a range of 10,000 feet. In the depths of the abyss, black fog rolled, and occasionally, light flashed like a comet. Lin Sun's figure stood in the void. As he continued to sense and look, his expression became serious little by little. Even a touch of solemnity quietly appeared between his eyebrows. Literature Museum. The abyss was deep, and the black fog was tumbling. Lin Sun calmed down and sensed that there was an extremely terrifying aura lurking in the depths of the abyss, which made him feel oppressed. Immediately, an indescribable joy surged in his heart. It seemed that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Boom! Lin Sun stretched out his hand and slapped down the abyss. Unparalleled Taoist light whistled down, smashing the rolling black fog and reaching the depths of the abyss. You're courting death. A cold roar sounded. A dazzling figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the abyss, bathed in holy silver light. The peak of the third level of the Emperor realm, moreover, it was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth level. Lin Sun could see through it at a glance. He couldn't help but suspect that if it weren't for the suppressive power of the secret realm, the silver figure would be even more powerful. Kill. While he was thinking, the silver figure had already rushed over, setting off a silver storm that shook the heaven and earth. Lin Sun didn't dodge, but rushed up to meet it. Boom! In a flash, the two had fought dozens of times. The sky was dark, the light of Taoist light splashed, and the torrent of destruction was everywhere. It was like two gods were fighting. This damn thing has mastered the supreme power of the Great Way, and has the complete fighting will. Lin Sun was surprised. When Lin Sun explored the secret realm before, almost all the horrible creatures he met were condensed in the original power of the Great Way by some strong men who had died for many years. They were not real living creatures. But the silver figure in front of him was obviously different. At the same time, the silver figure seemed to be surprised and shouted, "Who are you?" His figure flickered and turned into a slender silver streamer, avoiding Lin Sun. He looked at Lin Sun in surprise. "Who are you?" Lin Sun also stopped. Although he was surprised by the opponent's wisdom and willpower, Lin Sun was still confident that he could kill him in a moment. My name is Wan Kong. In the 3700th year of the Archean calendar, I secluded myself here to comprehend the origin of the Great Way. The silver figure said and showed his true appearance. It was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. Someone from the primordial era? Lin Sun was stunned. Excuse me, you have been practicing in seclusion for countless years, but why is your cultivation still so weak? Weak? The handsome young man who called himself Emperor Myriad Sky was stunned. He found it funny. Friend, this is the core area of the Tao's origin, and the rules of this secret realm can only accommodate the cultivation of the third level of the Emperor realm. Otherwise, it would be easy for me to suppress you. At the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with disdain and confidence. If you were not suppressed, how high would your cultivation be? Lin Sun asked. All those years ago when I was in closed-door cultivation here, I was already at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, the lawless realm. After countless years of closed-door cultivation here, I've comprehended the supreme profundities of the Grand Tao, and it's sufficient for me to break through the threshold of the Emperor realm and ascend to the 9th level of the Emperor realm within a single day. Thousand Sky Emperor's eyes were clear, he was extremely conceited. However, Lin Sun smiled. So, you have been in seclusion here for so long, but you still haven't broken through the realm? Thousand Sky Emperor did not deny it, and said, if I break through the realm here, I will provoke the power of the order. Perhaps I can escape by luck, but I will lose the opportunity to continue comprehending the Grand Tao. The gains do not make up for the losses. Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. So, you have not left this place for countless years? Thousand Sky Emperor shook his head. Only here can I feel the mystery of the Tao's origin. Without completely comprehending and controlling it, why would I leave? Cultivation addict, Lin Sun suddenly realized that this time, he met an old guy who was obsessed with cultivation. He probably did not even know that the outside world had changed a long time ago. Friend, you have not told me your background, Thousand Sky Emperor said. Lin Daoyuan, people call me Emperor Daoyuan, Lin Sun said casually. Never heard of it, Thousand Sky Emperor shook his head. Lin Sun laughed. You have been hiding here for countless years, so naturally you have not heard of it. Let me ask you, do you know Taishan Sword Emperor? Originally, Lin Sun was just asking casually. Who would have thought that when he heard the words Taishan Sword Emperor, Thousand Sky Emperor's whole body trembled, and his eyes revealed a dazed look. Taishan. That is my martial uncle. You know him too? Lin Sun had a look of astonishment. Your martial uncle? Thousand Sky Emperor nodded. I will not go so far as to lie about this. Whoosh, countless Taishan sword chi suddenly appeared around Lin Sun, densely packed, bright and blazing. Taishan sword scripture, this is my martial uncle's Grand Tao inheritance. Thousand Sky Emperor was stunned. Are you my martial uncle's successor? You can say so. Lin Sun retracted the aura around him, and when he looked at Thousand Sky Emperor again, his eyes had already softened. Thousand Sky Emperor laughed, and walked towards Lin Sun. Ha ha ha, since that is the case, you and I are not strangers, we are even brothers of the same sect. Come, let us sit on the ground and talk. When he arrived in front of Lin Sun, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards Lin Sun's neck. His speed was unbelievably fast, and the power of his palm was also terrifying. It was obvious that he had been accumulating power for a long time. As the saying went, when he did not move, it would be a fatal blow. The most horrifying thing was that he still maintained a warm and hearty smile on his face, but when he moved, it seemed so fierce and sudden. But his grab, which he was determined to win, missed. Thousand Sky Emperor's pupils shrank, and he wanted to dodge at the first moment, but a big hand had already grabbed his neck, and the power of the palm and fingers restrained his whole body. There are never so many coincidences in this world. Do you really think that I will believe your nonsense? Lin Sun's eyes were playful, and he held Thousand Sky Emperor in front of him like a little chick, looking him up and down. Thousand Sky Emperor's expression was uncertain, and after a while, he reluctantly said, Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? I have never lied before. Bang, Lin Sun's palm and fingers exerted force, and Thousand Sky Emperor's body suddenly burst into pieces. In the rain of blood, there was only a spirit left, which was held in Lin Sun's palm. Looking closely, this spirit was actually a monkey with buck teeth and a sharp mouth. The spirit of the ghost realm monkey, no wonder it can see through the mysteries of people's hearts. Unfortunately, you are too impatient. If you wait a little longer, maybe I will really be fooled. Lin Sun said. The ghost realm monkey was an extremely rare spiritual creature. It could distinguish between yin and yang, and see through people's hearts. It was born with a pair of ghost eyes. It was said that anyone who was stared at by the ghost realm monkey would be able to see through all the secrets in their hearts within a moment. It was extremely magical. Unfortunately, this trick was useless against Lin Sun. His Taoist heart was like the eternal sky, unshakable. How could it be seen through so easily? But even so, the spirit of the ghost realm monkey could weave a convincing reason with a few words, which was really not simple. The monkey hissed, "If we wait a little longer, there will be more flaws. With your cultivation and insight, you will definitely see through it at the first time. Instead of that, it is better to launch an attack now. Maybe there is a chance to reverse the situation." You are right, Lin Sun nodded. If my guess is right, over the years, you should have devoured the souls and memories of many strong people who died here, so that you can recognize Taishan Sword Emperor and Taishan Sword Scripture, right? At this moment, the monkey was completely terrified. He lowered his head and said submissively, "Fellow Taoist, you are powerful and have a keen eye. I am not as good as you. However, I see that your trip should be for the mystery of the origin of all Tao. If you don't kill me, I may be able to show you a clear way." "Oh," Lin Sun said with a smile, "if I want to know something, I can search your memories directly from your spirit. Why do I need your guidance?" Who would have thought that the monkey would throw caution to the wind and hissed, "Fellow Taoist, if you really do that, I promise that I will destroy my spirit as soon as you search my soul." Lin Sun frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Fine, you can say it." The monkey seemed to be relieved and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, you need to make a Taoist oath and promise to let me live after I tell you." Lin Sun immediately swore and promised. The monkey was still worried. He shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't blame me for worrying too much. For people in the Emperor realm, life and death are at their will. They are not afraid of the power of heaven, and it is impossible for them to be bound by oaths." After pausing for a moment, the monkey continued, "In order to preserve your life, I hope that you can bring me along with you. I'll be able to give you some pointers along the way. That way, you can verify whether my pointers are real or fake, and I'll be able to preserve my life temporarily." Lin Sun could not help but look at the monkey in surprise. After a while, he nodded and said, "Sure." He shackled the monkey's spirit and released his hand. He said, "Then tell me, where should I go if I want to search for the mystery of the origin of the myriad Taos?" Fellow Taoist should have already noticed that when you enter different worlds of origin, the power of order that suppresses your cultivation will be different. This means that the closer you are to the core of the origin of the myriad Taos, the weaker the power of order suppressing your cultivation will be until it disappears. The monkey's words made Lin Sun nod inwardly. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun found out that the secret realms of various sizes were called worlds of origin. However, it is impossible to reach the core of the myriad Taos origin by searching them one by one, the monkey continued. "It's because there are far too many worlds of origin. They are densely packed together, like stars adorning different places. The place you came from should be a mother nest of origins. However, even if you search through all the worlds in the mother nest of origins, you will only discover that there is not a single path that leads directly to the core of the myriad Taos origin." According to the monkey, the chaotic vortexes that Lin Sun had seen before and the holes within them were collectively known as the mother nest of origins. Within the mother nest of origins, there were countless worlds of origin. It was like a vast and complicated maze, and there was not a single path that led directly to the core of the myriad Taos origin. Lin Sun frowned when he heard this. He didn't urgently want to explore the core secrets of the origin of the myriad Taos, but he wanted to find the members of the Lin family. However, according to what the ghost domain spirit monkey said, there were actually countless secret realms within the origin mother nest. This meant that he could only rely on luck to find those Lin clan clansmen. "No," Lin Sun suddenly said, "you've been hiding here for countless years. How do you know where the core of the origin of the myriad Taos is?" The monkey answered without hesitation, because I explored that place at the very beginning, but I encountered great danger and had no choice but to retreat. I even almost lost my life because of it. Although I survived in the end, only a strand of my spirit remained. Lead the way. Lin Sun didn't ask any more questions. The monkey agreed readily. The two of them left the origin world and returned to the origin hive. Fellow Taoist, I have to remind you that the closer you get to the core of the myriad Taos, the more dangerous it is. According to my knowledge, many terrifying existences came here to explore a long time ago. Some died, but there are also others like me who have always been hiding in the origin world near the origin of the myriad Taos. The monkey pointed at a tunnel in the origin hive and said, "There's a path in this origin world that leads to the secret realms in the depths." Lin Sun nodded and immediately took action. His figure flashed and flashed into the tunnel. Just like that, Lin Sun trudged through one origin world after another under the guidance of the ghost monkey. Along the way, he collected more and more origin crystals. Although the secrets of the origin of the great Taos contained in these treasures were more or less incomplete, they were accumulating in number. The ghost monkey, who called himself the Emperor of Emptiness, witnessed Lin Sun's terrifying combat strength along the way. Every time he entered a secret realm, no matter what kind of opponent he encountered, they were all easily killed by Lin Sun, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. Until a day later. When he entered another origin world, Lin Sun immediately noticed that his cultivation that had been suppressed all this time had instantly recovered to the peak of the 4th level of the Emperor realm. This made him realize that he should be getting closer and closer to the core of the myriad Taos. The path that the ghost monkey pointed to should be correct. Every origin world had an origin core. For example, the Scarlet Mountain he saw in the Thunder and Fire secret realm, the Ice Lake in the Ice secret realm, and the abyss he encountered when he captured the ghost monkey were the core of each secret realm. It was like the root of a big tree. Generally speaking, the dangers they encountered along the way were almost all near the origin of the Earth's core. The terrifying creatures that lurked there were mostly the same. However, from the origin world where Lin Sun was now, the strength of the opponents he met began to become stronger. Time passed day by day. Lin Sun and Monkey traveled through different worlds of origin. They would take a break from time to time, but most of the time, they were on their way. Along the way, the cultivation of the terrifying beings in the origin worlds gradually rose from 4th level Emperor to 5th, 6th, 7th level Emperor. Monkey seemed very nervous and kept giving Lin Sun pointers. But what shocked him was that even though Lin Sun was only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, he seemed to be able to kill those 5th, 6th, and 7th level Emperor realm cultivators with ease, until 10 days later. In a world that was as dark as an eternal night. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Lin Sun punched out and killed a terrifying being comparable to an 8th level Emperor realm cultivator. Light rained down and the world shook. Monkey, who was watching from afar, was completely dumbfounded. A 4th level Emperor realm cultivator killed an 8th level Emperor realm opponent across several levels? I'm going to break through here, so I'll have to trouble you for a while. Lin Sun walked over with his dark eyes. His cultivation was like a cup filled with water that was about to overflow. He had reached the peak of the 4th level Emperor realm and could no longer suppress it. Breakthrough? Monkey was stunned and reminded, it's extremely dangerous to break through here. It's very likely that you'll be devoured by the order of heaven and earth. It's fine. As Lin Sun spoke, he suppressed the monkey in the Tower of Endless without any explanation. Although the monkey had been by his side for 10 days, Lin Sun did not let down his guard. This monkey was the ghost monkey. It could read people's minds and was extremely cunning. Soon, Lin Sun abandoned all distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged in meditation. One day later, he opened his eyes and stood up, looking at the sky. Unknowingly, the surging tribulation clouds were like ink, and they covered the depths of the sky. The heavens and the earth were silent, and a terrifying heavenly might that oppressed one's heart suffused out along with it. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and looked calm. This was the threshold to the 5th level Emperor realm. As long as he broke through this tribulation, he could enter the secrety-reaching realm, metaphysic, secrety-reaching, void-reaching. These were the realms from the 4th to the 6th level Emperor realm. Among them, the void-reaching was also known as the lawless realm. Boom, after a while, the tribulation clouds rolled and a thunderous sound rang out. It was like a god beating a war drum, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, a waterfall of dazzling lightning Dao light rolled down from the ninth heaven. It's finally here. Lin Sun's expression was calm. His body was like a cauldron and his momentum was like the abyss as he rose into the sky. Rumble, the tribulation began. The world of origin fell into unprecedented turbulence. Wind, thunder, lightning, and chaos. In midair, Lin Sun was like a god that bathed within the brilliant light of the Tao, and he possessed peerless divine might as he resisted the tribulation lightning that covered the sky and revealed boundlessly overbearing might. But this was not an emperor's tribulation in the general sense. It was a great tribulation for the supreme emperors, which made Lin Sun suffer a lot. Before long, his hair was disheveled and he was hurt. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. 3/4 of an hour. As time went by, the power of the thunder tribulation became more and more terrible, even abnormal. If it were an ordinary emperor, he would have been obliterated and died, but Lin Sun had been fighting for a full 30 minutes. In the end, his body was cracked and exploded, leaving only his will and dharma to fight. It was extremely dangerous. It had to be said that this great tribulation was far beyond any emperor's tribulation Lin Sun had encountered before. Not only did it last a long time, but its killing power was extremely terrible. If Lin Sun hadn't made enough preparations, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Boom, when Lin Sun made it to the end. In the reign of thunder tribulation, Lin Sun only had a wisp of collapsed will and a little consciousness left. Tut! He let out a shout. The rain of thunder was like a torrent, bathing his spirit in it. His flesh, tendons, skin, viscera, and meridians, which had been smashed by the thunder tribulation before, all gathered together. Looking from a distance, there seemed to be a huge dazzling ball of thunder and lightning under the sky, constantly emitting the surging rhythm of life. After a full hour, the ball of light, which had become bright and dazzling like the sun, suddenly burst into pieces. In the rain of light, a tall figure emerged. It was Lin Sun. At this moment, his whole body was illusory. His tendons and bones seemed to be made of divine gold juice. His skin was as white as jade, overflowing with brilliant Taoist light. The blood and qi in his body were like a surging ocean, full of surging vitality. Even his hair was flowing with the mysterious charm of the Great Way. In his sea of consciousness, his dharma was thousands of meters high, evolving into the shape of a furnace, with immortal momentum to suppress the world. All kinds of mysteries of the Great Way lingered around him, and the sound of Taoist sound resounded like the sound of nature, sacred and boundless. The greatest change was in his life emperor realm. The sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, and everything on earth all contained traces of Taoist patterns. Like the veins on leaves, the veins on rocks, the undulating curves of the earth, the orbit of the sun and moon, and the scale of the changes in latitude and longitude, these subtle changes made the whole life emperor realm glow with a new atmosphere, just like the real world. Every grass and every tree contained the subtle truth. This was the obvious mark of the security-reaching realm. This was also the cultivation that could be possessed by the 5th level of the emperor realm. After meditating for a long time, Lin Sun's eyes showed a touch of satisfaction. Security-reaching emperor realm. This realm is really wonderful. He'd already noticed that his combat strength had undergone a tremendous change. The 9th level of the Emperor realm is a natural moat. Those who have the power of a Tao can't be shaken. I just don't know if I can break this eternal law. While thinking, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and began to stabilize his realm. 3 days later, Lin Sun stood up and released the monkey. He decided to continue the operation. Looking at Lin Sun, who was in good condition and had obviously broken through a realm, the monkey's eyes became erratic, and he became more and more obedient along the way. Lin Sun saw all this, but he didn't say anything. Another 10 days passed in a hurry. Up to this point, Lin Sun had collected more than 100 origin Tao crystals, and the number of origin worlds he had explored had also reached more than 100. But he still didn't find any trace of the Lin family. The only good news was that he was getting closer and closer to the core of the origin of myriad Taos. Fellow Taoist, in the next origin world, there is a mysterious person with an extremely strange temperament. As long as we don't provoke him, we can leave by passing through about 3 origin worlds, and we will reach the core of the origin of myriad Daos. The monkey suddenly reminded, fellow Taoist, remember not to provoke that guy. Otherwise, you and I will be trapped there forever. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, is he very strong? The monkey's expression was solemn, he is unimaginably strong, and I can't see through him at all. A long time ago, I once traveled with some fellow Taoists, including some 8th and 9th level of the Emperor realm. But when we were asking for directions, 2 of our Taoist friends accidentally offended him because of their inappropriate words. Guess what happened? Without waiting for Lin Sun to answer, the monkey said in a low voice, those 2 Taoist friends had their memories wiped out in the blink of an eye, and turned into chess pieces in the chessboard world. P.S. On the last day of the month, those who have a monthly ticket can vote. Otherwise, it will be invalid in the morning. End of chapter 2386. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.